Su Tian traverses into a world where floating islands are a universal phenomenon. In this realm, upon reaching adulthood, each individual is presented with the opportunity to acquire an initial floating island. Expanding one's floating island grants prolonged longevity, wealth, and extraordinary abilities. As Su Tian prepares to develop his own floating island, an unusual and enigmatic turn of events unfolds. His eternal iron pickaxe has gained sentience, enabling it to autonomously extract resources. The basic furnace has also awakened, attracting an extraordinary fire sprite. Remarkably, the newly forged sword, still warm from the forge, has also come to life. This sentient sword hastily ventures forth to challenge the Demon King. Years later, while others toil away at constructing their floating islands, Su Tian has already ascended to a divine status. Chapter 1. The Sentient Eternal Iron Pickaxe. Welcome to the world of floating islands. Number of participants in this competition, 1,000. Will you awaken the core of your floating island? Gazing at the prompt that materialized before him, Su Tian exhaled deeply. He has dwelled in this world for 18 years. This is a peculiar world where magical islands float on the periphery of cities. At the age of 18, every individual awakens a floating island core, thereby gaining an initial floating island. At the outset, each island lord must extract resources, establish defensive lines, expand their territories, explore the unknown, and repel the invasion of monsters. Should the island core be destroyed by a monster, that island will irrevocably become a paradise for beasts. Consequently, before becoming a true island lord, every initial floating island is granted a 30-day observation period. Only by passing the floating island assessment can one ascend to true lordship. The benefits of becoming an island lord are manifold. Individuals can gain corresponding power, wealth, and longevity as their floating island advances. In this world, every island lord is a supreme existence. Legends speak of an eternal island floating at the world's end. This island belongs to a lord who has developed the floating islands to their utmost potential, whose lifespan is as eternal as the islands themselves. It is for this reason that countless individuals dedicate their entire lives to becoming an island lord. As his thoughts swirl, Su Tian's gaze hardens with resolve. He clenched his fist tightly and then resolutely chose a random floating island. Soon, the forms of various floating islands appeared before his eyes. Information is being generated. Initial floating island has been selected. Generating floating island core. Fusing with floating island core. Congratulations, you have officially joined the floating island assessment. Each initial floating island possesses a 20-day protection period, during which monsters outside the island cannot inflict damage upon you. During the protection period, the refresh rate of resources within the floating island will increase. After the protection period ends, the island lord will face formal assessment. Transporting to the island lord. Congratulations, player, you have arrived in the world of floating islands. In the midst of this information shift, a flash of light streaked by. Su Tian's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he found himself atop a floating island. It was a vast expanse, a kilometer wide, filled with towering trees as far as the eye could see. Holding an iron pickaxe, Su Tian meticulously surveyed his surroundings. This was a jungle, brimming with abundant resources. According to his plan, he should first focus on gathering resources. Su Tian lowered his gaze, noticing the metallic sheen emanating from the pickaxe in his hand. Eternal Iron Pickaxe, the initial equipment of the island lord, suitable for extracting resources from the floating island. Advantages, crafted from eternal materials, it possesses indestructible qualities. Disadvantages, currently of low level, the extraction speed is subpar. This is the initial equipment for every island lord, designed for resource extraction on their floating islands. However, as the floating island levels up, these initial equipments can also be enhanced. As his thoughts turned, Su Tian's gaze swept across the distance. Under the prompt of the floating island core, all resource information on the island began to illuminate. Berry Grove, home to numerous sweet berries. Berries, rich in nutrients, they can serve as sustenance or as bait for fishing. Common wood trees can yield wooden planks upon extraction. Small iron vein, capable of yielding iron blocks. Resources are limited. Small gold vein, capable of yielding gold blocks. Resources are limited. Su Tian observed that the surrounding resources were quite plentiful. Without further hesitation, he swung his pickaxe to commence extraction. With the floating island currently under protection, he must gather ample resources during this period to prepare for the impending monster invasion. If his floating island core were to be destroyed by a monster, he would irrevocably lose his chance to become an island lord and be condemned to a life of mediocrity. Therefore, diligence is paramount for passing the floating island assessment. With a determined gleam in his eyes, Su Tian tirelessly swung his pickaxe. In no time at all, he had gathered several berries to serve as food. He stored the berries he had harvested into the floating island core for future needs. Subsequently, he resumed swinging his pickaxe, directing his efforts toward a small iron vein. The extraction difficulty of the iron vein was considerable. Su Tian broke into a sweat, laboring for quite some time before finally unearthing a small iron ingot. It was now midday, and the sun hung high above the floating island. Su Tian was drenched in sweat. Nevertheless, he did not rest, but continued to extract resources. The rhythmic clinking of metal echoed as the pile of iron ingots beside him steadily grew. Currently, the extraction efficiency from the iron mine was somewhat lacking, so he had to rely on hard work to compensate for it. As time flows on, Su Tian has already extracted 3 resources: iron ingots, berries, and timber. He can utilize the core of the floating island to amalgamate the items he requires. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Tian brandishes his iron pickaxe to continue his labor. His current efforts are all in preparation for the forthcoming assessment. Only by passing the floating island's evaluation can he truly ascend to the ranks of the elite. While Su Tian diligently toils, a subtle transformation is occurring with the iron pickaxe in his grasp. A glimmer of violet luminescence begins to manifest around the pickaxe, and suddenly, a line of text materializes before Su Tian's eyes. The island master's resolute efforts have inspired the eternal iron pickaxe, which has autonomously awakened to form the eternal iron spirit. The eternal iron pickaxe has acquired the skill of divine speed, enhancing resource extraction efficiency tenfold. What is happening? Before Su Tian can ponder further, the eternal iron pickaxe in his hand begins to detach itself automatically. Subsequently, to his astonished gaze, the eternal iron pickaxe radiates a gentle glow. Su Tian rubs his eyes in disbelief. At this moment, the eternal iron pickaxe is autonomously extracting the surrounding resources. Moreover, its efficiency in resource extraction is astonishingly rapid. Within a short while, heaps of iron ingots and timber accumulate around him. Su Tian finds himself momentarily dazed. He has never heard of any concept of spiritual awakening within the floating islands. Could this be the golden finger that accompanies his transmigration? Su Tian speculates in silence. After all, possessing certain unique abilities as a time traveler is not entirely unreasonable. With this thought, a glimmer of light ignites in Su Tian's gaze. The information regarding the eternal iron pickaxe regenerates once more. Eternal iron pickaxe spirit, a floating island equipment uniquely belonging to Su Tian, capable of autonomous extraction. Advantages: possesses tenfold extraction efficiency. Disadvantages: currently at a low level. Good heavens! An autonomous extraction capability coupled with tenfold efficiency. This is utterly invincible in the initial phase. Su Tian secretly rejoices. With such a pickaxe in his possession, he can almost forego the expenditure of time on resource extraction in his vicinity. Furthermore, he need not worry about resources being depleted, for within each floating island lies a mysterious substance that sustains it, replenishing the consumed resources. Moreover, as this is the initial phase, the replenishment efficiency within the floating island will be even more accelerated. Chapter 2. The Extraordinary Fire Sprite. Su Tian seized the initiative. At this moment, a plethora of resources had accumulated beside him. An abundance of iron ingots and timber towered like mountains, surpassing the yield of an entire day's labor. Filled with joy, Su Tian gathered all the surrounding resources into the core of the floating island. The island core serves as the vital link through which every island lord governs their floating isle. It is also the heart of their cultivation. The elevation of the floating island can channel strength back to the island lord through the core, facilitating their transcendence and immortality. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Tian accessed the interface of the island core. Skills, equipment, buildings, expansion, communication, items, achievements. Among the 7 pages, only the items and buildings sections were currently available. The other 5 pages appeared somewhat dim, only to be unlocked step by step through the upgrading of the floating island. With a decisive click on the buildings section, Su Tian found only a handful of structures glowing with vitality. This indicated that he could only construct the few immediately available options. Without hesitation, he selected to build a furnace. With the eternal iron pickaxe spirit mining resources, he was ready to proceed with his next plan. A flash of brilliance flickered, and the intricate lines of a furnace began to take shape. Iron blocks were automatically consumed from the island core. Soon, a dazzling light appeared, and a furnace-like structure manifested upon the floating island. His gaze swept across it, revealing the information. Ordinary furnace, capable of smelting basic items and cooking food, but with low work efficiency. The ordinary furnace serves merely to smelt basic items and roast food. However, should the furnace be upgraded in the future, it can evolve to deliver a plethora of additional effects, significantly increasing the success rate of smelting advanced items. Each smelting attempt carries a certain risk of failure. Thus, to mitigate this risk, one must enhance the quality of the furnace. Nevertheless, Su Tian could not yet afford to ponder such distant aspirations. He retrieved some iron ingots and timber from the island core, preparing to forge an iron sword. This sword would serve as a weapon to defend against future monster incursions. Resolute in his decision, Su Tian commanded the furnace to commence smelting. The dark furnace quickly ignited with a roaring flame. He cast in the iron ingots for forging. As the flames danced, the furnace began to churn slowly. Given the low efficiency of the ordinary furnace, it was evident that crafting an iron sword would require a considerable weight. As he awaited the process, a golden radiance enveloped him. Su Tian was taken aback as a warm current flowed through his being. An extraordinary power surged within him. Boundless strength ascended through his limbs, and at that moment, Su Tian felt his vision clear significantly. His thoughts became exceptionally agile. He had leveled up. Su Tian's gaze sparkled with newfound brilliance. The eternal iron pickaxe spirit, through diligent labor, had met the requirements for an upgrade. Consequently, the island core within him ascended as well. On this floating island, every enhancement of power contributes to the quality of the island core. Through the elevation of the island core, the island lord can genuinely attain transcendence and immortality. The island core grants the island lord immense strength, prolonged lifespan, and eternal existence. Before ascending the island, he had heard tales of island lords who had survived for millennia, having elevated their life essence through the island core to achieve immortality. Moreover, some had even ventured into the realm of extraordinary power, capable of summoning thunder and fire, commanding the winds and rains, becoming sovereigns of their domains. However, all of this hinges on passing the assessment to become an island lord. Otherwise, those who lose their island core will fall back to the realm of ordinary mortals. It is precisely for this reason that countless individuals toil relentlessly to mine resources after ascending the island, striving to pass the assessment and become true island lords. Su Tian's thoughts returned to the floating island core above him. A new message emerged. Detected an increase in island lord level, automatically awakening the communication page. Detected an increase in island lord level, automatically awakening the skills page. Among the 7 interface options, 2 more were now accessible. The communication interface, as its name implies, allows interaction with others. Upon becoming an island lord, individuals can use this to communicate, form alliances, and trade with outsiders. The floating island is rich in resources, which can be exchanged through this page. The skills page, on the other hand, marks the beginning of the path to transcendence. By acquiring skills, island lords can gain extraordinary powers that connect them with the cosmos. However, Su Tian was still not ready to engage at such elevated levels. Before him lay 5 initial skills. Speed, enhances speed by 20. Strength, enhances strength by 20. Fortitude, enhances defense by 20. Recovery, enhances recovery speed by 10. Fury, upon activation, provides a comprehensive enhancement of 5. Su Tian contemplated the 5 options before him, a look of deep thought crossing his face. He felt inclined towards the Fury skill. After all, it offered an all-encompassing enhancement of 5. Just as he hesitated, the furnace, ablaze with flames, suddenly underwent a transformation. A fiery crimson glow materialized above the furnace, and the dark structure began to change. Its exterior gradually revealed a red hue, and the smelting speed within accelerated. Your furnace has awakened due to its inefficiency and has gained the blessing of fire. Current furnace refining effectiveness increased by 10, success rate boosted by 20. Su Tian, what is happening? It has awakened again? Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the furnace emitted a blinding red light. Soon, a fire sprite appeared above the furnace, dancing joyfully among the flames like a newborn. Congratulations, Island Lord, you have acquired a fire sprite. What? A sprite? Su Tian's heart swelled with elation as he beheld the notification. He had once heard of the existence of sprites within floating islands. These sprites possess immense potential, and if captured, they would become a formidable force on the island. However, capturing a sprite is no simple task. To date, he had only heard of a few island lords who had successfully tamed sprites. Who would have thought? I have obtained a sprite. Unable to contain his excitement, Su Tian slowly extended his hand to caress the fire sprite. Under his gentle touch, the fire sprite appeared even more jubilant, chirping away incessantly. Though he could not comprehend its words, it did not diminish his affection for her. Chapter 3. The Lord of Fishing by the Furnace. Under Su Tian's watchful gaze, the fire sprite dove into the flames. Subsequently, the fire within the furnace became enchanting. The fire sprite emerged with an iron sword in its grasp. Su Tian promptly received another notification. Congratulations, Island Lord, you have obtained an iron sword. The fire sprite cradled the iron sword, not immediately handing it over to Su Tian. Under his puzzled gaze, the sword began to shimmer with radiant light. From the hilt to the blade, a dazzling red glow permeated the iron sword. This is due to the Island Lord's gentle caress of the fire sprite. She is exceptionally pleased and has bestowed a blessing upon the iron sword. What? Such a remarkable occurrence. Su Tian was left speechless, astonished at the revelation. He never anticipated that a fire sprite not only possessed formidable combat prowess, but could also bestow blessings. The fire sprite handed the blessed iron sword to Su Tian. The fiery red blade emanated a perilous glimmer. As Su Tian accepted the sword, he continued to caress the little fire sprite's head. The island master strokes the fire sprite, gaining 10 favor points with the fire sprite. The island master strokes the fire sprite, gaining 10 favor points with the fire chelan. A series of notifications rang out, and the fire sprite's affection for Su Tian surged to 70. Ecstatic, the fire sprite dove into the furnace's flames and began to dance. Su Tian turned his gaze to the iron sword in his hand. Flame sword. After its second awakening, it has acquired the power of fire, capable of cleaving a small mountain. Excellent. It is an extraordinary weapon. With this flame sword, Su Tian's prowess has significantly increased, providing him with greater assurance in fending off monster invasions in the future. It seems my golden finger can endow items with sentience. Through these two events, Su Tian has profoundly comprehended his golden finger. He had previously believed that the Eternal Pickaxe was his sole golden finger. This implies that Su Tian has already secured an advantageous position here. He turned his attention to the skill page and unhesitatingly chose the Berserk skill. He was already inclined towards this skill, and now with the flame sword, his resolve was further solidified. A flash of light enveloped him, and the power within Su Tian surged mightily. He unleashed a punch, conjuring a miniature whirlwind that danced around him. As he swung the flame sword, brilliant hues illuminated the air. Upon testing it, the flame sword's effect was astonishing. It effortlessly severed an ancient tree, withdrawing his strength. Su Tian returned the flame sword to the core of the floating island. There would be ample time for practice later. The immediate priority was to expedite construction. The Eternal Pickaxe was tirelessly mining resources. Under the guidance of the fire sprite, his furnace was continuously refining new items. With the assistance of these two sentient entities, he was already able to delegate certain responsibilities. However, he now needed to forge a dwelling. This would facilitate his future cultivation. Su Tian activated the floating island's core and crafted a residence from the items refined in the furnace. As time elapsed, a small iron house gradually materialized on the floating island. Surrounding the iron structure were small wooden barriers for protection. At this moment, Su Tian could finally enjoy a period of complete tranquility. The Eternal Pickaxe was persistently gathering resources, while the fire sprite and the furnace were busily creating items. Su Tian scrutinized the construction of the iron house. As night fell, the iron house was finally completed thanks to the efforts of the floating island's core. Once everything was in order, Su Tian embarked on his journey to conquer the seas. In this peculiar world, the ocean covers an area dozens of times greater than that of the land. All the floating islands hover above the sea. After a day's time, Su Tian had grasped the workings of the floating island's core. With a thought, the entire island began to drift into the distance. Across the boundless ocean, Su Tian had yet to spot any other islands. He calmed his mind and accessed the building interface. Apart from a few sparse items, he found most buildings beyond his current capability to forge. These locked structures could be unlocked through floating island upgrades and special means in the future. Su Tian's gaze swept over the options until it settled on a particular item. Fishing rod can be used to catch fish in the sea, with a weight capacity of 500 pounds. Within the ocean, not only are there numerous fish, but also many scattered treasures. Some island masters have even fished treasures from the sea. However, such opportunities are 1 in a million. Su Tian did not covet those. He needed to catch fish from the sea for dinner. Although he still had berries to consume, fish from the ocean are known for their rich nutrition. They could enhance his physical constitution. Most individuals, upon becoming island masters, subsist on such fish. Some fish contain nutrients comparable to ginseng and reishi mushrooms. Su Tian tossed a few iron ingots into the furnace. Under his guidance, the fire sprite began forging the fishing rod. Additionally, Su Tian prepared several fishing traps, just in case. The fish in the sea are fond of berries, so he placed a dozen berries into the traps. Outside the island, the floating island hovered in the pitch-black night sky. He cast the fishing traps into the sea, awaiting the harvest of tomorrow. With all preparations complete, Su Tian contentedly returned to his dwelling to await the results. Just as he took a step, a vague figure sprang from the darkness. Upon closer inspection, it was a goblin, entirely green in hue. Goblin, a common monster residing on the floating island, with a chance of spawning during the night. Su Tian frowned slightly. His luck seemed to be rather unfortunate. On the very first night, a monster had appeared. Fortunately, he was no longer the same as before. Having leveled up, his physical attributes had significantly improved. Moreover, he had learned the Berserk skill. Now, facing Su Tian, the goblin was undoubtedly doomed. Roaring, the goblin lunged at Su Tian with its sharp claws. The glint of its razor-sharp talons sliced through the dark night. Su Tian dismissed it with a scoff. He sidestepped and seized the flame sword from the core of the floating island. Whoosh! A brilliant flash of fire streaked through the air, and the goblin did not have the time to scream before it was entirely consumed by the flames. Su Tian exhaled a breath of pent-up air, gradually calming the rage within him. This goblin was not weak. For the initial island masters, it would be a challenge to slay such a foe. However, Su Tian had progressed rapidly and secured the initiative. Otherwise, who could say who would emerge victorious? Reflecting on this, Su Tian felt a twinge of concern for the other island masters. They did not possess the same abilities as him to endow items with sentience. If they encountered monsters like goblins in the early stages, their fates would surely be dire. Sigh. Regardless, it was time to return home and rest. Su Tian sighed softly, gathering his belongings as he headed back to rest. Chapter 4. The Golden Treasure Chest. The night on the floating island is more beautiful than that of the outside world. The stars in the sky twinkled with vibrant hues. As Su Tian walked, he encountered no dangers along the way. It seemed that during the protection period, only a few stray monsters remained. Upon returning to his dwelling, Su Tian reviewed the day's harvest. The Eternal Pickaxe was still mining resources, and the basic furnace was continuously refining items. The fire sprite floated above the furnace, glowing brilliantly. Su Tian closed his eyes to rest. Time passed swiftly. The following day, as soon as Su Tian opened his eyes, a flurry of notification messages appeared before him. Last night, a slime invasion occurred and was defeated by the fire sprite. Dropping item, fusion agent. Last night, a goblin invasion occurred and was defeated by the fire sprite. Dropping item, cloth bag. Last night, a skeleton monster invasion occurred and was defeated by the fire sprite. Dropping item, iron sword. Your fire sprite successfully defended the floating island, gaining a sense of belonging to the island. The string of messages revealed the fire sprite's prowess in vanquishing monsters. Su Tian felt a wave of relief. He had not anticipated that monsters would invade during the night, but thankfully, his camp was protected by the fire sprite. Otherwise, a monster ambush could have inflicted significant losses on his territory. Su Tian exhaled deeply, then shifted his gaze downwards. The basic furnace communicated with the fire sprite, successfully gaining mutation experience, unlocking a new skill, refinement. Your fishing rod has become sentient, automatically catching small fish from the ocean. Your fishing traps have become sentient, successfully capturing 6 sea fish, 5 sea shrimp, and a golden treasure chest. Last night, the Eternal Iron Pickaxe uncovered a vein of gold, and mining operations have commenced. In the mere span of a night, such a remarkable transformation has taken place on the floating island. Su Tian opened his mouth in delight and exclaimed as he stepped out of his dwelling. The sounds of the Eternal Iron Pickaxe at work, the clanging of the forge, and the calls of the fire sprites all surged into his ears in an unending symphony. At that moment, beside the Eternal Iron Pickaxe, a pile of resplendent gold gleamed brightly. Su Tian was overjoyed. This gold, once refined, could be cast into ingots. Gold ingots are rare and invaluable building materials on the floating island, capable of constructing many intricate edifices. Furthermore, gold can be minted into coins, which serve as vital currency for trade with the outside world. In summary, the discovery of a gold mine is undoubtedly a monumental breakthrough for the floating island. Su Tian transformed all the mined gold into coins. The basic furnace, having undergone a metamorphosis, now boasts enhanced smelting efficiency. Moreover, with the acquisition of refining skills, the precision in the creation of gold coins has significantly improved, greatly minimizing losses. At that moment, a fire sprite floating in the sky brought forth a collection of spoils from the previous night. Broken iron swords and various bags of fusion agents tumbled down. Su Tian observed that these items were not immediately useful, but would surely prove beneficial as mining on the floating island progressed. As Su Tian's gaze wandered, a fleeting glimmer caught his eye. Beneath the shimmering apparition lay a colossal structure in the midst of construction. Su Tian had erected a warehouse. As the influx of items continued, it was evident that the core of the floating island would soon be unable to accommodate such an abundance. Therefore, the construction of a warehouse was essential. Creaking and groaning, the fire sprite began to chirp gently. When Su Tian looked up, he noticed that the fire sprite had grown considerably since yesterday. It appeared that the battle had spurred its development. Not only that, but the fire sprite had also evolved. Sprouting a crimson spear from its arm, the fiery spear flickered in the sky, exuding an aura of majesty. The fire sprite gestured with the spear, pointing in one direction. Su Tian was momentarily taken aback. Was it guiding him? The fire sprite began to sway with brilliant flames as it soared forward, and Su Tian, without hesitation, hurried to follow. Currently, the fire sprite's level was still relatively low, but as the core of the floating island advanced, it would unlock more skills, including a means of communication with the sprite. Creatures such as the fire sprite spoke in a profound tongue, understood only through simple gestures at this juncture. As the fire sprite led the way, Su Tian realized they had arrived at the location of the fishing traps set the previous day. Could it be that? Su Tian's mind recalled the morning's prompt. The fishing traps had yielded an impressive bounty. Not only had they captured a variety of rich sea life, but they had also unearthed a golden treasure chest. With this thought, Su Tian quickened his pace. Upon witnessing his movements, the floating fire sprite immediately displayed a look of delight. Thus, the duo, one person and one sprite, swiftly reached the site of the fishing traps. Su Tian retracted the traps, revealing a collection of fresh fish thrashing about and several palm-sized lobsters brandishing their claws. Su Tian looked up to see the fire sprite's gaze fixated on the largest catch, the golden treasure chest. Golden treasure chest contains unknown items, with a certain probability of yielding mysterious artifacts. Mysterious artifacts. Su Tian murmured softly. Could this be the reason for the fire sprite's excitement? He took the chest into his hands. The ordinary wooden chest was adorned with enigmatic patterns that shimmered with dazzling hues, appearing extraordinarily radiant. On the floating island, the island master could acquire treasure chests through trade or exploration of the unknown. Certain chests required special means to be opened. However, this chest, recovered from the depths of the ocean, could be opened directly. Su Tian glanced at the fire sprite, whose eyes had not strayed from the chest. What could be hidden within this treasure that so stirred the fire sprite? Without further ado, Su Tian opened the chest. A beam of golden light erupted from within, only to quickly fade. As the chest opened, the fire sprite above grew increasingly animated, its flames dancing more vibrantly than ever. The chest revealed 3 items. Su Tian's eyes scanned the contents, and the information about the items materialized before him. Tornado technique, inscribed with an ancient spell. A one-time use item capable of unleashing a fierce tornado. Purple gold bow, crafted from purple dragon crystal. This bow is embedded with fire attribute gemstones, possessing a 50 chance to trigger the extraordinary attribute, Fire Dragon. Elemental Divine Tree Seed, a fruit that has fallen from the Elemental Divine Tree, originating from the void. The Elemental Divine Tree is the home of extraordinary sprites, and has a certain probability of nurturing sprites or attracting them to reside. The Seed of the Divine Tree. Su Tian's gaze fixated on a black seed nestled within the chest. This dark seed radiated with an abundance of extraordinary power. No wonder the fire sprite was so ecstatic. It was due to this very reason. Chapter 5. The Awakening of the Elemental Divine Tree. Well done. Fishing traps. Su Tian praised the traps. The fishing trap feels encouraged by its master's praise, gaining a 20 boost in motivation to continue seeking hidden treasures in the deep sea. Seeing the sudden prompt, Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, but then he quickly understood. Truly, it was a sentient treasure. It seemed he ought to offer them more compliments in the future. Resolute in his decision, Su Tian extracted all the items from the treasure chest. Tornado technique. A green scroll imbued with potent wind attribute power, serving as a means of attack in the extraordinary world. It is said that powerful island masters possess exceptionally formidable extraordinary abilities, with powers that surpass natural disasters. With this thought, Su Tian felt a surge of excitement. That supreme extraordinary power was within reach. As long as his floating island continued to thrive, he would soon complete the island master assessment and become a true island master. As his thoughts swirled, Su Tian grasped the purple gold bow. Purple gold bow. Entirely purple, it gleamed like a resplendent gem. When held, a warm sensation flowed into his palm. With these 2 items, he felt more confident for the forthcoming defense battle. Not only that, but he could now also adopt a more aggressive offensive stance. Su Tian stored the tornado technique and the purple gold bow within the core of the floating island. Subsequently, he retrieved the seed of the divine tree from the treasure chest. The fire sprite displayed an ever-enthusiastic demeanor towards the divine tree seed, and amidst its excitement, there was a hint of reverence. Su Tian's expression turned serious. The most valuable item in this golden treasure chest was undoubtedly the elemental divine tree seed. With this seed, he held the potential to establish an extraordinary army in the future. While such an idea might elicit skepticism from others, if the elemental seed could truly grow and bear fruit, then this ambition was not entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Without further hesitation, Su Tian began to search for fertile soil for the elemental seed. He arrived at a thicket where the soil remained rich, and the surrounding trees towered impressively tall. Su Tian dug a small hole and planted the seed. The fire sprite remained closely by his side, watching intently as the elemental seed was sown. The fire sprite extended its arms wide, forming a gesture of prayer at its heart. With each graceful movement, pure crimson extraordinary power cascaded down. This extraordinary force seeped into the soil, swiftly merging with the elemental seeds. After a brief moment, the ground where the elemental seeds were sown began to tremble violently. To Su Tian's astonished gaze, the elemental seeds broke through the earth. A jet-black seed sprouted tender green branches, and soon its body continued to grow. In scarcely any time at all, the elemental seed had reached a height exceeding 10 meters. Its branches were adorned with a profusion of lush leaves, and thus, a towering tree was abruptly formed. Surrounding the great tree were various extraordinary elements, swirling around it. Suddenly, an intense shudder resounded, causing the elemental seed's growth to cease. At this moment, its trunk had already expanded to over 10 meters in width. From its tender green leaves, various faint, extraordinary powers emanated. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could discern tiny fruits developing amidst the dense foliage. Almost concurrently with the elemental divine tree completing its growth, several notification messages sprang forth before Su Tian's eyes. Your elemental divine tree has attained sentience, growth speed increased by 20. Your floating island has attained sentience, sensing the blossoming of the elemental divine tree, awakening elemental enhancement, allowing elemental enhancement to be applied on the floating island. Your eternal iron pickaxe is imbued with metal attributes, mining speed increased by 50. Gold or extraction efficiency improved by 70. Your basic furnace is imbued with fire attributes. Smelting speed increased by 50. Essence extraction speed improved by 50. Your floating island soil is imbued with earth attributes, granting a 10 chance to refresh high-level resources. Your fire sprite is imbued with fire attributes, deepening its comprehension of fire elements. Su Tian's heart raced wildly. The benefits brought forth by this elemental divine tree were astonishing. Elemental enhancement, a collective upgrade. It was truly an existence akin to a bug. Aware of the divine tree's extraordinary nature, Su Tian felt a surge of anticipation for the future. Yet, he never expected that merely planting it would yield such incredible benefits. It was utterly astounding. Su Tian had yet to calm his earlier excitement when he experienced yet another peculiar transformation. Streams of radiant light burst forth around him. Ethereal power flowed from the surroundings into the core of his floating island. The core of the floating island has reached the requirements for upgrade, automatically upgrading. LV3. In this moment, bolstered by collective elemental enhancement, Su Tian's level ascended to 3. The interface of his floating island's core materialized automatically. Presenting, detected that the Island Master S level has risen to LV3, automatically opening the achievements page. Detected that the Island Master S level has risen to LV3, automatically opening the expansion page. As Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, he felt a significant surge of power within him. Following the elevation of his level, his physical attributes had been further enhanced. A faint golden radiance infused his internal organs, constantly nourishing them and allowing his body to refine itself continuously. Moreover, his bones, under the influence of the golden glow, grew increasingly dense. Su Tian clenched his fists, the bones in his hands crackling audibly. With a resounding boom, he unleashed a punch, generating a violent sonic boom in the sky. This was the result of his full strength. Now, even unarmed, he could effortlessly slay a goblin with a single blow. Filled with joy, Su Tian realized that just 2 days after entering the island, he had already advanced to level 3. His confidence and assurance regarding the forthcoming assessments of the floating island surged. Exhaling a gentle breath, he concealed the golden light in his eyes. Following his level rise to 3, a new skill appeared on his skill page. Upon opening the floating island core, various skill options branched out like intertwining limbs. Su Tian, scanning the available skills, saw 3 options illuminate before him. Martial arts, a compilation of various combat techniques, enhancing combat abilities and experience. Upon learning, there is a certain chance to acquire gold from slain monsters. Whip technique, inheriting various kicking techniques, learning it grants a 20 speed increase, with a certain chance to acquire gold from slain monsters. Body refinement technique, learning this enhances defense by 20, with a certain chance to acquire gold from slain monsters. Without hesitation, Su Tian's gaze settled on the martial arts option. Having previously learned frenzy, he now pursued martial arts. His combat capabilities had escalated beyond measure. Although the body refinement technique held some allure, he reasoned that once he transcended to a higher realm, his physical form would naturally evolve into the extraordinary, negating the need for excessive preliminary training. Upon learning martial arts, a myriad of combat scenes and experiences flashed through his mind, instantly transforming him from a novice into a master of formidable combat techniques. Chapter 6. Expanding Territory, Exploring Unknown Regions. At this moment, the construction of the floating island had initially established a streamlined production line. The Eternal Iron Pickaxe was utilized for mining, followed by the furnace refining the extracted materials into usable items. Ultimately, these valuable resources were stored in the warehouse for future use. Thus, Su Tian had effectively become a hands-off proprietor. However, he did not halt the momentum of construction. With resources now rationally allocated, it was time to expand. Under the extraordinary enhancement, all aspects of construction and mining had significantly improved. Presently, the available resources were insufficient for the Eternal Iron Pickaxe to continue its work. Su Tian realized that the nearby resources had been entirely depleted. Furthermore, the replenishment of resources would require until the following day. To seize the initiative, territorial expansion was imperative. Su Tian accessed the floating island core and selected the expansion page. At this moment, there were 4 directions available for expansion at the edge of the floating island. Su Tian's gaze fell upon the 4 directions, each revealing pertinent information. East, fertile soil, with a certain probability of spawning monsters. West, resource-rich, with a certain probability of spawning monsters. South, average land, average resources, devoid of monsters. North, unknown region. The unknown region. Su Tian's gaze sharpened toward the north. Compared to the other 3 directions, the unknown region presented a greater degree of danger. Within this enigmatic realm, there could be swarms of monsters, as well as abundant resources and fertile soil. In this area, everything was shrouded in mystery. However, Su Tian understood that unknown regions predominantly boasted rich resources. Even if monsters were present, he felt no trepidation. His current strength was beyond the reach of ordinary monsters. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, even in the face of formidable adversaries, Su Tian was prepared. The tornado technique was securely stored in the floating island core, ready to be unleashed at any moment. The purple gold bow rested in his hands, the fervent essence of fire elements swirling around him. Undoubtedly, his combat prowess at this nascent stage was unparalleled. After preparing all of this, Su Tian did not forget to invite the fire sprite to join him. Responding to the call, the fire sprite slowly awakened from its perch on the elemental divine tree. Residing upon the tree, the fire sprite's comprehension of fire elements deepened continually. Raising its flickering spear, adorned with flames, it joined Su Tian's side. With this level of combat strength, it was capable of overpowering any initial player. The development of the unknown region was now a foregone conclusion. A subtle smile graced Su Tian's face as he radiated confidence. He selected the option to expand into the unknown region. The next moment, the entire floating island trembled. In the northern direction, a flicker of ethereal light shimmered. Soon after, a new area began to form and expand. Once the territory was established, a surge of white mist erupted within this newly formed floating island region. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a faint veil of white mist. This was the fog of the floating island. Such mist would emerge in every newly expanded territory. Only when the island master personally occupied this area would the mist vanish entirely. Su Tian secured the purple gold bow behind him and gripped the flame sword firmly in his hand. He exchanged a glance with the fire spirit before boldly stepping into the mist. Entering this unknown realm, the surrounding fog obscured their vision beyond 5 meters. Su Tian held the flame sword tightly, remaining in a state of constant vigilance. He advanced cautiously, the silence enveloping them. This unknown area extended several kilometers, and having traversed hundreds of meters without encountering danger, he noted that the mist had dissipated in his wake. This signified that the territory behind him had been completely claimed, officially becoming a part of the floating island. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding struck Su Tian. He sensed danger looming ahead. With his recent level up, his mental perception had also enhanced. Thus, even though he could not see the presence within the mist, he could glean hints of it through his senses. He whispered to the fire spirit, "Prepare for battle." The fire spirit nodded, the spear in his hand flickering with intensified flames. It was upon them. Su Tian shouted suddenly. He raised the flame sword and struck forward, a brilliant blaze slicing through the sky. The fire spirit mirrored his actions, thrusting his fiery spear ahead. A crimson lotus burst forth from the tip of his spear, crashing into the front. With a thunderous boom, the corpse of a magic wolf appeared. Swift Wind Wolf, a mutated beast of the unknown realm, possessing agile speed. Successfully killed Swift Wind Wolf, earned 10 gold coins. Su Tian frowned slightly. His serious demeanor did not wane with the death of the Swift Wind Wolf. He could feel threats lurking in the surroundings. The wolf only dropped gold coins upon its demise, prompting Su Tian to incinerate its body with flames, lest its blood draw attention to their position. In this mist, not only could they not see, but the beasts within the area were equally blind to their surroundings. They relied solely on their keen sense of smell to detect Su Tian's presence. Su Tian pressed onward, his gaze glinting with cold determination. After advancing several hundred meters, a horde of magical beasts emerged once more. This time, alongside the swift wind wolves, a dozen skeleton warriors launched their assault. Su Tian swept his flame sword across the attacking wolves, unleashing a surge of fire elemental power. The searing flames instantly severed the head of one swift wind wolf. Meanwhile, the fire spirit, exhibiting extraordinary prowess, single-handedly fended off the attacks of the skeleton warriors. The spear in his hand danced with flames, erupting into fiery lotuses. Upon contact with the ground, the crimson lotuses detonated, creating deep craters as they felled several skeleton warriors. Su Tian cast a quick glance before redirecting his focus. With the fire spirit being so formidable, he could not afford to be outdone. Su Tian activated his berserk state, his entire being ignited with an exhilarating heat. With a roar, he charged into the wolf pack to attack. Su Tian became a bloodthirsty demon, sending the swift wind wolves scattering in all directions. Soon, the howls of the beleaguered wolves began to wane. After the fierce battle, he amassed 256 gold coins. Additionally, he discovered a pair of swift boots among the fallen wolves. Swift boots, wearing them increases speed by 20. Su Tian surveyed the area, tossing the swift boots into the core of the floating island for safekeeping. The recent skirmish had allowed them to advance several hundred more meters. They had now uncovered half of the unknown territory. Chapter 7. The Resurrection of the Sacred Angel. Su Tian and the fire spirit incinerated the corpses of the defeated monsters. Their haul was quite bountiful this time, especially the gold coins, totaling 256. Together with the previous 10, they had effectively acquired 266 coins. These coins would serve as vital resources for the future development of the floating island and for trading goods. Su Tian took a moment to gather himself and continued to forge ahead. At that moment, a faint glimmer appeared ahead. Su Tian fixed his gaze on the glimmer and murmured, "What is that? Could it be a mysterious structure?" Such luminescence only manifested upon buildings. Having constructed numerous structures himself, Su Tian was well acquainted with this glow. There was a certain probability that mysterious buildings could spawn within the unknown areas. These enigmatic edifices could not be crafted by the island master, but could only be discovered through exploration of the unknown realm. Su Tian hurried forward, claiming the surrounding territory. Soon enough, the mist dissipated, revealing its true form. In this expanded area stood a towering angelic statue, soaring dozens of meters high. Surrounding the angel was a mysterious aura. Beneath the statue, a crystal-clear lake shimmered. The water was so pristine that merely gazing upon it imparted a sense of tranquility. As Su Tian observed, the core of the floating island relayed a message. Angel's holy water. The tears of the sacred angel fell and formed this lake. Activating the angel statue can revive the spirit of the angel. The angelic spirit. Su Tian contemplated the message, a look of intrigue crossing his face. He had never heard of angels before. Could he have struck gold? Weighing the pros and cons, Su Tian decided to activate the angel statue. For some reason, the statue exuded a sense of clarity. Approaching the statue, he was prompted to offer a sacrifice of 100 gold coins. Without hesitation, Su Tian produced 100 coins and deposited them into the statue. The coins transformed into golden light, merging into the angel statue. In an instant, a soft white mist enveloped the area. The angel statue began to shed its outer form, revealing its true visage. It was an angelic girl with blue eyes and golden hair. She possessed a celestial beauty that was profoundly captivating. Su Tian gazed in awe. His eyes filled with the image of the sacred angel. The surrounding lake water responded to the revival of the sacred statue, erupting into streams that shot skyward. 9 water dragons, formed from the lake's waters, danced around the sacred angel. Gradually, the angel's form began to shrink. Ultimately, she transformed into a palm-sized girl, landing gently in Su Tian's hand. Su Tian stared, perplexed by this sudden change. What was happening? Why had she shrunk so suddenly? Truth be told, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within Su Tian at that moment. Sighing softly, he cast aside his fleeting thoughts. The miniature sacred angel still retained her exquisite features, embodying an ethereal beauty. However, gazing at her diminutive form, Su Tian found that the initial thrill had dissipated. He shook his head, dispelling the distractions from his mind. The sacred angel's body was soft, comfortably nestled within Su Tian's palm, emanating warmth. Unable to resist, he playfully poked her. He extended his finger, brushing against the sacred angel's cheek. The sensation of softness radiated from his fingertip. Perceiving the movement, the sacred angel gradually awakened. She slowly rose, stretching within the confines of Su Tian's palm, her long golden hair cascading with the breeze. With a gentle creak, sensing the revival of the sacred angel, the fire spirit in the sky seemed to exude a jubilant aura. He descended from the heavens into the palm of Su Tian. The celestial angel gazed upon this man and the elemental being with a look of bewilderment. The fire sprite stepped forward and grasped her hand, soaring into the sky. The celestial angel offered no resistance and danced through the air alongside the fire sprite. Witnessing this scene, Su Tian couldn't help but let out a faint sigh. Alas. Very well. This beautiful girl shall be yours. The diminutive celestial angel seemed devoid of intelligence, akin to a newborn, filled with curiosity about her surroundings. Guided by the fire sprite, the celestial angel flitted about, exploring every nook and cranny. Su Tian felt a pang of isolation. The fire sprite, who had previously clung to him, had now abandoned him for a playmate. Alas, such is the plight of men. Su Tian chose to disregard them. Quickening his pace and forging ahead, the expansion to the rear progressed smoothly, without encountering any monstrous threats along the way. Before long, the entire unknown expanse had been thoroughly explored. Su Tian observed that the resources and soil of this region were exceedingly rich. He contemplated transforming this area into a stronghold for development. The location they had previously occupied could be directed towards other ventures. According to his plans, the future construction of the floating island would be divided into several distinct sectors. There would be industrial zones, agricultural areas, combat regions, and various other types. With the continual enhancement of buildings and resources, these plans would gradually come to fruition. The soil here was fertile and resources abundant, making it the ideal site to establish a stronghold. Su Tian relocated his headquarters and furnace to this place. This area would henceforth serve as his base of operations. Surrounding the crucial items, he erected walls forged from iron ingots. As resources continued to multiply, towering walls would eventually encircle the entire floating island. Su Tian envisioned constructing the floating island into an aerial fortress. When the monsters inevitably invaded, it would significantly mitigate losses. However, those matters would be addressed later. The immediate priority was to commence the construction of this locale. Soon, as time passed, under Su Tian's comprehensive arrangements, the newly developed area had fully entered the phase of construction. Upon discovering plentiful resources, Ironhide began mining operations. At the foundational furnace, the mined gold was continually smelted into coins. At that moment, a total of 678 gold coins had been produced. This figure, in the initial stages, was nothing short of astronomical. Some island lords might not have even discovered gold mines yet. Mining gold was notoriously challenging, without the eternal iron pickaxe having been attuned. Su Tian's construction would not have progressed so swiftly. Yet, Su Tian remained humble and focused, diligently planning the construction of the floating island. Just as he pondered, a notification appeared before him. The foundational furnace is continuously smelting gold coins, producing a mutated gold coin, the lucky coin. Lucky coin. Wearing it enhances personal fortune, potentially leading to unexpected surprises. A smile spread across Su Tian's face. Although fortune may seem ephemeral, it undeniably exists, whether in the floating island or the mundane world. An individual's luck is of utmost importance. It signifies one's destiny. The effect of the lucky coin is extraordinary, capable of subtly altering a person's fortune. Elated, Su Tian reached out to grasp the lucky coin. The moment the coin touched his palm, it transformed into a golden light, flowing into his being. Whether it was merely an illusion, Su Tian sensed a change within himself. However, upon closer inspection, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Chapter 8. Preliminary Construction. The market has been opened. You may conduct transactions now. While Su Tian busied himself with construction, yet another notification chimed. He accessed the market for trading, and a plethora of items instantly appeared before him. Item: Life Spring Water. Price: 5,000,000 gold coins. Description: the sap flowing from the tree of life. Consuming it can extend lifespan, enhance constitution. Extraction is exceedingly difficult, and preservation is challenging. Item: Spirit Egg. Price: 6,000,000 gold coins. Description: hatching it grants you an extraordinary spirit to expand your territories and defend against invasions. Su Tian glanced over, instantly taken aback by the exorbitant prices. The items here were priced in the millions. While the extraction difficulty was formidable, such steep prices would undoubtedly dissuade many island lords. However, some would still risk everything to make a purchase. The acquisition of extraordinary powers had been the lifelong pursuit of mortals. Even after becoming island lords, their aspirations remained the same: to obtain extraordinary strength and eternal life. Despite the high costs, these items were indeed worth the investment. After browsing, Su Tian purchased a considerable number of food seeds. Although his current food supply sufficed for himself, it was not a long-term solution. In the future, as the floating island developed, he would return to the real world to recruit a contingent of people. The future floating island would require substantial manpower for mining and a sizable military for protection. Once these individuals arrived, they would deplete vast amounts of food resources. Relying solely on berries and seafood would be woefully inadequate. Thus, he needed to prepare in advance, cultivating farmland and growing crops. Arriving beside the elemental divine tree, Su Tian prepared to till the soil and plant the seeds. This location boasted the richest soil on the floating island, ideal for crop cultivation. Su Tian procured a set of farming tools, ready to commence plowing. Just then, your farming tools are attuned and can automatically till the land, increasing efficiency by 20. As the notification appeared, the farming tools slipped from Su Tian's grasp and began tilling the soil autonomously. Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that such occurrences were commonplace on the floating island. He felt his task had become remarkably effortless. There was no longer a need to devote time to manually harvest the island. The farming tools worked swiftly, turning over the surrounding soil in no time. Su Tian sowed the seeds. Before long, the freshly planted seeds sprouted tender shoots. Not only was the soil fertile, but the elemental divine tree also contributed its earth attributes, enhancing the growth rate of the plants in this area. Su Tian surveyed the burgeoning crops around him. He estimated it wouldn't be long before they were ready for harvest. He installed fences around the crops to prevent damage from other creatures. This would be his future grain base. Carelessness was not an option. Once the tilling was complete, Su Tian leaned against the elemental divine tree to take a brief respite. At that moment, up in the branches of the divine tree, the fire sprite and the celestial angel were joyfully frolicking. They flitted about on the branches, chattering away. The celestial angel, seemingly in a newborn state, was unable to articulate words, only able to chirp like the fire sprite. Su Tian initially wished to indulge in the tranquility of the scene, but their exuberant antics shattered the peace. Looking up, Su Tian was astonished to find the fire sprite and celestial angel engaged in a lively dance. They were joyfully twirling atop the branches of the elemental divine tree. Witnessing this spectacle, Su Tian felt a wave of annoyance wash over him. Goodness, this simply wouldn't do, he muttered in jest, feeling a twinge of jealousy as he stepped away. Just then, yet another notification chimed in. The sacred spring water is attuned, automatically nurturing the soul of the celestial angel. With nurturing speed increased by 20. What is happening? Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the sudden prompt. After a moment of contemplation, a revelation struck him. Before the sacred spring, a new statue stood proudly. This statue was unlike the divine angel he had encountered before. Her features remained exquisite. Yet it was evident that she was a new angel. An ethereal, sacred aura emanated from this new statue. Su Tian understood at once. Yet another angel had appeared. It seemed that before long, his floating island would welcome a new celestial being. The thought filled him with excitement. If that were the case, he could soon assemble an army of angels. The current role of the divine angels was still unclear to him, but it was evident that this angel possessed extraordinary powers comparable to those of the elves. A faint smile graced Su Tian's lips as he caressed the newly unveiled statue. Sigh, I hope you won't be like those two. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to seek a batch of servants from outside. The image of the two entwined in affection made Su Tian seethe with jealousy. As a young man on the cusp of adulthood, he was brimming with vitality. Yet here were two flaunting their affection before him. Su Tian could hardly contain his envy. He resolved that when the construction of his floating island progressed further, he would certainly venture out to procure a group of servants. The island master could contract with individuals, bringing them to the floating island. Those who entered into a contract with the island master would become his servants and subordinates. Once on the island, they would have a chance to uncover the secrets of the extraordinary and the secrets of longevity. The resources on the floating island were abundant, nurturing many mysterious fruits. For ordinary mortals, the effects of these fruits would not only enhance their powers, but also prolong their lives. Consequently, many people outside yearned to contract with the island master, seeking a path to the extraordinary and eternal life. Although the hope was dim, it still tugged at the hearts of countless individuals. Su Tian withdrew his thoughts and returned to his dwelling, where he opened the communication page. 2 days had passed, and many island masters should have awakened by now. Upon opening the communication page, he was immediately invited to a group chat. He glanced at the inviter, who was the class leader from his cohort. Su Tian accepted the invitation and was instantly transported into the chat. Within the group, discussions were fervently underway. I'm losing it. The buildings I painstakingly constructed over the past 2 days were all destroyed by monsters last night. Same here. Just when I stepped out to relieve myself, a goblin came and obliterated all my hard work. I'm worse off. I'm still being chased by a wild boar. I need to run for my life, brothers. The chat was filled with complaints about their current circumstances. Su Tian sighed. While the protective zone could fend off monster invasions, there were always a few stragglers that slipped through the cracks. In the initial stages, these individuals were utterly defenseless against such intrusions. In contrast, Su Tian was akin to a character with cheat codes. Not only did he have a well-planned construction, but he also had extraordinary elves and divine angels residing with him. His own level had even risen to 3. Were this to be known, it would undoubtedly astonish everyone. Su Tian glanced over the messages and silently closed the chat window. Chapter 9. Gaining the Extraordinary Earth Elemental. Just as Su Tian was about to close the chat, someone suddenly addressed him. The scholar is here. Scholar, how is everything on your end? Do I even need to say? Scoring full marks in cultural studies makes building a floating island a breeze. Scholar, do you have any advice? I'm currently being pursued by a wild boar. Help. Su Tian observed the chat and pondered for a moment before replying. Things are going well. If you're being chased by a wild boar, just climb a tree. They can't ascend. Thanks, scholar. I'm heading up a tree now. Having exchanged a few casual remarks, Su Tian noted that the majority of people were in dire straits. The construction of their floating islands had made little progress. Yet, this was the reality. Becoming a true island master was not as simple as sitting at a desk in school and merely passing cultural courses. It was a challenging path where only the fittest survived. Those with the capability would inevitably ascend to the extraordinary, while those lacking would remain commoners. The path was indeed ruthless. Some individuals had ancestral privileges as island masters, affording them certain advantages during assessments. Su Tian had heard tales in school of second-generation islanders whose families were island masters. At the onset of floating islands, they could bestow resources upon their heirs. Although they could not intervene excessively, those resources at the beginning could set them far ahead. Thus, the complaints in the chat predominantly came from those without backgrounds. Meanwhile, those with connections were already busy constructing their floating islands. Nevertheless, in comparison, Su Tian was still significantly ahead. As night fell, darkness gradually enveloped the surroundings. Today marked the 2nd day since arriving on the floating island. The number of monsters appearing on the island had increased compared to yesterday. The protective zone would continually weaken over time, designed to provide island masters with a buffer period. This way, they would not be caught off guard by an explosion of monsters when the assessment arrived. Su Tian ventured outside, where the fire elemental was patrolling with the divine angel. They were responsible for eliminating any intruders on the island. With these 2 reliable assistants, Su Tian found himself considerably more at ease. He sat outside, contemplating the path of development ahead. Today, he had expanded into an unknown area, leaving 3 more locations yet to be developed. Su Tian resolved that at dawn, he would set off to expand his territory. The construction of the floating island was now well underway, and he had no need to worry about it. Once the territory expansion was complete, Su Tian could teleport back to the world to recruit a team. In the deep of night, after meticulously planning, Su Tian gradually drifted into slumber. The task of guarding the floating island was entrusted to the fire elemental and the divine angel. Since the elemental tree had blessed the fire elemental, it had gained a deeper understanding of fire elements. Over the past 2 days, it had rapidly grown. Its size now doubled that of its newborn state. The divine angel appeared delicate beside it, exuding an aura of endearment. On the following day, as Su Tian opened his eyes, the remarkable achievements of the fire elemental from the previous night flashed before him. Last night, the fire elemental safeguarded the floating island and gained a sense of belonging, increasing by 10. It vanquished a medium-sized skeleton monster and acquired 10 gold coins. Last night, the fire elemental safeguarded the floating island and gained a sense of belonging, increasing by 10. It vanquished a medium-sized goblin and acquired 10 gold coins. Last night, the divine angel comprehended a new skill, restoration. Su Tian gazed upon the numerous accolades of the fire elemental and, aside from that, the newly acquired skill of the divine angel. He nodded in satisfaction at these notifications. Excellent. With these 2 capable assistants, he could now enjoy a peaceful sleep. At this initial stage, most people were restless at night, lacking the strength to protect their territories and helpless against the devastation wrought by monsters. With the protection of the fire elemental and the divine angel, Su Tian had no cause for concern regarding the safety of the floating island. Exiting the main camp, the fire elemental and the divine angel floated hand in hand in the sky. Su Tian suddenly felt that this day would be exceptionally bright. Early in the morning, he was unwittingly served a dose of jealousy. The fire elemental, holding the divine angel's hand, chirped and called out gleefully. Understanding their intent, Su Tian immediately grasped their meaning. They were summoning him. Yesterday, the fire sprite had called out in a similar manner, beckoning him to unlock the golden treasure chest. It seems fortune has smiled upon them once more today. Su Tian mused internally, quickening his pace as he followed the fire sprite forward. Under its guidance, they arrived beside the elemental divine tree. Confusion clouded Su Tian's mind, for he found no indication of why they were there. Just as doubt began to creep in, the elemental divine tree started to sprinkle elemental power upon them. In an instant, the sky became adorned with soil-brown wisps of elemental energy, nourished by the earth element. The crops sown just yesterday flourished remarkably. Crops enhanced by the earth element, growth speed increased by 50. The elemental divine tree senses the presence of an elemental sprite. Will you accept? Huh? Another sprite? Su Tian's heart soared with delight, hastily clicking to accept. By Jove, their floating island was about to gain another formidable ally. It is well known that an extraordinary sprite is a coveted treasure for countless island masters. Now, he found himself in possession of 2 extraordinary sprites. As joy washed over him, the elemental divine tree began to summon the new sprite, guided by the rich earth element. A soil-brown sprite suddenly emerged among the crops sown yesterday. As it drifted towards the elemental divine tree, it hovered gracefully above it, before landing gently in Su Tian's hand under the fire sprite's guidance. This new earth sprite, entirely brown, was newly awakened and was half the size of the fire sprite. Delight filled Su Tian's heart as he reached out to stroke the sprite's small head. Feeling the master's praise, the earth sprite's affection increased by 10. Sensing the master's gentle touch, the earth sprite's affection increased by 10. After a flurry of compliments from Su Tian, the earth sprite's affection soared to 70. Just then, a golden light surged within Su Tian, a faint luminescence streaming from his very being. He had leveled up to LV4. Overnight, the construction on the floating island had progressed significantly. Su Tian was not surprised by this outcome. The efficiency of mining on the floating island was astonishingly rapid. The accumulation over a single night sufficient for an upgrade. Su Tian focused his mind. Their task today was to continue expanding their territory. However, prior to that, he needed to acquire new skills. He opened the skills page. 4 new options emerged before him. Chapter 10. Expanding Territory, the Castle of Death. Swordsmanship. Ancient knowledge from a great swordsman. Upon learning, your mastery of swordplay deepens. Archery. Ancient wisdom from a hunter. Upon learning, your mastery of hunting deepens. Firearm mastery. Ancient expertise from a gunmaster. Upon learning, your grasp of firearms deepens. Staff mastery. Ancient knowledge from a staff master. Upon learning, your command of the staff deepens. Among these 4 skill options, Su Tian promptly dismissed the firearm mastery and staff mastery. Currently, he possessed only a firelight sword and a purple gold bow. Naturally, he would choose from these 2. After a moment's contemplation, he selected archery. After all, archery represents ranged attacks, which would greatly benefit him in future assessments on the floating island. Among these assessments would be the city defense battles. Archery is indeed the optimal weapon for such confrontations. Upon unlocking archery, innumerable flickers of light danced in Su Tian's eyes. Those were the countless experiences of ancient hunters manifesting in his mind. Before long, Su Tian's mastery of archery had significantly improved. He now felt confident in his aim, assured of hitting his target every time. With the brilliance in his eyes tempered, Su Tian prepared to commence the expansion of their territory. He called out. The fire sprite, holy angel, and earth sprite all gathered around him. Today, he aimed to expand westward. This area was rich in resources and had a certain probability of spawning monsters. Having made up his mind, Su Tian initiated the territory expansion. Simultaneously, a patch of land began to merge with the western side of the floating island. Under the delicate glow of ethereal light, the land successfully connected with the floating island. Just as before, a faint mist rose over this region. Without hesitation, Su Tian stepped forward. Following closely behind him were the two sprites and the angel. As they entered this new area, the mist began to dissipate behind them. They journeyed onward and had traversed halfway without encountering any peril. Just as Su Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, the earth sprite seemed to sense something, chirping incessantly. It pointed in a direction obscured by mist, twisting its body as if warning of danger ahead. A trace of seriousness crossed Su Tian's face. For an extraordinary earth sprite to exhibit such trepidation, the impending threat must be formidable indeed. Although the earth sprite was merely a nascent extraordinary sprite, its innate prowess was considerable since its birth. Su Tian unslung his purple gold bow, sensing the aura of danger in that moment. The earth sprite led the way, guiding them forward. As they delved deeper, their eyes fell upon a colossal castle. A massive black fortress loomed, surrounded by countless bats. Each bat was of considerable size, akin to a basin, with sharp fangs and eyes glimmering with a menacing red glow. Castle of Death, the remnants of a former island master. Now a haven for monsters under the encroaching darkness. Clearing the beasts within may yield treasures from the castle. A rare frown creased Su Tian's brow as a weighty gravity settled upon his expression. This place had once been the domain of an island master. The sheer grandeur of the castle hinted at the formidable strength this master possessed in life. Yet, the reason for their demise remained a mystery. A fervent excitement surged within Su Tian. Such an immense structure must harbor a wealth of treasures within. If he could seize control of it, the rewards would undoubtedly be staggering. Fixing his gaze upon the castle, he resolved to conquer it. Drawing his bow, he aimed, and the purple gold bow conjured a fiery red arrow. He targeted the bats encircling the fortress. Whoosh! The fiery arrow pierced the air, illuminating the endless darkness. Squeak, squeak. Above the castle, dozens of bats were instantly engulfed in flames. The attacked bats went into a frenzy, flapping their wings and revealing their sharp claws as they charged at them. The fire sprite brandished a spear, unleashing fiery blooms from its tip. The earth sprite wielded elemental power, launching clumps of earth to strike the foes. The holy angel refrained from engaging in combat, instead providing constant healing support from the rear. At that moment, Su Tian's archery skills came to fruition. With unerring accuracy, countless bats were reduced to ashes. Under their relentless assault, the dark bats fell one by one. Su Tian exhaled, his expression now resolute. The earth sprite floated in the air, proudly showcasing its new weapon. In the recent battle, the earth sprite had undergone an evolution. Though still smaller than the fire sprite, it had developed its own weapon. In its grasp were a pair of brown hammers, which it swung energetically. Su Tian glanced over and chuckled, remarking, "The little fellow seemed so adorably naive before, yet now it wields such ferocity." The earth sprite, noticing Su Tian's gaze, immediately raised its dual hammers and began to twirl them. Su Tian nodded in approval, showering it with praise. The affinity of the earth spirit towards him has surged to a remarkable 100. Su Tian resolved that upon entering the ancient castle, he would ensure the earth spirit had ample monsters to contend with, thereby providing himself a chance to catch up to the fire spirit. Simultaneously, Su Tian pondered the intriguing possibility that if the earth spirit were to surpass the fire spirit, would they not enact a grand spectacle, vying for the affection of the divine angel? It must be said, Su Tian, that mischievous old man, harbors quite the scheming nature. Ever since the fire spirit had flaunted its affection for the divine angel before him, he had been consumed by jealousy day after day. Now, with the inclusion of the earth spirit, he wondered if their days would become more lively. The fire spirit frolicked alongside the divine angel, blissfully unaware of Su Tian's inner musings. Had it known, it might have turned on its heels and abandoned Su Tian altogether. The earth spirit, having only recently been born, remained oblivious to such matters. Its singular desire was to vanquish more monsters, enhance its own strength, and then return to the elemental divine tree for a well-deserved slumber. Su Tian lifted his gaze towards the earth spirit, his eyes betraying a glimmer of hopeful anticipation. Thus, with their hearts set on different paths, they ventured into the Castle of Death. Upon entering, Su Tian stifled his inner thoughts. The castle was steeped in an aura of death. In the boundless darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes fixated upon them. Sensing danger, Su Tian became vigilant. The earth spirit, eager to prove itself, was ready to swiftly enhance its prowess. Suddenly, Su Tian perceived a shadow approaching rapidly ahead. Before he could draw his bow, the earth spirit took the initiative, swinging its massive iron hammer. It brought it crashing down into the depths of darkness. With a resounding thud, a fierce collision echoed. Under the weight of the earth spirit's hammer, a pitch-black wolf dog collapsed heavily to the ground. Chapter 11. The Fire Spirit Fights for Love. Dark Magic Wolf, a mutated creature, eroded by the essence of darkness. Known for its swift and ferocious attacks, this dark magic wolf was exceedingly fast, yet it proved no match for the innate transcendence of the spirits. The earth spirit's hammer bore the power of the earth element. With a single blow, it rendered the dark magic wolf unconscious. Su Tian stepped forward to deliver a finishing strike, ensuring the creature's demise. After the dark magic wolf perished, its body radiated a faint glow. Magic wolf Fong, when worn, it grants protection against 50 points of dark incursion. Su Tian picked up the floating magic wolf Fong from the corpse and adorned it around his neck. The moment he donned the magic wolf Fong, he felt a notable lightness enveloping him. Upon entering this ancient castle, they were perpetually subjected to the encroachment of darkness. Although the impact was minimal, it incessantly drained their strength. With the magic wolf Fong, Su Tian could conserve a considerable amount of energy. The fire spirit and earth spirit, being inherently extraordinary, were immune to the darkness's affliction. Meanwhile, the divine angel, embodying light, would instantly dissolve any darkness that dared to touch her. After dispatching the dark magic wolf, Su Tian began to thoroughly examine his surroundings. The ancient castle boasted 4 levels. The first level had not revealed any threats beyond the dark magic wolf. It was furnished with numerous pieces of furniture, and upon careful inspection, Su Tian discerned that aside from some decorative items, there was nothing of particular interest. He intended to ascend further, but at that moment, the divine angel interjected. Bathed in golden luminescence, her radiant presence swiftly eradicated all traces of dark essence from the first floor. Approaching a cabinet, she exhibited a sense of caution. Su Tian, understanding her unspoken intent, opened the cabinet to reveal an ancient wooden box. Mysterious treasure chest. Contains enigmatic items, requiring a special key for access. Note: forcibly opening will result in the automatic destruction of all contents within the chest. Su Tian raised an eyebrow. Although this chest appeared archaic, it emanated an aura of mystery. The divine angel regarded this chest with utmost reverence. Su Tian understood that something within it must possess an allure strong enough to captivate the divine angel. Otherwise, she would not display such a demeanor. He took possession of the treasure chest and began to diligently search the vicinity for the key. Alas, after a thorough inspection, he found that apart from this chest, the surroundings were merely adorned with trinkets and furniture. The divine angel displayed a look of disappointment, yearning to uncover the treasures within the chest. Observing her expression, Su Tian reassured her, "Rest assured, there must be a key hidden within this castle capable of unlocking the chest. Let us continue our search upwards, and we shall surely find it." The divine angel nodded in agreement and began to float towards the second level. The fire spirit, hovering in the sky, contemplated for a moment before approaching the divine angel. With animated gestures, it exuded a confident demeanor. Su Tian, upon witnessing this, instantly comprehended the fire spirit's intent. Goodness! This fire spirit truly knows how to charm the ladies. Its earlier gestures conveyed, "Do not worry, with me around, we will definitely locate the key." The divine angel was thoroughly amused by its playful antics. Su Tian suddenly felt as though the world conspired against single individuals. He could scarcely recall imparting such lessons to the fire spirit. How had it acquired such knowledge so effortlessly? At that moment, Su Tian cast his gaze upon the earth spirit. Noticing Su Tian's attention, the earth spirit waved its hammer, grinning foolishly. Sighing softly, Su Tian mused that the earth spirit's intellect seemed somewhat lacking, fixated solely on its hefty hammer. Unlike the fire spirit, which had learned an array of charming expressions within just a few days. As the saying goes, comparison breeds pain. In light of this juxtaposition, the earth spirit's intelligence indeed appeared somewhat deficient. After a brief internal lament, Su Tian proceeded to the second level. Navigating through the narrow staircase, they arrived at the entrance to the second level. Su Tian pushed open the heavy wooden door, which creaked ominously in protest. The darkness here was even more profound than on the first level, thick with an oppressive aura. The fire spirit unleashed a burst of flame, illuminating the room. In that instant, a dozen or so creatures were revealed within the room, all of them skeletal warriors mounted on their bone steeds. Goodness! Su Tian had never encountered such a sight before, and promptly closed the door to the second level, racing downward. The passage was too confined to engage in a proper battle, if it came to that. He leapt down the staircase, reaching the first level. The skeletal warriors pursued him, riding their skeletal steeds with apparent ease, as if gliding effortlessly down the stairs. Without hesitation, Su Tian felt the quiver of his golden bow, then unleashed a fiery arrow. The skeletal warriors charged down en masse. Su Tian's arrow struck true, but only managed to hit one skeletal steed. These skeletal warriors exhibited remarkable agility. Su Tian's arrows could not keep pace with their swift movements. Therefore, he resorted to attacking with the flame sword. At that moment, the battle erupted. The first level reverberated with the cacophony of combat. These skeletal warriors were formidable foes, far surpassing the previous waves of monsters. The fire spirit conjured an enormous lotus flower. The lotus blossomed amidst the skeletal warriors, its searing flames instantly engulfing the entire area. Su Tian, taken aback, swiftly retreated from the first level to engage in battle outside. He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer power of love. The fire spirit's earlier displays of strength paled in comparison to today's ferocity. Amidst the inferno, the skeletal warriors and their steeds howled in despair. Yet, a few managed to slip through the flames, charging forth. The fire spirit appeared somewhat fatigued, its flames flickering dimly. The divine angel approached its side, ready to restore its strength. Su Tian was aware that the fire sprite required rest. Thus he collaborated with the earth sprite to deal with the remaining foes. In battle, the earth sprite exhibited a stark contrast to its previous clumsy demeanor. Earlier, it had flown aimlessly in the sky, merely showcasing its hammer. Now, however, it fought with an exhilarating fervor. With a powerful swing, it struck the ground, causing a marsh to emerge instantly. Several skeletal soldiers found themselves ensnared in the mire, unable to escape. Su Tian, acting decisively, switched to his purple-gold bow for an attack. A piercing sound sliced through the air as a fiery arrow transformed into a colossal fire dragon. This was the manifestation of the bow's extraordinary attribute. The dragon of flames swiftly engulfed the skeletal soldiers, who emitted crackling sounds as they were consumed. The duo, working in concert, effortlessly obliterated the remaining foes. Chapter 12. Shattering the Source of Darkness. On the second level of the ancient castle, an array of ancient weapons lay shrouded in dust, neglected by time. Su Tian stepped forward and grasped a steel sword, which emitted a faint tremor and gleamed with a brilliant light. What a remarkable blade! Su Tian assessed it and immediately discerned its exceptional quality. It appeared that the island lord had expended considerable resources in crafting these weapons. The resilience and lethality of these arms were commendable. They could be retained for future defensive endeavors. After a thorough examination of the second level, Su Tian found no key to the mysterious treasure chest, leading him to conclude that it must be concealed on the third or fourth level. He whispered softly, guiding his troops forward. After a period of recuperation, the fire sprite had fully recovered under the care of the holy angel. It was undeniable that this fire sprite, fighting for love, was indeed powerful. The memory of its fiery lotus still sent shivers down Su Tian's spine. He mused quietly as he approached the grand door of the third level. Standing outside, he sensed an oppressive aura emanating from within. With a solemn expression, he slowly pushed open the door. Creaking ominously, the heavy door swung open, awakening the monsters of the third level. In the encroaching darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes flickered to life. Roaring, the awakened creature let out a thunderous bellow that reverberated throughout the ancient castle. Su Tian's heart raced. This monster was the most formidable he had ever encountered. He could feel the terrifying energy radiating from it. Suddenly, the fire sprite unleashed a lotus, aiming to eliminate the creature lurking in the shadows. However, as the lotus entered the room, the beast effortlessly snatched it from the air with its bare hands. The intense heat of the fire elements erupted in its grasp, igniting a conflagration that filled the chamber. Su Tian stood transfixed, witnessing the spectacle unfold before him. Dark Demon King, the source of all dark energy within the castle, having transformed over millennia into the Dark Demon King, cloaked in flames of deathly darkness. As the flames erupted, the form of the Dark Demon King materialized before the onlookers. Towering at 2 meters, it was clad in imposing armor, surrounded by a suffocating aura of darkness. The entirety of the demon's body was obscured beneath its armor, save for a pair of glaring crimson eyes that scrutinized the crowd. With a fearsome roar, the demon launched an attack, its claws wreathed in green ghostly fire. It moved with blinding speed, leaving behind a green afterimage as it appeared before them. Su Tian was taken aback and quickly swung his flaming sword in defense. A piercing collision rang out as he was sent flying downstairs by the force of the attack. The fire sprite and earth sprite, enraged, charged at the demon with a fierce cry. The fire sprite's spear erupted once more with fiery lotuses, while the earth sprite's hammer struck the ground, transforming the earth into a quagmire that ensnared the demon's feet. Unable to escape, it could only endure the onslaught of 6 blooming lotuses. With a resounding blast, the lotuses exploded, engulfing the entire room in flames. The demon roared in fury as the surrounding fire morphed into an eerie green under its control. Su Tian sensed the impending danger and urgently called to the sprites and the holy angel to retreat. The sprites and the holy angel, witnessing the scene, fled the castle without a second glance. The demon pursued closely, its crimson eyes now taking on a sinister gleam, while ghostly flames erupted from its black armor. Taking a deep breath, Su Tian drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and unleashed a furious shot. In the sky, an arrow transformed into a fire dragon, aimed directly at the demon. The holy angel provided support from the side, enveloping the fire dragon in a radiant aura. For the demon, light was the most lethal of attacks. It dared not confront it directly, morphing into a green afterimage to evade the deadly strike. Su Tian furrowed his brow in concentration. The demon's speed was astonishing. The fire dragon could not catch it unless the earth sprite could slow it down. Shouting to the sprite hovering in the sky, Su Tian urged, "Earth sprite, Quickly restrain it and give me and the holy angel some room to maneuver. The earth sprite understood immediately. With a fierce cry, it swung its hammer, causing the ground to transform into a swamp as it fell. This strike drained the earth sprite of its strength, leaving it somewhat weakened, its brown essence beginning to wane. The fire sprite rushed to embrace it. With no time to hesitate, Su Tian bent his bow and summoned the holy angel for support once more. The purple-gold bow ignited with violet flames, releasing an even more terrifying purple fire dragon than before. The holy angel imbued it with the power of light, wrapping the dragon in a soft white glow. The demon began to struggle as its flames turned alluring, realizing it could not escape and had to withstand the attack. It lashed out with its claws, creating a cacophony of sound. With a thunderous crash, the fire dragon pierced everything, infused with the essence of light, consuming the demon's form. Boom! Under the transformative power of the light, the demon's body began to disintegrate. The once imposing armor became ethereal, while the dark energy surrounding the castle dissipated steadily. The demon was the source of the darkness. With its demise, all dark energies encircling the castle vanished. The light purified its form, leaving behind a solitary green crystal floating in the air. Demon King Crystal, a confluence of the Demon King's essence. It can be used to refine weapons and unlock the power of the Demon King. Su Tian reached out, grasping the green crystal in his palm. He felt an overwhelming surge of power akin to the ocean. This crystal encapsulated the Demon King's entire strength, brimming with vitality. Elated, Su Tian recognized that this Demon King crystal could truly elevate a weapon to the extraordinary. He stored the crystal within the core of the floating island. After vanquishing the Demon King, the group re-entered the ancient castle. This time, the oppressive dark energy had vanished, replaced by an atmosphere suffused with sacred light. Su Tian inhaled deeply. The absence of dark encroachment was liberating. Chapter 13, the second form of the Holy Angel. The group returned to the third level, where Su Tian discovered that the third level served as a passageway to the fourth level. In this desolate passage, there lay no possessions, only a demon lord stationed within. With the demon vanquished, they could now access the fourth level. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tian stepped onto the path leading to the fourth level. They had triumphed over the demon, shattering the source of darkness. This signified that the perils within the ancient castle had been purged. Pushing open the grand doors of the fourth level, they were met with the sight of a skeletal remains seated upon the ground. Su Tian approached for a closer inspection, noting that this skeleton had perished at least several centuries prior. The corpse had decayed, leaving only bones behind. He surmised that this must have been the former master of the castle, though the reasons for his downfall remained a mystery. This fourth level contained all the treasures amassed by the island's master during his lifetime, embodying the entirety of his legacy. Su Tian opened a treasure chest, revealing a trove of the master's possessions. Gleaming gold coins, numbering over 10,000, filled the chest. Su Tian squinted, a smile spreading across his face. This fortune rivaled the resources of the floating island for an entire month. Greedily, Su Tian gathered all the coins into the core of the floating island. Meanwhile, the fire and earth spirits had made their own discoveries, exultantly cheering. Su Tian approached to investigate and found several palm-sized fruits arranged within a cabinet. Information materialized before his eyes. Spirit fruit, a favored delicacy of extraordinary spirits. Consuming it enhances one's affinity with the elements. Su Tian understood immediately why these two little beings were so exhilarated. It was the allure of the spirit fruit that captivated them. He opened the cabinet, and the fire and earth spirits could hardly contain their excitement, rushing forward to seize the spirit fruits. Just as they were about to devour them, they froze mid-action. Turning to look at Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, quickly grasping their intent. They were awaiting his nod of approval. Extraordinary spirits are known for their loyalty. Without the island master's consent, they would not dare to utilize resources recklessly. Upon receiving Su Tian's approval, the two extraordinary spirits eagerly began to feast. There were 7 spirit fruits in total, and Su Tian took one for himself, allowing each of them to consume 3. At that moment, the holy angel was fervently searching the room for the key to unlock the mysterious treasure chest, yearning for the enigmatic items within. Once he had settled the matter with the extraordinary spirits, Su Tian also began to diligently search for the key. The holy angel scoured the surroundings, but found no sign of the mystical key. Disheartened, she floated with her head drooped in the air. Su Tian understood that the best consolation at this moment would be to locate the mysterious key. He focused intently on his search, and ultimately, his gaze landed on the skeletal finger. Upon it rested a golden ring. Su Tian immediately recognized the ring's significance. He approached slowly and removed it from the skeletal hand. Instantly, information appeared before his eyes. Small storage ring. An item randomly formed after the core of the floating island shattered, featuring a 10 cubic space. A storage ring. Su Tian rejoiced. This small storage ring possessed an impressive 10 cubic space, larger than the 5 cubic capacity of his floating island core. He eagerly opened the storage ring. To his astonishment, it was filled with valuable treasures. Good heavens! So, this is where the true riches were hidden. Su Tian had previously wondered how such a vast castle could contain so little of the island master's legacy. It turned out he had concealed the treasures within this ring. With unwavering determination, Su Tian now sought the key to unlock the mysterious treasure chest. Amidst a pile of riches, he finally unearthed a golden key beneath a mound of coins. This key was crucial for opening the mysterious treasure chest. Su Tian retrieved the chest and prepared to unlock it. With a satisfying click, the mysterious chest swung open, releasing a dazzling burst of golden light. The holy angel sensed the aura and immediately transformed her demeanor. She floated over, her gaze fixated on the treasures within the chest. Feather of light, a feather shed by a light angel, imbued with potent light energy. Sword of light, a divine sword forged from lightstone, radiating a powerful combat aura. Thunder scroll, a single-use item that unleashes a tremendous thunderstorm, causing area damage to all creatures within a 5-mile radius. Su Tian took the thunder scroll, shifting his attention away. The items that had captivated the holy angel were undoubtedly the feather of light and the sword of light. The holy angel cast an expectant glance at Su Tian. Awaiting his decree, Su Tian nodded slightly, granting her request. The holy angel joyfully floated towards the chest, first claiming the feather of light to merge with it. As the holy angel spread her wings, the feather of light transformed into a beam of white light, merging into her back. In an instant, the room was filled with an overwhelming aura of light. Su Tian was momentarily blinded. When he could see again, he beheld a celestial-like angel before him. Su Tian's pupils dilated in shock, for the holy angel had fully matured after merging with the feather of light, transforming into the angelic figure depicted in the statue. The holy angel's golden hair cascaded down before Su Tian. In her clear gaze, a flicker of white light sparkled. Before Su Tian could react, the fire spirit expressed its discontent. Previously, the holy angel had always followed closely behind him. Now, she had outgrown the fire spirit. Igniting a pang of jealousy in the competitive creature, the holy angel cast a sidelong glance at the fire spirit and said, "Little one, go play elsewhere." The moment the words left her mouth, both Su Tian and the spirit were taken aback. The fire spirit stared incredulously at the now-speaking holy angel. It had not expected her to have acquired the ability to speak, let alone utter such dismissive words. Feeling slighted, the fire spirit's flames flickered dimly as it sulked back to the cabinet to consume the spirit fruit. Meanwhile, the earth spirit remained blissfully unaware, continuing to relish its food. The holy angel turned to Su Tian and addressed him, "Master," while performing a kneeling gesture. Su Tian snapped back to reality and hurried to assist her to her feet. He felt a touch awkward. The holy angel's newfound devotion after her transformation was something he found difficult to acclimate to. "Master, I desire the sword of light," the holy angel proclaimed, pointing toward the sword. "That was intended for you. Take it," Su Tian replied, handing her the sword of light. Upon receiving the sword of light, the holy angel's aura deepened significantly. In the face of astonished gazes, she transitioned into another form, her second, combat form, exclusive to angels. Upon activation, her powers would see a remarkable augmentation. The current holy angel emanated an oppressive aura, her golden hair shifting to white, and her blue eyes transforming to white. The sensation was even more daunting than that of the previous Dark Demon Lord. Chapter 14. The Fire Spirits Fall from Favor. With the conquest of the Dark Castle, this territory was successfully claimed by Su Tian. Exiting the ancient castle, they began their return to the floating island. This area was rich in resources, enhanced by the presence of the ancient castle. Su Tian envisioned this territory as a future barracks. In the days to come, the servants and warriors bound by contract would reside here. Although the castle had weathered the ravages of time and fallen into disrepair, it remained a commendable structure. In due course, they would only need to expend a modicum of effort to renovate it. The foundation of the ancient castle still remains, and a mere renovation would not consume excessive time or resources. Resolute in his decision, Su Tian led his troops back. Along the way, he commanded the holy angel to shift into combat mode. The battle form of the holy angel was indeed formidable and utterly intimidating. Once matured, the holy angel exhibited remarkable obedience, dutifully executing every command issued by Su Tian. Hovering in the sky, the fire sprite was filled with a profound sense of grievance. Feeling utterly betrayed, the holy angel's demeanor towards him was not only indifferent but also tinged with disdain, which deeply wounded the fire sprite's heart. Su Tian longed to offer words of comfort, but was at a loss for how to begin. The fire sprite appeared genuinely pitiable. The flames enveloping him had dimmed, lacking their former brilliance. Conversely, the earth sprite was reveling in joy, blissfully ignorant of the surrounding turmoil. In his world, the sole focus was on becoming stronger. Having just consumed 3 spirit fruits, his understanding of the earth elements deepened significantly. In stark contrast, the earth sprite lived a life of pure simplicity. In an attempt to console the fire sprite, Su Tian even favored him by offering the surplus spirit fruit. However, the dejected fire sprite was in no mood to accept it. He shook his head and sorrowfully returned to the elemental divine tree, seeing him refuse the fruit. The earth sprite endeavored to amuse him, swinging his hammer and performing with earnest enthusiasm in hopes of delighting Su Tian. Observing the earth sprite's earnest efforts, Su Tian felt it would be unkind to refuse him, so he handed over the spirit fruit. The earth sprite, filled with joy at receiving the reward, floated up to the elemental divine tree and began to consume the fruit, further deepening his connection to the earth elements. Thus, both extraordinary sprites returned to the elemental divine tree. After maturing, the holy angel could no longer rest upon the divine tree. Su Tian assigned her the task of overseeing the construction of the floating island. With a nod, the holy angel began to manage various affairs on the floating island. Upon returning to his quarters, Su Tian started to reflect on the day's battles. During the confrontation with the Dark Demon King, he felt a distinct sense of crisis. The Dark Demon King was immensely powerful. Without the assistance of the extraordinary sprites and the holy angel, it was unlikely he could have triumphed alone. This battle instilled a profound sense of urgency in Su Tian. Since the floating island had become attuned to the elements over the past 2 days, various constructions had commenced smoothly. Su Tian himself felt somewhat elated. However, today's battle thoroughly dispelled any feelings of hubris he harbored. The upcoming assessment of the floating island would not feature only one demon king. A veritable tide of monsters would descend upon them. Stepping outside, Su Tian arrived at the foundational furnace. The furnace had been tirelessly refining gold day and night, yielding an additional 362 gold coins. Su Tian nodded in satisfaction as he collected them. Having inherited the legacy of the fallen island lord, his total assets now exceeded 10,000 gold coins. This figure, at the outset, represented an extraordinary fortune. While others struggled with their eternal iron picks, laboring for an entire day to extract and refine a single gold coin, Su Tian's accomplishments stemmed from the resonance of his iron pick and the elemental advantages he possessed. As his thoughts meandered, Su Tian retrieved the Demon King crystal he had previously acquired. He intended to use this crystal to refine the Fireblaze sword as his first extraordinary weapon. Refining it with the Demon King crystal would significantly enhance both its quality and extraordinary attributes. A look of anticipation crossed Su Tian's face as he placed the Demon King crystal and the Fireblaze sword into the foundational furnace for refinement. Please, Su Tian murmured softly to the foundational furnace. The foundational furnace, sensing its master's resolve, achieves a 100 success rate for refinement and accelerates the process by 50. The foundational furnace began its work, the fiery essence igniting as the Demon King crystal began to dissolve. Wisps of ethereal blue flames drifted towards the Fireblaze sword. A smile graced Su Tian's face, his previously anxious heart finally at ease. He had feared that the refinement process might encounter a failure rate for high-grade items. The success rate typically hovered around 50. Should failure occur, it would result in a significant loss, wasting both the Demon King crystal and an extraordinary weapon. Fortunately, the attuned foundational furnace had gained sentience, comprehending his intentions. Su Tian departed and headed to the warehouse. Under its construction, a colossal warehouse spanning 100 acres had been completed. The warehouse housed a considerable array of resources and food. After surveying the space, Su Tian deemed it necessary to systematically categorize the warehouse. Currently, all resources were haphazardly piled together, making retrieval cumbersome in the future. By classifying the resources, future access and organization would become far more convenient. Without hesitation, Su Tian began to categorize the warehouse. The quantity of raw resources was the most substantial, so he allocated ample space for their storage. He designated half of the area for raw materials and subdivided the remaining half into several categories, including a food section, a weapons section, and a living supplies section. This organization would streamline the management of the warehouse. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Su Tian exited the warehouse. At that moment, a notification from the core of the floating island reappeared. The large warehouse has attuned to the elements, automatically categorizing items, self-checking their effectiveness, and ensuring the warehouse's security. Just as Su Tian finished his work, the newly constructed warehouse became attuned, capable of autonomous planning and inspection. This was undoubtedly excellent news for Su Tian. Good job, Su Tian praised before turning to leave. After a busy day, evening had arrived. Su Tian took to the kitchen himself, preparing lobsters freshly caught from the ocean. These nutritious delicacies were rich in flavor, bursting with collagen with every bite. The holy angel, now matured, also began to partake in meals. She dined with Su Tian, relishing the dishes he prepared. Following dinner, the holy angel continued to manage the construction of the floating island. That night, more monsters were anticipated to breach the protective barrier and invade the island. Naturally, the responsibility for nighttime vigilance fell upon the earth sprite. The fire sprite remained in sorrow, thus the arduous task was entrusted solely to the earth sprite, who was exuberant and diligent in his duty. He swung his massive hammer as he patrolled the skies. Chapter 15, Extraordinary Power, Thunder. Within his quarters, Su Tian removed the storage ring from his hand and began to inventory the spoils. Earlier that morning, in search of the key. He had not meticulously examined the treasures within. Now that he had the time, he resolved to carefully assess his findings. Opening the storage ring, it was filled to the brim with gold and gemstones. In a 10-cubic space, almost entirely packed with gold, Su Tian was taken aback. This island lord had undoubtedly been a miser in life, hoarding such immense wealth. Moreover, there were several diamonds the size of pigeon eggs, each worth approximately 1,000 gold coins. Overjoyed, Su Tian realized that this haul would provide him with ample funding to operate at the beginning. Previously, he had feared a lack of gold would hinder his ability to recruit a sufficient army. After all, to enlist troops from the outside, gold was essential. Most individuals forged contracts with the island lord in pursuit of the abundant resources found on the floating island. Now he possesses sufficient funds. Once the territorial expansion is complete, he can return to the present world and recruit legions to forge the mightiest fortress. It is now the third day on the floating island, and he has already gained a significant lead over the others. As his thoughts swirled, Su Tian's gaze continued to sweep through his storage ring. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he stumbled upon something extraordinary. Among a pile of gold coins, an ancient blueprint lay buried. Upon extracting the blueprint, Su Tian was astonished to discover that it was the architectural design for a small castle. On the floating island, the core could only unlock certain structures. Some advanced edifices could only be constructed through architectural blueprints. This particular blueprint for a small castle would enable the construction of a stronghold. Su Tian was overjoyed. With this blueprint, his base could be transformed into a small castle to serve as his abode. He activated the floating island core to unlock the blueprint. In no time, a spectral image of the building began to materialize before his eyes. A gentle stream of light enveloped the structure. Once everything was resolved, Su Tian returned to his dwelling. Satisfied, aside from the blueprint for the small castle, the rest of his storage ring contained only gold and diamonds. It must be said, the former lord of the island was indeed a treasure hoarder. However, this was fortuitous, as it significantly boosted Su Tian's wealth. Late at night, Su Tian gradually drifted into slumber. With the earth spirits guarding the floating island, he had no cause for concern. Meanwhile, the other island lords were still struggling to survive in the darkness. Some fortunate lords had yet to encounter monsters on their islands. Yet, for the majority, they were still evading monster attacks throughout the night. As time pressed on, the protective barrier weakened further. Monsters breaching the protective limits became increasingly prevalent. Nevertheless, none of this concerned Su Tian. He slept soundly, not awakening until dawn. On the following day, Su Tian slowly emerged from his dreams. As he opened his eyes, a brilliant white light radiated from his pupils. A faint glow emanated from his entire being. Level 5. After a night had passed, Su Tian's level had risen once more. This advancement marked his genuine entry into the realm of the extraordinary. Upon opening the skills interface, 4 options appeared before him. Thunder, an extraordinary power. The lightning force that strikes all things. Upon learning, one may harness the power of the thunder element. Flame, an extraordinary power, the righteous force that incinerates evil. Upon learning, one may wield the power of the fire element. Hurricane, an extraordinary power, the force of a whirlwind that sweeps all. Upon learning, one may command the power of the wind element. Ice, an extraordinary power, the chilling force that freezes all. Upon learning, one may control the power of the ice element. The selection of these 4 extraordinary powers represented the path of his future development. This decision bore significant weight. Su Tian cradled his chin in deep contemplation. Fire and ice were the 2 most common extraordinary powers. Most island lords opted for these 2 abilities. However, for Su Tian, it was impossible to simply follow the tide. After a moment of silence, he ultimately chose the power of thunder. Each extraordinary power was randomly refreshed, and thunder was a rare gem, brimming with infinite potential for the future. The moment Su Tian chose the thunder power, purple lightning instantly flickered in his gaze. Subsequently, countless strands of purple lightning surged within his body. As it was Su Tian's first encounter with extraordinary power, his control was somewhat lacking. The lightning force rampaged within him. Unable to contain it, Su Tian let out a mighty roar. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning cascaded from the sky. It poured down like a waterfall, engulfing the entire land. Bathed in the boundless lightning, he gleamed like a god of thunder. The tremendous spectacle immediately attracted the attention of the patrolling earth spirits. Mistaking it for a monster invasion, they swung their massive iron hammers to attack. In an instant, Su Tian was engulfed by a torrent of earth. Fortunately, having mastered extraordinary power, he possessed the means to respond. His body erupted with the force of lightning, swiftly obliterating the encroaching earth. The earth spirits, witnessing this, were filled with ire. They raised their hands, unleashing countless earth spikes formed from the earth element. The sky was inundated with earth spikes, akin to a rain of light, drowning out the thunder. Seizing the opportunity, Su Tian concentrated on mastering his extraordinary power. He condensed a sphere of lightning in his palm and unleashed it to collide with the earth spikes. With a resounding boom, the entire ground trembled. The earth spirits were terrified, This was the most formidable opponent they had ever encountered. This time, they held nothing back and swung their hammers forward. Between the two hammers, a force coalesced from the earth element surged forth like a meteor, piercing through the torrential thunder. Su Tian sensed danger, his pupils constricted, and he hastily summoned all his lightning power to defend himself. A piercing hum resonated, and the surrounding lightning evaporated instantly. Disappearing without a trace, Su Tian fell to the ground, his hands numbed from the impact. The earth spirits, seeing Su Tian on the ground, cried out in panic and hurriedly flew over. Observing the injured Su Tian, they shouted anxiously. Simultaneously, tears of distress streamed down their faces. They were unaware that the figure amidst the lightning was Su Tian. Having just grasped extraordinary power, the aura of thunder enveloped him, concealing his presence from the earth spirits. Had they known that the one within the lightning was Su Tian, they would not have attacked. Watching the earth spirit shed tears of regret, Su Tian could not help but smile wryly, offering words of comfort. It's all right, this is not your fault. It's merely my first encounter with extraordinary power. The earth spirit, feeling quite aggrieved, cast aside its cherished hammers and gently stroked Su Tian's injured palm. Su Tian affectionately patted its little head, bemused. This creature, appearing simple and honest, proved to be fiercely formidable in battle. Chapter 16, Ancient Relics. Following the recent battle, Su Tian gained a profound understanding of his strength. He realized that his grasp of extraordinary power was still lacking. Moving forward, he would need to practice diligently whenever the opportunity arose. At the same time, he could not help but marvel at the innate prowess of the extraordinary spirits. Just one night had passed, and their strength had surged considerably. The earth spirit, having been newly born yesterday, had now, after a night's rest, matched the strength of the fire spirit. Its massive hammers had grown significantly heavier. The recent skirmish had thoroughly unveiled the terrifying potential of extraordinary spirits. Meanwhile, the earth spirit remained quietly aggrieved. It had been troubled by the incident of mistakenly injuring Su Tian. Observing its distressed demeanor, Su Tian felt a pang of compassion. Thus, he resorted to offering spirit fruits as a means to lift its spirits. After much coaxing, the earth spirit finally ceased its sorrow. Seeing it reclaim its two hammers, Su Tian felt a sense of relief wash over him. Phew! Thankfully, the earth spirit was simple-hearted. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to cheer it up. Just as Su Tian began to relax, another earth spirit approached him. In response to Su Tian's puzzled gaze, the earth spirit shared a fragment of its earth insight, the very essence of its being as an extraordinary spirit. With this, all earth elements would feel a kinship towards Su Tian. Moreover, with the presence of this earth insight, regardless of what transpires in the future, the earth spirit will always be capable of discerning Su Tian's whereabouts in an instant. Witnessing this scene, a tumult of emotions surged within Su Tian's heart. He never anticipated that the earth spirit would display such profound loyalty. In light of this matter, it had even partitioned a portion of its extraordinary essence. Deeply moved, he gently caressed the earth spirit's head. After parting with a fragment of its earthly comprehension, the spirit's ethereal form appeared somewhat dimmed. Su Tian slowly lifted it into his arms, transporting it beneath the elemental divine tree for restoration. Once ensconced within the sanctuary of the elemental divine tree, the earth spirit commenced its slumber. Standing there, Su Tian could sense the surrounding earth elemental forces gravitating towards him. Casting a glance in the direction of the earth spirit, he resolved to procure additional spirit fruits for its recovery. At that moment, a message emanated from the basic furnace. The basic furnace has successfully refined the flame sword, transforming it into the demon sword, now possessing the extraordinary attribute of dark flame. Su Tian's gaze lingered upon the announcement. The flame sword had metamorphosed into the demon sword, acquiring the formidable attribute of dark flame. This secondary evolution of extraordinary power was exceedingly fearsome. Turning to glance once more at the elemental divine tree, he then redirected his attention to the basic furnace. At that moment, the basic furnace radiated with black flames. This was the result of the demon sword's dark flame. Su Tian extended his hand forward. The demon sword instantly began to tremble, tendrils of dark flame curling from the hilt and enveloping his hand. Su Tian felt the terrifying nature of the dark flame. This power not only bore the effect of incineration, but also possessed an erosive quality. He swung the demon sword, a streak of darkness slicing through the heavens. The dark flames erupted into the air. Such formidable power. Su Tian rejoiced, for the modified demon sword's might had increased several-fold. Well done, he commended the basic furnace. Receiving praise from the island master, the basic furnace's refining efficiency increased by 50. Su Tian smiled faintly. These sentient objects could now comprehend human speech. This was indeed fortuitous for him. Departing from the construction zone, he prepared to expand the floating island. Today, he intended to single-handedly extend the territory to the west. The earth spirit required recuperation after exhausting its essence, while the fire spirit remained melancholic due to yesterday's events. The holy angel would remain to oversee the floating island. Thus, he was left to fight alone. However, He felt increasingly confident about expanding the western region, for he not only wielded extraordinary power, but also possessed the upgraded demon sword. Such a terrifying combat force was more than sufficient for the task at hand. Su Tian initiated the expansion. To the west of the floating island lay a territory of 1,000 meters, gradually materializing from the void to adjoin the floating island. Outside this area, a faint luminescence continued to shimmer, while within, mist began to rise once more. Without hesitation, Su Tian gripped the demon sword and stepped into the expanded territory. No sooner had he entered than two monstrous creatures launched an assault from the mist. Two beasts, the size of eagles, spewed flames as they attacked him. Su Tian furrowed his brow, swiftly sidestepping their assault. After ascending to level 5, his speed and reflexes had significantly improved. As the two beasts prepared to attack again, Su Tian swiftly beheaded one with a single stroke. The black flames immediately consumed their entire forms, leaving not a trace behind. Su Tian sighed inwardly. The power of the demon's sword was indeed terrifying. He pressed onward, effortlessly dispatching several lower-tier monsters along the way. The might of the demon's sword was formidable. Wherever it passed, not a blade of grass remained. Under the corrosive and incinerating influence of the black flames, a vast expanse of vitality was extinguished. Su Tian sheathed his weapon, opting to employ his thunderous powers for the assault. After all, this territory would serve as his domain for future modification. It could not be left in ruins by the demon's sword. After adopting the thunderous powers in combat, he gained a deeper mastery over the thunder elements. He advanced, swiftly claiming a majority of the territory. Just as he was about to complete the expansion, a massive shadow loomed within the mist. Su Tian sensed imminent danger ahead. Instantly, he unleashed a surge of thunderous power to probe the area. The flickering lightning swiftly dissipated the mist, revealing a row of ancient structures before him. Ancient ruins. Once a formidable defense built by a powerful lord, after the island master's fall, the malevolent energy here transformed into malevolent spirits. Upon conquering the ruins, one may gain usage rights to the remnants. Gazing at the majestic structures, an ominous premonition stirred within Su Tian. The defensive fortifications crafted by the former island master were formidable. At a glance, he could see over a dozen crossbows. These highly lethal combat structures required special blueprints for their creation. A volley from such a line of crossbows could decimate a horde of monsters. The rapid firing range of the crossbows could release 120 bolts within mere seconds. Su Tian felt a twinge of hesitation. The remnants of defensive weapons within the ruins tempted him. Yet, the malevolent spirits lurking within posed a significant dilemma. For some of these spirits were capable of wielding the crossbow weapons to launch attacks. During his studies at the academy, Su Tian had learned about malevolent spirits. These spirits were the remnants of souls left behind after human demise. Undoubtedly, the malevolent spirits here were the former island master's subservient spirits. They must possess an intimate knowledge of this area. Engaging in battle here would be disadvantageous for him. Yet, he was loath to abandon the crossbows. These weapons, forged from special blueprints, would serve as invaluable tools in future defensive battles. After weighing the pros and cons, Su Tian gritted his teeth and resolved to venture forth. The allure of these crossbows was simply too great for him to forsake. He drew forth the demon's sword, bracing himself. As he cautiously stepped inside, the encroaching mist began to dissipate entirely. Then, more defensive weapons came into view before him. In front of the crossbows stood a number of sword towers and artillery. Su Tian was astonished. He had not anticipated the presence of such a plethora of defensive weapons here. It was well known that acquiring the special blueprints to forge these weapons required serendipity. Otherwise, one would be compelled to pay exorbitant prices for others' blueprints. Regardless, it was evident that the former island master had been a significant local power. What Su Tian observed was merely a fragment of his floating island's prior territory. With each territorial expansion, Su Tian had uncovered a troubling pattern. These newly acquired areas were all lands formerly ruled by deceased island masters. Aside from the special zones formed by arcane forces, the remaining territories were all remnants of fallen island masters. After their demise, these lands were divided as expansion zones. Contemplating this, Su Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Judging by the structures here, it was not difficult to infer the immense strength of the former island master. Yet, what could have caused such a powerful island master to fall? Upon becoming an island master, the prospect of extraordinary power and longevity was within reach. Yet even so, they could succumb to various fates. Su Tian couldn't help but speculate. Could it have been due to an invasion by formidable beasts? At present, that seemed the only plausible explanation. After becoming an island master, the primary adversary would be repelling the invasion of monsters. Yet, upon further reflection, if the beasts were indeed that powerful, would he not be in dire straits? The more Su Tian pondered, the more apprehensive he became. For soon, he would have to truly face the trials of the floating island. When the protective barrier is lost, what they will face is the true embodiment of monstrosity. Initially, Su Tian brimmed with confidence. However, after witnessing the downfall of these formidable island lords, he began to waver. Chapter 17. The dual-edged blade cleaves through the afflictions of the world. As he traversed the forsaken ruins, a sense of melancholy enveloped him. This place was shrouded in sinister energy, and upon setting foot here, one would continuously be eroded by its malevolent influence. Su Tian steeled his resolve, vowing to remain unaffected as much as possible. Crossing the crossbow zone, he encountered a scattering of arrow platforms ahead. Su Tian felt an array of eyes fixated upon him from the shadows. Taking a deep breath, he revealed a steely determination in his gaze. No matter the circumstance, having chosen to advance, retreat was not an option. The heavenly demon's sword in his hand emitted a soft hum, warning him of impending danger. Su Tian furrowed his brow, a hint of gravity crossing his face. The fact that the heavenly demon's sword sensed a threat indicated that the malevolent spirits here were formidable indeed. Suddenly, a red shadow darted past. A fawn-like creature materialized behind him. Su Tian reacted swiftly, unleashing the power of lightning that surged within him. The cacophony of 1,000 birds echoed as his attack enveloped the creature. Although he exerted merely 30% of his strength, the creature remained standing, much to his astonishment. Was its defensive capability truly so robust? Before Su Tian could ponder further, the creature, momentarily paralyzed by the lightning, began to regain its senses. He swiftly swung the heavenly demon's sword, summoning a black flame that gradually consumed the creature's form. It let out a wretched howl, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames. But to no avail. Ultimately, the black fire left no trace of its existence. Su Tian couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief at the overwhelming power displayed. Even the bones had been reduced to ash. Just as he dispatched the creature, a chilling sensation crept down his spine. This icy feeling filled him with dread. He hastily conjured a protective shield of extraordinary lightning around his body, as flickering arcs danced around him. The malevolent spirits surged forth, devoid of physical form, existing as ethereal entities akin to spirits. Yet, unlike the supernatural powers of true spirits, they manifested through the accumulation of sinister energy. One of these spirits measured over a meter in height, accompanied by a chilling wind as it lunged toward him. Su Tian's eyes turned cold as he brought down the heavenly demon sword with precision. His arms, imbued with the might of thunder, moved with astonishing swiftness. The spirit, assailed by the black flames, saw a significant portion of its essence dissipate instantly. However, it did not perish entirely, as their incorporeal nature rendered them immune to the consuming flames. Su Tian frowned, sensing the situation becoming increasingly precarious. This was troublesome. If he could not deliver a fatal blow, he would inevitably face a barrage of attacks from the malevolent spirits. Fortunately, only a single spirit had launched an assault against him thus far. Yet, he could not ascertain how many more lurked within these ruins. Without hesitation, he resolved to weaken the spirit's assault while their numbers were still manageable. The flickering lightning ensnared the spirit's form, and the black flames followed closely behind. With a single stroke, the spirit's essence transformed into mere shadows. This spectacle incited a furious roar from the spirits hiding in the dark as they emerged from the ancient ruins, surrounding him in a menacing throng. Su Tian's brow furrowed as he surveyed the scene, estimating approximately 20 malevolent spirits encircling him. This battle was destined to be arduous. He let out a thunderous roar, unleashing an inexhaustible torrent of lightning from within. In an instant, the air crackled with electric fury. The spirits, bearing their crimson fangs, lunged toward him. The cascading lightning surrounding him slowed their advance. Seizing the opportunity, Su Tian wielded the heavenly demon's sword. A flash of black flame swept through, obliterating a significant portion of 3 spirits' forms. However, another spirit had breached his lightning defense and was now poised to strike at his back. Just as it was about to rend his spine, a surge of earthy energy erupted from Su Tian's back, forming a protective shield. The resolute barrier absorbed the lethal blow. Su Tian's heart raced. He had not anticipated the spirit would breach his defenses so swiftly. Fortunately, the earth elemental spirit had provided him with a protective shield, preventing a potentially fatal strike. Meanwhile, the earth elemental spirit atop the divine tree opened its eyes, sensing Su Tian's peril. Through the language of spirits, it immediately roused the sorrowful fire elemental. The earth elemental, having expended its essence that morning, could not assist directly. Hence, it instructed the fire elemental to come to Su Tian's aid. The fire elemental, heeding the call, wielded its fiery spear and surged toward Su Tian's position. Additionally, the holy angel sensed Su Tian's danger. As a member of the angelic lineage, they possessed the ability to perceive the island lord's crisis. The holy angel transitioned into battle mode, her pristine wings unfurling as she soared forward, propelled by a mighty wind. Su Tian found himself retreating before the relentless onslaught of the malevolent spirits. Regret washed over him for his rashness. However, contemplating it now served little purpose. Su Tian's eyes narrowed as he activated the magical scroll he had acquired. An ancient scroll was cast into the air. In an instant, a tempest of fierce winds erupted, obstructing the spirit's advance. The sudden gust caught 5 or 6 spirits off guard, forcing them to take refuge within the storm. Su Tian could no longer afford to hold back. The spirits eyed him with malevolent intent. Once the wind ceased, they would surely strike. With his sword in his right hand and the final magical scroll in his left, he prepared to unleash a wide-area thunderspell. Originally, he had intended to save it for a future siege, but it seemed that future might never come. As the winds began to wane, the spirits grew restless, readying themselves to attack. Su Tian's heart sank as he prepared to hurl the thunder scroll at any moment. Just then, the arriving fire elemental had reached the battlefield. He wielded his spear, conjuring bursts of fiery blossoms with each thrust. Su Tian felt a surge of elation, astonished that the fire elemental had chosen to come to his rescue. Upon spotting the fire elemental, the spirits exhibited a flicker of apprehension, though they were also ethereal entities. The fire elemental, being an innate transcendent spirit, possessed a dominating advantage, a suppression stemming from its bloodline. Today, the fire elemental was particularly incensed, its spear tip swirling with fiery blooms that continuously blossomed. In an instant, the ancient ruins were illuminated by a radiant inferno. Su Tian was taken aback. The fire elemental appeared to be filled with resentment, likely due to the holy angel's demeanor from the previous day, which had ignited its fury and escalated its offensive. Amidst the barrage of fiery blossoms, 7 or 8 spirits disintegrated into nothingness. At that moment, the holy angel in battle mode arrived on the scene. With her luminous wings unfurled, she swiftly approached the spirits. The sound of clashing blades resonated as she brandished her dual blades, unleashing a relentless assault within the ancient ruins. With her combat form activated, her offensive capabilities surged. Her blades sliced through the spirits as effortlessly as reaping grass. Witnessing this overwhelming display, Su Tian inhaled deeply. He had not anticipated the battle-ready holy angel to be so formidable. Her prowess was akin to slaughtering livestock. In a brief span, over 20 ferocious spirits were obliterated. After the battle concluded, the holy angel ascended into the skies, radiating purifying light to cleanse the surrounding malevolent energy. White motes of light cascaded down like rain. In an ephemeral moment, the ancient ruins, long concealed beneath a shroud of haze, were illuminated by radiant light. Su Tian extended his hand, feeling the gentle cascade of luminous droplets upon his skin. This sensation was warm and serene, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within him. The fire spirit floated gracefully in the sky, its previously tumultuous emotions dissipating under the purifying embrace of the light. The sacred aura of the celestial angel possessed the formidable power to cleanse the world of all impurities. Under the purifying influence of this divine light, all malevolent energies lurking within the ancient ruins were eradicated. At that instant, the land around them emerged from the fog, welcoming the long-awaited illumination. With a resounding thud, the occupation of the ancient ruins led to the successful expansion of this region into a floating island. Chapter 18. Territorial Expansion, Commencement of the Extraordinary Trial. In the western region lay an array of formidable weaponry. Su Tian gazed at the crossbow towers with delight, for once restored. These offensive instruments would serve as his strongest assets in the battles to safeguard the city. The celestial angel descended gracefully, and the surrounding light dissipated. Approaching Su Tian, she spoke, "Master, I implore you to take me along in future territorial expansions." The humble demeanor of the celestial angel rendered Su Tian unable to refuse her request. He chuckled awkwardly. "Today was unexpected. I never anticipated such an occurrence. Fortunately, your support arrived just in time." The celestial angel persisted, stating, "Please, Master, I must have your promise." Her words bore a sense of urgency. "Your life is integral to the safety of the entire island. I cannot permit any errors on your part." Although her intentions were kind, her tone carried an undeniable authority. With a sigh, Su Tian acquiesced. "Very well, I understand." Satisfied with his agreement, the celestial angel nodded approvingly. Su Tian then turned his thoughts to planning this newly acquired territory. This area boasted rich soil and numerous offensive weapons, which could be developed into a formidable defensive line for the floating island, serving as a deterrent against monstrous threats. Recollecting his thoughts, Su Tian prepared to expand the final piece of territory. While the southern region posed no immediate dangers, it was bereft of resources. This location could be transformed into a military training base in the future. As he continued his survey, Su Tian arrived at the last area designated for expansion. Behind him, the celestial angel, unable to quell her concern, insisted on accompanying him. The fire spirit, having been purified by the divine aura, no longer held grievances from the previous day and had developed a disinterest in the celestial angel. The southern territory, devoid of threats, warranted expansion merely for formality. He initiated the expansion, and a spectral form merged with the floating island. As the final area of expansion, Su Tian claimed this land effortlessly. Upon stepping onto this ground, he discovered remnants of a bygone habitation. Scattered bones littered the earth, and rusted swords jutted from the soil. Su Tian sighed inwardly, realizing that a great battle had transpired here, leaving the land impoverished in resources. Shortly thereafter, he successfully claimed this territory. Congratulations, Island Master, on the successful expansion of multiple regions. The extraordinary trial is now initiated. This trial is intended for all initial Island Masters. The extraordinary trial tower will open in 3 days. Once opened, the trial will conclude in 2 days. All Island Masters are encouraged to seize this opportunity. Within the core of the floating island, after Su Tian completed the final territorial acquisition, several notifications abruptly appeared. These messages were not exclusive to Su Tian, but applicable to all. As the core of the floating island relayed the announcements, the initial Island Masters within the communication channel erupted into fervent discussion. Who on earth is this prodigy? In just 3 days, they've expanded 4 territories, exclaimed one. Damn, I'm still being chased by wild boars. Another lamented. It must be those second-generation islanders, leveraging their family's power for rapid advancement, asserted one, who identified as a second-generation islander. I can assure you, that's impossible. What even is the extraordinary trial? Observing the flurry of discussions in the chat, Su Tian quietly closed it. His mind was preoccupied with strategizing for the upcoming extraordinary trial, a concept he had never encountered before, as it had never arisen in prior experiences. He speculated that this might be a consequence of his comprehensive territorial expansion. On the 3rd day of his initial journey, having expanded multiple territories, who would believe such a feat? Perhaps this was precisely why the extraordinary trial had manifested. Nevertheless, the nature of the trial tower left many Island Masters perplexed, as it marked a historical precedent. For some, the tower represented an opportunity, while for the weaker individuals, it signified torment. Moreover, entering the tower for the trial would necessitate their departure from the floating island for 2 days, effectively diminishing their construction time. Those 2 days could very well determine the future challenges facing the floating island. In truth, the majority of Island Masters were averse to taking risks. They merely wished to diligently fortify their floating islands. However, some perceived this trial as a lifeline, as their territories were ravaged by monsters each night, rendering their recent efforts futile. If this continued, they would never catch up to the destruction wrought by the monsters. Thus, they sought to seize the opportunity presented by the extraordinary trial. Su Tian wasted no time dwelling on these matters. With the regions expanded, he needed to expedite construction, particularly of the ruins he had recently conquered. He aimed to restore the buildings as swiftly as possible. Upon returning to the island, he received encouraging news from the fishing traps. Fishing traps successfully captured an ancient disc, 10 sea dragon shrimp, 5 beautiful fish. Fishing rod successfully caught 1 clownfish. An ancient disc? Su Tian recalled that it might be a conduit for trading with the mysterious merchant. He set aside his construction agenda and turned to the fishing site. The celestial angel followed closely, while the fire spirit cast a glance before returning to the elemental sacred tree to contemplate the essence of fire. Retrieving the fishing trap, Su Tian discovered a patina-covered ancient disc amid a bounty of seafood. Ancient disc. Upon opening, it enables trade with the mysterious merchant. Seizing the ancient disc, Su Tian marveled at its palm-sized form, exuding an aura of antiquity. After the celestial angel collected the seafood from the net, she cast the fishing trap back into the sea. Without hesitation, Su Tian opened the ancient disc. As he did so, an ethereal pathway materialized before him, emanating a profound spatial essence. Su Tian remained still, observing the situation with keen eyes. Moments later, a long-eared elf emerged from the passage. Su Tian was taken aback. It was his first encounter with the mysterious merchant. The merchant's appearance was peculiar, resembling a rabbit with elongated ears. Upon noticing Su Tian, the merchant inquired, "Esteemed guest, have you summoned me?" Su Tian nodded in affirmation, replying, "Indeed." The merchant expressed delight, introducing herself, "I am Rabbit Ear Spirit, and we offer a vast array of products. Allow me to present them to you." With a wave of her hand, numerous items materialized before Su Tian's eyes. Item: Spirit of Heavenly Fire. Description: the sovereign of innate flames, consuming it greatly enhances one's comprehension of fire elements, with a 50 chance of evolving into heavenly fire. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Item: Soil of the Sacred Earth. Description: the pristine soil of the sacred land, consuming it enhances one's comprehension of earth elements, with a 60 chance of evolving into sacred earth. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Item: Frost Magic. Description: a one-time extraordinary scroll that, when used, unleashes the ultimate frost, inflicting area damage upon all creatures within a radius of 1 kilometer. Price: 100 gold coins. Item: Spirit of the Dragonkin. Description: the essence of an ancient dragon, which, when fused, grants the power of the dragon race, with a 20 chance of acquiring the skill, Breath. Price: 5,000 gold coins. Item: Special Blueprint. Description: a blueprint for an offensive structure, which allows for the construction of a celestial artillery upon usage. Price: 1,000 gold coins. Su Tian's gaze swept over these items, stirring immense excitement within him. These are all exquisite treasures. Each one offers boundless benefits for their current situation. The rabbit-eared spirit smiled gently at Su Tian, saying, "Esteemed guest, I trust you will find these satisfactory. Should you be dissatisfied, We can exchange them for another selection. No need. I am thoroughly pleased with these items. Su Tian replied. The rabbit-eared spirit smiled subtly. All of these treasures have been meticulously selected by us. I wonder which one has captured your esteemed attention. Su Tian's heart swelled with joy. I desire them all. Upon hearing this, the rabbit-eared spirit paused momentarily, her mouth agape. After a brief hesitation, she inquired, Are you certain you wish to acquire them all? The total for these 5 items amounts to 8,100 gold coins. Do you truly wish to proceed? Indeed. I want them all, Su Tian declared, waving his hand to reveal a cascade of gold coins from his storage ring. In an instant, a dazzling mound of gold coins formed before them. The rabbit-eared spirit's eyes widened in astonishment at this sight. She joyfully accepted the coins, exclaiming, You are indeed a most generous guest. With that, she handed over all 5 items to Su Tian. Su Tian examined the 5 exquisite treasures in his hands with great satisfaction. The rabbit-eared spirit hurriedly gathered the coins. With a gentle smile, she said, Esteemed guest, I look forward to our next collaboration, before retreating back into the passageway. As she departed, the ethereal passage began to contract, eventually vanishing entirely. The ancient disc clattered heavily to the ground. Su Tian picked it up, realizing it had lost its utility. This ancient disc was a one-time item, once used. It could no longer summon the mysterious merchant. A twinge of regret washed over Su Tian. He should have purchased more items while he had the chance. The wares of the mysterious merchant not only boasted remarkable effects, but were also reasonably priced. This transaction was undoubtedly a lucrative one for them. Chapter 19. Fusing with the Spirit of the Dragonkin. Under the elemental divine tree, Su Tian excitedly arrived with the items he had just acquired. The celestial fire spirit and the earth spirit were prepared for this moment. Approaching the tree, he called out, Fire spirit, earth spirit, come and see the treasures I have brought for you. Responding to his call, both the fire spirit and the earth spirit opened their eyes simultaneously. From their perch on the high branches, their gazes locked onto the items in Su Tian's hands. With an excited chirp, the fire spirit leapt down from the branch. Its eyes were fixed on the celestial fire spirit. Su Tian smiled gently, handing the celestial fire spirit to it. Take it. Once absorbed, be sure to grow strong. With a nod, the fire spirit began to merge with the celestial fire spirit. Meanwhile, the earth spirit slowly descended from the elemental divine tree. Due to the morning's exertion, its descent was somewhat sluggish. Noticing the earth spirit's dim form, Su Tian felt a pang of compassion. He gently stroked the earth spirit's small head and offered it the earth element. The earth spirit sensed the essence of the earth element and immediately regained some strength. This element was rich in earth energy. Upon fusion, it would significantly enhance its understanding of earth elements. Moreover, it could fully compensate for the losses sustained earlier that morning. The earth spirit cast a glance at Su Tian before eagerly burrowing into the earth element. Soon, the earth spirit's form melded with the earth element. The elemental divine tree sensed the fusion of the two spirits and lent its aid. It shook its branches, allowing a cascade of rich elemental power to fall. With the assistance of the elemental divine tree, the two fusing extraordinary spirits achieved a deeper understanding of their elements. Su Tian watched them with a warm smile. Once the fusion was complete, the strength of both extraordinary spirits would witness a significant enhancement. Now it was time for Su Tian to elevate his own power. He turned his gaze toward the two extraordinary spirits and, with a resolute expression, made his way back to his residence. Upon returning, he retrieved the spirit of the Dragonkin. This small item was valued at 5,000 gold coins. Its effects were nothing short of astonishing. Within the tiny crystal, a serpent-like dragon swam gracefully. Its scales were black, lying dormant within the crystal. Through the mysterious merchant's guidance, he learned that the spirit of the Dragonkin, upon fusion, could enhance his physique and defenses. Additionally, with a stroke of luck, there was a 20 chance of acquiring the dragon skill, Breath. Without hesitation, Su Tian consumed the spirit of the Dragonkin, initiating the fusion process. As he swallowed it, a warm current began to rise within his abdomen. Su Tian steadied his mind, silently attuning to the essence of the spirit of the Dragonkin. As time passed, black dragon scales began to emerge on his exterior. By consuming the spirit of the Dragonkin, he could acquire their mightiest scales for defense. These black scales would serve as his means of protection in the days to come. The black dragon scales enveloped Su Tian entirely. Amidst waves of intense heat, a blazing flame coalesced within him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his crimson pupils glimmering against the sky. With a powerful exhale, he unleashed a torrent of fiery breath from his mouth. Scorching dragon fire erupted forth, reaching for the heavens. In the sky, countless birds were startled by the sudden blaze, scattering in all directions. At that moment, Su Tian resembled a dragon man. His entire body was adorned with black dragon scales, and his pupils transformed into draconic slits. However, this transformation soon began to fade. He quelled the dragon power within him, and the black scales gradually receded. With the fusion of the spirit of the Dragonkin, Su Tian had acquired the power of the dragon race. He could now summon the black scales for defense and wield the dragon's secret technique, breath. Breath was a time-honored secret of the dragonkin, allowing one to expel searing dragon fire from their mouth. Dragon fire transcends the elemental realm, rendering even extraordinary flames subservient to its might. Su Tian clenched his fists, a surge of vibrant energy erupting from within him. He now possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds in a single punch. These benefits were the fruits of consuming the spirit of the dragonkin. Small castle construction completed. The small castle is now sentient, automatically conducting perimeter surveillance and defensive attacks. Just as Su Tian reveled in his newfound power, a clear notification chimed once more. He turned to see a 2-story small castle had taken shape upon the floating island. Remarkably, as soon as it was constructed, it became sentient. The sentient small castle was capable of monitoring the surroundings and executing defensive maneuvers. As such, no one could enter the castle without Su Tian's permission. Excellent. Su Tian nodded in approval, beginning to relocate his belongings into the small castle. With the castle now at his disposal, he no longer required the previous wooden hut. The small castle spanned 100 square meters, with spacious and bright decorations. Su Tian took the opportunity to move all the decor from his former dark castle into the new one. Within the castle, he allowed himself to indulge in a sense of luxury. He emulated his ancestors by dividing several rooms into distinct areas, including a kitchen, a bedroom, a training chamber, and a treasure room, among others. The rooms within the castle were spacious, allowing Su Tian the freedom to utilize these spaces at his leisure. He began to comprehend why so many aspired to become island lords. By attaining this rank, they could enjoy prolonged lifespans, extraordinary abilities, and possess their own sovereign domain. It must be said, within this floating island, Su Tian was akin to a king. He had unfettered access to the bountiful resources at his disposal. After indulging in a moment of self-satisfaction, Su Tian returned to the realm of reality. He understood that to maintain this esteemed position indefinitely, he must continuously bolster his strength. Should he ever find himself lacking in power, possessing an entire floating island would amount to nothing. He had no desire to be a wasteful entity with resources, but devoid of capability. These splendid days shall be safeguarded by me, Su Tian declared with resolute determination. Murmuring softly to himself. Following a day of diligent activity, the floating island welcomed its 4th night. The duty of keeping watch fell upon Su Tian. The 2 extraordinary spirits were still in the midst of their fusion, unable to divert their focus. The holy angel was preoccupied with management and construction, leaving Su Tian to naturally assume the mantle of the night watch. He ventured to patrol the island's periphery, where the radiant moonlight cascaded upon him. As he strolled along the island's edge, the cool sea breeze caressed his face. In the darkness, some monsters breached the protective barrier and invaded the island. Su Tian effortlessly dispatched these creatures with his thunderous might. In this initial phase, these monsters were no match for him. Chapter 20. The Deep Sea Mermaid. In the dead of night, Su Tian wandered the island's outskirts, the mottled starlight gently cascading upon him. At that moment, his mind was tranquil. He sat cross-legged on the small island, his gaze sweeping over the ocean's surface, stirred by the gentle breeze. Since arriving on the floating island, he had been devoted to enhancing his strength and developing the island, leaving little room for such moments of serenity. Suddenly, in the stillness of the night, a foolish monster, oblivious to its fate, attempted to wreak havoc by breaching the barrier. However, Su Tian did not even spare it a glance, allowing it to meet its end in a tempest of thunder. A gust of sea breeze tousled his hair, while the carcass of the monster dissipated into nothingness. Feeling the master's loneliness, the fishing trap captured a mermaid in the deep sea. At that moment, the notification from the island's core shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Su Tian raised an eyebrow, momentarily stunned. What is this? A mermaid? With boundless curiosity, he hastened to the location of the fishing trap. Upon his arrival, he indeed found a mermaid with a human head and a fish tail ensnared in the net. Su Tian retrieved the fishing trap, revealing a mermaid over a meter long, trapped within its confines. The mermaid appeared bewildered and helpless, her eyes filled with terror. As Su Tian released the fishing trap, the mermaid tumbled out, her expression one of surprise as she curled up on the floating island. Mermaid. The merfolk of the deep sea possess extraordinary genes, with a 50 chance of evolving extraordinary abilities. An extraordinary species, Su Tian murmured, observing the timid mermaid. He had expected extraordinary beings to be as imposing as fire spirits, radiating power. He was astonished to discover that such a timid extraordinary being existed in the world. However, it appeared that this mermaid had yet to evolve any extraordinary abilities. Su Tian approached and inquired, "Greetings, can you speak?" The mermaid timidly lifted her head, unable to meet his gaze. It seemed that the unfamiliar surroundings overwhelmed her with fear. Su Tian cast the fishing trap back into the ocean, promising her a chance for refinement next time. With the promise of the fishing trap, its enthusiasm surged, increasing fishing efficiency by 50. Seeing the message materialize before him, Su Tian smiled faintly. Without hesitation, he turned back to the mermaid and continued the conversation. After observing her for a moment, and sensing no danger, he gently spoke, "Hello, human." Su Tian smiled warmly. Since she was willing to converse, it indicated potential for communication. He began to inquire about her origins. "May I ask where you hail from in the deep sea? Are there extraordinary beings among your kin?" The mermaid's voice was melodious. "I come from the Northern Ocean Kingdom, and among our merfolk, there are 5 extraordinary beings." Su Tian was taken aback. While he was not surprised by the mention of 5 extraordinary beings, he was profoundly astonished by her reference to the Northern Ocean Kingdom. He had never imagined that within the vast ocean, there existed a nation belonging to oceanic creatures. He pressed on with his questions. "How large is your Northern Ocean Kingdom? How many extraordinary groups reside there?" The mermaid shook her head. "I do not know. We merfolk occupy only the fringes of the Northern Ocean Kingdom. There, we have a total of 6 extraordinary groups." Su Tian was moved. He hadn't expected that even in a peripheral area, there would be 6 extraordinary groups. If that were the case, the Northern Ocean Kingdom likely housed hundreds of extraordinary factions. He pondered, simultaneously feeling the weight of the mermaid's presence. This situation needed to be resolved swiftly. Otherwise, her kin might grow anxious and retaliate against his floating island. 5 extraordinary merfolk were not a significant concern for him. But inciting enmity with the Northern Ocean Kingdom would be a grave miscalculation. Growing increasingly anxious, he asked, "Where is your kin located? I shall take you back." At that moment, Su Tian no longer wished to pry for additional information. Over an hour had elapsed since capturing her in the fishing trap. By now, her kin must have already realized her absence. If things went awry, they would likely be conducting a thorough search in the deep sea. The mermaid, captivated by the island's beauty, expressed a reluctance to leave. "Human, may I stay here a few more days?" Su Tian felt a headache coming on. She was merely a playful little child. Was she so carefree that her parents were unaware? He inquired, "Do your parents know you are out?" Upon hearing this, the mermaid's expression turned sorrowful. She lowered her head and timidly replied, "I have no parents." "What do you mean? Are you an orphan?" As soon as Su Tian spoke, he realized his insensitivity. He awkwardly attempted to clarify, but the mermaid, her eyes filled with sadness, nodded in affirmation. Her tone carried a hint of grievance as she explained, "My father was the chieftain of the merfolk. He perished protecting our territory. My mother also died in that battle." Seeing her in such distress, Su Tian could not insist she leave. He decided to allow her to stay for a few days. He retrieved some of the island's distinctive berries and offered them to the mermaid. The mermaid, tasting such sweet fruits for the first time, was exhilarated and momentarily forgot her earlier troubles. She opened her mouth, expressing her desire for more. Su Tian, fetching a dozen or so berries from the island's core, fed them to her. This time, the mermaid indulged to her heart's content. She beamed at him, saying, "Human, you are truly a kind soul. You are just like my parents, treating me so well." Su Tian was at a loss for words. She was easily appeased. Just a handful of berries had won her over. He looked at the mermaid and asked, "What is your name?" Upon hearing this, the mermaid appeared contemplative. After a considerable pause, she hesitantly spoke, "My parents call me Shasha. Others refer to me as a worthless being." Hearing these words, Su Tian was momentarily taken aback. He noticed a glimmer of tears welling in the mermaid's eyes. Confused, he recalled that the mermaid's parents were once the leaders of their clan. Even if they had perished in a territorial battle, she should not have been ostracized by her kin. Logically, the merfolk ought to have cherished and protected her. Su Tian ventured to ask, "Shasha, why do your kin speak of you in such a manner?" In an attempt to soothe her sorrow, he presented her with a bounty of berries, hoping to lift her spirits. Upon seeing the fruits, the mermaid's demeanor visibly brightened. She grasped a berry and nibbled on it, explaining, "They say I am unable to inherit the core of the merfolk, which is why they do not allow me to return." Thus, she had been cast out. At this revelation, the mermaid faltered in her actions. In that moment, Su Tian grasped why she had been ensnared in a fishing trap. She had been exiled, adrift in the deep sea without a home, making her an easy target. It was no wonder she had been missing for so long, with her kin failing to search for her. Su Tian understood that she was a pitiable soul without a place to belong. He resolved to offer her refuge on the island. After all, she was a being of extraordinary nature, with a 50% chance of unlocking extraordinary powers in the future. Even if she were unable to attain such powers, having an ordinary individual to assist him on the island would be invaluable, especially as he was currently in need of help. With a gentle smile, Su Tian inquired, "Shasha, would you be willing to stay here and accompany me? I assure you, there will be an abundance of berries." As he spoke, he produced another heap of berries from the core of the floating island, forming a small mountain of vibrant red fruit. The mermaid's eyes widened in delight, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, "I would love to. You are truly a wonderful person." With a beaming smile, her eyes squinted joyfully. Su Tian tenderly stroked her head, chuckling, "My name is Su Tian. You may call me that, or simply the island master." Yes, Su Tian," the mermaid replied joyfully, bobbing her head like a chick pecking at grains. Chapter 21, Star Soil. A blaze across the land. A sleepless night ensued as Su Tian engaged in deep conversation with the mermaid, learning much about the Northern Ocean Kingdom and uncovering various secrets of the underwater clans. In the vast ocean, many enlightened beings of extraordinary nature thrived. They expanded territories, contested lands, and established dominions. Their strength and intellect rivaled, if not surpassed, that of their terrestrial counterparts. Among them, the deep-sea dragon clan stood out as a formidable presence. They were the true rulers of the ocean floor, endowed with noble bloodlines and unparalleled combat prowess, reigning supreme over the depths. The king of the Northern Ocean Kingdom was a millennia-old dragon king. Su Tian mused upon the fact that he had absorbed the essence of a dragon's spirit just the day before. Would this lead to enmity should it come to light? The mermaid, now returning to the sea, found her body ill-equipped to endure prolonged periods on land. She needed to return to the ocean periodically. Sitting on the edge, Su Tian contemplated how to address this predicament. As he aspired to become the island's master, he knew he would eventually need to relocate the floating island. The mysterious forces here were not particularly potent. True richness resided in the depths of deep space. In that realm, the island master would not only enhance their extraordinary abilities rapidly, but resources on the floating island would also regenerate at an accelerated rate. Should they leave this place, Shasha might be forsaken to remain here indefinitely. She had already endured enough suffering. Su Tian vowed not to abandon her. After much deliberation, he concluded that enabling her to evolve extraordinary powers was the optimal solution. A mermaid with extraordinary abilities would not be constrained by physical limitations. Freed from such restrictions, she could roam the land freely. Su Tian resolved to procure several water elemental items for her integration, which should facilitate her evolution. As his thoughts whirled, a faint glow emanated from his being. Level 7. With the passing of a night, Su Tian's level had risen once more. The speed of his advancement, a level gained each day, left him astonished. However, as he reflected on it, he felt reassured. After all, he had left a divine angel on the island to oversee its management and development. With such assistance, the island's progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Coupled with the enhancement of spiritual items, advancing a level each day was hardly a daunting task. With clarity, Su Tian's spirits soared. For days had elapsed since the initial phase began, and his level had risen significantly. Now at level 7, he felt a sense of exhilaration. Su Tian opened his skill page to learn new abilities, and as always, four options materialized before him. 1. Palm Thunder. Harness lightning at the palm, summoning myriad bolts to form a thunder dragon for attack. 2. Thunder Dash. Channel lightning between the legs, achieving speed akin to a lightning bolt. 3. Thunder Eye. Contain 2 bolts of heavenly lightning within the eyes, capable of striking unseen. 4. Thunderbird. Summon a thunderbird from a vast reservoir of lightning, with an attack range of 100 miles. Each option captivated Su Tian profoundly. All 4 skills were applicable to his current needs. For a moment, he found himself at a loss, unable to choose. Observing the skill page, he recognized that each choice would shape his future path. The 4 skills branched out like forks in a tree. Above them, more options shimmered dimly. Should Su Tian ascend to a higher realm, those skills would gradually unlock. However, once a path was chosen, it could not be altered. After a moment's hesitation, Su Tian ultimately opted for Palm Thunder, a skill he had long coveted. Upon learning it, he felt a surge of potent thunder gathering at his palm. He raised his right arm and opened his hand. In an instant, a cacophony of thunder echoed through the air as lightning erupted from his palm, illuminating the sky. In that moment, numerous charred feathers rained down from the heavens, as geese fell simultaneously. Clenching his fist, Su Tian laughed heartily. Truly the most formidable attack. Once my mastery of lightning elements deepens, I shall be capable of obliterating an entire floating island with a mere gesture. With a touch of pride, he reveled in his newfound prowess. Meanwhile, after a night of integration, the 2 extraordinary spirits had successfully deepened their elemental comprehension. They radiated brilliant light upon the elemental divine tree, signifying their formal entry into the second realm. Each enhancement brought about monumental transformations. Su Tian was momentarily taken aback and hurried toward the direction of the divine tree. At that moment, the 2 extraordinary spirits were enveloped in rich elemental energy, their forms flourishing under its nurturing. In mere moments, they had both grown to over 7 feet tall. With a sudden awakening, they opened their eyes, causing the sky to erupt in dazzling brilliance. Su Tian stood below, momentarily speechless. The transformations the 2 spirits underwent upon entering the second stage were astonishing. For a fleeting moment, he scarcely recognized them. The fire spirit had taken on a humanoid form, its long, fiery hair billowing in the air, radiating an intense gaze. The tip of its spear danced through the air, producing sounds akin to piercing the void. The earth spirit, too, had undergone a transformation, morphing into a human form, with tousled, earthy brown hair swirling about chaotically. In his grasp, a pair of formidable iron hammers weighed no less than 10,000 pounds. The moment they swung into motion, a fierce gale swept through the heavens. 2 extraordinary spirits, having completed their metamorphosis, descended in unison before Su Tian. Before he could utter a word, the fire spirit was the first to speak. Master, we have evolved Initially taken aback, Su Tian's face soon broke into a smile as he exclaimed, You can speak now? The fire spirit nodded and replied with a grin. Indeed, we, having undergone our second evolution, are now capable of speech. The earth spirit then chimed in, Master, please bestow upon us names. With our evolved forms, we now possess human-like appearances. Yes, let us have names. The earth spirit nearly forgot to mention this. Su Tian took a moment to gather his thoughts and, after a brief pause, joyfully declared, From now on, you shall be called Star Earth. It signifies your brilliance, akin to the stars in the sky. Star Earth. The earth spirit giggled, nodding vigorously. I shall be called Star Earth. Witnessing this scene, the fire spirit quickly interjected, Master, I too desire a name. Please grant me one. Su Tian smiled warmly. Of course I haven't forgotten you. From now on, you shall be named Blazing Dawn, symbolizing how a spark can ignite a vast inferno. It represents your boundless potential and infinite future. The fire spirit nodded appreciatively, exclaiming, Thank you, Master. I find this name truly delightful. Observing their childlike joy filled Su Tian's heart with warmth. The emotions of extraordinary spirits are profoundly pure. They dedicate their lives to serving their master. Their feelings towards Su Tian are untainted, and once they have chosen their master, they vow eternal loyalty. Chapter 22. Reconstruction Zone, divided into 6 major sections. In the western part of the floating island lies an ancient relic, scattered with numerous long-forgotten battle structures. Crossbows and arrow towers, weathered by the ravages of time, have deteriorated beyond recognition. Su Tian gently caressed these edifices, the cold touch reverberating through his palm. These weapons must have slain countless monsters in their prime. Determined, Su Tian resolved to restore this place to its former glory, aiming even to surpass it. However, reconstruction is a daunting and protracted endeavor, necessitating the expenditure of gold through the core of the floating island. Within the construction menu, an option for reconstruction awaited him. He began by erecting the previously purchased artillery. To his surprise, an ethereal image of a cannon slowly materialized among the ancient weaponry. This cannon, 5 to 6 meters wide, radiated a soft, shimmering light. Positioned behind the crossbows due to its long range, it was strategically placed further back. After completing this, Su Tian commenced the restoration of the crossbows. Opening the construction menu, he carefully selected the reconstruction option. Damaged crossbow, reconstruction cost, 80 gold coins. Would you like to proceed with the reconstruction? Yes, no. How exorbitant, Su Tian sighed inwardly. Yet he chose to proceed with the reconstruction. 80 gold coins is indeed a princely sum in the initial stages. Without the efficiency of his eternal iron pickaxe, he might have barely managed to mine even 10 gold coins by now. Fortunately, he had inherited the legacy of an island lord. Otherwise, even the swift efficiency of the eternal iron pickaxe would not suffice to cover this expenditure. As the crossbows were restored, wisps of shimmering light began to envelop the aged structures. The reconstructed crossbows boasted immense power, perfectly suited for future city defenses. Without hesitation, Su Tian proceeded to restore several crossbows, swiftly consuming over 1,000 gold coins. At this point, his modest treasury was beginning to feel strained. The previous day's dealings with the mysterious merchant had already depleted most of his resources. Nevertheless, Su Tian pressed on, determined to restore these weapons, for they represented the strength of his floating island. They formed the foundation of his defense against the impending monster invasions. Regardless of the steep costs, he deemed it essential to proceed with the reconstruction. Damaged arrow tower, reconstruction cost, 60 gold coins. Would you like to proceed with the reconstruction? Yes, no. The reconstruction cost of the arrow tower was comparatively lower, requiring only 60 gold coins. However, attempting to restore a dozen arrow towers simultaneously proved to be no small feat. Su Tian opted to proceed with the reconstruction, and soon the arrow towers began to emanate a gentle glow. This light would gradually transform these ancient weaponry into their former glory. After a wave of renovations, Su Tian's treasury was utterly depleted. He was left with merely 6 gold coins. This endeavor was indeed a monumental project. The entire western region was now enveloped in a radiant glow from the constructions. At a glance, it resembled a sky full of stars, resplendent and dazzling. Once the weapons were restored, Su Tian ventured to the western edge of the floating island. At the outermost perimeter, he crafted a searchlight for observation. The searchlight served 2 purposes. First, to illuminate the night. Second, to monitor enemy movements. It could promptly detect the presence of monsters, allowing the island lord to swiftly identify intruders. Su Tian initiated the construction, and a towering searchlight emerged. Reaching several dozen meters high, this searchlight soared into the clouds, capable of covering the entire western region. Any monster daring to invade this area would fall under the watchful gaze of the searchlight. After completing all of this, Su Tian departed with a sense of fulfillment. The western sector was now entirely finished. Once these weapons were fully restored, this area would transform into his battlefield. Su Tian would be able to command the floating island in combat. Once he completed the island's assessment and fully integrated with the core, he would be able to manipulate the entire floating island with but a thought. In this realm, Su Tian would be akin to a deity. As his thoughts wandered, Su Tian arrived at the eastern side of the floating island. This area was rich in resources, concealing numerous high-grade materials. The moment the Eternal Iron Pickaxe was expanded here, it was redirected for resource development. From a distance, he beheld the industrious figure of the Eternal Iron Pickaxe at work. It was undeniable that the efficiency of the pickaxe had markedly increased. In no time, heaps of resources were unearthed. Su Tian approached the Eternal Iron Pickaxe and instructed it to focus on gathering timber during this period. He aimed to develop this region, abundant in resources. It could be arranged as a living area for his servants. Thus, he needed to forge more houses. The Eternal Iron Pickaxe receives the Island Lord's intent, increasing timber extraction efficiency by 80. In an instant, the pickaxe's mining speed became astonishingly swift. Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. As his first enchanted item, the Eternal Iron Pickaxe had indeed proven its worth. He resolved to refine it at the next opportunity. The Eternal Iron Pickaxe senses the Island Lord's intent, further increasing extraction efficiency by 20. Now, the efficiency of the Eternal Iron Pickaxe in gathering timber was even greater. Su Tian smiled faintly, casting an appreciative glance at the pickaxe. Simultaneously, it transformed the gathered timber into houses. These fundamental items required only sufficient materials to be constructed within the floating island's core. Instantly, ethereal images of over a dozen houses began to radiate a gentle glow. Not stopping there, Su Tian continued his work until over 50 houses' ethereal forms rose majestically. At a glance, the entire area was aglow with radiant silhouettes. The brilliance of this light surpassed that of the western region, spreading around like a vibrant tapestry of starlight. Drifting across the skies, Su Tian gazed at the space filled with ethereal shadows, a hint of satisfaction gracing his countenance. He had now successfully addressed both the combat area and the servant zone. It would not be long before these two regions underwent a remarkable transformation. At this moment, he had divided the floating island into 6 major sections: the planting area, the residential area, the smelting furnace area, the combat area, the servant area, and the training area. Once he passed the assessment of the floating island in the future, he would expand upon the existing sections once more. Observing that all construction had fallen into a proper rhythm, Su Tian finally allowed himself a moment of respite. Today had been devoted entirely to the renovation and development of the island, and the results were notably impressive. Both major areas had been incorporated into his construction plans. Soon, these developments would reach completion. Su Tian resolved that when the planting area reached its harvest, he could return to the world to recruit. At this juncture, he felt entirely capable of entrusting the construction of the floating island to the Holy Angel alone. Were it not for the necessity of the island's core to finalize the building and reconstruction, he would not need to exert himself. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that under the management of the Holy Angel, the floating island would only ascend further. As night descended, the floating island welcomed its 4th evening. Su Tian activated the communication channel to assess the situation of others. At this moment, although many were still grappling with the onslaught of monsters, a considerable number had begun to embark on construction. After 4 days of development, their efforts had finally taken shape. Requests for trade flooded in. Who is willing to sell a batch of resources? There will be generous rewards. I beseech a magnate for resources. I am willing to exchange ancestral treasures. Which esteemed individual will open their eyes? I am prepared to trade a millennium egg. The communication channel was abuzz with numerous individuals seeking resource transactions, for at the outset, resources were paramount for construction. Their eternal iron picks yielded meager efficiency, producing scant results in a day. Su Tian's gaze swept upward. Though he was inclined to trade, the offers he received felt utterly insubstantial. The floating island's transportation forbade anyone from bringing resources aboard. Thus, what they offered were items mined from the island, which held no utility for Su Tian. Although he currently possessed an abundance of resources, this did not mean he would assume the role of a benefactor to aid others. With a glance, he silently closed the communication channel, sighing softly as he gazed at the twinkling stars in the sky. With the construction of the floating island entrusted to the Holy Angel, he need not worry about it. Henceforth, he should earnestly focus on enhancing his extraordinary abilities. In 2 days, the day of the extraordinary trial tower's commencement would arrive. Although no one knew its true significance, its connection to the extraordinary hinted at its profound importance. Extraordinary power was the most enigmatic force within this world. To attain the extraordinary was to transcend mortality. This was a new path, the end of which remained shrouded in mystery. Some claimed that the end of the extraordinary led to divinity, while others asserted it led to immortality. Yet throughout the millennia, no one had ever reached the terminus of the extraordinary. This was a treacherous journey, one from which there could be no turning back once embarked upon. Su Tian found himself lost in thought, having not allowed himself a moment's respite in ages. After being reborn into this world, he had tirelessly absorbed knowledge regarding the floating island. Upon reaching adulthood and arriving at the island, he had devoted himself to its construction and the enhancement of his power. For Su Tian, the march of progress had never faltered. Not only had he once been unskilled, but he now found himself even less so. Returning to the present, Su Tian rose slowly, determination glimmering in his eyes. As he lingered at the island's edge, Shasha emerged from the depths of the sea, seeking berries from him. Su Tian produced a handful of berries for her to enjoy alone. Shasha beamed with delight, reclining on the soft grass as she savored the fruit. Yet Su Tian did not pause. He was resolved to continue hunting monsters tonight. In the past 2 days, he had enhanced his strength significantly, and it was time to put it to the test. Shasha, seeing that Su Tian had not inquired further, continued to munch on the sweet berries. In the darkness, another wave of monsters breached the protective barrier. Su Tian raised his right hand, unleashing a surge of purple lightning from his palm. The force of the lightning was formidable, incinerating several monsters in an instant. Shaking his head in disappointment at the lack of challenge, he was soon confronted by a colossal creature emerging from the shadows. Giant King, a mutated giant monster, as solid as rock and endowed with immense strength, presenting a formidable foe. The core of the floating island provided this information, awakening Su Tian's interest. Just when he lamented the absence of worthy opponents, the Giant King appeared, as if fate had bestowed upon him a fitting challenge. Without hesitation, he seized the initiative. He unleashed the lightning from his palm, a bolt of violet energy streaking forth. The Giant King bellowed, bracing himself with his right arm to absorb the impact. A deafening boom echoed as a crimson mark appeared upon the Giant King's arm. However, this did not impede its advance. It charged at Su Tian with a roar, resembling a mountain that shook the very earth. Su Tian furrowed his brows, swiftly sidestepping. The Giant King brushed past him, its massive form crashing heavily into the forest, uprooting several sturdy trees in its wake. Su Tian's heart raced. Had he been struck by such a force, his bones would surely have shattered. Moreover, as the Giant King passed, a tremendous gale surged around them. Intrigued, Su Tian murmured to himself, steeling his resolve. The Giant King recalibrated its trajectory and surged toward him once more. Su Tian activated his lightning element, enveloped in a radiant violet glow. In that moment, he resembled the god of thunder from the 21st century, wielding a colossal lightning whip. Wherever the whip struck, blinding sparks erupted. As the Giant King swung a fist, the ground beneath immediately yielded a deep crater. Su Tian leaped several meters into the air, his lightning whip slicing through the sky with a piercing shriek. Crack! The whip struck the Giant King, leaving another vivid crimson mark upon its body. Enraged, the Giant King succumbed to a berserk state, unleashing all its primal fury. With a thunderous roar, its muscles bulged, transforming it into a frenzied beast radiating overwhelming bloodlust. Su Tian felt a surge of trepidation, sensing a genuine threat. The Giant King propelled itself with tremendous force, its feet creating 2 massive craters in the ground. It vaulted into the air like a meteor, crashing down with immense weight. Su Tian morphed into a bolt of lightning, narrowly evading the onslaught. Yet, debris still rained down upon him, striking him heavily. Gasping, Su Tian coughed blood, his chest ablaze with pain. A wave of shock coursed through him. In that fleeting moment, the Giant King's speed had multiplied exponentially. Had he not been quick to react, he would have been flattened into a mere pulp. With a cold, steely gaze, Su Tian summoned the celestial demon's sword, materializing in a flash of lightning behind the Giant King. As the purple thunder rang out, Su Tian's assault followed in swift succession. The celestial demon's sword struck the Giant King forcefully, igniting black flames that licked at its flesh. The Giant King howled in agony, violently tossing Su Tian off its back. He was hurled several meters away, crashing heavily against an ancient tree. The black flames continued to invade the Giant King's body, relentlessly eroding its form. He waved his hands, attempting to extinguish the flames. Yet, the black fire would not be quenched, consuming his very body, and the dark flames would persist. The Giant King, driven to madness, propelled itself towards the ground with all 4 limbs. Behind it, the black flames danced ominously in the sky. Su Tian, struck with alarm, had no time to ponder. He swiftly evaded the impending strike. With a resounding crash, the Giant King struck the earth with its fists, causing the entire jungle to tremble. Its gaze was a fierce crimson, entirely oblivious to the encroaching black flames behind it. Su Tian's breath quickened. The oppressive aura emanating from the Giant King was overwhelmingly intense. Gathering all his strength, Su Tian summoned lightning in his palms, transforming it into a mighty thunder dragon that surged forth. The dragon's brilliance illuminated the land below. The Giant King leapt into the air, choosing to confront the thunder dragon head-on. A colossal sonic boom erupted. At that moment, the 2 forces collided in a cataclysmic explosion. A fierce gale swept through the jungle, causing countless ancient trees to shed their leaves. The residual shockwave propelled Su Tian several meters away. In the distance, Sasha, who had been foraging for berries, promptly dove into the depths of the ocean. As the violet lightning dissipated, the Giant King's massive form crashed heavily to the ground. Su Tian struggled to open his eyes, only to witness the Giant King's body consumed by the black flames. Chapter 24. The Secret of the Mermaid King, Heart of the Giant King. The heart serves as the source of the Giant King's power and can be refined into materials for weapons, enhancing their quality. Amidst the shattered jungle, a heart the size of a palm hung in the air, the spoils that emerged after the Giant King's demise. Su Tian slowly rose, exhaling a breath of stale air. Although affected by the residual waves, he was fortunate to have merged with the spirit of the dragon clan the previous day. The black-scaled armor had absorbed much of the damage during the battle. Master, are you injured? At that moment, the earth spirit, sensing the fluctuations from the battle, arrived to inspect. Noticing the remnants of blood at the corner of Su Tian's mouth, it asked with concern, I'm fine, Xingtu. Just a minor injury. A night's rest will suffice. Su Tian waved his hand, smiling reassuringly. Though his appearance bore no visible wounds, the sheer force of the Giant King had inflicted some internal damage. However, he knew these injuries would heal completely with a night of rest. The earth spirit surveyed the surrounding devastation of the jungle, furrowing its brow. Master, you should return to your cultivation. I can handle the night watch. Su Tian nodded, responding with a grin. Very well. Tonight's watch is entrusted to you and Liao Yuan. I shall return to recuperate for the night. Understood. The earth spirit nodded, its eyes reflecting a determined glint. Are you all right, Su Tian? At that moment, sensing the battle had ceased, the mermaid emerged from the sea. She approached the floating island, her voice laced with concern. Su Tian glanced at her, about to reply, but was preempted by the earth spirit. Its gaze sharpened, a hint of murderous intent flickering in its eyes. Damn monster, how dare you invade the floating island? With that, the earth spirit swung its massive hammer, cleaving through the air with ferocity. Su Tian, alarmed, wasted no time. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and appeared before Sasha, swiftly leading the naive mermaid to safety. With a thunderous crash, the hammer struck the soft grass, creating two enormous craters. The entire floating island trembled violently at that moment. Su Tian felt a surge of fear. Had he not reacted swiftly, Sasha would have been crushed into a pulp. The earth spirit was poised to pursue, but Su Tian intervened just in time. Xingtu, halt. This is not an invading monster. Upon hearing Su Tian's words, the earth spirit lowered its hammer slowly, exhaling in relief. You misunderstood. She is a mermaid I just took in, named Sasha. Upon hearing this, the earth spirit froze, glancing awkwardly at Sasha and offering a sheepish smile. My apologies for mistaking you for an invading monster. I hope you won't take it to heart. It must be said, the earth spirit was indeed quite blunt, even in its apologies. Meanwhile, Sasha was still in a state of shock. Just moments ago, the earth spirit's power had immobilized her, leaving her unable to move. In an instant, a multitude of memories flashed through her mind, some of her parents, others of Su Tian. These beautiful recollections surged forth. And as Sasha came to her senses after surviving the ordeal, tears began to flow unbidden from her eyes. She sobbed, her tears transforming into shimmering pearls that fell to the ground. This scene left both Su Tian and the earth spirit in awe. Su Tian was astonished to see that Sasha's tears could turn into pearls, sparkling like stars in the night sky. The earth spirit, on the other hand, was surprised that Sasha had cried in fear. As a spirit of straightforward disposition, he had never encountered such a situation before. Standing there, unsure of what to do, he gradually turned his gaze towards Su Tian, from which Su Tian discerned a hint of pleading. He understood that the earth spirit was asking him to comfort Sasha. Approaching the mermaid, Su Tian spoke softly. Sasha, Xingtu didn't mean any harm. Look, he is offering you berries as an apology. As he spoke, he conjured a handful of berries. Sensing the sweet aroma of the berries, Sasha's tears subsided considerably. She wiped away the pearls from her eyes and stammered, well, all right. But you must bring me more berries in the future. Seeing her mood lift, Su Tian quickly signaled to the earth spirit, observing Su Tian's repeated winks. The earth spirit nodded, albeit in a daze. With the misunderstanding resolved, Sasha eagerly picked up a berry and began to nibble on it. One must commend her resilient attitude. She swiftly cast aside her earlier troubles. As Su Tian gazed at the dozen glowing pearls on the ground, he fell into contemplation. If the mermaid's tears could turn into pearls, then perhaps he could profit from this in the future? However, as soon as the thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. After all, Sasha was now a member of their island. He could not allow such a matter to cause her distress. Su Tian was not one to be swayed by greed. After pondering for a moment, he spoke, Sasha, the secret of your tears turning into pearls must remain between us and not be disclosed to others. Upon hearing this, Sasha nodded and smiled, I understand. My parents had warned me about this too. They said that if humans discovered this secret, I would be imprisoned in a cold cage, deprived of sunlight forever. That's why I've never cried in front of humans. You are the first human to witness my tears. As she spoke, a flicker of worry crossed Sasha's eyes. She looked at Su Tian, her voice tinged with uncertainty. You wouldn't imprison me in a cold cage, would you? Su Tian chuckled softly, of course not. You are now a part of my island. How could I ever harm you? But you do have a rather slow thought process. If it were someone else, you might have been in trouble. Hearing that she would not be imprisoned, Sasha took a bite of her berry and replied with a smile, I knew it. Su Tian, you are a good person. Since that is the case, let me share a secret about the merfolk with you. In truth, the mermaid kings throughout the generations have held a common secret. Their blood possesses the power to heal all wounds. The heart of a mermaid king produces golden blood, capable of mending any injury. As long as one is not dead, they can always be saved. Sasha spoke, her eyes revealing a hint of yearning. Su Tian was deeply moved. The blood of the merfolk king appeared extraordinarily potent. As long as one was alive, it could heal any injury. This was akin to possessing several lives. Su Tian inquired, Sasha, if what you say is true, who is the merfolk king of your generation? The mermaid shook her head, her expression tinged with disappointment. Our merfolk tribe has not seen a merfolk king for 1,000 years. The conditions for the emergence of each merfolk king are exceedingly stringent. My parents have told me that to become the merfolk king, one must possess supreme qualities and fearless courage. Moreover, each successive merfolk king must also possess immense strength. For only then can they safeguard the safety of our kin. Upon hearing this, Su Tian felt a sense of despondency. He had initially hoped to establish a good rapport with the merfolk king, in the hope that, should he find himself grievously injured, that individual might provide him with a drop of blood to save his life. Yet, to his dismay, the merfolk tribe had not seen a king for a millennium. At that moment, both individuals exhibited a shared sense of melancholy. The earth spirit approached, gently urging, Master, it is getting late. You should return to recuperate. I am here to watch over things. Su Tian, coming back to his senses, glanced at the earth spirit and nodded slowly. Very well. I leave this in your capable hands. And remember to take good care of Sasha. With that, Su Tian procured a handful of berries and handed them to the earth spirit. He then leaned in and whispered, if she becomes upset, just offer her a berry to cheer her up. The earth spirit nodded, affirming that everything would be taken care of. Seeing the spirit's readiness, Su Tian felt a sense of relief and, under the shrouded night, hurried back to his dwelling to heal. Sasha watched him depart, while the earth spirit gazed at the mermaid, resolutely determined to fulfill her master's task and look after her. She smiled at the earth spirit before turning back to continue savoring her berries. Observing her fondness for nuts, the earth spirit conceived a new plan. She slightly parted her lips, uttering the language of the spirits. In an instant, the earth trembled gently. Subsequently, the berries from the entire floating island began to fall, forming a long dragon that soared towards the earth spirit. Sasha, witnessing the sky adorned with a dragon made of berries, displayed a mixture of astonishment and joy in her eyes. She excitedly gestured towards the heavens, her words tumbling over one another. The earth spirit smiled knowingly, nodding as the entire bounty of berries descended before her. Surrounded by the mounds of berries, the mermaid beamed with delight, spreading her arms wide to embrace the earth spirit briefly before diving into the berry mound. Observing her figure, a peculiar ripple stirred within the depths of the earth spirit's heart. Chapter 25. Awakening the Thunder Body, Cultivating Thunder Elemental Chi. Inside the castle, Su Tian reclined on a plush sofa, taking a moment to rest. The floating island had trembled slightly, yet it did not disturb him, for he firmly believed in the divine oversight of the heavenly angels, with the guardianship of the earth spirit and the fire spirit. He was certain that no grave matters would arise. As he lay on the sofa, preparing to rest, a private invitation suddenly popped up on his communication interface. Su Tian rose to investigate, discovering that someone had initiated a private chat with him. He found it puzzling. Who would seek him out at this juncture? After all, initiating a private chat required the expenditure of 1 gold coin, a precious commodity at the initial stage. It was perplexing that someone would choose to waste a gold coin to converse with him. If he were to decline, wouldn't that mean the other party would incur a direct loss of 1 gold coin? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Tian accepted the invitation. The communication interface unfurled, revealing a graceful figure before him. In the private channel, a girl with flowing hair gradually came into view. Su Tian squinted slightly, recognizing her. Her name was Wuxian, a fellow student from his class. During their time at school, she had garnered considerable admiration due to her striking appearance. Su Tian felt a tinge of confusion. He had no particular connection with her, so why had she come seeking him? Just as he pondered this, she spoke first. Her voice soft and melodious. Su Tian, it's been a while. Indeed, it has, he replied politely. He then asked, is there something you need from me? Hearing his words, Wuxian sighed lightly, a look of hesitation crossing her face. Please, feel free to speak candidly. We are classmates after all, no need for formality. With his encouragement, Wuxian felt compelled to be more forthright. She took another deep breath and said, alas, I wish to exchange a batch of resources with you. Ever since arriving on the island, my territory has been besieged by monsters every night. Each time I construct something, it gets destroyed come nightfall. Now, for days have passed, and my progress has been nearly non-existent. Thus, I seek your help to exchange resources to bolster my strength. Su Tian frowned slightly, responding coldly. Resources are crucial for the construction of the floating island. The resources available at the initial stage are limited. How could you think I possess enough resources to exchange? Wuxian lowered her head, sighing, I am uncertain whether you would be willing to trade resources with me. However, during our time in school, You were always the top student in cultural subjects. Thus, I presumed that your endeavors on the island would be quite successful. That is why I dared to disturb you at this late hour. But rest assured, if you have surplus resources, I will not shortchange you. I have made some gains on the floating island, the most significant of which is this skill scroll. This scroll requires a level 6 proficiency to learn. As someone who has only just reached level 2, it is of no use to me. Therefore, I thought to offer it for exchange. Upon hearing this, Su Tian's eyes brightened considerably. If it truly was a skill scroll, then exchanging it for resources could be quite worthwhile. He understood that one could only learn skills when their level increased, and only one skill could be learned at a time. While having a skill at the initial stage was certainly useful, it was still far from sufficient for Su Tian. With the extraordinary trial approaching in just 2 days, any increase in strength would be advantageous. Su Tian nodded, replying, "Very well. I am willing to exchange resources with you." "Really? That is wonderful." Wu Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing his response. Initially, she had approached him with a tentative mindset, but she was pleasantly surprised by the outcome. Su Tian, not one to be stingy, resolved to offer her a fair exchange given that she was willing to trade a skill scroll. He selected the resources, and a batch from his warehouse vanished in an instant. As Wu Qian received the resources, her astonishment was palpable. "Su Tian, this is far too much," she exclaimed. Su Tian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It is merely commensurate with the value offered. I have simply provided you with corresponding resources." Wu Qian, filled with gratitude, nodded vigorously and smiled. "Thank you, Su Tian. If we meet again, I will surely repay your kindness." "No need for thanks," he replied, accepting the skill scroll before closing the communication channel. In his hand, an ancient skill scroll materialized, resting in his palm. Skill scroll, inscribed with a thunder element skill. It can be learned automatically upon opening. To his delight, it was indeed a thunder element skill. Su Tian's expression brightened, for this was perfectly suited to him. Being inherently aligned with the thunder element, learning such a skill would amplify his capabilities immensely. He unfurled the skill scroll, and ancient characters materialized before his eyes. Thunder runes, harnessing the power of thunder elements, transforming into mysterious sigils. Activating the thunder runes could instantaneously augment combat prowess fivefold and bestow upon him the thunder body. What a remarkable treasure! Gazing at the skill before him, Su Tian could hardly contain the elation swelling within. This scroll of thunder runes would allow him to prematurely unlock the thunder body. Normally, one could only access the thunder body upon reaching the 10th level of strength. Once activated, he would be able to independently commune with the elemental forces of the heavens and the earth for cultivation. At this stage, they were confined to gaining super-elemental power solely through leveling up. However, with the thunder body unlocked, the paradigm would shift. They would also be able to cultivate extraordinary powers through their own efforts. Without hesitation, Su Tian began to learn the thunder rune skill. In an instant, the ancient characters from the scroll swirled forth, transforming into violet bolts of lightning that surged into his being. The tumultuous purple electricity coursed through his body, manifesting as enigmatic sigils beneath his skin. As the learning of the thunder runes reached its completion, it felt as though a lock had been unshackled within his mind, granting him clarity and enlightenment. Moreover, he could distinctly sense the thin veil of thunder elements swirling around him. The violet energy of the thunder elements hovered closely, and as Su Tian took a deep breath, this ethereal essence flowed ceaselessly into him. He could feel a genuine increase in the power of the thunder elements within him. Although the effect was gradual, it was undeniably real. Splendid. With this, my thunder elemental power shall grow significantly. He calmed his mind and began to inhale and exhale, drawing in the swirling thunder elemental energy. Around him, strands of violet energy converged into delicate filaments. Beneath the surface of his skin, adorned with purple runes, he continuously absorbed these energies. Chapter 26. The second angel descends in the early morning light. Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, and a faint purple aura swiftly receded from his irises. Rising to his feet, his robust physique gleamed radiantly in the sunlight. After a night's passage, his thunder elemental power had solidified considerably. It was undeniable that after unlocking the thunder body, he felt a newfound bond with the thunder elements. This sensation was markedly pronounced. Lowering his gaze, he observed that his torso was etched with intricate purple patterns. These markings could normally be concealed, only to emerge during battle. With a mere thought, the dense runes upon his body began to fade away. He donned a shirt and stepped outside. The night's cultivation not only augmented his strength, but also healed the internal injuries he had sustained. Through his self-directed training, his internal organs had also absorbed some thunder elemental power. Though the absorption was minimal, with time, it would lead to significant transformation. At present, while his external defenses were formidable, his internal organs remained vulnerable. Should they sustain injury, he would be gravely harmed, if not killed. Upon stepping outside, the fragrant scent of rich earth enveloped him. The sunlight was splendid, and the surroundings were lush with vibrant greenery. At that moment, a celestial angel descended gracefully beside him. Turning to glance, Su Tian noted that the angel's features had grown increasingly exquisite. Moreover, she exuded a more pronounced femininity. Her cascade of golden hair now emanated a subtle, alluring fragrance. The angel spoke softly. Master, last night, the earth spirit harvested every berry in a single sweep. Su Tian paused momentarily, quickly grasping the implications. The earth spirits did not consume berries, and the only beings on this island that relished them were the mermaids. Thus, it was evident that all the berries had been devoured by Shasha. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he realized he had underestimated the earth spirit's cunning. It had effortlessly gathered all the berries for the girl. Fortunately, these berries would replenish the next day. Estimating the timing, they should have already regrown by now. He waved his hand, smiling. All right, I understand. The celestial angel nodded in acknowledgement and remained by his side. Su Tian regarded her with curiosity, asking, is there anything else? Master, I sense that it is almost time for the angel statue to awaken. Su Tian raised an eyebrow, surprised that another angel was set to descend so soon. Let us go and take a look. He beckoned, striding towards the angel statue, with the celestial angel following closely behind. Soon, they arrived before the angel sculpture. As expected, the moment Su Tian stepped into the vicinity, he felt a rich aura of life emanating forth. It seemed that another angel was about to manifest. He stood in anticipation, quietly waiting. The celestial angel appeared somewhat restless, eager to reunite with her kind. She radiated her luminous essence, infusing it into the angel statue. Instantly, the statue erupted in blinding light, and the waters of light began to bubble under the nourishing aura. Cracks reappeared on the angel statue, with a series of resounding cracks. A divine angel, exquisitely resembling an ethereal being, descended once more. This time, as before, her form initially mirrored the grandeur of the celestial angel, only to swiftly diminish, transforming into a newborn state. The newly birthed angel, naive to the world, gazed curiously at her surroundings. The celestial angel welcomed her with open arms. And owing to the shared essence of light, the newborn angel quickly developed a sense of dependence on her. Observing this little one, Su Tian couldn't help but caress her delicate face, which felt extraordinarily soft to the touch. The waters of light are nurturing the third angel, but due to excessive resource consumption, the nurturing efficiency has decreased by 20. Su Tian furrowed his brow slightly. This was the first instance of encountering a negative sentiment since his awakening. The excessive consumption of the waters of light had indeed diminished the nurturing efficiency. He contemplated how to replenish the resources that had been expended. The celestial angel interjected, Master, the waters of light are formed from the convergence of light power. You merely need to find objects of light to enhance its luminous strength. Su Tian understood, it was merely a lack of light power. It seemed that next time, he would need to procure some light-infused supplements to replenish it. Otherwise, even the waters of light might develop a temperament. Feeling the master's goodwill, the waters of light diligently worked to absorb the surrounding light essence, increasing the nurturing speed by 5. This little one is quite perceptive to my intentions. Su Tian chuckled softly. The celestial angel looked at the small angel beside her and said, Master, I think you should give us a name. At this, Su Tian suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to name them. With a sheepish smile, he apologized. My apologies. I completely forgot to name you. I'll do it now. The celestial angel nodded, patiently awaiting his decision. The little angel appeared equally excited. Observing their eager gazes, Su Tian pondered deeply. I shall name you Leia. Angels are revered and graceful beings, and this name symbolizes my hope that you will forever embody the dignity of a noble angel. Upon hearing this, the celestial angel's face lit up with joy. It must be said, her smile was truly enchanting, akin to that of a celestial being. Su Tian gazed at her, captivated. Ever since the celestial angel had evolved, he had seldom witnessed her radiant smile. The divine angel beamed with delight, turning to the little angel beside her and gently smiling. From now on, you shall call me Leia. The little angel nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of her words. Observing the newly born cherub, Su Tian chuckled. You shall be named Lyshin. I hope that as you grow, you will not adopt Leia's stern demeanor, but rather embrace joy and laughter. Su Tian's words subtly referenced the divine angel, suggesting she should smile more often. Upon hearing this, the divine angel instantly understood the implication. She glanced at Su Tian, a faint smile gracing her lips. Meanwhile, sensing the arrival of the little angel, the fire sprite had been waiting patiently, approaching the divine angel with a leisurely stride. He remarked, Leia, previously, after your evolution, you claimed I was smaller than you. I wonder if, now that I have evolved, you feel any regret. As he spoke, he flicked his flowing red hair with a casual flourish. Su Tian, unable to contain himself, mused how the fire sprite, fierce in battle, could be so flamboyant in private. It appeared he could no longer be called Liao Yuan, but rather Liao Sa. The divine angel scoffed lightly. Liao Yuan, I believe you have yet to complete your evolution. With that, she cradled the little angel and returned to oversee the construction of the floating island. The fire sprite, bewildered, turned his gaze to Su Tian, seeking clarification. Su Tian shrugged, indicating he was equally uninformed. Deep down, he understood the divine angel was subtly criticizing the fire sprite's immaturity. However, as a responsible island master, how could he harm the tender spirit of his companion? Misinterpreting her words, the fire sprite believed the divine angel found his strength lacking. Consequently, he dedicated himself to diligently cultivating his mastery of fire elements. Chapter 27. The extraordinary trial commences. Time flew by, and soon the eve of the extraordinary trial tower's opening arrived. In the preceding days, Su Tian had immersed himself in intense training, devoting the majority of his time to the pursuit of extraordinary prowess, with the divine angel managing the floating island and the extraordinary spirits safeguarding against monster invasions. He felt no concern for the island's affairs, allowing him to focus entirely on his cultivation. However, an unexpected incident occurred on the floating island. The magical sword Su Tian had refined had awakened its spirit. Following his battle with the giant king, he felt a profound sense of his own extraordinary nature. That night, he rushed out to challenge the demon king, only to return the next day, crestfallen. Upon inquiring about the outcome, he learned of his failure. To soothe its spirits, Su Tian generously offered the heart of the giant king. It must be said, a child who endures hardship is indeed rewarded. The magical sword soon gathered ample materials to forge its own strength. Conversely, the unawakened purple gold bow had no choice but to accompany Su Tian to the extraordinary trial. Nonetheless, he resolved to enhance its quality after the trial was complete. As night fell, a gentle sea breeze caressed the soft grass. Su Tian was absorbing the surrounding lightning elemental energy when, suddenly, the divine angel knocked on his door. Slowly opening his eyes, he called out, "Come in." With a creak, the door swung open, and the divine angel gracefully entered, her movements elegant. Su Tian looked up and inquired, "What brings you here, Leia?" She shook her head and found a seat, gazing at Su Tian. "Master, tomorrow you will participate in the extraordinary trial. I am concerned for your safety, so I have gathered a plume of angelic feathers using my own power." As she spoke, she slowly produced a pure white feather from behind her. Su Tian gazed at the feather, momentarily lost in thought. He recalled how the divine angel had evolved by merging with the light feathers. Now, she had conjured a feather on her own. From it emanated a rich aura of light, indicating that she must have exerted considerable effort to create it. With a wry smile, he said, "Leia, I appreciate your kindness. However, I have been diligently training these past few days and have significantly increased my strength. There is no need for you to expend your energy to create such a treasure for my sake. You should absorb it to replenish your own light power." "Absolutely not." The divine angel shook her head adamantly. "Master, this is a life-preserving item I specifically prepared for you. If you do not take it, I shall not leave." Her determination was unwavering, and she refused to depart easily. After a prolonged exchange of gentle persuasion yielded no results, Su Tian reluctantly accepted the angelic feather, expressing his gratitude for her goodwill. The moment he received it, the feather, as delicate as gossamer, infused him with the divine angel's luminous power, imparting a sense of clarity. Moved, Su Tian gazed at the divine angel, his eyes reflecting a hint of gratitude. The power of this feather was indeed formidable. At a critical moment, it could instantaneously heal her wounds, effectively granting her an additional life. Seeing him accept her gift, the divine angel tucked her golden hair behind her ear and smiled softly. Rising slowly, she prepared to depart, her purpose for visiting fulfilled. Su Tian watched her retreating figure, lost in contemplation. After a while, he regained his focus and resumed absorbing the surrounding lightning elemental energy. The next day, a colossal void gate materialized in the vast expanse of the sky, tearing through the heavens and hovering above. Surrounding it was a golden radiance, dazzling like a second sun. Su Tian blinked awake, a flash of violet lightning flickering in his eyes. Observing the gate, he rose slowly and stepped outside the castle, where the core of the floating island prompted him to initiate the teleportation. This extraordinary trial was exclusive to the initial island masters of their generation. Each master could only be transported through the floating island core, preventing them from bringing any allies along. Behind Su Tian, the extraordinary spirits and the divine angel had gathered to bid him farewell. In the depths of the ocean, Shasha quietly observed the scene unfolding in the sky. Turning his gaze, Su Tian met their eyes, witnessing their reluctance to part. With a faint smile, he confidently proclaimed, "Take care of the floating island. I shall return in 2 days." With that, he activated the floating island core to commence the teleportation. In an instant, a golden beam of light enveloped him, guiding him toward the void gate. The divine angel waved goodbye, urging him to remain vigilant, while the extraordinary spirits and mermaids watched him depart. Su Tian, in turn, displayed a glimmer of determination in his eyes. The teleportation concluded swiftly. As the golden beam faded, Su Tian found himself in a completely new realm, saturated with an intense, extraordinary aura. Activating his thunder body, he could distinctly sense the abundant lightning elemental energy surrounding him. This world radiated with various extraordinary elemental forces, allowing even the act of breathing to draw in a wealth of elemental energies. "Is this the extraordinary trial?" Su Tian murmured softly, gazing at the unfamiliar surroundings. Teleportation for the extraordinary trial completed. A total of 106,000 participants are involved. Within the extraordinary world, numerous extraordinary elemental fruits and treasures are scattered. All resources must be obtained through strength. Due to the time disparity, 1 day in the outside world equates to 10 days here, meaning you will spend 20 days in this realm. Finally, one must remain vigilant against the emergence of extraordinary creatures within the realm of the extraordinary, for they possess formidable strength and have a penchant for devouring humans. As the alert sounded, Su Tian swiftly skimmed through the pertinent information. Suddenly, his heart jolted with astonishment. This world was truly remarkable. Not only was it suffused with potent elemental energies, but it also boasted a plethora of hidden treasures and fruits. To acquire even one of these would likely result in a significant enhancement of power, even if he could not obtain any. Merely residing here for 20 days to absorb the elemental energies would considerably bolster his physique. It is worth noting that the concentration of elemental energies here was exceptionally rich. Moreover, taking advantage of the temporal disparity, they could embark on a 20-day expedition in this realm. Su Tian felt an overwhelming sense that the extraordinary world was indeed a place for rapid power enhancement. If he could cultivate here for a while, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Chapter 28. The first battle in the extraordinary world. In the dense jungle, Su Tian ascended the tallest ancient tree to survey his surroundings. Upon entering a new environment, the foremost task is to observe the topography. Standing on a branch, he could clearly discern the situation within a radius of several dozen miles. Surrounding him was an expanse of lush jungle, but to the west, a crystal-clear lake meandered gently. Su Tian understood that wherever there is a lake, life is sure to thrive. After all, water is the source of life, and the creatures in this extraordinary realm undoubtedly relied on water to survive. Thus, Su Tian resolved to hunt in the vicinity. According to the classification of monsters in the extraordinary world, they are divided into 4 tiers: ordinary, extraordinary, leader, and king levels. Among these tiers, the most common is the extraordinary level. Given that this is an extraordinary realm, most monsters, upon birth, undergo a transformation that grants them some extraordinary powers. However, there are also some monsters with exceedingly poor aptitude that cannot metamorphose. These untransformed beings naturally occupy the lowest echelon of monsters. As ordinary monsters, they are Su Tian's primary targets for hunting. At present, his strength would likely only allow him to engage with a few weaker extraordinary monsters. If he were to encounter a leader or king-level creature, he would stand no chance of resistance. Su Tian lay in wait upon the branch, intently observing the serene lake. He retrieved his purple gold bow, held his breath, and awaited silently. After a while, a creature finally approached the edge of the lake. It was a fiery red extraordinary fire wolf, and even from a distance, Su Tian could sense the dangerous aura emanating from it. He refrained from making any rash movements, fearing that he might reveal his presence. Soon, after quenching its thirst, the fire wolf departed. A short while later, a second extraordinary creature appeared by the lake. It was a hedgehog, its body adorned with glistening spikes that dazzled in the light as it moved. Su Tian continued his patient vigil, knowing that the essence of a hunter lies in patience. During this time, he did not remain idle. He opened every pore of his body, inhaling deeply the surrounding elemental energy of thunder. The concentration of this energy was so rich that, in a brief moment, it surpassed the benefits he had gained from an entire night of cultivation on the floating island. Time swiftly passed to noon, and the lake had welcomed a dozen extraordinary creatures. It must be said that extraordinary monsters were ubiquitous in this world. The so-called ordinary monsters were indeed a rare sight. Feeling a pang of hunger, Su Tian realized he had been here for half a day without consuming any sustenance. However, his robust physique allowed him to endure for several days without food. Yet, if he did not replenish his energy, his combat effectiveness would significantly diminish. In this treacherous environment, Su Tian dared not take such risks. He resolved that if he did not encounter any ordinary creatures before nightfall, he would have to resort to hunting extraordinary beings instead. As the sun slowly descended, the twilight painted the sky in hues of crimson. Su Tian glanced into the distance and decided not to linger any longer. He had made considerable progress that day, absorbing enough thunder elemental energy to far exceed his accomplishments from several days of training on the floating island. This made him feel somewhat exhilarated about his own strength. He descended slowly, striving to make not a sound. Just then, a plump little piglet ambled toward the lake. Su Tian's gaze sharpened, recognizing at once that this was an extraordinary creature. He blinked and scrutinized it carefully. This piglet likely weighed around 100 pounds. Its body a rosy hue, appearing delectably succulent. In this extraordinary realm, even the most foolish of beings, unable to transcend to the extraordinary, would nonetheless improve their physique through the continuous absorption of elemental energies. It seemed this particular piglet would surely provide a delectable meal. A faint smile graced Su Tian's lips as he fixed his eyes intently on its form. He slowly drew back the purple gold bow, aiming for the piglet's body. He refrained from striking immediately, choosing instead to wait until the piglet had moved a sufficient distance away before making his move. The moment he acted, the spattered blood would undoubtedly draw the attention of other monsters. Survival in the wild necessitates a subtle approach. As the piglet finished drinking and prepared to leave, Su Tian observed quietly. Just as it ventured a dozen meters away, he swiftly released the arrow. Whoosh! The crimson arrow zipped through the air like a streak of light, piercing the piglet's body before it could react. Su Tian smiled faintly and quickly approached the fallen creature. Expectant pig, the most common species in the extraordinary world. Lacking intelligence with a low bloodline, possessing a mere 1 chance of evolution, extraordinary power. Reading the description of the expectant pig before him, Su Tian could not help but chuckle. No wonder, it seemed that in this extraordinary realm, only such dim-witted beings as the expectant pig could fail to ascend to the extraordinary. Without hesitation, he skillfully and cleanly dissected its body. Setting up a fire, he placed a cut of pork upon it to roast. The succulent meat sizzled and crackled as it released a mouth-watering aroma. Almost instantaneously, the delightful scent of roasted meat wafted through the air. Su Tian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, quietly retrieving his essential barbecue tools. He had made ample preparations before setting out. With a sprinkle of seasoning, the meat on the fire exuded an irresistible fragrance. Su Tian tore off a large piece and savored it, a flavor beyond description bursting forth in his mouth. He felt that nothing in this world could surpass the deliciousness of pork. In no time, he had thoroughly consumed the entire expectant pig. After satisfying his hunger, Su Tian promptly cleared away all traces of his presence. As night fell, he decided to follow the river downstream in search of extraordinary fruits. The extraordinary world is home to many extraordinary fruits, and if he could procure one to consume, his elemental powers would experience a substantial enhancement. However, most extraordinary fruits are guarded by extraordinary creatures, which tend to nest nearby, awaiting their maturation to feast upon. Following the river downstream, the path was eerily silent. Approaching a dense thicket, Su Tian detected the presence of other island masters. Having absorbed a considerable amount of elemental energy recently, his spiritual perception had significantly heightened. From a kilometer away, he keenly discerned the figures of others. Amidst the foliage, a shadowy figure darted between the trees, pursued closely by an extraordinary creature. Su Tian swiftly concealed himself, leaping onto an ancient tree to observe. He noted that the pursuing extraordinary creature was not particularly swift. It was a rather large crocodile tortoise. The pursued individual fled desperately, occasionally taking a serpentine route that caused the considerably large alligator turtle to collide repeatedly against obstacles. Su Tian nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the person's tactics. It must be said, this individual was undoubtedly an island lord with extensive wilderness survival experience. Faced with the relentless pursuit of an extraordinary creature, he exhibited no signs of panic, instead maintaining a calm demeanor. Such composure is not something the average person possesses. Before long, the shadowy figure, utilizing the dense foliage, successfully evaded the alligator turtle's pursuit. Su Tian was captivated by the scene, but suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly regained his focus, without hesitation, and dodged to the side. Hiss! At the moment he sidestepped, a dark shadow shot out. Su Tian was startled and leaped down beside an ancient tree. When he looked up, he discovered a snake, the size of a bull, coiled on a branch. Su Tian felt a surge of alarm. Just moments ago, he had experienced an inexplicable sense of unease. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, otherwise, he might have already met his demise within the snake's belly. Furrowing his brow slightly, Su Tian realized that the green snake had silently crept closer to him. Such a stealthy approach was truly remarkable. The green snake flicked its tongue, its gaze cold and piercing, rendering it particularly conspicuous in the darkness. Bamboo snake, an extraordinary creature. Possessing agile speed and exceptional stealth, its bite can exert a force of 1,000 pounds instantaneously, endowed with extraordinary abilities and venom. The information regarding this extraordinary creature quickly materialized in Su Tian's mind. Upon understanding, he swiftly assessed the situation. The opponent's advantages lay in its speed and stealth. He could not allow it to close the distance. If it managed to ensnare him, danger would undoubtedly follow. Having grasped this, Su Tian made a decisive move. He sprinted through the jungle, engaging in a nocturnal dash. The bamboo snake, relentless in its pursuit, was determined to claim this delectable prey. It swiftly descended, its 2-meter-long body coiling through the undergrowth with remarkable speed. Realizing it was gaining on him, Su Tian abruptly halted, and with a swift motion, unleashed his purple-gold bow. Whoosh! The fiery red arrow pierced the air, aimed directly at the bamboo snake's body. The snake deftly swerved, evading the projectile like a wraith. Su Tian's heart raced. With no time for hesitation, he continued his frantic flight. In that moment, a sense of impending peril engulfed him. The speed and reflexes of this extraordinary creature were astonishing. Conventional attacks would prove utterly ineffective. With this thought in mind, Su Tian released a palm thunderbolt. The brilliant purple light instantly engulfed the entire jungle. The lightning elemental energy he had absorbed over the past few days had significantly amplified his strength. Thus, the palm thunder he unleashed was considerably more potent than before. The surging lightning devoured the jungle, leaving the bamboo snake with no avenue for evasion, rendering it paralyzed by the electrical assault. Its body came to a heavy halt. Crashing into an ancient tree, Su Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a considerable easing of his previous tension. Thankfully, the enhancements from the past few days had proven effective. At that moment, the bamboo snake lost its ability to control its own body, rendered powerless by the torrential downpour of lightning. Without hesitation, Su Tian swiftly concluded the confrontation. He was acutely aware that the battle had attracted the attention of nearby extraordinary creatures. He had to eliminate the bamboo snake quickly and retreat from the battlefield. In that instant, lightning patterns erupted, an endless surge of power coalescing in his palm, as a thunder dragon roared forth, piercing through the bamboo snake's body. Sizzle! A foul, charred odor rapidly permeated the air. Su Tian dared not linger, hastily erasing his traces and vanishing into the night. Chapter 29, Extraordinary Weapon, Snake Spear. Rustle. Peeking out cautiously from the underbrush, Su Tian utilized the surrounding foliage to conceal his presence. The recent battle had drained him considerably. However, the abundant spiritual energy in this area quickly replenished his expended strength. He scanned the surroundings, and once reassured there was no immediate danger, he let out a faint sigh of relief. Alas, had he known, he should have collected the spoils before departing. Seated on the ground, Su Tian lamented quietly. He felt a pang of regret. His excessive caution had led to a hasty retreat from the battlefield. Consequently, he had left behind the spoils from the bamboo snake. It was crucial to note that this was an extraordinary creature, and the rewards it yielded would undoubtedly be substantial. The more he contemplated, the more disheartened he became, particularly upon realizing the bamboo snake's extraordinary status. No, I must return to investigate. After much contemplation, Su Tian could not resist the urge to retrace his steps and claim his reward. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Moreover, since I had slain the bamboo snake, it was only right that I take what rightfully belonged to me. With this resolve, Su Tian quickly moved back toward the previous location. Beneath the luminous moonlight, he nimbly climbed an ancient tree. This time, he remained vigilant, setting up electrical traps around his position. Should any creature intrude, these traps would immediately unleash a dazzling display of lightning. Su Tian's gaze was cold and calculating, akin to a hawk, fixated on the direction of the previous battle. As expected, the commotion of the earlier conflict had drawn the attention of other extraordinary creatures. At present, 3 such beings had gathered near the bamboo snake's vicinity. One was a pitch-black kuei, its sharp horns radiating a menacing gleam, and flickering flames danced within its eyes. Another creature was a golden lion, its fur shimmering like sunlight, particularly blinding in the darkness. The last was a gigantic crocodile, measuring 10 meters in length, its emerald eyes glinting ominously in the night. These 3 extraordinary beings emanated a sense of power that far surpassed that of the bamboo snake. The golden lion, in particular, radiated an intimidating presence from every pore. The other 2 creatures exhibited a certain wariness, avoiding proximity. The golden lion, with its keen senses, detected a trace of human scent in the air. Although Su Tian had erased his traces before leaving, the hurried nature of his departure prevented complete eradication. Su Tian felt a surge of alarm. The golden lion's behavior indicated it was undoubtedly searching for his whereabouts. What an acute sense of perception, he whispered to himself, astonished. Such a faint trace of scent had been detected by the creature. He dared not relax. Quickly, he suppressed his aura and remained stealthy. After a thorough search yielded no results, the kuei and crocodile silently departed. Only the golden lion continued its relentless pursuit. Su Tian did not dare to glance at it. His focus remained fixed on the spot where the bamboo snake had fallen. In that thicket, the snake's corpse had vanished, replaced by a spear of vivid green. Snake's spear, an extraordinary weapon, its tip infused with potent snake venom, possessing strong corrosive properties. An extraordinary weapon, indeed. Su Tian murmured softly, his gaze riveted upon the snake spear. In this world, not every extraordinary creature yielded extraordinary weapons upon death. The probability of acquiring such a weapon was approximately 1 in 100. In other words, among 100 extraordinary creatures, only one would manifest an extraordinary weapon. Such a rare opportunity had come to him. At this moment, his resolve to claim the weapon solidified further. Roar. Meanwhile, after a thorough investigation, the golden lion, realizing it had lost the scent, let out an enraged roar. Its thunderous cry reverberated through the entire forest. Su Tian's expression grew solemn. The golden lion before him was likely in the late stages of the extraordinary realm, its power far exceeding that of the previous creatures. After a moment, the golden lion, unable to withstand the solitude, turned and sauntered into the depths of the jungle. Its fur, resembling golden clouds, compelled all surrounding creatures to withdraw in trepidation. Su Tian refrained from striking immediately, wary of a potential counterattack from the lion. Thus, He continued to observe for a while after the lion's departure. Only when he was thoroughly convinced there was no danger did he descend cautiously from the ancient tree. With swift movements, Su Tian stealthily approached the serpent spear before him. Gazing at the spear, its body of vivid green and red, exuding a chilling luminescence, he could not resist giving it a brief swing. In a flash, a colossal ancient tree was swiftly corroded by the potent poison it bore. Su Tian was secretly astonished. The potency of this toxin was formidable, indeed. Fortunately, during the previous battle, he had not afforded the bamboo serpent the opportunity to unleash its venom. Otherwise, the confrontation might not have concluded so swiftly. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Tian stowed the serpent's spear within the core of the floating island. Without further hesitation, he dashed forward, navigating the towering trees. The night in this extraordinary realm sparkled like a sea of stars, teeming with various supernatural beings that prowled through the jungle. Some shook the very mountains, while others soared high above. Their extraordinary abilities left the newly arrived island lords in awe. As the day waned, some island lords, lacking even the strength to swat a fly and devoid of survival skills, had already met their demise, consumed by the extraordinary beasts. This was the jungle world, where no rules existed. Here, every creature was bound to adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest. Su Tian arrived at a valley, choosing a steep rock face to scale. With a surge of power, he became an arc of electricity, leaping swiftly to the top of the cliff. The nighttime jungle was fraught with peril, and even atop the ancient trees, there was considerable risk, exemplified by the bamboo serpent's attack. However, the summit of the steep rock face was a different story. Here, apart from the birds of prey circling in the sky, no terrestrial creatures would intrude. Resting here, he merely needed to be mindful of the avian predators above. The rock face where Su Tian perched was approximately a meter wide, just enough to accommodate his form. He sat silently, beginning to absorb the dense aura of thunderous elemental energy surrounding him. As the latter part of the night approached, fatigue overcame Su Tian, and he gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 30. Slaying the celestial horn ant and acquiring the water spirit grass. At dawn, Su Tian was awakened by the cacophony of night crows circling above. A few of them, clustered in groups, called out from the steep cliffside. Startled awake, Su Tian cast a cold gaze upon the night crows overhead. These were semi-supernatural creatures, emanating only a faint trace of extraordinary power. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Su Tian immediately discerned their weaknesses. For such insignificant yet bothersome beings, he reserved only one fate: death. With a chilling declaration, a terrifying thunder erupted from the palm of Su Tian's hand. The sound, reminiscent of 1,000 birds in unison, silenced the circling night crows in an instant. Their bodies trembled violently before plummeting heavily to the ground. Night pearl, a luminescent material, a beacon in the darkness. As the crows fell, their bodies gradually dissolved into nothingness, revealing the night pearls. Su Tian's gaze sharpened as he swiftly collected all 3 floating night pearls into the core of the floating island. Though seemingly unremarkable, these night pearls promised to yield extraordinary effects in the dark. After securing the night pearls, he resolved to change his location. The tranquility had already been disrupted by the arrival of the night crows, and lingering here posed potential dangers. He leapt down, his feet flashing with purple lightning as they struck the ground with force. Boom! A resounding impact echoed, and Su Tian left a shallow crater in the earth. Without hesitation, he transformed into a bolt of electricity, vanishing into the jungle. Wandering aimlessly through the dense ancient trees, Su Tian's gaze suddenly narrowed. Curiosity sparked as he fixed his eyes on a patch of grass before him. This was a thicket of low shrubs, surrounded by a tangle of weeds. Yet, within this thicket, Su Tian sensed a rich aura of extraordinary energy. Upon activating his thunder body, his sensitivity to extraordinary power heightened dramatically, allowing him to instantly recognize the intense energy emanating from this spot. Parting the surrounding weeds, Su Tian discovered a remarkably vigorous, small grass thriving within the thicket. This grass was entirely blue, often hidden among the low shrubs, evading detection. However, once its true form was revealed, its extraordinary nature became immediately apparent. Amidst the sea of green, its striking blue hue stood out prominently. What an abundant aura of extraordinary power! Su Tian marveled, sensing the potent, extraordinary energy emanating from this blue grass. Moreover, the grass radiated water elemental energy. Undoubtedly, this was a remarkable fruit of the extraordinary world. Water spirit grass, an extraordinary elemental fruit. Consuming it enhances elemental power and deepens comprehension for water element users. Upon entering the extraordinary world, the core of the floating island had provided hints regarding the existence of extraordinary fruits, which are birthed from the convergence of earthly extraordinary elements. Consuming them enhances the corresponding elemental power. I cannot believe my fortune in stumbling upon an unclaimed water spirit grass. It is well known that ordinary extraordinary fruits are typically guarded by formidable supernatural beings, who inhabit the land until the fruit ripens, only to consume it themselves. The absence of a guardian for this water spirit grass likely stems from its concealment within the thickets, rendering it unnoticed. Overjoyed, Su Tian reached out to pluck it. Yet, at the moment of contact, a sudden chill raced down his spine. His keen mental acuity immediately alerted him to an impending danger. Beside the water spirit grass, an extraordinary creature unexpectedly emerged from the soil. Su Tian hastily withdrew his hand, narrowly avoiding injury to his fingers. Celestial horn ant, an extraordinary being with formidable biting strength. Its two fangs can unleash immense force in an instant. Su Tian's heart raced in alarm. He had presumed the water spirit grass to be unguarded by any extraordinary creature. To his surprise, a hidden threat lurked beneath the soil. How cunning! Crack! Crack! The ant's intent was clear, signaling Su Tian to depart. With a scoff, Su Tian fixed a cold glare upon it. How dare this creature nearly sever my hand moments ago and now demand my retreat? That would be utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, this small grass is an extraordinary item, capable of enhancing elemental powers. There is no way I could simply let it slip away. With that, Su Tian unleashed his dragon power. Instantly, dark scales materialized upon his right arm. With the protection of these black scales, he felt unperturbed by the celestial horn ant's assault, transforming his palm into a fist. He tore through the air and struck down with tremendous force. Clang! A resounding clash reverberated as Su Tian felt as though his fist had struck a nail. Despite its diminutive size, the celestial horn ant possessed remarkable defensive capabilities. Even with the weight of dragon power behind his punch, it failed to budge the creature. The shockwave from the impact flattened the surrounding weeds, causing the water spirit grass to sway like a flickering candle amidst the violent winds. Su Tian furrowed his brow. He had refrained from employing elemental powers for fear of harming the grass. Yet, to his astonishment, the celestial horn ant proved to be a formidable adversary, exhibiting not only robust defenses but also a cunning nature. He resolved firmly not to abandon the water spirit grass, determined to remain steadfast in his guardianship. This predicament left Su Tian in a quandary. Should he insist on engaging in battle here, the risk of inadvertently harming the water spirit herb was indeed substantial. The thunder ant, brandishing its two formidable fangs, glared at Su Tian, almost as if it were issuing a challenge. Witnessing this scene, Su Tian's anger flared. You wretched creature. Once I have collected the water spirit herb, I shall deal with you. With that declaration, Su Tian disregarded all caution and extended his claws toward the herb. In a flash, the thunder ant swung its fangs to intercept him. Its pincers lashed fiercely onto Su Tian's right hand. Enraged, Su Tian roared, yanking his arm back with tremendous force, sending the thunder ant crashing behind him. As his hand moved, it tore through the air with a sonic boom. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped the water spirit herb and deposited it into the core of the floating island. The moment the herb touched his palm, an icy sensation coursed through him. However, he hesitated not, swiftly transmitting this extraordinary herb into the core. Upon sensing the disappearance of the water spirit herb's aura, the thunder ant erupted in fury. It had guarded this place for over a decade, anticipating the day when its master would attain greater power. Little did it know that all its efforts would be thwarted today by the very individual before it. With a screech, the thunder ant's fangs quivered, its speed multiplying exponentially. In an instant, it lunged towards Su Tian, seething with rage. Su Tian's gaze remained indifferent, his scales enveloped in the might of the dragon's power, flickering with the essence of lightning within his fists. The clash was deafening, erupting in a burst of flames. One must acknowledge that as a transcendent creature, the thunder ant possessed remarkable strength. Had it not been for Su Tian's protective scales, he might have sustained serious injuries from that blow. Now emboldened, the thunder ant no longer exhibited the timidity it once had. With the water spirit herb lost, it cast aside all restraint. It channeled its full might, its sharp fangs radiating blinding light, tearing apart the ancient trees surrounding them. Thunder pattern, palm thunder. Su Tian unleashed his full strength, the lightning elements within him surging violently. His scales shimmered with ethereal purple patterns. Rapidly gathering the surrounding lightning energy, he formed it into a purple lightning dragon that surged toward the thunder ant. The creature retaliated with two beams of white light, clashing against the palm thunder. The collision of these two super-elemental forces resulted in a cataclysmic explosion in the air, forcing Su Tian back several dozen meters. The thunder ant, now enveloped in lightning, bore cracks upon its sturdy scales. Seizing the moment, Su Tian advanced, his feet propelling him forward like a bolt of lightning. Within the jungle, the surging lightning cascaded down. The thunder ant, driven to a desperate fight, charged through the electrifying haze towards Su Tian. With a mighty swing of his right fist, empowered by both the lightning patterns and dragon force, he shattered the air with a sonic boom. In an instant, the thunder ant's form disintegrated. Cracks appeared as if the very fabric of reality had been torn asunder within the blinding light of lightning. Soon, a small scale emerged from the remnants. Ant scale, an extraordinary material infused with the power of earth elements, enhancing comprehension of earth elements and capable of serving as an extraordinary material for the secondary awakening of weapons. beholding the scale that materialized before him. Su Tian's eyes glinted with delight. What a treasure! This tiny scale possessed such myriad functions, not only enhancing comprehension of earth elements, but also facilitating the secondary awakening of weapons. Collecting more of these would undoubtedly bolster the Earth's spirit strength significantly. However, the formidable nature of the Thunder Ant had forced Su Tian to exhaust all his means to defeat it. Now, the lightning energy within him was nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of further combat for the time being. After erasing all traces of the battle, Su Tian sought refuge atop a branch to recuperate. Chapter 31, Mysterious Skills. Puppet Summon. The effects of the water spirit herb were remarkable. After consuming it, the superelemental energy within Su Tian surged immensely. Not only that, but his lightning power also underwent a slight transformation. The once raging lightning was now infused with a biting chill. This was the ice effect that manifested post-consumption of the water spirit herb. Su Tian's mind cleared, the lightning within him coursing with wild abandon. He felt an urge to roar, to unleash the boundless power surging within him. However, being in a world of the extraordinary, he refrained from such reckless abandon. A single shout could attract the ire of other transcendent beings, a consequence far too dire to contemplate. Suddenly, Su Tian sensed footsteps approaching. He focused on the source of the sound, his gaze cold as he scanned the vicinity. In the jungle, a girl, disheveled and covered in dirt, was sprinting through the ancient trees. Behind her came a cacophony of violent tremors. Su Tian's expression hardened as he realized it was a transcendent creature pursuing her. Mountain Bear, a transcendent being renowned for its formidable combat and defensive capabilities, known for its steadfastness. As the information materialized before him, Su Tian could not help but mourn for the unfortunate girl. How tragic it was for her to be targeted by such a fearsome creature. Just as he prepared to stand by idly, the girl glanced back, and shock coursed through him. This grimy girl was none other than his old acquaintance, Wuxian. What had transpired? How had Wuxian attracted such a terrifying transcendent creature? She was usually quite prudent. How could this happen? Suddenly, Wuxian stumbled, tripped by a broken branch, and fell heavily to the ground. The massive mountain bear, approximately 10 meters wide, was closing in on her. Su Tian had no time to hesitate. He transformed into a bolt of lightning and swiftly whisked her away. With a leap, Su Tian descended and quickly scooped up the fallen Wuxian. Transforming into a streak of lightning, he fled into the distance. Wuxian barely had time to comprehend her savior before the scenery rapidly blurred behind her. After what felt like an eternity, Su Tian finally came to a halt. Panting heavily, Wuxian, meanwhile, was left in a daze, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. For someone like her, who had yet to awaken her extraordinary potential, Su Tian's speed was astounding. She lay on the ground, feeling as though the world around her was spinning. After a long while, Wuxian regained her senses. She slowly rose, staring at Su Tian in bewilderment. What just happened? I remember being chased by the mountain bear, and then everything started to blur. And now, here we are. Holding her head in confusion, she attempted to piece together the events. Su Tian glanced at her, his voice calm as he spoke. There's no need to ponder it further. I saved you from the mountain bear when it pursued you. I didn't realize you hadn't awakened your extraordinary potential, which led to your fainting from the speed. Wuxian's voice trembled as she responded, You have awakened your extraordinary potential. Gazing at Su Tian, her astonishment was palpable. Surprised, are you? It's not that difficult. Su Tian shrugged nonchalantly. Seeing his casual demeanor, Wuxian felt as though he was putting on an act. Supporting her head, she pondered for a considerable time. Su Tian then offered her a bottle of freshly drawn spring water and inquired, How did you provoke such a terrifying creature as the mountain bear? Wuxian took the bottle and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls. Her voice filled with indignation as she replied, Speaking of that, it infuriates me. Those bastards from Shimu, they are hardly human. Using me as bait to attract the attention of the mountain bear. Then, they seized the opportunity to harvest the extraordinary fruits within the bear's lair. I once thought he was a good person, only to discover he had been exploiting me all along. Wuxian's voice trembled as she spoke, revealing the depths of her fury. Upon hearing this, Su Tian fell into deep contemplation. Who would have thought such manipulation was possible? Yet, such actions are indeed a violation of natural justice. After all, we are all human and should stand on the same side. However, we find ourselves in the era of barbarism, where the law of the jungle prevails. A well-behaved girl like Wuxian is likely to meet an early demise. Wuxian looked at Su Tian, brushing aside her flowing locks, and smiled as she said, Thank you, Su Tian. If it weren't for you today, I might have perished. Previously, you had exchanged resources with me, aiding me once. Now, you have saved my life again. I truly have no way to repay you, except, enough. Su Tian interrupted, understanding the implication of her next words. Surely, it would be, I have no way to repay you but to offer myself. Wuxian paused, glancing at the skill scroll she had just revealed, only to retract it. All right, since you don't want it, I shall wait for another opportunity to repay you. Su Tian exclaimed, What is happening? He stared at the skill scroll in Wuxian's hand, bewildered. Are you offering me this? Yes, she replied. I know you may not think much of it, but rest assured, when I am capable, I will certainly repay you. Wuxian looked at Su Tian earnestly. Su Tian felt a pang of regret. Why had he spoken so hastily? He should have waited for her to finish before making a decision. Dazed, he mistakenly assumed she meant something else, only to discover she was offering him the skill scroll. Ahem, Su Tian coughed softly and said slowly. Since your attitude is so sincere, I shall reluctantly accept it. With that, he reached out to snatch the skill scroll from Wuxian's hands. Wuxian was left bewildered. Su Tian's series of actions left her perplexed. Ignoring her strange gaze, Su Tian began to examine the scroll closely. Summon Puppet, a mysterious skill that allows one to contract with any living being, turning it into a puppet that can be summoned at will. Realizing it was a mysterious skill, Su Tian's breath quickened with excitement. Mysterious abilities represent the most formidable powers in this world, surpassing even elemental forces. Skills and magic of the mysterious type are typically invaluable and exceedingly rare. He looked at Wuxian in astonishment. Are you truly certain you want to give this to me? Wuxian smiled faintly and nodded, saying, You saved my life, so you deserve whatever you wish. If you like it, it is yours. I was worried you might find it beneath you. Her words carried an undertone of gratitude. Su Tian's willingness to risk his life to save her from the mountain bear forged a bond that money could never purchase. Since arriving in this world, he had witnessed the true cruelty of humanity. Some might appear benevolent on the surface, yet are, in truth, demons clad in human skin, engaged solely in deceitful schemes. In contrast, Su Tian emerged as a figure of loyalty and integrity. Wuxian gazed at his face, an involuntary smile gracing her lips. Su Tian, overjoyed, failed to notice the subtle change in her demeanor. He felt he had struck gold. This mysterious skill scroll would serve him greatly. Chapter 32. Clinging to a strong ally as night fell in the forest, a delicate white mist began to rise, enveloping the ancient trees like starlight. In the midst of this ethereal scene, Su Tian built a fire and roasted the newly caught wild boar. Following a nearby small lake, he had managed to capture a common creature. The boar crackled over the flames, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Wuxian, drawn by the scent, could hardly contain her drool. Her long, damp hair cascading around her, standing by the fire. Her perfect figure was accentuated in the glow of the flames. It must be said, the freshly cleaned Wuxian appeared particularly alluring. Su Tian, feigning focus on the roast, could hardly tear his gaze away from her. Oblivious to any unusual tension, Wuxian's attention remained fixed on the cooking meat. Having spent 2 days in this extraordinary world, Wuxian had yet to enjoy a satisfying meal. The only time she had felt full was when Shimu had deceived her, offering half of his fruits, leading her to believe she had encountered a kind soul. Alas, the next day, he had sold her off to lure the mountain bear. As these memories surfaced, Wuxian's hatred for Shimu and his associates boiled over, and she silently cursed them, wishing for their demise at the hands of extraordinary creatures. Here you go, a piece for you, Su Tian said, retrieving his dagger and slicing off a palm-sized piece of roasted meat, extending it to Wuxian. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she quickly accepted the offering. Expressing her gratitude, Thank you so much. I won't hold back. Without hesitation, she took a bite, her face reddening from the heat, yet she didn't relent. Su Tian shook his head and sighed, observing how ravenously hungry she was. By the fire, the two of them effortlessly devoured a boar weighing over 100 pounds. With Wuxian consuming 2 or 3 parts entirely on her own, it seems that extreme hunger indeed unleashes remarkable potential. After satisfying their appetites, they gathered around the fire to converse. The thick fog blanketing the night offered them a sense of security. They need not fear being exposed by the firelight. Wuxian, gazing at Su Tian with admiration, remarked, I never imagined your strength would advance so swiftly. In just a few days, you have awakened your extraordinary abilities. Meanwhile, I've barely managed to level up once after all this time. The construction of the floating island has made little progress. As she spoke, she lowered her head. Her spirits dampened. Su Tian interjected, the path to becoming an island master is inherently challenging. Do not lose heart. The extraordinary world is replete with opportunities. With a stroke of luck, you might stumble upon one that propels you into the extraordinary. Wuxian offered a bitter smile. I once thought the same. But the harsh reality has revealed the truth of this world to me. Though opportunities abound, they are accompanied by corresponding dangers. Extraordinary creatures roam everywhere. Even a single one could devastate a large area. Previously, we could rely on spell scrolls to fend for ourselves, but now that we have exhausted them, we are but defenseless ordinary people. Here, even self-preservation is a daunting task, let alone seeking out opportunities. Su Tian rested his chin on his hand, pondering quietly. Wuxian's words were not without merit. The extraordinary world was indeed fraught with peril, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals like them to navigate. However, considering their past as classmates and the serendipity of their meeting, he felt compelled to lend a helping hand. Suddenly, Wuxian asked, Su Tian, with your formidable strength, how do you compare to that mysterious individual who has already expanded his territories? Su Tian fell silent. Comparing himself to himself seemed pointless. However, if he were to be honest, he was undoubtedly stronger now than he had ever been. By the way, how many territories have you expanded? Wuxian mused aloud. And after a moment, she posed her question. Su Tian had nothing to conceal, and he spoke candidly. Not much, just 4 regions. Wuxian was momentarily taken aback by his words. Internally, a tempest of emotions surged within her. She widened her eyes, gazing at Su Tian, her breath quickening. Is it you? You are the mysterious figure. Su Tian shrugged nonchalantly, remarking, that hardly qualifies as mysterious. It's merely an expansion of 4 regions. Goodness. One couldn't help but notice Su Tian's somewhat ostentatious demeanor at that moment. Wuxian chose to overlook his bravado, her voice tinged with excitement as she exclaimed, So, you are the great being responsible for opening the extraordinary realm through the expansion of those 4 regions. Indeed, Su Tian replied without reservation, acknowledging her statement. Upon hearing his response, Wuxian's heart raced, unable to settle for quite some time. After a while, she sighed, alas. We were both educated in the same institution. Yet the disparity is so vast. If only I possessed half of your prowess, I would surely pass this floating island assessment with ease. Su Tian smiled gently, assuring her. Do not worry. Now that you've encountered me, I shall not abandon you. Today marks the 3rd day since the extraordinary realm was unveiled, and we still have a chance. Indeed, if it were just me, I might truly have little hope. However, with you beside me, things are different. Perhaps you could feast on the meat while I savor the broth? Wuxian said, resting her chin on her hands, her expression filled with anticipation. Su Tian looked at her in amusement, replying, Rest assured, you shall not be left wanting. After all, we are classmates. Hearing his words, Wuxian felt a slight sense of reassurance. Finding a protector in this place meant she would no longer need to wander aimlessly. As night deepened, Wuxian pondered for a moment before asking, Su Tian, if I fail the floating island assessment, may I reside on your island as an inhabitant? Su Tian was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and replied, If it comes to that, I would gladly welcome you. The construction of his floating island was progressing swiftly, and it was high time to recruit personnel. He had originally intended to return to the original world to gather a group of residents. Given Wuxian's initiative, he saw no reason to refuse her. In fact, it would be advantageous for him, as her strength was commendable, and she had excelled academically. Unfortunately, fate had dealt her a harsh hand, as her floating island had been severely invaded by monsters. Otherwise, given her a moment to breathe, she could have aspired to become a true island lord. Seeing Su Tian's agreement, Wuxian smiled faintly. Aligning herself with him seemed a wise choice. He had already completed his territorial expansion and awakened extraordinary powers. Such a person undoubtedly harbored limitless potential. By staying close to him, she might also find a way to access the extraordinary. Wuxian contemplated her future prospects. As the night grew darker, Su Tian set traps around them before drifting into a peaceful slumber, leaning against an ancient tree to gather his strength. In the morning, upon hearing Wuxian's words, his heart ignited with enthusiasm. Some individuals had already begun forming teams to harvest extraordinary fruits. Although their methods were despicable, the results were undeniably fruitful. Su Tian resolved to explore the vicinity the following morning to see what he might uncover. After the campfire had extinguished, Wuxian felt a chill in the air, compounded by the dense fog that rendered the surroundings even more eerie. She shifted her position, quietly leaning against Su Tian for solace, as proximity to him provided a sense of security. For any girl, the longing for safety is paramount. Su Tian paid her no mind. As long as she did not disturb him, he was indifferent. In the latter half of the night, Wuxian gradually fell asleep beside him. Chapter 33. Reaping the benefits of others, leaving no remnants. In the early morning, the verdant ancient trees glistened with dew, thriving under the sun's warm embrace. Wuxian rose early and meticulously prepared by the small lake. Su Tian leaned against a tree, quietly observing her as she splashed her face with the pristine lake water. Compared to her disheveled appearance from the previous day, Wuxian now embodied the goddess he envisioned in his mind. After a while, she returned from the small lake, droplets of water still glistening on her face, which, in the sunlight, gave her an ethereal aura. Furthermore, Su Tian detected a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from her. He found himself puzzled, for she had not applied any perfume or similar products. How could she smell so delightful? Could this be the legendary natural fragrance of women? Wuxian, cradling a handful of wild fruits she had just gathered that morning, joyfully exclaimed, Today is my lucky day. There's a grove of fruit nearby. I picked these while washing up. Su Tian nodded, taking one of the fruits and savoring it. With a single bite, the sweet juice burst forth in his mouth. While these wild fruits from the extraordinary realm may not rival the famed extraordinary fruits, they were nonetheless rich in nutrients, nurtured by the spiritual essence of the world. The effects of these wild fruits were comparable to that of ginseng or lingji. After they finished their fruits, they concealed their traces and set forth through the forest in search of extraordinary fruits. Noticing that Wuxian lacked a defensive weapon, Su Tian handed her the serpent spear he had previously acquired. Wuxian was taken aback, staring at the extraordinary weapon in disbelief. The value of such a weapon could fetch an astronomical price in the outside world. She felt embarrassed to accept it and repeatedly declined. Observing her reluctance, Su Tian simply placed the serpent spear in her hands without uttering a word. Wuxian understood his goodwill and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Once I obtain a skill scroll, I will surely repay you." As she spoke, she tightly grasped the serpent spear. Su Tian pondered her words, wondering how she could so readily acquire skill scrolls. He had yet to even glimpse a skill scroll on his floating island. Meanwhile, Wuxian had already obtained 2 skill scrolls. Could it be that his floating island was a veritable treasure trove of scrolls? Su Tian's thoughts wandered, filled with speculation. As they continued, they arrived at a valley rich with elemental energy. Su Tian surmised that there must be significant treasures hidden nearby. However, it was uncertain whether any extraordinary creatures inhabited the area. They concealed their presence and quietly observed their surroundings. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the valley, causing Su Tian to be on high alert as he pinpointed the source. He exchanged a glance with Wuxian, and they began to approach the sound. Finding shelter behind an ancient tree, they paused to observe. Ahead, an extraordinary creature was locked in combat with a human, a snow-white tiger. Silver tiger, an extraordinary creature, possessing agile speed and sharp claws, endowed with ice element skills, capable of freezing vast expanses. Upon seeing the information about the silver tiger, a grave expression crossed Su Tian's face. This extraordinary creature felt no less formidable than the mountain bear he had encountered earlier. As he contemplated, Wuxian noticed something amiss ahead. She whispered, "It's those scoundrels from Shimu again. They must have deceived another person to draw attention." Her voice dripped with fury. Su Tian frowned, casting a cold, indifferent gaze forward. On the other side, he spotted a group of individuals stealthily hiding behind the silver tiger. While the creature was relentlessly pursuing a man, the man was utilizing skill scrolls, desperately buying himself time to escape. The formidable silver tiger is impervious to the effects of skill scrolls, unless they are of a high tier. Wuxian remarked, "Last time, I was lured here in a similar manner. Once the silver tiger's attention is diverted by that man, they will set forth towards its lair to harvest the extraordinary fruits. It appears that the man is nearing his limit." Wuxian whispered, her voice tinged with disdain for Shimu. Su Tian's gaze followed. The man had already been forced back into the thicket by the silver tiger. His body was quivering violently, clearly indicating that his skill scrolls had been depleted. The man was racing through the jungle, repeatedly shouting for help. The silver tiger, an imposing figure stretching 5 meters wide, barreled through the forest, toppling ancient trees in its wake. Meanwhile, Shimu and his group, seeing that the silver tiger was distracted, began to approach the cave. Su Tian, possessing acute senses, could detect the rich aura of the extraordinary emanating from within the cave. Inside, a black jujube tree stood, adorned with glistening golden jujubes. Su Tian was taken aback. This tree bore over 100 extraordinary fruits. Just as he contemplated whether to take action, a wail echoed from the cave. A small silver tiger launched an attack on Shimu's group. Su Tian's heart raced. He had not anticipated the presence of such a diminutive extraordinary creature within the cave. Judging by its appearance, this young silver tiger was likely in the early stages of its extraordinary evolution. Shimu's group, clearly caught off guard by the existence of another extraordinary being, frowned in concern, knowing they must gather the jujubes before the silver tiger returned. Among the crowd, a burly man stepped forward. He activated a skill scroll, causing countless spikes to erupt from the ground. The small white tiger, agile and nimble, leaped about, evading while retaliating with ice elemental powers. In an instant, thick frost blanketed the area outside the cave. Wuxian clapped her hands in approval, exclaiming, "Serves you right. This is karma for your daily misdeeds." The small white tiger's assault hindered their progress, as the ground beneath them had turned to ice, making movement nearly impossible. "Damn it! Hurry up and deal with it," a hot-tempered man shouted. He unleashed a fire elemental scroll, and flames engulfed the icy landscape. The small silver tiger, eyes gleaming with ferocity, roared and launched an iceball attack. It was as if hail was falling from the sky, with massive shards of ice raining down. Shimu commanded his team not to spare their skill scrolls. In an instant, 4 new skill scrolls were activated, summoning 4 extraordinary abilities in the sky. The small silver tiger appeared overwhelmed by the onslaught. Just having recently entered the extraordinary realm, it was clearly outmatched by the coordinated attack. Injured by the fire elemental skill, its once pristine white fur was singed beyond recognition. The creature staggered and howled in pain. In the jungle, the large silver tiger, sensing the commotion, began to rush back. It roared, shaking the entire forest. Shimu frowned slightly and bellowed, "Forget about it. Quickly gather the jujubes. Take as many as you can." With that, he was the first to dash into the cave, commencing the harvest. 7 individuals followed suit, no longer paying heed to the small silver tiger. As they greedily plucked the golden jujubes, Wuxian, sensing urgency, whispered, "Shouldn't we make our move? They've already trampled on half of the jujubes." Su Tian shook his head confidently, asserting, "There's no rush. Our goal extends beyond those jujubes. They've barely harvested half. What I desire is to uproot the entire tree. Imagine if we could take it back to cultivate, yielding even more extraordinary fruits in the future. And these two extraordinary creatures could serve us well. Once they weaken each other, we can reap the benefits." Su Tian spoke with an air of unwavering confidence. Wuxian was taken aback by his audacity. She had not anticipated that he intended to completely usurp their gains. It seemed that his accomplishments were not mere happenstance. Wuxian observed silently, refraining from further comment. Chapter 34. Slaying the Young Tiger, Uprooting the Jujube Tree. Enough, let us go. Inside the cave, Shimu urged, clutching a handful of golden jujubes as he hastily departed. The jujubes swiftly vanished from his grasp. Su Tian understood that they were likely stashing them within the core of the floating island. After exchanging glances, the seven began to turn away. They were acutely aware that if they did not leave now, they might never escape. In the jungle, the silver-white tiger was racing back swiftly. Bloodstains lingered at the corners of its mouth, suggesting that the man had likely met his demise within its belly. Upon witnessing its cub injured, its fur singed and matted, the silver tiger erupted in fury. With eyes ablaze, it let out a roar that reverberated throughout the mountains. The fleeing crowd was further terrified. Their eardrums nearly ruptured by the piercing sound. Su Tian was alarmed. The silver tiger's rage had amplified its already formidable power. It dashed out of the thicket, extending its tongue to comfort its injured cub before turning its gaze with a fierce glint, setting its sights on the group of assailants. The seven scattered in panic, fleeing into the jungle while simultaneously deploying skill scrolls to impede the silver tiger's pursuit. Enraged by its cub's injury, the silver tiger, as a mother, could not forgive. Its forepaws thundered against the earth, causing the forest to tremble. Just as one individual was about to be overtaken, he hastily activated a skill scroll to create a barrier. A whirlwind materialized, forcing the silver tiger back several meters. Seizing the moment, the man resumed his desperate flight. Meanwhile, the situation for the remaining seven was reaching a boiling point. Once their skill scrolls were exhausted, they would surely fall victim to the silver tiger. However, in their scattered escape, even if the silver tiger were to chase, it could only take down 3 or 4 of them at most. Su Tian disregarded the chaos, his gaze cold and unwavering, fixed on the small silver tiger. If he were to strike, it had to be a decisive blow, ensuring that the young creature could not retaliate. Otherwise, if the small silver tiger let out a cry, the larger one would undoubtedly turn back to attack him, leaving him to be their unwitting pawn. Su Tian activated the thunder pattern, intricate runes appearing all over his form. Wuxian was taken aback by the sight. Without explanation, Su Tian continued to summon the dragon's power. A layer of black-scaled armor began to manifest, while faint purple lightning flickered in his hands. With both powers awakened, Su Tian's strength surged to an astonishing level. Furthermore, he charged a palm thunder in his hand. Wuxian watched in awe as Su Tian transformed before her eyes. Was this truly his power? She felt an aura as dangerous as that of the silver tiger itself. She could hardly comprehend how he had attained such prowess. Wuxian's heart raced, unable to believe that such a feat was achievable by someone at the initial stage. She had assumed only the island lord could reach such heights. Little did she know, for Su Tian, it was an effortless endeavor. As the moment of opportunity arrived, Su Tian hesitated no longer. He instructed Wuxian to wait for him there. Wuxian nodded obediently. Su Tian's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing before the small silver tiger. Faced with the sudden upheaval, the little silver tiger had yet to react when the dazzling lightning surged forth. The galloping violet electric energy was relentlessly compressed by Su Tian, and at the moment of contact with the silver tiger, this torrent of violet energy swiftly invaded her body. In an instant, the little silver tiger felt a numbing sensation in her heart, followed by her collapse and demise. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. Wuxian witnessed this scene, her eyes wide with astonishment. Even though she had long anticipated the outcome, she could not suppress her gasp upon witnessing it unfold. The little silver tiger's form began to rapidly dissipate. Ultimately, her body vanished, leaving behind a faint white glow at her original position, where a jagged fang materialized in the sky. Tiger fang, elemental material imbued with the essence of ice. Upon crafting a weapon, there exists a 50 chance to activate the frost effect. A remarkable treasure, Su Tian murmured softly, swiftly stowing the tiger fang into the core of the floating island. Without hesitation, he turned and ventured into the cave. Before him, a black ancient tree emanated a rich aura of super elemental energy. Su Tian was astonished. This jujube tree radiated a vibrant vitality. No wonder it could bear such a bountiful harvest. Su Tian plucked a golden jujube and swallowed it whole. A wave of golden warmth instantly coursing through his abdomen. This warmth cleansed his very essence, bestowing upon him a formidable vitality. After consuming one, Su Tian felt his vigor significantly enhanced. The more extraordinary the effects of the golden jujube, the more resolute his determination to seize the jujube tree became. He hastily gathered all the jujubes. Then, empowered by 2 forces, he commenced uprooting the black jujube tree. With a thunderous roar, the tree, having grown here for a millennium, boasted a complex root system intricately intertwined with the land itself. Su Tian bellowed, exerting all his strength as he began to pull. The roots were severed one by one, and the vitality emanating from the tree dimmed substantially. Su Tian felt a pang of sorrow, yet he had no choice. He vowed that upon returning to the floating island, he would provide it with the finest nourishment to revive it. Moreover, he believed that with such abundant life force, the jujube tree could survive even if its roots were torn away. With a final surge of strength, Su Tian uprooted a significant portion of the black jujube tree. Standing at 5 meters tall, the tree could not possibly fit within the core of the floating island. It had to be stored within his storage ring. He activated the storage ring, and half of the tree's form dissipated within it. Wuxian, who had not activated her extraordinary abilities, could not perceive everything within the cave. However, upon reflection, she suddenly realized a conundrum. The core of the floating island was only 5 cubic meters. How could a jujube tree fit inside? Was he intending to carry it away? Confused, Wuxian could only wait silently for his return. Su Tian's tree uprooting endeavor had reached its conclusion. The majority of the jujube tree had been integrated into his storage ring. With one final exertion, he severed the last remaining roots. Thus, this ancient jujube tree, which had thrived for a millennium, was taken away. After completing this task, Su Tian transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly returning to his original position. Wuxian felt a gust of cold wind sweep by, and suddenly, Su Tian appeared before her. She stared at Su Tian, momentarily taken aback, before inquiring, "Where's the jujube tree?" "Fear not, I have secured it," Su Tian replied confidently, patting his chest. "You secured it? The core of the floating island is only 5 cubic meters. How could you fit it inside?" Su Tian refrained from explaining, as the silver tiger was hastening back. He gestured for silence, signaling her not to speak. Wuxian understood and ceased her questioning. At this moment, the silver tiger appeared somewhat disheveled, having sustained some injuries from the onslaught of a dozen skill scrolls. However, the bloodstains at the corner of its mouth indicated that it had likely slain 3 or 4 foes. Chapter 35. Uprooting the extraordinary jujube tree, acquiring the frost sword. After recently emerging from a fierce battle, the silver tiger returned to the cave, suddenly sensing something amiss. Here, it could not detect the presence of its cubs. The silver tiger paused for a moment, then swiftly dashed back into the cave. Upon entering, it found no trace of its cubs, and the jujube tree had been completely uprooted. As a mother, it immediately surmised that the little tiger might have met a tragic fate. It let out a resounding roar, its once crimson eyes now suffused with veins of blood. Wuxian was greatly alarmed by this scene. The silver tiger's roar instilled a sense of unease within her. Yet, upon seeing the composed Su Tian beside her, that anxiety was quelled. The silver tiger charged outside the cave, roaring in despair. With the loss of its cub, its inner fury could no longer be restrained. Su Tian stood behind the ancient tree, silently nocking an arrow. A fiery red arrow materialized before the purple gold bough. Wuxian was taken aback. The aura emanating from the purple gold bough was even more terrifying than the spear Su Tian had previously given her. With a swish, the arrow sliced through the air, striking the silver tiger with the force of a meteor. Letting out a howl, the silver tiger, still consumed by grief over the loss of its cub, remained oblivious to the impending danger. The sudden assault caught it off guard. The silver tiger roared as the flames affixed to the arrow rapidly engulfed it. Its snow-white fur was singed black in an instant. With a roar, it unleashed its ice elemental power, swiftly extinguishing the flames. Su Tian released the purple gold bough, preparing for the final harvest. The silver tiger was already injured, and with the added damage from the purple gold bough, it was likely on the brink of severe injury. Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Su Tian unleashed the palm thunder. The sky erupted in a brilliant display of lightning, reminiscent of 1,000 birds taking flight. The silver tiger, sensing the presence of the little silver tiger within Su Tian, instantly realized he was the perpetrator. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. In that moment, disregarding its injuries, it lunged forward to attack. Amidst the dazzling lightning, the silver tiger erupted in a blinding white light. In an instant, the entire forest was encased in ice. The magnitude of this power far exceeded that of the little silver tiger. Su Tian sidestepped, narrowly evading a fatal blow, yet the frigid aura caused him to momentarily falter. The silver tiger seized the opportunity, its claws descending with tremendous force. With a thud, Su Tian felt a heavy pressure in his chest, propelled several dozen meters away. His body crashed into the ancient tree, sending a multitude of trees flying. Wuxian watched this unfold, her eyes brimming with anxiety, on the verge of tears. She yearned to rush out, yet feared being a hindrance. Ultimately, she could only remain rooted in place, feeling helpless. With a cough, Su Tian spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. He had never anticipated that, in such a severely injured state, the silver tiger could unleash such formidable power. Breathless, he consumed 2 golden jujubes to recover from his injuries. As the jujubes entered his belly, a surge of vibrant life force coursed through him, swiftly mending his wounds. In an instant, several broken ribs within him reconnected. The silver tiger was not faring well either. Already injured, it now found its body further weakened by the paralysis from the palm thunder. Nevertheless, it pressed on, propelled by the fierce love of a mother. Intent on bringing down the one who had harmed its cub, the silver tiger staggered towards Su Tian in fury. With his injuries healed, Su Tian rose immediately. He bellowed, releasing an endless torrent of lightning from within. In an instant, 2 lightning dragons materialized behind him. Under his command, the lightning dragons tore through the air, charging towards the silver tiger. The silver tiger did not shy away. It roared fiercely as it charged towards Su Tian. Bang! The resplendent thunder dragon struck its body, momentarily robbing it of balance. Nevertheless, even in its fall, it unleashed a blast of icy power directly aimed at Su Tian, cutting through all obstacles and threatening his heart. Unable to evade, Su Tian found himself ensnared by the freezing force. With no other recourse, he extended his arms, employing the black scales to resist. Bang! As the white light dissipated, Su Tian's hands became numb. Under the onslaught of the 2 thunder dragons, the silver tiger ultimately succumbed to death. In its final moments, its claws lunged forward, driven by a desperate resolve to perish alongside him. Su Tian's heart raced. The creature was intent on a mutual demise. Collapsing to the ground, he gasped for air, his arms unresponsive. He leaned against an ancient tree, calling out for Wuxian. Witnessing his dire state, a wave of anguish surged within her. She fought back tears and hurried to his side. Are you all right? Is everything okay? Wuxian's voice trembled as she spoke. Su Tian shook his head, forcing a smile. It's nothing serious, just a loss of sensation in my arms, and I can't move them. Please feed me a few jujubes. As he spoke, he manipulated the core of the floating island, producing a handful of golden jujubes. Without hesitation, Wuxian picked up the fallen jujubes and fed them to Su Tian. Upon consuming the golden fruit, a surge of vitality enveloped him. A warm current coursed through his body, and in a short while, sensation gradually returned to his arms. He flexed them slightly. Although feeling had returned, a sharp pain lingered. We must leave swiftly. This commotion has surely attracted the attention of other extraordinary beings. I am still injured, and encountering other superlative creatures would be perilous, he urged. Wuxian nodded, supporting him as they prepared to depart. Wait, Su Tian interjected. Let's collect the spoils from the silver tiger before we go. Frostblade, an extraordinary weapon imbued with the power of ice, capable of emitting a chilling sword energy that can immobilize foes. Another extraordinary weapon, Su Tian murmured as he gazed at the blue sword floating before him. He could not help but acknowledge his remarkable fortune. Within just a few days, he had acquired 2 extraordinary weapons. He swiftly stored the frost blade in the core of the floating island and made his exit. In a cavern, after consuming a dozen more golden jujubes, Su Tian's injuries were completely healed. Furthermore, after several days of accumulating power in the extraordinary world, he experienced a breakthrough. Level 8. Su Tian's rank had ascended once more. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the transformation within his body. When he broke through, it felt as though a shackle had been shattered, granting him a sense of lightness, as if he could glide effortlessly. Opening his skill page, 2 new options emerged. Sun Thunder. Upon fusion, the internal lightning elements will transform, granting extraordinary power derived from the sun. Een Thunder. The bone-chilling lightning from the depths of hell, upon fusion, will undergo a transformation, acquiring extraordinary power from the infernal realm. Choosing either thunder element would result in a significant change. After contemplation, Su Tian ultimately opted for Sun Thunder. After all, one must choose the righteous path. Een Thunder, stemming from hell, bore an ominous connotation. As he made his selection, an intense heat surged within him. His pupils transformed, each radiating the brilliance of a sun. With a crackling sound, the lightning elements within him manifested, now no longer the usual purple hue. After merging with Sun Thunder, the lightning gradually transmuted into a golden form. Infused with the power of the sun, he let out a roar as a bolt of palm lightning erupted from his hand. The golden lightning streaked across the sky, reminiscent of a golden aurora painting the heavens. Wuxian returned just after fetching water, and upon witnessing this spectacle, she was drenched in cold sweat. Su Tian, what has happened to you? She cried out in alarm, rushing towards him. Hearing her call, Su Tian quickly retracted the lightning enveloping his body. The golden lightning vanished into him. He smiled gently, saying, I'm fine. I merely experienced another breakthrough. Hearing this, Wuxian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She leaned against a wall, handing him the water she had brought, saying, You scared me. I thought you had gone mad. But congratulations. You've broken through again. Su Tian retrieved a golden jujube from the core of the floating island and offered it to Wuxian, saying, Eat these. They will surely help you reach the next level. These are extraordinary fruits, brimming with vitality and vigorous power. Wuxian hesitated, shaking her head and insisting, No. This is too precious. These are of great use to you. You fought fiercely to obtain them. I haven't contributed anything. I have no right to take them. Disregarding her protests, Su Tian placed the golden jujubes into her arms. Just take them. After all, you will need to rely on me for the floating island assessment ahead. Right? Consider it in advance on your wages. Wuxian was at a loss, unsure whether to feel joy or sorrow. While she understood his intention was for her to accept the jujubes, his words inevitably stung her heart a bit. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately accepted them. After consuming the golden jujubes, a soft golden glow emanated from Wuxian's exterior. Under the influence of the fruit's effects, her level naturally ascended to 3. Given her lower rank, the transformation was quite evident. Su Tian stared at her, suddenly taken aback, for he noticed a slight swelling in a certain area of her body. Shocked, he realized that he had not experienced such a change. His own vitality had merely intensified, and his accumulated strength had increased. How could she alter her very qualifications? With this thought, Su Tian lowered his gaze to inspect himself. No changes. Did I perhaps eat too few? He murmured softly, contemplating. Wuxian, now ecstatic after breaking through to level 3, realized that without Su Tian's assistance, she would have needed many days to achieve it. Chapter 36, The Method of Awakening. That night, Su Tian and Wuxian immersed themselves in silent contemplation. Having consumed a copious amount of golden jujubes, their bodies underwent subtle transformations. Wuxian was most noticeably affected. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, a fleeting glimmer of dull gold flashing within. The golden jujubes Su Tian had given her had propelled her to level 3, and she was on the cusp of reaching level 4. She felt that with a bit more accumulation, she could easily break through to the next level. Su Tian slowly opened his eyes, after consuming over 100 golden jujubes. His body was saturated with vibrant life force. However, this power did not manifest any remarkable changes within him. Aside from his muscles becoming slightly more robust, he noticed no other attributes had altered. At that moment, a few dozen jujubes remained. Su Tian felt that consuming more would yield little benefit, so he resolved to save them to take back for others. Wuxian glanced at Su Tian, a radiant smile illuminating her face. The two sat within the cave, silently admiring the night scenery outside. Wuxian remarked, I never imagined today would yield such bountiful rewards. Before entering the extraordinary world, I wouldn't have dared to dream of this. Everything changed so fantastically after meeting you. Even now, I can hardly believe I have truly broken through. I believe that before departing from this extraordinary world, I can break through to the 4th level. Su Tian felt a surge of sentimentality and responded. This is an extraordinary world. Anything is possible. Indeed, that is precisely why we are striving so diligently. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, gazing at the twinkling stars above, seemingly filled with unspoken words. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the cave, and Su Tian sensed an extraordinary power. This cave was discovered by Wuxian in a moment of panic. At that time, Su Tian had utilized his powers to investigate and confirmed it was safe before taking residence. Now, it appeared that this cave harbored some secrets. After Wuxian's level had risen, her perception of nature became sharper. She glanced into the depths of the cave and inquired, Have you found anything? Su Tian narrowed his eyes and replied, I can sense an extraordinary power. There must be something within. Let us go take a look. Su Tian urged, his gaze coldly scanning the depths of the cave. Wuxian followed closely behind, proceeding silently. The cave grew increasingly dark as they ventured deeper, obscuring their path. Su Tian retrieved the night pearl from the core of the floating island. This was an item obtained from slaying the night crow, capable of illuminating the darkness. As the night pearl emerged, the entire cave was instantly enveloped in a radiant white light. Wuxian marveled, How do you have everything? Of course. My family's resources are abundant. Su Tian replied with a confident smile, quietly advancing forward. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, they finally reached the heart of the cave. The air was frigid, evoking a sensation akin to plunging into an ice cellar. Su Tian's expression turned grave as he silently attuned himself to the source of the extraordinary power emanating from within. Soon, his gaze locked onto the right side of the cave's depths. He approached cautiously, his black scales beginning to surface. He readied himself for battle at a moment's notice. Hidden mechanism activated, alchemist's trade initiated. Just as Su Tian drew near, a line of text abruptly appeared before him. His eyes swiftly scanned the message. Realizing this was a place akin to a trading post, he beckoned Wuxian to join him, assuring her that there was no danger. Wuxian let out a small sigh of relief, lowering her guard. Upon their arrival, a void-like passage materialized before them. From within the passage, a young man clad in a golden robe emerged. Su Tian's gaze was unwavering. He sensed that the man before him was shrouded in mystery, impossible to decipher. The young man gradually stepped forward and seated himself cross-legged. His voice resonated with a magnetic charm. Greetings, I am an alchemist. The principle of alchemy is equivalent exchange. You may present items you wish to trade, and I will reciprocate with something of equal value. After delivering his words, the young man fell silent. Su Tian contemplated the meaning of his words. Equivalent exchange. If the item he offered was of little worth, then so too would be the item he received in return. It seemed imperative to present something of substantial value. This was a hidden mechanism, and the items exchanged would undoubtedly be extraordinary. With resolute determination, Su Tian produced a golden fruit date for the exchange. The young man glanced at it and smiled. Excellent. This fruit date possesses vibrant life force, capable of healing some injuries. I shall exchange it for a thunder spirit pill. I perceive that you are an extraordinary wielder of the thunder element. Consuming this thunder spirit pill will enhance the quality of the elements within you. Su Tian accepted the thunder spirit pill, immediately feeling a brilliant surge of thunderous energy. The thunder element within him rejoiced upon sensing this pill. Su Tian's heart raced. It seemed this thunder spirit pill was indeed a remarkable treasure. He swallowed it whole, and the thunderous power within him underwent a transformation. The originally golden lightning became even more resplendent, and his heart meridian began to undergo drastic changes. A blazing sun slowly formed at the center of his heart. This was a great sun, providing him with a ceaseless flow of power. The sun-like thunder within Su Tian seemed poised to shatter all darkness. After a while, Su Tian exhaled a cloud of turbid air, and he noticed two suns swirling within his eyes. He discovered that, even without the illumination of the night pearl, he could see clearly in the boundless darkness. You have one final opportunity for equivalent exchange. Cherish it well. The young man suddenly spoke after a lengthy silence. Su Tian understood. The other was prompting him to present something of value. After some contemplation, he ultimately produced the frost sword from that morning. Upon seeing this, Wu Qian's eyes widened in shock, and she whispered, Su Tian, that is an extraordinary weapon. Are you certain you want to trade it? Su Tian nodded, his gaze revealing a steadfast resolve. It's equivalent exchange. I trust he will provide me with something satisfactory. The young man smiled faintly upon seeing the frost sword. Very well. The item I exchange will certainly meet your satisfaction. Without hesitation, Su Tian extended the frost sword to him. After receiving it, the young man retrieved an ancient scroll. This is the method of awakening spirits. It can assist you in achieving spiritual transformation. With that said, the spatial passage opened once more, and the mysterious man vanished within. An extraordinary weapon had been exchanged for a mere scroll. Wu Qian remarked that she felt Su Tian had been swindled. Su Tian furrowed his brow. Even he felt a tinge of regret at that moment. If an extraordinary weapon had been exchanged for a single skill scroll, he indeed felt he had lost out. Nevertheless, Su Tian decided to examine the scroll. Method of awakening spirits. This technique allows one to manifest corresponding extraordinary spirits through the elemental power within the body. The extraordinary spirits possess half the strength of their host and can fuse with the host in later stages, unlocking the spirit battle armor. Wow, what an extraordinary effect. Su Tian was utterly astonished after reading the method of awakening spirits. It appeared he had made a tremendous gain. Upon understanding, Wu Qian was also taken aback. This method of awakening spirits was equivalent to possessing an extraordinary spirit, and it also retained half the host's strength. In later stages, it could even fuse into battle armor. The value of this far surpassed that of an extraordinary weapon. It seemed the hidden mechanism for trading was indeed advantageous. An alchemist, how fascinating. Su Tian murmured softly, contemplating the implications of the encounter. Chapter 37, Spirits of Heaven and Earth, Golden Lin. The spirits of heaven and earth thrive on qi and possess wisdom through spirit. Su Tian began to learn the method of heavenly spirits. Instantly, the golden lightning within his body transformed into a sea of thunder. Amidst this tempestuous sea of thunder, a radiant sun akin to the sun itself began to rise. This was the great sun spirit within Su Tian, now merging with him. Surrounding thunder elements gradually coalesced, forming a golden spirit that grew ever larger. Su Tian's pupils blazed like flames, resembling two blazing suns that shattered the profound silence of the night. With a low roar, a golden spirit slowly emerged from his heart meridian. The spirit shimmered with purple lightning, born from the yang thunder within Su Tian. A brilliant sun floated forth, and upon contact with the golden spirit, it erupted into an explosion of radiant white light. In the next moment, the golden thunder element spirit fully came to life. It gradually opened its eyes, the golden irises shining brilliantly in the darkness. Wherever its gaze fell, it resonated with Su Tian's heart meridian. This extraordinary spirit, birthed from him, shared a deep connection with its master. With a mere thought, Su Tian could control this golden extraordinary spirit. Wow, what an adorable spirit. As Wu Qian beheld the birth of the golden sprite, her heart swelled with youthful exuberance. The sprite, having only recently awakened to consciousness, appeared rather daft and bewildered. Wu Qian reached out, yearning to touch it, but recoiled upon noticing the flickering thunderbolts surrounding it. With a mere thought, Su Tian dispelled the electrical discharges enveloping the sprite. He spoke reassuringly, "Fear not, I have quelled the tempestuous energy within." At his words, Wu Qian smiled gently and cradled the golden sprite, now hovering gracefully in the air. "Wow, it's so soft," she exclaimed, her fingers caressing its diminutive head with an endearing fondness. Su Tian's complexion paled slightly, fatigue weighing upon him. for nurturing this spirit of heaven and earth had drained a considerable amount of his vitality. Holding the sprite close, Wuxian inquired, Su Tian, as its master. Shouldn't you bestow a name upon it? A name, you say? Let us call it Jinlin, for its golden scales radiate auspiciousness, he replied. Su Tian consumed a golden jujube to replenish his energy. Wuxian gazed at Jinlin, her face alight with tenderness. How adorable. Should I encounter an alchemist again, I too shall seek to exchange for a spirit awakening method. However, as she pondered, a wave of dismay washed over her. But wait. Such a method requires an extraordinary weapon. The only one I possess is the serpent spear you gifted me. I cannot part with it. It is essential for my survival. After devouring 2 more golden jujubes, Su Tian's pallor faded, a healthy flush returning to his cheeks. The vitality contained within these jujubes was indeed potent, swiftly restoring much of his expended strength. Jinlin, come here. Su Tian called softly, and the sprite swiftly broke free from Wu Qian's embrace. Observing its adorably dazed demeanor, Su Tian felt a surge of affection. With a mere thought, he sent Jinlin soaring out of the cave. Wu Qian, puzzled, queried, what do you intend for it to do? I wish to establish a rapport with it now that it has just been born, Su Tian replied, immersing himself in the extraordinary sensations coursing through him. At that moment, Jinlin floated above the forest, its golden eyes piercing through the veil of darkness. Suspended in the air, it surveyed the surroundings with clarity. Su Tian marveled at the experience, viewing the world through Jinlin's perspective, feeling an exhilarating sense of freedom, as though he himself floated in the skies. How wondrous, he murmured, continuing to bond with Jinlin. Just then, a cacophony of noise reached his ears. This clamor did not emanate from within the cave. Rather, it was transmitted through Jinlin's heightened senses. With a thought, Su Tian directed Jinlin to seek the source of the commotion. On the edge of another thicket, he spotted several figures huddled together. A sense of suspicion arose within him. How could these individuals be so brazen, risking the ire of extraordinary beasts? As Jinlin edged closer, it strained to listen to their conversation. In the next moment, Su Tian's brow furrowed slightly. He recognized all the figures below, for they were familiar faces. There were 6 individuals in total. Among them were 3 from the Shimu faction who had pilfered jujubes that very morning. The other 3 were acquaintances from his school days, one of whom was the class monitor. Confounded, Su Tian wondered how his classmates had become entangled with the unscrupulous Shimu. A gnawing sense of foreboding gripped him. The Shimu were ruthless, having suffered losses this morning. Could it be that they were once again luring others in as bait? Jinlin approached cautiously, and soon their words reached Su Tian's ears. Quickly surrender all your skill scrolls. If you comply willingly, you may yet retain your lives. To resist would be sheer folly. We already have one among us who has evolved extraordinary power. Those who are wise will hand over their scrolls. The speaker was a burly man from Shimu, his tone dripping with arrogance. What? This is impossible. The man known as Qin Shan, the class monitor, wore an expression of terror, disbelief etched across his features. He was the highest ranked among their trio, yet his level had only recently reached 3. While that was commendable for the initial stage, he had not anticipated that someone could have already attained level 5 and evolved extraordinary abilities. Qin Shan, disbelieving, drew a sword, preparing to fight to the death. Upon seeing this, his companions also brandished their weapons. Shimu scoffed, stubborn fools. Allow me to demonstrate true extraordinary power. With that, flames erupted from his being, coalescing into a fireball that he hurled forth. Qin Shan, alarmed, wasted no time in swinging his sword. The fireball detonated midair, reducing his sword to molten metal. The explosion's shockwave hurled him backward, crashing violently into an ancient tree. He coughed up blood, pain radiating through his back. Class monitor, are you all right? His comrades, witnessing the chaos, rushed to his side, supporting him. Humph. Had you surrendered your skill scrolls earlier, you would have avoided this suffering. Now, here is your chance for survival. Hand over your scrolls, or you will all be fed to extraordinary beasts. Shimu's cold voice resonated ominously in their ears. Qin Shan gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly, though he felt utterly powerless. Meanwhile, through Jinlin's perspective, Su Tian grasped the unfolding situation. His gaze turned icy as he fixed his attention on Shimu. Wu Qian, sensing his unease, asked, what is happening? Su Tian replied, his voice frigid. The class monitor has been injured by Shimu and is now being extorted. What? Wu Qian gasped, her heart racing with indignation. Shimu is truly detestable, a scoundrel beyond measure. The class monitor has always treated us well. I cannot stand idly by. She brandished her serpent spear, her teeth clenched in determination. Let us confront that scoundrel Shimu. Patience. Wu Qian, Shimu has already entered the realm of the extraordinary. If we rush in blindly, they may resort to using the monitor and his companions as hostages. We must strike when they least expect it, Su Tian advised. Wait, Shimu has already broken through to extraordinary? Wu Qian exclaimed in shock, unable to fathom that the scoundrel had reached such heights. It's likely due to those golden jujubes from this morning that facilitated his breakthrough, Su Tian conjectured. Let us position ourselves along the route and ambush them once the class monitor departs. We must act before Shimu resorts to desperate measures. Understood, Wu Qian affirmed. And together they emerged from the cave, cautiously moving toward their destination. Chapter 38. The Extraordinary Ancient City, a true test of the extraordinary. We can provide you with the skill scrolls, but you must honor your promise to let us go, Qin Shan conceded, aware of the futility of resistance. Of course. Shimu replied with a sinister smile, his eyes glinting with deceit. Qin Shan inhaled deeply and summoned his two companions. In hushed tones, he whispered, I never expected to encounter someone extraordinary. If we fall here, it can only be deemed bad luck. When the time comes, you will hand over all your skill scrolls and then flee as far as possible. If he truly keeps his word and releases me, I will seek you out. If he betrays us, I will stall for time. Regardless, when the time comes, you should distance yourselves as far as possible and never look back. Do not doubt it. Class leader, we share a bond of life and death. Indeed, having spent over a decade together. Do you think we are the kind of people who fear for our lives? If necessary, we shall confront him head on. Absolutely not. Qin Shan shook his head solemnly and declared, as your class leader, I will bear the brunt of any troubles that arise. This group does not come with good intentions. After you both escape, if you encounter any other classmates, you must inform them about this matter. It appears they have already hunted down quite a number of individuals. We cannot allow others to fall into their clutches. However, class leader, enough, Qin Shan bellowed, interrupting the two. His serious demeanor left them with no choice but to acquiesce to his demands. Do as I say and hand over all the skill scrolls to me. Class leader. The weight in their hearts intensified as they slowly surrendered the 4 skill scrolls to Qin Shan. Without hesitation, he took the scrolls and placed them into the core of the floating island before Shimu. He proclaimed loudly, Shimu, I have all their skill scrolls. Let them leave first. Once they are safe, I will naturally return everything to you. Shimu's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of cold indifference evident in his gaze. The two accompanying him felt a chill run down their spines upon witnessing this. They understood that such a demeanor from Shimu signified a deadly intent. Very well. Shimu replied coldly, his tone devoid of warmth. Upon hearing this, Qin Shan immediately gestured for the two to hasten their departure. After a moment's hesitation, they choked out. Class leader, do not worry. If anything happens, I will surely avenge you. Hurry and go, Qin Shan urged, his heart heavy as he pressed them to leave. In no time, spurred by Qin Shan's insistence, they fled in anger. As the sound of their retreating footsteps faded, Qin Shan felt a slight relief wash over him. He feared not death itself, but rather the impotence of being unable to save others. With the two now safely distanced, he felt unburdened. Qin Shan resolved to delay for as long as possible. Shimu's expression remained impassive as he stated, those two have departed. You may now hand over the skill scrolls. Just a moment. I must wait until they have gone far enough before relinquishing the scrolls to you. Do not push your luck, Shimu warned. His voice laced with suppressed fury. Qin Shan, undeterred, retorted, Humph. If you were to strike me down now, you would gain nothing from the skill scrolls. Upon my death, the core of the floating island will shatter, and you shall receive nothing. Shimu's expression darkened, sending chills through those who beheld him. Containing his wrath, he articulated slowly, I will grant you 1 more hour. If you do not comply, even if I forsake the scrolls, I will ensure your demise. Humph. Qin Shan, keep my word. I will certainly hand them over in an hour. Thus, Qin Shan managed to buy himself another hour. Shimu and his companions sat in silence, awaiting the passage of time. Their conversation was overheard by Jin Lin, who relayed the information to Su Tian. In the heart of the forest, Su Tian contemplated his strategy. If an attack were to ensue, it must occur swiftly against Shimu, for the other two posed no real threat. Having made up his mind, Su Tian prepared to coordinate with Jin Lin, while Wu Qian remained poised for action. As he approached Shimu's vicinity, Su Tian concealed himself among the foliage, deliberately creating a disturbance. In an instant, Shimu and his companions adopted serious expressions. One of them inquired, what is happening? Could it be a supernatural creature? Shimu frowned slightly and shook his head, impossible. We have scattered silver powder around. No creature could approach. It might be other people. You two go investigate. Understood. The two rose, cautiously making their way into the woods. Observing their silhouettes, Su Tian could not help but sneer. With a thought, Jin Lin swiftly moved towards their direction. What followed next would be a direct confrontation between Su Tian and Shimu. Taking a deep breath, Su Tian steeled his gaze, and a faint flicker of lightning danced at his feet. Suddenly, in the pitch-black sky, a shimmering arc of light streaked across, cleaving the heavens. Su Tian transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, erupting forth. In the next moment, he materialized behind Shimu, and with a swift motion, summoned a palm of thunder. Before Shimu could turn around, the golden lightning engulfed him from behind. The sunlit thunder, accompanied by the searing flames of the sun, instantly scorched Shimu's clothing. With a violent crash, he was propelled dozens of meters away, his head striking a colossal tree. Meanwhile, Jin Lin initiated its assault on the other two. Possessing half of Su Tian's strength, it easily dispatched them. Jean Lin unleashed a surge of solar thunder, creating a dazzling expanse of lightning that engulfed the surrounding area. Even as the two attempted to activate their skill scrolls, they were grievously wounded, spitting blood. Su Tian showed no mercy. With a mere thought, he commanded Jean Lin to launch the next wave of attacks. Streams of golden heavenly thunder descended, igniting the forest into a roaring inferno. The very earth seemed to burn as if stirred by the thunderous wrath of the heavens. The two perished in the sea of flames, their wails echoing like ghostly lamentations. Wu Qian, hiding at a distance, felt a chill creep up her spine upon hearing their cries. When Qin Shan first laid eyes on Su Tian, he was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly exclaimed, "You! What brings you here?" Simultaneously, his heart swelled with astonishment. After all, Shimu was a formidable being. The fact that Su Tian had dispatched him in an instant showcased an unfathomable power. Su Tian smiled slightly and replied, "Class leader, this is not the place for conversation. Let us return to discuss matters." Of course, Qin Shan was overwhelmed with excitement, not only from the relief of survival, but also from the joy of reuniting with an old friend. Just then, Shimu, who had been feigning death, suddenly sprang to life. He erupted, conjuring a fireball in his hand and launching it directly at Su Tian. Su Tian, with heightened senses, detected Shimu's movement the moment he rose. In the sky, a streak of golden lightning appeared, resembling a great golden dragon, crashing down upon Shimu. Ah! Another anguished cry escaped Shimu as he collapsed into the grass, several ribs fractured. Su Tian expressed surprise. "You survived my palm of thunder? It seems you possess some defensive treasure." Weighed down by the golden lightning's assault, Shimu lost all capacity for retaliation. Lying on the ground, he gasped, "Please, spare me. I can offer you anything you desire." Su Tian sneered, "Are you attempting to bargain for your life? I am quite curious as to what you can present to save yourself. You scoundrel, I will end your life." At that moment, Wu Qian, who had just arrived, could no longer contain her fury upon seeing Shimu lying prostrate. The grievances she had endured erupted in that instant. She lifted her foot and kicked down hard. Uffed. Already grievously injured, Shimu was thrust further into agony. His face contorted in pain as he grimaced, "Please, do not strike. I know a significant secret." "Wu Chia Su Tian, you must be cautious. Do not let him deceive you," Wu Qian cautioned, her voice laced with concern. Su Tian nodded, a spark of intrigue in his eyes as he replied, "Go on, speak quickly. If you linger any further, you may find yourself bereft of the chance to speak at all." "No, what if I divulge this information and you refuse to spare me?" Westwood stammered. In an instant, Su Tian's gaze hardened, and he deftly twisted one of Westwood's arms, snapping it with a sickening crack. Crimson blood gushed into the air, painting the sky. Westwood's anguished cries echoed, his face contorted in agony. "You have no room for negotiation." Su Tian's voice was as frigid as ice, sending chills down the spine. Westwood trembled. He had intended to use this secret as leverage, but he had encountered a ruthless individual who was all too willing to end his life at the slightest provocation. He realized that with such a person, bargaining was futile. Should patience wane, he would meet a swift demise. His only recourse was to divulge what he knew, albeit with the intention of retaining some advantage for himself. Suppressing the excruciating pain, Westwood slowly began, "I possess the true secret of the extraordinary trials. Earlier, within the valley, we triggered a concealed mechanism and obtained the qualification for the trials. Here, as long as you reach the extraordinary level, you will qualify for the final selection of the trials. Deep within the hidden realm lies an ancient city of the extraordinary, populated entirely by participants. Only those who achieve the extraordinary level can take part. Those who etch their names on the list shall be rewarded with a plethora of resources. I swear, every word I speak is true. I have visited that ancient city before, and there are indeed numerous individuals within. In the extraordinary world, around 100 people have already attained the extraordinary level. In a few days, the real selection will commence. If you spare my life now, we can join forces, and I guarantee we will secure the top position. I swear, all rewards will be yours. You need me. I can eliminate some of our competitors." The explosive revelation left the three present in stunned silence, grappling with the magnitude of the information. Who would have thought? This is the true significance of the extraordinary trials. Su Tian had no reason to doubt Westwood's words, for his proposal to join forces indicated the existence of the ancient city. According to Westwood, 100 extraordinary beings had already emerged. Yet, Su Tian remained unperturbed, confident that most of them, like Westwood, had only recently broken through upon entering this world. Su Tian was at level 8. Dealing with them would be effortless. "Enough. You have outlived your usefulness," Su Tian stated calmly. "Wu Qian, this scoundrel is now yours." His words fell upon Westwood's ears like the chilling whispers of a vengeful spirit, instilling a profound dread within him. "Please, I swear, if you spare me, I will help you eliminate the other competitors," Westwood pleaded, his voice trembling. "I know I have wronged you in the past, but I vow never to repeat my mistakes. I was driven by desperation. My family has endured relentless bullying. They have suffered greatly for my sake. I swore to rise above it all. Yet in my pursuit of power, I committed many grave errors. Please, grant me a chance to atone. I cannot die here. My parents are waiting for me to return and provide for them. Westwood's fervent repentance struck a chord within Wu Qian, softening her heart. Unlike Su Tian, who reveled in bloodshed, she found herself devoid of vengeful desires upon hearing his confession. She glanced at Su Tian and softly suggested, "He does seem pitiable. Since he wishes to reform, perhaps we should offer him a chance. Indeed, if he has shown remorse, we should consider mercy." Qin Shan, known for his integrity, chimed in after hearing Westwood's heartfelt admission. Su Tian maintained a stoic expression, though inwardly he held a grudging admiration for Westwood's manipulation. He understood that Westwood's words were likely fabricated. However, with Wu Qian and Qin Shan now inclined to believe him, Su Tian found it difficult to insist on his demise. A smile broke across his face as he approached Westwood, gently helping him to his feet. Within his palm, a faint glimmer of golden lightning flickered momentarily. Very well. As the saying goes, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. Since you acknowledge your errors, we shall grant you the opportunity for redemption. Depart now, and we shall not take your life. However, should you err again, I will not hesitate to end you," Su Tian declared resolutely. Westwood knelt, fervently expressing his remorse. Wu Qian and Qin Shan, witnessing his sincerity, were convinced of his transformation. Su Tian turned, leading Wu Qian and Qin Shan back toward their previous lair. Meanwhile, Westwood pivoted, retreating into the depths of the forest, his unsteady form hastening away. After a considerable distance, confirming he was no longer in danger, he burst into raucous laughter. "Ha ha! I have survived. Just you wait. Once I have strengthened my power, I shall make you pay dearly." Westwood's demeanor had transformed, his words laced with a chilling intensity. His eyes glinting with an ominous crimson hue, resembling a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. "Is that so? You need not wait. I am already here." A cold voice echoed from behind Westwood. His body jolted, as if plunged into an icy abyss, and he turned in shock. Hovering behind him was a golden spirit, softly articulating its presence. Confused, Westwood realized he had never encountered this golden figure before, not understanding that it was Su Tian's spirit. He could only recall the devilish voice that had just echoed in his ears. To Westwood, Su Tian had been an embodiment of true malevolence, a being who would strike at the slightest provocation. "Who are you? Why are you following me?" Westwood inquired, bewildered by the spirit's appearance. "Oh dear, how forgetful you are. It's only been a short while since we parted, and you've already forgotten me," the spirit replied, causing Westwood to tremble in astonishment. You are Su Tian," he exclaimed, recognition dawning upon him as he connected the dots. The golden spirit smiled faintly, mirroring Su Tian's expression. To Westwood, this scene unfolded like an encounter with the Reaper himself, a haunting reminder of his imminent doom. He currently harbors no desire to comprehend the reasons behind the other's transformation. His sole wish is to swiftly depart from this place fraught with turmoil. At this moment, every pore of his body emanates an anguished scream. Without hesitation, he bolts away. Jean Lin offers a faint smile, and then, unexpectedly, golden lightning manifests upon Shimu's shoulder, precisely where Su Tian had helped him rise. In the next heartbeat. Before he can utter a cry of despair, he is engulfed by the surging tide of lightning. Within the golden sea of thunder, his body begins to dissipate into nothingness, with even his remnants being relentlessly eroded. Su Tian obliterates all traces of him, ensuring his complete annihilation in this world. After a while, Shimu leaves no mark behind. All that he was has vanished within that recent tempest of golden lightning. Following the completion of this grim task, Jean Lin gradually departs from the site. Chapter 39, The Hunt for Extraordinary Beings. Within the cavern, Qin Shan's face radiates excitement. Gaze fixed upon his familiar classmates, he is overwhelmed with emotions. Who would have thought that they would reunite after graduation? Such is the marvel of fate. Qin Shan is brimming with enthusiasm. Had it not been for the absence of alcohol in this place, he would have eagerly proposed a celebratory toast with Su Tian and Wu Qian. Suddenly, he shifts the tone of the conversation, grinning broadly as he inquires, "Are you two together?" No. Wu Qian, caught off guard, shyly protests. Su Tian chuckles lightly. "Class monitor, you still have a penchant for matchmaking. You were once dubbed Qin the matchmaker, and now you wish to return to your old profession?" His playful jibe rekindles the lively atmosphere. The group discusses the extraordinary, filled with great hopes for Su Tian's triumph. Having witnessed his prowess, the dazzling lightning ignites a profound ripple within their hearts. Qin Shan sighs ruefully, after entering the floating island. "My family leveraged their connections to provide me with a batch of resources, yet even so, I have only managed to advance to level 3. In comparison to you, I'm woefully lagging behind." Wu Qian, lacking familial support, finds herself in a similar predicament. Hearing this, she quickly interjects, "Class monitor, please don't misunderstand. If it weren't for Su Tian's assistance, I doubt I would have progressed to level 3 so swiftly. I owe him a great deal for his help during this time." Su Tian smiles gently. "We're all classmates. It's only natural to assist one another. After today's events, I believe we can collaborate to target extraordinary beings." The revelation sends a jolt through the two present, their expressions filled with astonishment. Having spent time with him, Wu Qian is well aware of Su Tian's capabilities. Nonetheless, the notion of him actively seeking to confront extraordinary beings leaves her utterly taken aback. Qin Shan gulps, his breath quickening. Su Tian. Extraordinary beings are not to be trifled with. Their strength far surpasses that of Shimu. Are you certain you wish to pursue them? Su Tian nods, his gaze brimming with confidence. Class monitor, rest assured. If we join forces, we shall prevail. Previously, as a lone wolf, I refrained from provoking extraordinary beings. However, the circumstances have changed, our numbers and strength have increased. Targeting extraordinary beings presents numerous advantages. Not only can we acquire their extraordinary fruits, but we can also obtain the gear they drop. This way, you all can break through to the extraordinary tier in a short time. Qin Shan's eyes gleam with excitement at the prospect of a breakthrough. Wu Qian, aware of Su Tian's strength, is imbued with confidence as well. Qin Shan steadies his emotions before speaking. Tianer, if you are resolute in your decision to hunt extraordinary beings, then we shall follow your lead. You are prudent and astute. I trust you. His demeanor is earnest and solemn. Su Tian nods, affirming, fear not. After we jointly hunt down several extraordinary beings, you will all attain the extraordinary tier. At that point, we can venture to the ancient city and participate in the extraordinary selection. All right, tomorrow, we shall first rendezvous with Huang Yuan and Wang Ping. And then together, we will hunt extraordinary beings. Excellent. Su Tian resolves firmly in his heart to secure more extraordinary fruits this time. Before heading to the ancient city to claim the top position. That night, Su Tian retires early to rest, seeking to replenish his energy for the challenges that lie ahead. Jin Lin, whom he has dispatched, patrols the perimeter to ensure the safety of their territory. Meanwhile, Qin Shan, filled with excitement, finds himself unable to sleep. He gazes at the twinkling stars above, a surge of unwavering determination swelling within him. Wu Qian, resting beside Su Tian, gradually drifts into slumber. In these recent days, she has only felt secure while leaning against him. Otherwise, sleep eludes her. Su Tian has no choice but to acquiesce to her needs. A silent night passes. As dawn breaks, the sun rises slowly, casting a rosy hue upon the clouds. Qin Shan, having spent the entire night awake, is exhilarated. He arrives early at the small lake, preparing a pot of fresh water. Once Su Tian awakens, he intends for them to use this water for their morning wash. It must be said that Qin Shan is quite adept at caring for others, always considering every detail. This is the very reason he was chosen as class monitor. In the morning, Su Tian provides each of them with 3 golden dates to stave off hunger. Upon seeing the dates, Qin Shan's eyes sparkle with delight. This is the first time he has encountered genuine extraordinary fruits. Initially hesitant to accept, he ultimately succumbs to Su Tian's persuasive urging. With Wu Qian enjoying her share, he feels disinclined to object further. After consuming the 3 golden dates, a wave of warmth washes over Qin Shan's abdomen, revitalizing his spirit. Su Tian proves to be rather extravagant, showing no reluctance in sharing the precious fruits. After tidying up, the trio embarks on their journey in search of opportunities. Qin Shan has arranged to meet with Wang Ping and Huang Yuan, should he have no other engagements, at their usual gathering spot. Navigating through a dense thicket, Qin Shan leads them to a bunker they had excavated. This bunker serves as their refuge during the night, and they emerge only in the morning to seek their fortunes. The overhead canopy of thick leaves conceals it from any passing creatures, knowledge they acquired in their lessons on wilderness survival. Qin Shan clears away the foliage shrouding the entrance, revealing a narrow opening before them. He softly calls into the bunker, Wang Ping, Huang Yuan, I'm back. Come out quickly. His voice resonates within the confines, igniting joy among the two hidden inside. Wonderful. Class monitor, you're safe. We were worried all night. The first to emerge is Wang Ping, slender and agile, who quickly makes his way out. Upon spotting Su Tian and the others, he freezes momentarily before his face lights up with glee. Isn't this the academic prodigy and the goddess? What a delightful surprise to meet here. The second to emerge, Huang Yuan, shares the same exuberance upon recognizing them. It really is you. How splendid. It's been ages since we last met. Qin Shan, beaming at the two, announces, I have something significant to share with you today. What is it? After deliberation among the 3 of us, we have resolved to hunt extraordinary beings together. The spoils will be shared equally among us. What do you think? Qin Shan's face radiates enthusiasm. At his words, both Wang Ping and Huang Yuan are momentarily taken aback. Wang Ping responds incredulously, Class monitor. Are you certain we are going to hunt extraordinary beings? Even if the 5 of us go, we cannot be certain of successfully hunting the extraordinary creature. Moreover, our stock of skill scrolls is dwindling. If we find ourselves outmatched, we may not even have the chance to flee. Indeed, Qin Shan, clearly anticipating the doubts of the two, spoke confidently. Rest assured, under normal circumstances, I would never attempt to hunt an extraordinary being. However, the situation is different now. We have an academic prodigy among us. Tian, who has already entered the realm of the extraordinary, possesses strength far superior to that of the Westwood we encountered yesterday. We believe that with our combined efforts, hunting extraordinary creatures will be well within our capabilities. Is that true? The prodigy has already reached the extraordinary level? The revelation left Wang Ping and Huang Yuan utterly astonished. Su Tian smiled slightly, raising his right hand slowly, revealing a flicker of golden lightning in his palm. At that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings. Wang Ping and Huang Yuan's eyes widened, rendered speechless by the shock. Su Tian needed no further explanation, merely showcasing his power sufficed. As the golden lightning manifested, a tremor ran through everyone's hearts. The two exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Truly worthy of being a prodigy. With such strength, we indeed possess the means to hunt extraordinary creatures. Absolutely. We have already discussed our plan. We shall first head to the lair of the seven-colored deer. You haven't forgotten its location, have you? Of course, I will never forget. Wang Ping responded, his memories of the seven-colored deer etched vividly in his mind. He had nearly perished there once. Let's go. Lead the way. Our target is to take it down, Qin Shan declared, setting off ahead. Wang Ping and Huang Yuan nodded. Following closely behind. Chapter 40. Puppet Summon, Contracting the Seven-Colored Deer. The cliffs of the secret land were perilously steep, hidden amidst the clouds. Qin Shan informed them that the seven-colored deer favored the cliffs. Huang Yuan, somewhat dazed, could hardly believe that just days ago they were fleeing for their lives. And now they had banded together to hunt extraordinary creatures. The rapidity of this transformation was almost overwhelming. Upon reaching the cliff face, Qin Shan spotted a majestic deer, its body adorned with vibrant colors, drinking from the lake. Following his direction, Su Tian beheld the seven-colored deer. Seven-colored deer, extraordinary creature, possessing unparalleled jumping ability and speed. Its antlers can promote plant growth. Extraordinary skill, seven-colored divine light. As Su Tian absorbed this information, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Those antlers were a treasure. They could foster the growth of crops on his floating island. Su Tian whispered, "Class leader, I possess an iron sword, though not an extraordinary weapon. Its resilience and power far exceed that of ordinary iron swords. I will engage first to restrain it. You all should remain at the sides to deliver the finishing blows. And remember not to strike those antlers." Understood. Qin Shan nodded, aware that those antlers were precious. Thus he would not attack them even without Su Tian's warning. Onward. Su Tian commanded, his eyes transforming into blazing suns that radiated divine light. Beneath him, a faint golden lightning shimmered. He inhaled deeply, then became a streak of golden lightning, darting towards the magnificent deer. In an instant, a bolt of golden lightning flashed, resembling a brilliant meteor streaking across the sky. The seven-colored deer sensed danger the moment Su Tian approached, and a surge of colorful divine light erupted from its form, manifesting 7 distinct glows. As the golden lightning sword in Su Tian's hand collided with the seven-colored light, a tremendous backlash erupted. The thunderous roar echoed, and the tranquil lake was instantly vaporized, leaving behind parched earth. Su Tian was propelled back 10 meters, crashing into the thicket like a shooting star, creating a deep crater. The seven-colored deer let out a piercing cry, unleashing a wave of seven-colored divine light. Thunder rumbled as the divine light swept through the surroundings, rendering everything to nothingness. Golden scale, arise. Su Tian evaded the onslaught and transformed into a streak of lightning, swiftly closing in again. In that moment, countless black scales emerged upon his body, with strange purple runes etched upon the armor. Su Tian wielded the golden lightning, transforming it into a radiant sun, striking down upon the seven-colored deer. The golden scale, under his command, swiftly sealed its escape routes. A fierce roar erupted as the seven-colored deer's divine light was shattered, crashing heavily onto the ground. A tempest unleashed from the impact, causing the surrounding ancient trees to sway violently. In the distance, Qin Shan and his companions stood stunned, unable to utter a word. They could hardly believe the extent of Su Tian's power. One individual had subdued the seven-colored deer, preventing it from lifting its head, while they were momentarily dazed. Zhou Qian charged forth, spear in hand, braving the gale. With a thrust, the spear pierced the seven-colored deer's right leg, instantly corroding it with toxic green liquid. The potent venom, capable of eroding all, rapidly caused the deer's leg to deteriorate. Su Tian's aura surged, radiating golden lightning. In that moment, he appeared as a celestial being, resplendent and awe-inspiring. With a swift motion, he materialized before the seven-colored deer, extending his right hand, resembling a sun, pinning it down immovably. "Wait, human." As Su Tian was poised to end its life, the seven-colored deer unexpectedly spoke. The words halted Su Tian in his tracks. Seizing the moment of their surprise, the seven-colored deer hurriedly proclaimed, "Human, you cannot kill me. If you do, the seven-colored light will remain within you forever. If I perish, the Mountain Lord will seek vengeance on your behalf, relentlessly pursuing you to the ends of the earth." Su Tian raised an eyebrow, his voice icy as he replied, "You are already my captive. I could end your life at any moment. Even now, you dare to threaten me? Human, I know of your kind. Your arrival is merely to gain strength. You seek to hunt me for the treasures I possess. If you spare my life, I can grant you a plot of medicinal land. Within it lie the extraordinary herbs I have cultivated over the years, a fair exchange for my life. The seven-colored deer implored. Su Tian was taken aback, realizing that this creature possessed a field of medicinal herbs. It seemed to promise extraordinary fruits. The value of the medicinal land appeared even greater. Noticing Su Tian's hesitation, the seven-colored deer understood that its life was no longer in immediate danger. It released the seven-colored light, swiftly countering the effects of the toxic venom. As the seven hues radiated, the spear's venom was instantly dispelled. Su Tian, witnessing this, felt displeased. I have yet to agree to your request, and you dare to recover your strength? Do you not fear that I might slay you with a single strike? Human, you are a wise individual. The value of the medicinal land far outweighs my life. Your journey to this point indicates that you are no ordinary being. I harbor no deep-seated grudge against you. Thus there is no need for mutual destruction. Should you kill me, you would acquire merely what I possess. While those treasures are but a drop in the ocean compared to what lies in the medicinal field. Furthermore, the Mountain Lord will certainly avenge me. He is the sovereign of this region, and all extraordinary creatures heed his summons. Can you guarantee your escape then? Su Tian furrowed his brow slightly. This seven-colored deer not only spoke human language, but also exhibited considerable intelligence. Each word pierced his heart profoundly. Moreover, from his words, it appeared that the so-called Mountain Lord was of a commanding caliber. If indeed the opponent was of such rank, then escape from their pursuit would be utterly impossible, regardless of the circumstances. Very well, I consent to your request and shall spare your life. However, once your wounds have healed, you must guide us to that medicinal field. Su Tian declared, relinquishing his power. Human, you are a clever individual. The seven-colored divine deer gradually rose, its voice resonating powerfully as the elemental forces in the vicinity surged toward it in an instant. Enveloped in this elemental energy, the seven-colored divine deer basked in divine radiance. Remarkably, its injuries began to mend at a visibly accelerated rate, and it even commenced the restoration of the surrounding damaged earth. Qin Shan and Wang Ping swiftly approached, and upon discerning the implications of the situation, they were all taken aback. This seven-colored divine deer was evidently no ordinary extraordinary being. Moments later, the seven-colored divine deer was restored to its prime, its coat still gleaming and its eyes sparkling with vitality. Human, follow me. With that proclamation, the seven-colored divine deer leapt gracefully across the steep cliffs. Su Tian felt a twinge of confusion. Could the medicinal field truly be located atop these heights? Zhou Qian glanced apprehensively at the steep peaks and said, Su Tian, what should we do? We can't climb up. At that moment, the four individuals who had yet to attain extraordinary status cast their gazes toward him, aware of their limitations as ordinary humans unable to scale the sheer cliffs. Any misstep could lead to a disastrous fall. Su Tian replied, you all wait here. I will ascend to ascertain the location before returning to guide you. All right, just be careful, Qin Shan advised, settling down to wait in silence. Understood, Su Tian nodded, transforming into a streak of lightning as he traversed the mountains. The golden arc of light ascended the steep cliffside, causing those below to gasp in astonishment. Our scholar is truly remarkable. I believe he could hunt extraordinary beings all on his own, one remarked. Indeed, the seven-colored divine deer was completely dominated by him. Once Su Tian departed, the remaining four engaged in fervent discussion, their admiration for his prowess evident. Atop the clouds, Su Tian followed the seven-colored divine deer to a higher elevation. The deer traversed the cloudscape, radiating a spectrum of divine light that painted the sky. This seven-colored light gradually formed a dazzling rainbow. Following closely behind, Su Tian became increasingly convinced that this magnificent deer was not merely an extraordinary creature. He inquired, you are unlike other extraordinary beings. You possess the ability to speak and are under the protection of a commanding entity. Might you share some insights about yourself? Upon hearing this, a proud expression blossomed upon the seven-colored divine deer's face. Human, it must be acknowledged that your growth to this point is indeed commendable. You possess keen insight, and I hold you in high regard. Su Tian felt a hint of exasperation. It seemed this creature truly flourished with even the slightest praise. Putting aside his distractions, he attentively listened to its words. The Mountain Lord once spoke of my origin, claiming that I was birthed from the essence of elemental forces. He mentioned that my bloodline is noble, with the potential to ascend to the rank of king in the future. As it spoke, the seven-colored divine deer proudly raised its majestic antlers. Su Tian's heart trembled. He had not anticipated this creature's extraordinary lineage. The prospect of evolving to the king level was indeed remarkable, for beings of that caliber were the pinnacle of existence in this realm. A single command could compel countless beings to submit. It was evident that the seven-colored divine deer was not to be trifled with. Had he acted on impulse, he would have undoubtedly drawn the ire of a commanding pursuit. Human, we have arrived. This medicinal field exists in the void. Only my seven-colored divine light can unveil it. With that proclamation, a radiant burst of 7 colors emanated from its antlers, parting a shroud of mist. Subsequently, a portal to the void materialized before them. Su Tian was taken aback. This void passage resembled the one encountered during his previous encounter with the alchemist and the mysterious traitor. Let us proceed, human. The 7-colored divine deer beckoned, gracefully stepping into the void. Su Tian followed closely, experiencing the sensation of traversing a void passage for the first time. The interior was dim, infused with a dense aura of space. Human, refrain from using your powers within the void. Otherwise, should spatial disruption occur, you may become lost in the abyss. The 7-colored divine deer cautioned. Su Tian acknowledged this warning, silently committing it to memory. Moments later, guided by the 7-colored divine deer, he emerged from the spatial passage. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by an overwhelming fragrance of medicinal herbs, revealing an expansive field brimming with extraordinary fruits, some of which even sparked celestial phenomena. Su Tian was astounded. He had not anticipated such treasures flourishing in the 7-colored divine deer's medicinal field. The deer smiled subtly, a look of pride adorning its features as it remarked, "Human, how do you find this medicinal field? It is ample enough to enhance your strength." Joy illuminated Su Tian's face, and instinctively, his hand rested upon the neck of the 7-colored divine deer. "I am determined to call you my friend. From here on out, we are allies." The deer appeared taken aback. Only moments ago, the human had threatened to end its life, yet now he was declaring friendship. Su Tian chuckled. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. It is a customary practice of humans to forge friendships through conflict. The 7-colored divine deer shook its head, responding, "Human, do not deceive me. The mountain lord has cautioned me that humans are treacherous creatures. He advised us to keep our distance from you. Your words seem insincere." Su Tian waved his hand, laughing. "Oh, dear, you need not be so wary. Not all humans are deceitful, while some may be cunning. Others are genuinely bright and optimistic. Do I appear to be of that ilk? I assure you, by befriending me, I can offer you treasures from the human realm." "Is that true?" The deer's eyes gleamed with interest. "Are there truly many fascinating things in your world? I find it quite dull here. Would you be willing to take me to explore the human realm?" Su Tian was left speechless. He had neither the means nor the ability to facilitate such a journey. Transferring to the extraordinary world required the use of a floating island core, and without it, how could the deer possibly leave this realm? Sensing the hesitation in Su Tian, the 7-colored divine deer hastily added, "If you take me with you, this entire medicinal field will be yours." Su Tian found himself in a dilemma. He desired to seize all of these treasures, but without the floating island core, how could he transport them? Just as anxiety began to overwhelm him, a sudden thought illuminated his mind. Wait, puppet summoning? At that moment, Su Tian recalled the skill scroll he had previously acquired. The mysterious skill scroll could summon his puppets. As long as the puppet entered into a contract with him, he could summon it from anywhere. However, he was uncertain whether a being of such noble bloodline as the 7-colored divine deer could enter into a contract. Nonetheless, Su Tian resolved to give it a try. Dear, I have a plan, but I am unsure if it will work. If successful, I could take you to the human world." "Really? What is this plan?" The 7-colored divine deer inquired eagerly, excitement evident in its voice. Su Tian explained the concept of puppet summoning to the deer. Moments later, the deer appeared somewhat anxious. "Human, you are not intending to deceive me into becoming your puppet, are you?" Su Tian shook his head, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Brother Lu, do I strike you as the sort of person who would deceive? My intentions are genuinely to take you out into the world." The 7-colored divine deer hesitated, yearning to explore the human realm, yet fearful of being misled. Sensing the doubt in his eyes, Su Tian decided to appeal to their emotional bond. With unwavering conviction, he pledged his integrity, saying, "Brother Lu, although our acquaintance has been brief, you must surely perceive that I am a kind-hearted individual. I trust your discernment will recognize my sincerity." As their eyes locked, Su Tian spoke with deep affection. "Indeed, through our interactions, I sense you are not malevolent. Let us give it a try." "Excellent. That is precisely what I wish to hear." Su Tian exclaimed joyfully, producing a mysterious scroll. The puppet summoning technique materialized, and a crimson lotus symbol gently descended upon the 7-colored divine deer's forehead. In the next moment, the deer felt an inexplicable bond forming with Su Tian. The red lotus settled and gradually vanished into the deer's brow. Su Tian's heart raced as he sensed a master-servant relationship taking shape between them. In this extraordinary moment, he could perceive every action and intention of the deer. "Is that all?" the 7-colored divine deer inquired, puzzled by the lack of apparent change. Su Tian nodded, responding, "You have established a connection with me. Whenever I summon you, you can transcend time and space to appear by my side. Is that truly the case?" The 7-colored divine deer was overjoyed, its antlers eager to leap. Su Tian swiftly retreated several hundred meters before invoking the summoning. In an instant, the deer was enveloped by a spatial force, and a beam of white light enveloped it, causing the 7-colored divine deer to materialize beside Su Tian. "This truly works. How wonderful." At last, I can experience the human world. The deer rejoiced, bounding exuberantly across the entire field of medicinal herbs. Humans, this field of herbs is now yours. Take as much as you wish. With that, the seven-colored divine deer dashed into the clouds. Chapter 41. Refining celestial herbs, hollowing out an entire field of medicinal plants. The field was abundant with extraordinary fruits, among which several celestial herbs were surrounded by fantastical phenomena. Su Tian's gaze fell upon a bolt vine. Captivated and unable to look away, this vine exuded an aura of terrifying might, bathed in a tempest of thunder. Above, thunderclouds roared, unleashing torrents of lightning nearby. With resounding booms that sent shivers down his spine, Su Tian was convinced that consuming this bolt vine would elevate him beyond level 9. He stepped closer to the vine, but the surrounding lightning began to attack him. From the mists, a thunder dragon, thick as a water barrel, suddenly emerged, crashing down as if a celestial being had descended. Su Tian unleashed a surge of lightning, and a golden sun began to manifest behind him. Within that sun, a golden thunder dragon appeared in an instant. The two thunder dragons clashed amidst the clouds, purple and gold lights intertwining in a dazzling display. The air was filled with deafening roars. Su Tian's eyes gleamed with golden light. His mastery of lightning had reached an extraordinary level. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted. The purple thunder dragon dissipated into the boundless mist. As the purple dragon vanished, the lightning surrounding the bolt vine began to wane. Su Tian grasped the vine, and the moment his palm made contact, a surge of tingling electricity coursed through him. Before his eyes, a magnificent vision slowly unfolded. In a forbidden realm, the sky was shrouded in hazy clouds. Beneath the clouds, countless bolts of lightning rained down, forming a true sea of thunder. Within this sea, innumerable corpses lay submerged. Waves surged, and a purple bolt of lightning shot into the sky. As it descended, life seemingly extinguished around it. Under this terrifying lightning, it seemed that any vestige of life would be obliterated in an instant. Yet amidst it all, a bolt vine stood steadfast. It grew amidst countless corpses, blooming in the vast sea of thunder. As the vision faded, Su Tian's spirit returned to the present. Gazing at the bolt vine in his hand, he felt an overwhelming calm wash over him. Is this the true celestial herb? Born in harsh conditions, flourishing amidst fearsome lightning, Su Tian activated his thunder body, slowly drawing power from the vine. Waves of tumultuous lightning surged within him, resonating through his very core. His heart transformed into a blazing sun, enveloping the wild lightning in a golden glow. In an instant, he felt an explosive surge of strength. Elated, he realized that even absorbing a few strands of lightning had such astonishing effects. If he were to refine the entire celestial herb, his level would undoubtedly surpass LV9. With excitement coursing through him, Su Tian sat down to slowly refine the bolt vine. He consumed the vine in one gulp, and violent lightning surged through his limbs and body. With the manipulation of the lightning elements, his entire being was continuously cleansed. Roar! Lightning enveloped Su Tian, a terrifying aura of electricity soaring into the heavens. Amidst the swirling clouds, a beam of light pierced through the endless white. The seven-colored divine deer, shaken by the force, glanced over to see Su Tian radiating a fearsome aura of lightning. Even the deer could not help but widen its eyes in astonishment at the overwhelming power. As time passed, the bolt vine was fully refined by Su Tian. His level naturally ascended to LV9. Su Tian opened his eyes, and two beams of scorching lightning erupted from his pupils. In that moment, amidst the two blazing suns, purple lightning shimmered. With a mere glance, Su Tian could instill fear in the hearts of many. He opened his skill page. Two domain options materialized before him. Sun domain. Within this domain, all impurities shall find no refuge. All beings within are suppressed by 50 of their power, while their own strength is enhanced to 150. Thunder domain. Within this domain, countless bolts of lightning pervade, forming a terrifying aura of thunder. Activating this domain will elevate one's own power to 200. What an astounding effect. Su Tian's heart raced as he surveyed the options. Each domain possessed its unique characteristics. After careful contemplation, Su Tian decisively selected the thunder domain. Upon activation, his internal power surged to 200. A purple lightning domain emerged, and Su Tian felt his strength double. Furthermore, any creature within a 10-meter radius would fall within his attack range. Before he could further ponder this newfound power, the seven-colored divine deer spoke up. Human, the time for this medicinal field is limited. This is another realm, a passage through the void that cannot endure for long. I understand. Su Tian recognized the urgency and wasted no time. There were 5 celestial herbs in total, having absorbed 1, 4 remained. Each herb was surrounded by fantastical phenomena. He resolved to secure the extraordinary fruits first before harvesting the celestial herbs. In that moment, he transformed into the mightiest farmer, commencing the harvest of the surrounding extraordinary fruits. It must be said, the potency of the extraordinary fruits in this field was indeed formidable. The aroma of various extraordinary essences filled the air. Overjoyed, Su Tian realized that this harvest could empower the 4 individuals below to transcend into the extraordinary realm. Moreover, he would still have a surplus of extraordinary fruits. In no time, he had harvested a dozen extraordinary fruits. Next, it was time to collect the celestial herbs. To harvest the celestial herbs, he would need to contend with the fantastical phenomena surrounding them. Su Tian, unwilling to waste time, activated the thunder domain, instantly doubling his internal strength. Upon the opening of the domain, he was the first to approach a fiery fruit. Surrounding the fruit, a searing atmosphere permeated the air, accompanied by various extraordinary flames consuming the space. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Tian summoned a radiant sun behind him, followed by the gradual emergence of a golden thunder dragon and a violet thunder dragon. The 2 dragons coiled around his hands, and with a sudden motion, he tore through the surrounding searing flames. His mighty hand descended, uprooting the celestial herb with ease. Without delay, he stored it within the core of the floating island. Next, he encountered a frigid ice grass. Thick frost enveloped the grass, creating an atmosphere so cold that it felt as if time itself could be frozen. Drawing upon his powers of lightning, Su Tian manifested 2 bolts of thunder, and the dragons surged forth, shattering the frost. Similarly, he cast the ice grass into the core of the floating island. Following this, he came upon a droplet of spring water. This peculiar herb lacked roots. Standing abruptly upon the medicinal field, the aura surrounding the spring was gentle, contrasting with the previous tumultuous energy. Here, a profound tranquility enveloped him. As if all raging storms had subsided into calmness, he carefully cradled the spring water and placed it within the porcelain vessel he had brought. Then, he arrived at the final harvest. A pristine white flower radiated a brilliant light, surrounded by a vibrant aura. The scene exuded a heavenly ambience, reminiscent of an infinite paradise fulfilling all human desires. Yet, Su Tian was acutely aware that this was not a true paradise. Rather, it was a deceptive illusion. For those who succumbed to its allure would find themselves trapped in an unending hell. Such so-called paradises held an enchanting power, capable of ensnaring the unwary soul. He extended his hands, and with a roar from the 2 thunder dragons, the illusion of paradise dissipated instantly. In that moment, he prepared to gather all that he had come for. The 7-colored divine deer, showing no sign of discontent, urged him, "Human, since you have collected all, it is time to depart. Wait, let me finish gathering the last of the items before I leave." The 7-colored divine deer, perplexed, responded, "Haven't you already taken all the herbs?" "Indeed. However, the soil here is also a treasure. I must excavate it completely before departing." At this moment, the 7-colored divine deer was taken aback. It had witnessed greed before, but never to this extent. "By the heavens, you intend to take even the roots." Ignoring the astonishment, Su Tian discarded all unimportant items from his storage ring and the core of the floating island, methodically excavating the soil. The 7-colored divine deer watched in astonishment, pondering whether following him to the human realm would result in unforeseen consequences. Before long, Su Tian's storage ring and floating island core were brimming with treasures, having excavated a significant portion of the medicinal field soil. Despite this, Su Tian felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would have collected more storage rings. Observing Su Tian's despondent demeanor, the 7-colored divine deer felt an urge to express its frustration but restrained itself, being a creature of politeness. "Human, we must leave swiftly. If you delay further, I shall not assist you in your departure." Coming. Su Tian acknowledged the time wasted and, without further hesitation, followed the 7-colored divine deer into the spatial passage. Chapter 42. Extraordinary Fruits. Everyone breaks through the extraordinary at the base of the cliff. The waiting crowd grew increasingly anxious. Wang Ping voiced his concern. "Class leader, the top student has been gone for quite some time. He hasn't been ensnared by that 7-colored divine deer, has he?" "Surely not," Qin Shan replied uncertainly, sharing in the worry that something might have gone awry. Yet, upon reflection, he considered Su Tian's immense strength and concluded that few dangers could possibly challenge him. Wu Qian, feeling a sense of urgency, interjected, "Class leader, if Su Tian does not return within the hour, we should venture forth to find him. I fear he may be besieged." "Agreed. We will wait one more hour. If he has not returned by then, we shall set out to find him." Just then, a clear voice resonated from behind the group. "Human, I, the 7-colored divine deer, am a creature of great integrity. Does what you say not prick your conscience?" Wu Qian turned eagerly, and indeed, she spotted Su Tian alongside the 7-colored divine deer. At that moment, a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. With pride, the 7-colored divine deer raised its antlers and proclaimed, "As a deer, we are the most honorable within our domain. You know not my character and cannot judge me frivolously. Indeed, we were mistaken. It shall not happen again." Qin Shan stammered, embarrassed by their earlier speculation, astonished by the timely return of Su Tian. "Class leader, I have brought back numerous extraordinary fruits from the medicinal field. I assure you, everyone shall break through the extraordinary realm." "Really?" The mere utterance of these words set the 4 individuals alight with excitement, astonished that the breakthrough could be so attainable. Qin Shan erupted into laughter. "Ha ha, It seems we were merely a step away from the extraordinary, thanks to Tian Air. Indeed. We were only one top student away from achieving greatness. Wang Ping chimed in jovially. Su Tian smiled gently. Let us return to the cave first. Once you have broken through the extraordinary, we shall proceed to the ancient city for the extraordinary selection. The ancient city and the extraordinary selection? Huang Ping and Huang Yuan exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with the terms. Qin Shan clarified. We shall explain during our journey. For now, let us prepare for our breakthroughs. Understood. The group, filled with eagerness, was invigorated by the prospect of their impending breakthroughs. Onward. The seven-colored divine deer called triumphantly, leading the way. Wu Qian wondered. Is he returning with us? Su Tian nodded. He has signed a pact with me and has become my companion. Gasp. The group was taken aback, astonished that the top student had managed to tame an extraordinary being. Within the cave, Wu Qian and the others buzzed with excitement, readying themselves for the extraordinary fruits Su Tian would bestow upon them. The seven-colored divine deer, preferring not to be confined within the narrow cave, wandered about in the forest. Su Tian approached Wu Qian, presenting her with a cluster of golden extraordinary fruits, emanating a rich aroma. The extraordinary power contained within was exponentially denser than the golden fruit jujubes they had encountered before. With a surge of exhilaration, Wu Qian swallowed the golden fruit in one swift motion. As it settled within her, a wave of extraordinary energy surged forth, enveloping her in a radiant golden glow. Next, Su Tian produced a frost-like blue leaf and approached Qin Shan. Class leader, this ice leaf will grant you a dense elemental ice power upon consumption. With this, you too can transcend into the extraordinary. Qin Shan, brimming with excitement, responded, Tian Air, your kindness knows no bounds. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Very well. Su Tian grinned. As Qin Shan consumed the ice leaf, a thin layer of frost formed upon his exterior, emanating an icy aura that sent shivers down Wang Ping's spine, prompting him to shift away. Next, Su Tian unveiled a cluster of purple grapes, pulsating with a rich elemental fire. He approached Wang Ping, stating, this fiery grape will aid you in your breakthrough into the extraordinary, given your lower levels. I have also prepared golden fruit jujubes as supplementary assistance. These jujubes contain a wealth of life force. Should you find yourselves fatigued or overexerted during the refinement of the extraordinary fruits, you can consume the jujubes for replenishment. Understood. Truly, your thoughtfulness is admirable. Wang Ping beamed with a radiant smile as he swallowed the fiery grape in one gulp. Subsequently, his face flushed crimson, resembling the rear of a monkey. Huang Yuan, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Su Tian glanced over, suppressing his amusement. He then offered a piece of mountain lotus to Huang Yuan. Old Huang, I understand you. Back in school, you longed to awaken your wind elemental superpower. This mountain lotus is rich in wind elemental energy and is perfect for you. Thank you so much, Tiangu. Your kindness is overwhelming, and you even prepared the extraordinary fruit I desired. Here, let me give you a kiss. Su Tian shook his head, suppressing a laugh. Do be serious. Take these 2 golden fruit jujubes to aid you. Like Wang Ping, you're both at level 2, and your rapid ascension may leave you a bit drained. So, if you find yourself unable to hold on, just swallow the jujubes. Understood. Huang Yuan nodded and then consumed the mountain lotus. Upon ingestion, his hair began to rise, and the energy within him surged outward. Suddenly, Su Tian's brow furrowed. He detected a foul odor in the air. Realizing it was the unmistakable stench of flatulence, he quickly turned to flee the cave. This, however, left the other 3 in a bind, forced to endure the noxious scent while striving for their extraordinary breakthrough. As the sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the end of another day, Su Tian paused by the riverbank, contemplating the extraordinary selection in the ancient city. Suddenly, a voice resonated from behind him. Human, could you enlighten me about the pleasures of your world? The seven-colored divine deer approached, curiosity evident on its face. In response, Su Tian began to extol the wonders of the human realm. Let me tell you, in the human world, I am the lord of an island. On that island, one can find anything one desires. Not only is there an abundance of delectable cuisine, but you'll also meet countless new friends. Surely, you've never encountered an angel, have you? What is an angel? The seven-colored divine deer inquired, intrigued. Angels are celestial beings from the heavens, blessed with breathtaking beauty and pristine white wings. Such beings are referred to as angels. Is that so? The seven-colored divine deer displayed a longing expression, its mind conjuring images of the angels Su Tian described. Following this, Su Tian elaborated on extraordinary sprites and mermaids, painting a picture of the island's allure. After their conversation, the seven-colored divine deer expressed an earnest desire to visit the human world. Human, may I visit your island once I leave? Of course. On my island, you'll find everything you wish for. Splendid. Human, you are truly my dear friend. The seven-colored divine deer exclaimed, its imagination already soaring. Suddenly, within the cave, Wu Qian emerged hastily after her extraordinary breakthrough. She rushed to the lakeside for a cleansing wash. Observing her state, Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle. So, you've broken through to the extraordinary? Wu Qian took a deep breath, her expression clouded with frustration. Yes, I've achieved it, but the process was indescribably challenging. I dare not return, for fear of succumbing to the urge to vomit. Hearing this, Su Tian laughed heartily. Wu Qian, seeing his demeanor, felt even more disheartened. A breakthrough should be a joyous occasion, yet she found herself unable to rejoice. She plunged into the water, hoping to calm her tumultuous emotions. Cough, cough. I can't take it. At that moment, Qin Shan also dashed out of the cave, his awakened fire elemental energy making him somewhat restless. In a fit of irritation, he nearly contemplated throttling Huang Yuan. Without pausing, he leaped into the lake, creating a splash as he submerged. After a while, Wang Ping too achieved his extraordinary breakthrough. Mirroring the reactions of the others, he rushed towards the small lake, vowing to deliver a proper beating to Huang Yuan once he emerged. Now, those who had broken through were not only devoid of joy, but also exceedingly vexed. Chapter 43, The Underlying Currents of the Ancient City. I have entered the extraordinary. Who can rival me? A boisterous proclamation echoed from the depths of the jungle. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the three disheartened individuals by the lakeside gritted their teeth. That scoundrel Huang Yuan has finally emerged. Let us take him down, Wang Ping shouted, leading the charge into the jungle towards the cave. Qin Shan was not idle either. He sprang from the lake's depths, racing ahead with fiery speed. Su Tian turned to Wu Qian and laughed. What? Aren't you going to seek revenge? Wu Qian shook her head, her expression somber. I won't, for I'm afraid he might retaliate with flatulence. Meanwhile, Huang Yuan, having just transcended the extraordinary, immediately sensed two ominous auras upon exiting the cave. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he swiftly harnessed his wind elemental powers and sprinted towards Su Tian. That brat is trying to escape. Class leader, you take the left, I'll take the right, and we'll corner him. All right, Qin Shan nodded. Shifting to the left to trap Huang Yuan. Tian Ge, help me. Someone's trying to kill me. Huang Yuan, aware of his peril, urgently called out for Su Tian's assistance. Wu Qian turned, her gaze directed at Su Tian, her eyes filled with reproach akin to that of a scorned spouse. Su Tian spread his hands, feigning innocence, for he had done nothing. Moments later, Huang Yuan came tumbling to Su Tian's side, just as he opened his mouth to plead for help. Wu Qian unleashed her earth elemental power, Earth Vortex. As she spoke, the ground beneath Huang Yuan began to collapse, forming a whirlpool that restricted his movement and left him with no escape. Tian Ge, save me. These people are terrifying. Before he could finish, Wang Ping charged in. Seeing the instigator of his woes, he and Qin Shan proceeded to deliver a thorough beating. The jungle echoed with Huang Yuan's pitiful cries. He sought help, but Su Tian turned away, indicating his inability to assist. After a cathartic release, Wang Ping and Qin Shan felt their grievances alleviated. Huang Yuan lay on the ground, a look of utter grievance on his face. Class leader, I feel as though this world is devoid of love. Wu Qian, observing his plight, released the Earth Vortex. Next time, be more mindful of your flatulence. I never anticipated this outcome. Huang Yuan protested, genuinely innocent, for he had no idea that consuming the mountain lotus would lead to such effects. Otherwise, he would have surely stayed outside. Cough, cough, cough. Well, since everyone has broken through to the extraordinary, let us embark towards the ancient city. Su Tian coughed softly, suggesting. Indeed, currently, we remain somewhat unclear regarding the extraordinary selection. So arriving early at the ancient city will allow us to assess the situation, Qin Shan replied seriously. Su Tian turned to the seven-colored divine deer and inquired, Dear brother, do you know the exact location of the ancient city? The seven-colored divine deer furrowed its brow, falling into contemplation. The ancient city, I know its whereabouts, but the area is heavily guarded. Once inside, you will face numerous restrictions. What is your purpose in going there? Su Tian replied, We intend to participate in the extraordinary selection. If you know the location, could you guide us there? That is feasible. However, let it be clear from the outset that I shall only guide you to your destination and will not accompany you inside. The seven-colored divine deer spoke, harboring a rather unfavorable impression of the ancient city. Su Tian nodded in understanding and followed closely behind the seven-colored divine deer. Along the way, Su Tian inquired about the circumstances of the ancient city. The seven-colored divine deer drooped its head and spoke heavily. The ancient city is a rather sinister place. Out of curiosity, I ventured inside a few times in the past. Within its confines, there are numerous stone statues acting as sentinels, and one cannot do anything freely. Restrictions abound. Moreover, everything inside is exorbitantly priced, requiring payment to utilize. At that time, I had no money, so I exchanged 2 extraordinary fruits as currency. I resided there for a while, and during that time, I was quite unhappy. Henceforth, I have never returned to the ancient city. If you intend to enter, you must remember, when night falls, do not venture out of your room. Otherwise, bizarre occurrences may ensue. Once, I sneaked out of my room and witnessed countless spirits floating in the streets, chillingly pervasive. The seven-colored divine deer shivered at the recollection. Su Tian felt a weight in his heart. The ancient city was so eerie that it had frightened even the seven-colored divine deer. With a sense of curiosity, they traveled for 2 hours until, finally, after traversing a thicket, they beheld the grand entrance of the ancient city. It was an ancient city that exuded a rustic charm. A battalion of extraordinary stone statues stood guard outside the gate. Upon seeing the gate, the seven-colored divine deer abruptly halted. Shaking its head, it solemnly stated, "I shall take you no further. The atmosphere here is frigid, and I can feel it even from this distance. I am trembling all over. Humans, remember to summon me when you return to the human realm." Su Tian nodded and assured, "Rest assured, I shall not forget." "That's good. I will return to find the mountain monarch. Take care." With that, the seven-colored divine deer turned and left without a backward glance. Su Tian exchanged glances with Qin Shan and the others before they approached the gates of the ancient city. "Halt. Entry is restricted to the extraordinary." A stone statue wielding a spear spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Su Tian replied, "We are all extraordinary. Do we not qualify to enter this city?" Upon hearing this, the statue's eyes emitted a piercing beam of light. Under the scrutiny of that laser, the extraordinary aura surrounding the group slowly became apparent. After a moment, the stone statue produced 5 iron tokens and coldly remarked, "These are your identity tokens. Once you enter the ancient city, they will signify your status. If you lose your tokens, you will lose your protection within the city. The extraordinary selection will commence in 3 days. At that time, you will need these tokens to register. The city has many shops open for you to browse during the day. However, at night, you must remain in your rooms. Do not venture out, or you shall bear the consequences. Open the gates." The stone statue commanded after imparting this advice. The massive gates creaked open slowly. Su Tian glanced at his companions, nodded, and stepped into the city. As they entered, they were immediately enveloped by an atmosphere charged with tension. With the gates parting, the extraordinary beings already within the city turned their gazes toward the newcomers. On a balcony, a woman clad in red coyly remarked, "More visitors have arrived. It seems this city will become lively once more." Her voice was laced with allure, captivating those extraordinary beings behind her. A tall, handsome young man among them eagerly suggested, "My lady, shall I go and test them?" The red-clad woman shook her head with a sinister smile, saying, "No need. We won't have to lift a finger. Others will do it for us." She then directed her gaze toward another part of the city. Following her line of sight, a man with snow-white hair coldly fixed his stare on Su Tian. Dressed in white, he emanated an aura of frost. "Humph, more visitors. And it seems these 5 are acquainted," he said. "Tainyo, find an opportunity to test them." The man referred to as Tainyo nodded, assuring, "Rest easy, big brother." Su Tian, possessing keen perception, immediately sensed numerous gazes fixated upon them. He frowned slightly and whispered, "It appears we are not particularly welcomed here. Let us tread lightly and avoid unnecessary trouble." Qin Shan nodded, fully aware of the situation. He spoke, "Tianer, here, everyone is a competitor. Our arrival intensifies the competition. I anticipate someone will seek to provoke us shortly. Perhaps we should find a place to stay." "I share that sentiment," Su Tian replied, beginning to scout for accommodations. They arrived at the Tiansei Lu, a place reminiscent of an ancient tavern. Upon entering, they were greeted with warm smiles by the staff. A woman in a cheap house swayed her slender waist, cheerfully asking, "Esteemed guests, would you like to dine or seek lodging?" "Lodging," Su Tian inquired. "How long can we stay until the extraordinary selection concludes?" The cheap-clad woman responded with a gentle smile. "Oh, it seems you will be staying for several days. With 3 days until the selection begins and additional days of competition to follow, you will likely need to stay for about 6 days. "Very well. Please calculate the charges for 7 days, Su Tian said, showing little concern for the cost. Upon hearing his generosity, the cheap-clad woman quickly replied with a smile, "Certainly. For 5 of you, I shall prepare our most luxurious suite. The rate is 10 gold coins per night, totaling 70 gold coins for 7 days. "What?" Qin Shan and the others exclaimed, shocked. "That's exorbitant. 10 gold coins for a single night? This is just the beginning." They had only a few gold coins among them. Wuxian quickly whispered, "Su Tian, the prices here are outrageous. Let's south find another place." "No worries." Su Tian raised his hand to silence them. He then opened the floating island core and tossed out a bag of coins. 70 gold coins. Lead us to the luxurious suite." The cheap-clad woman was momentarily taken aback, as it seemed she had never encountered such a lavish guest before. Not only was she stunned, but the others behind Su Tian were equally astonished. For them, 10 gold coins was already a staggering sum, yet Su Tian nonchalantly produced 70 gold coins. What immense confidence! Or rather, what great wealth! Wu Qian's eyes widened in surprise. Taking a deep breath, the cheap-clad woman greeted them with a smile, saying, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." She led the way, exuding an enticing aura. "If you feel hungry, you may come down to dine. For valued customers like yourselves, we offer certain discounts. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to seek me out. My name is Chun Xiang." After introducing herself, they soon arrived at the luxurious suite. Su Tian nodded, smiling, Thank you, Miss Chun Xiang. The qipao-clad woman bowed slightly, smiling in acknowledgement, and then gracefully descended the stairs. Chapter 44, Initial Display of Skills, Infiltration of Spies. The luxurious suite was spacious, adorned with numerous flowers for decoration. The surroundings were reminiscent of ancient architecture, leaving the group in awe of their surroundings. They marveled at the decor, repeatedly expressing their admiration. Su Tian closed the door to his room and settled into a spacious sitting area. The lounge was quite expansive, measuring around 60 square meters. Qin Shan and the others followed suit and took their seats. Wu Qian spoke up, "Isn't this a bit extravagant? That's a whopping 70 gold coins for just 7 nights." "Indeed, Tian, I too feel it's somewhat excessive," Qin Shan remarked, his expression reflecting concern. Su Tian shrugged, a nonchalant demeanor evident in his voice as he replied, "It's of no consequence. Securing a luxurious suite ensures our safety. Should we choose to stay separately and an incident occurs, we may not be able to respond promptly. As newcomers, we are still unfamiliar with the intricacies of this ancient city. Yet, from what we have gleaned from the 7-colored divine deer and those extraordinary statues, it is apparent that this place is not as tranquil as it appears. The locals might not welcome our arrival. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, we ought to maintain a low profile for the time being. I will venture out to gather some intelligence, and if you have the opportunity, you might inquire with Miss Chunxiang. She has been a staff member here for a considerable duration and is likely privy to some secrets of the ancient city. It is evident that this establishment is the largest hotel in the ancient city. The lack of patrons suggests its exorbitant prices. However, I am convinced that such expense is justified. As long as we can secure the rewards from the extraordinary selection, every coin spent will be worthwhile." "Understood, Tian. We will exercise caution," Qin Shan responded earnestly. "All right, we should calculate the time. Night is approaching. According to the 7-colored divine deer, ghosts will roam the city once darkness falls. During this period, let us remain within our rooms. It is opportune for you, having just broken through to the extraordinary, to consolidate your newfound strength." With that, the group dispersed, each focusing on solidifying their powers. Seizing the moment, Su Tian decided to descend and gather some information. Upon reaching the lower level, he found the hall still eerily quiet, devoid of other guests. Chuanxiang leaned against a stool, and upon noticing Su Tian's arrival, she hurriedly stood to greet him. "Honored guest, where might you be headed?" Su Tian smiled slightly, taking a seat on a nearby stool. "Nowhere in particular. We are newcomers and wish to inquire about the local situation from you, Miss Chuanxiang." "Oh, I see. What would you like to know?" "I shall answer to the best of my knowledge," Chuanxiang replied. "I am curious about the types of individuals who typically participate in the extraordinary selection. They come from all walks of life." Chuanxiang began, her mind racing back through memories of past visitors. Many had graced this place before, their appearances and attire often peculiar. However, one grows accustomed to such sights over time. Every decade, a wave of newcomers arrives, each group distinct from the last. I cannot say from where they hail. Su Tian furrowed his brow, a surge of unease resonating within him. What is going on? This cannot be. The extraordinary trials have never before appeared in the floating island world. Historically, such events seem absent. If newcomers arrive every decade, then the last group must have come 10 years ago. Yet, there were no such occurrences in the floating island world a decade ago. It has always been said that each year brings a different crowd. Given Chuanxiang's earlier remarks, this theory seems increasingly plausible. But if these individuals do not originate from the floating island world, where do they come from? A flurry of confusion enveloped Su Tian. He sensed the depths of the ancient city were profound. Shaking off his distractions, he inquired further, "Are there any lively places in the ancient city? Are you seeking information?" Chuanxiang asked. "If that is the case, I would recommend the auction house. It is always bustling, with many flocking there to feast their eyes. They interact with a diverse crowd and may possess the information you seek." The auction house. Su Tian nodded thoughtfully, silently committing the location to memory. "Oh, honored guest, it is getting late. Would you care for a meal?" Chuanxiang's voice took on a shy tone. Su Tian paused momentarily before responding. "What specialties does your establishment offer? Please prepare them and bring them to our room." With that, he tossed a pouch of gold coins, indicating that it would cover their meals for the duration of their stay. "Certainly," Chuanxiang replied with a gentle smile, her eyes narrowing with delight. As night descended, the sky began to reveal a tapestry of stars. Su Tian stepped outside, his gaze piercing as he surveyed a shadowy corner. Earlier, in the hall, he had sensed a malevolent presence lurking nearby. Maintaining his composure, he approached the darkened alleyway. The atmosphere was dim, and as night deepened, visibility diminished further. Within the obscured shadows, a rugged figure darted past. Suddenly, the figure lunged violently towards Su Tian from behind. His eyes narrowed, a surge of lethal intent surged through him. He reacted swiftly, moving with the alacrity of a lightning bolt. A resounding crash echoed as he pinned the assailant to the ground, his grip tightening around their neck, rendering them incapable of escape. "Who are you? Where do you come from? What is your purpose here? If you fail to clarify, I shall end your life without hesitation." Su Tian's voice was frigid, the aura of menace radiating from him, instilling terror in the intruder. I won't resist. I'll tell you, the figure stammered, releasing his grip slightly. Su Tian fixed his cold stare upon the individual. The intruder, trembling, divulged, "My name is Tai Nyo. I was sent by my elder brother to test you." After a brief pause to catch his breath, he continued, "My brother is Bai Shaoxing. As newcomers to the city, he routinely sends someone to assess our strength. Typically, if the individual is weak, we resort to intimidation, but if they possess strength, we seek to recruit them. Currently, there are 3 major factions in the city: my brother's faction, the faction of the Enchantress, and the faction of the Mysterious Man. Each faction has gathered over 20 capable individuals to join their ranks, as the extraordinary selection only offers 20 spots. Hence, everyone seeks to monopolize the competition." "Ah, I see." Su Tian lowered himself, summoning a lightning sword that erupted in his palm. His voice was icy as he threatened, "You would do well to provide me with all the information regarding these factions, or I shall sever your head and display it at the city gates." "I'll tell you everything," Tai Nyo exclaimed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he hurriedly relayed the details. "My brother Bai Shaoxing is an extraordinary wielder of ice elements, possessing extensive combat experience. He is currently at level 6, reportedly having ascended after consuming an extraordinary fruit. The Enchantress, known as Chong Mei, is a fire element extraordinary being whose flames possess a captivating allure. She is also at level 6, and her followers are primarily drawn to her beauty. Exercise caution if you encounter her. Lastly, there is the Mysterious Man. Due to their infrequent actions, little is known about them. They reside in the southwestern part of the city, always cloaked in black, concealing their true identities. Rumor has it they are extraordinary beings of the mysterious element." "What? Mysterious element?" Upon hearing this, Su Tian's brow furrowed deeply. The mysterious element is one of the rarest forms of extraordinary power on this continent. Each variant of this enigmatic energy possesses bizarre effects. If that mysterious individual truly aligns with this element, then the prospect of claiming victory becomes considerably daunting. Su Tian, with a furrowed brow, began to process the information conveyed by Tai Nyo. After a moment, he threatened again, "What is your purpose in following Bai Shaoxing?" Tai Nyo trembled, stammering as he replied, "To obtain extraordinary rewards. Bai Shaoxing once promised that as long as we followed him, we would all be guaranteed these rewards. Hence, we followed him for the sake of the reward. Do you value your life or the reward?" Su Tian inquired, as the sword crackling with lightning drew perilously close to Tai Nyo's neck. "Life. I choose life," Tai Nyo exclaimed without hesitation, his urgency palpable. "Excellent. Since you choose life, you shall serve me diligently. I require you to infiltrate Bai Shaoxing's inner circle. You must relay every detail regarding his activities to me. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." "Yes, I will certainly gather information for you," Tai Nyo replied, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. "Good." Su Tian summoned Jin Lin, stating, "This spirit will accompany you. Each night, you must report your findings to him punctually. Should he discover any deception or omissions on your part, he shall eliminate you without mercy. Do not doubt his capabilities." As Su Tian spoke, Jin Lin stepped forward, emanating a radiant golden light that instilled dread in Tai Nyo. Lowering himself, Su Tian infused a bolt of lightning into Tai Nyo's body. In an instant, Tai Nyo's body convulsed violently, every organ within him tingling with an unsettling sensation. "I have implanted a lightning charge within you. Should you harbor any treachery, my spirit can detonate your internal energy at any moment. At that point, you will be reduced to mere pulp." Tai Nyo was taken aback, hastily bowing in supplication, "Please, spare my life. I will serve you faithfully." Su Tian smiled faintly, observing that he had effectively subdued Tai Nyo. This was the effect he desired, instilling fear of betrayal within him. As for the notion of traps, that was merely a ruse to intimidate his adversary. The moment he unveiled his spirit, Tai Nyo could not afford to doubt him. Indeed, upon witnessing the spirit's emergence, Tai Nyo was utterly astonished. Now, fear completely consumed him, rendering him incapable of resistance. Su Tian instructed, "Return to Bai Shaoxing and inform him that our abilities are feeble and that we are thoroughly intimidated by you. Urge him to lower his guard." "Understood. Understood." Tai Nyo nodded fervently. "Depart now. Remember, your life hangs by a thread in my hands." With rapid breaths, Tai Nyo scurried away, pleading, "If I assist you in gathering information on Bai Shaoxing, will you spare me?" "Certainly. However, the condition is that the information you procure must be accurate and valid. Once the extraordinary selection concludes, I will retract the power within you." "Yes." Tai Nyo, trembling with fear, exited the alleyway in a state of panic. Watching him retreat, Su Tian's gaze sharpened, and Jin Lin promptly followed. Chapter 45, Spirit of Heaven and Earth, Tung Wang. The night in the ancient city was tranquil and profound. Having just dealt with Tai Nyo, time had slipped into the evening. Su Tian gazed upward at the vast sky, still adorned with countless twinkling stars. Strangely, beneath this celestial tapestry, shadows seemed to move furtively. A chill ran down Su Tian's spine. He realized that the longer he lingered outside, the more an unsettling feeling gripped him. It appeared that the specters spoken of by the seven-colored divine deer indeed existed, though it remained unclear why ordinary people could not perceive them. As his thoughts whirled, he returned to his residence. Upon opening the door, an inviting fragrance wafted towards him. The moment the door creaked, the others knew Su Tian had returned. Upon entering the living room, he found everyone gathered around the table, relishing a sumptuous dinner. A glance revealed that the table was laden with exquisite delicacies. Wuxian inquired, "This feast must have cost quite a fortune?" "Indeed, Tianer. We could have managed with something simpler," Qin Shan remarked, though his actions contradicted his words as he eagerly devoured a sizable piece of meat. Su Tian waved his hand. Chuckling, "Feast away. As patrons of this establishment, our generous spending will surely facilitate future inquiries." Everyone nodded in agreement. It was indeed a sound rationale. At the dining table, Su Tian noticed that the ingredients exuded a faint, extraordinary aura. Although the effect was subtle, regular consumption could yield significant results, transitioning from quantity to quality. It was clear that the ancient city concealed numerous secrets. With a heavy heart, Su Tian resolved to visit the auction house the following day to investigate further. After satisfying their hunger, the group commenced their daily training. Entering the realm of the extraordinary was a significant threshold. Crossing it meant they were now of a different caliber. Having stepped into this extraordinary domain, they could not afford to squander this opportunity. The ancient city was suffused with a rich, extraordinary essence, making it a far superior environment for cultivation than the outside world. Su Tian found a room to practice. He turned his introspective gaze inward, observing two bolts of lightning shimmering within his meridians. The golden lightning represented his cultivated yang thunder, while the purple lightning was the power he had absorbed from the thunder vine. Focusing his mind, Su Tian contemplated the possibility of manifesting a spirit of heaven and earth through the purple lightning. If successful, he would gain another ally for the future. As he began his attempt, the purple lightning within him surged violently, coalescing into a tempest of electric energy. Amidst this storm of lightning, Su Tian commenced the formation of an embryonic entity. The embryo was crucial for the birth of the spirit of heaven and earth, requiring nourishment from his heart's energy. "Go," he commanded, and his heart, like a radiant sun, began to absorb golden power. Strands of golden lightning emerged, causing the embryo within the sea of lightning to pulse rhythmically. Boom, boom, boom. Gradually, the embryo began to pulsate with vitality. Once his heart imparted life energy to it, countless bolts of lightning converged around it, shaping its form. With gritted teeth, Su Tian felt the tumultuous lightning within him surging violently. His breathing quickened as he struggled to control the raging power of lightning coursing through his body. After a brief moment, a purple spirit of heaven and earth slowly opened its eyes within him. It then broke free from his body, shimmering softly in the air. Su Tian's lips turned pale as he gazed at the spirit, feeling weakened, since the lightning power did not originate from his own body. The energy expended in creating the spirit was significantly greater than before. Exhaling deeply, Su Tian opened the core of the floating island and swallowed 5 golden fruit dates in one go. Under the nurturing embrace of vibrant life energy, his complexion gradually regained its color, and the energy he had expended began to replenish. In the air, the radiant glow surrounding the spirit of heaven and earth faded. Upon opening its eyes, a piercing gaze radiated forth. What a formidable presence, Su Tian thought, astonished. The spirit, while possessing only half the power of Jin Lin, emanated an astonishing aura. He surmised that this was likely intricately linked to the thunder vine, a celestial herb that had absorbed the essence of heaven and earth over millennia. Within this environment, it had naturally coalesced a terrifying power. It now appears that the spirits of heaven and earth have inherited this terrifying aura. Closing his eyes, Su Tian focused his thoughts, allowing him to simultaneously control 2 spirits of heaven and earth. At that moment, 2 vivid scenes unfurled before his eyes. One was transmitted by Jin Lin, who had been dispatched to monitor Tine Yo. Thus, the image relayed was of Tine Yo, secretly alarmed within his chamber. The other scene emanated from the newly birthed spirit of heaven and earth, reflecting Su Tian's own visage through its visual relay. How remarkably useful. Opening his eyes, Su Tian gazed at the spirit before him with a sense of wonder. Drawing a deep breath, he contemplated briefly before declaring, "You have emerged from the thunder vine. Henceforth, you shall be called Teng Wang." After bestowing it with a name, he drew it into his body. Meanwhile, on the other side of the ancient city, Bai Xiaosheng regarded the returning Tine Yo with a slight, sardonic smile. I had initially thought him to possess some strength, but it turns out he is merely a paper tiger. "Boss, should we attempt to win him over?" inquired a gaunt man beside Bai Xiaosheng. "No need. He is nothing but a waste. Since he lacks any real power, we shall not concern ourselves with him. I doubt he can stir up much trouble." Bai Xiaosheng replied with a mocking grin. His demeanor soon shifted to seriousness as he stated, "The selection process is about to commence. During this time, you must remain vigilant. There seem to be new movements from the pet charm side. Furthermore, we must gather intelligence on the mysterious individual. Quickly ascertain his strength and hidden cards." "Understood," responded a dozen extraordinary individuals in unison. With a wave of his hand, Bai Shaosheng dismissed them. Tainyo, feeling a wave of relief, was the first to exit the room. During his report, he had been trembling with fear, anxious that the other party might detect something amiss. Observing Tainyo's hurried departure, Bai Shaosheng's eyes flickered with a hint of suspicion. However, he dismissed the thought rather swiftly. Upon returning to the room, Tainyo dared not slacken his pace. He hurriedly relayed Bai Shaosheng's recent movements to Jin Lin. At that moment, he trembled all over. Treating Jin Lin with the utmost reverence, akin to a deity, the night sped by in a blur. The following day, Su Tian rose early. Having gained profound insights into the thunder element through a night of cultivation, Tung Wang had consolidated all the Thunder Vine-s understandings over millennia. Having endured numerous thunder tribulations, the Vine's comprehension of the thunder element was remarkably profound. Su Tian harnessed this understanding, deepening his control over lightning. As he gazed forward, arcs of lightning surged in his wake. Chapter 46, The Scroll of Intermediate Spells. The auction was styled much like those of ancient times. Upon arrival, the attendees were awestruck by its grandiose decor. The auction spanned 3 floors, each hosting the sale of distinct treasures. The first floor was dedicated to weapon auctions, featuring a plethora of weaponry, including extraordinary arms. The second floor was reserved for scroll auctions, showcasing various skill and spell scrolls. The third floor was the main event, where the rarest and most valuable treasures were auctioned. The atmosphere was bustling, with nearly half the population of the ancient city gathered here, roughly 60 to 70 individuals. Su Tian surveyed the surroundings, his gaze darting about. Class leader, let us split up to gather information. You, along with Huang Yuan and Wang Ping, will scout the first floor. Wu Qian and I will investigate the second floor, and we shall regroup on the third floor, Su Tian instructed Qin Shan. Nodding, Qin Shan replied, all right, we will do our best to gather information. After assigning the tasks, Su Tian, accompanied by Wu Qian, ascended to the second floor. This level was the most crowded, as many sought to purchase spell scrolls in preparation for the impending extraordinary selection. However, the prices here were exorbitantly steep. Even the most mundane items commanded several gold coins. For ordinary individuals like them, these goods were exorbitantly priced, leaving most to merely observe. As they arrived on the second floor, a figure approached them. In a corner, a portly man, upon spotting Su Tian, immediately broke into a smile. His name was Qian Chuanzi, lacking any considerable strength, but possessing a notable talent for gathering intelligence. His mind was a repository of information on every individual in the ancient city. Recognizing Su Tian as a newcomer, he saw an opportunity for profit. Qian Chuanzi resolved to greet him warmly. Brother, please hold on. Su Tian turned, sizing him up before calmly asking, what is it you wish to discuss? With a slight smile that caused his cheeks to ripple, Qian Chuanzi responded, Brother, you seem unfamiliar. Are you new here? Indeed. As a newcomer, you naturally are not well versed in the ways of this ancient city. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Qian Chuanzi, and I delight in making friends. If you have any queries regarding the city, feel free to ask me. Su Tian narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the man before him. He had only just arrived, yet he was already being targeted. Su Tian sensed that this individual approached him with ulterior motives. However, since the offer was on the table to assist them in understanding the ancient city, he saw no valid reason to refuse. Confident in his level 9 prowess, Su Tian believed no one in this ancient city could rival him. Nevertheless, to avoid drawing too much attention, he opted for a low profile. Very well. If that is the case, I would appreciate your assistance, Brother Qian, Su Tian replied with a smile. Qian Chuanzi laughed heartily. Brother, come. Today, there will be splendid items up for auction on the second floor. Let me show you. With that, he led the way. Wu Qian leaned closer to Su Tian and whispered, I have a feeling he isn't trustworthy. Be cautious in your dealings with him. Su Tian nodded slightly. Moments later, they followed Qian Chuanzi to an auction area that was already teeming with people. The crowd surged forward, eager to catch a glimpse of the auction items. Su Tian wondered what could possibly draw such a throng. Qian Chuanzi clarified, Today, we will be auctioning an intermediate spell scroll, which is why everyone is gathered here to witness it. Upon hearing this, Su Tian and Wu Qian felt a jolt of surprise. Spell scrolls were categorized into 4 tiers: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine. The scrolls they had previously used were all of the beginner tier. The power of an intermediate spell scroll far surpassed that of the beginner tier. It could be said that whoever secured this scroll would possess a formidable advantage in the forthcoming extraordinary selection. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the auction of the Fire Lotus Scroll. This scroll is an intermediate spell scroll. When used, it can unleash hundreds of powerful Fire Lotus flowers. It is an area effect spell scroll with a starting bid of 200 gold coins. If anyone lacks gold coins, items may be offered in exchange. We have dedicated appraisers on hand to assess the value. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in excitement. Is this what an intermediate scroll looks like? I will exchange it for an extraordinary fruit. Quick, bid now. If you wait too long, it might be gone. In an instant, several individuals surged forth, eager to make their exchanges. The only one in attendance likely capable of offering 200 gold coins was Su Tian. The rest could only barter with items. Most individuals engage in exchanges through extraordinary fruits. However, the efficacy of these fruits pales in comparison to the worth of 200 gold coins. Su Tian observed quietly, intending to seize the opportunity when the crowd thinned. He was determined to acquire this spell scroll. Those who wished to survive, disperse. At that moment, a commanding voice resonated from the rear of the throng. Following the sound, he beheld a striking woman clad in red, accompanied by a retinue of extraordinary individuals approaching their direction. Noticing this development, Qian Chuanzi whispered urgently, "Brother, that woman is known as Charmed Beauty, one of the 3 major powers in the ancient city. Her enchanting beauty has garnered a significant following." Su Tian maintained a composed demeanor, fixated on the woman in red. So this is Charmed Beauty. Yesterday, Tai Nyo had informed him of her reputation, an extraordinary being of fire attributes, possessing an alluring effect within her flames. Behind Charmed Beauty, a robust extraordinary figure forcefully parted the crowd, creating a passage for her. She sashayed gracefully forward, declaring, "We shall take this skill scroll." With that, she gestured for her followers to produce their offerings. Shortly thereafter, amidst the throng of extraordinary beings, they managed to gather several extraordinary fruits. Su Tian glanced at them and noted their effects were rather unimpressive, comparable to that of golden fruit jujubes. The auctioneer, witnessing this spectacle, revealed a barely perceptible smirk. According to professional assessments, the value of these extraordinary fruits precisely amounted to 200 gold coins. Observing this, the crowd behind them promptly lost interest in competing, not only due to the disparity in strength, but also because they could not muster such an abundance of extraordinary fruits. Seeing this, Qian Chuanzi could only express envy, saying, "It seems this skill scroll has already fallen into Charmed Beauty's hands. With this scroll, she will possess a significant advantage in the upcoming extraordinary selection." The auctioneer commenced the exchange of items, preparing to finalize the transaction. "Wait, I bid 201 gold coins." At the last moment, Su Tian spoke up. The unexpected proclamation left the attendees in stunned silence. Even Qian Chuanzi, standing beside him, was momentarily dazed. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Su Tian, incredulous at how he could produce such a sum. After all, Charmed Beauty's offering had been accumulated from the efforts of over 20 extraordinary beings. Unfazed by the peculiar glances of the crowd, Su Tian approached the auctioneer with a calm demeanor. "I bid 201 gold coins. Is there anyone else willing to compete?" After a brief moment of shock, several extraordinary beings behind Charmed Beauty quickly regained their composure. Their expressions turned furious as they shouted, "You brat, are you seeking death? How dare you compete with us?" Charmed Beauty's brows furrowed slightly, clearly caught off guard by this turn of events. The auctioneer, noticing the competition, hastily announced, 201 gold coins for the first time. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? 201 gold coins for the second time. We bid 202. Charmed Beauty's voice rang out once more as she produced 2 gold coins, coyly declaring her bid. 203. As soon as she spoke, Su Tian immediately countered with a higher offer. The audacity of his actions left the crowd in awe. Even Qian Chuanzi, now anxious, turned to Wu Qian, saying, "Though I do not understand how you possess such wealth, heed my advice and withdraw. Charmed Beauty's entourage is formidable, and should conflict arise, we will undoubtedly suffer the consequences. As the saying goes, a wise man does not incur immediate losses. It is merely a skill scroll, and losing one's life is not worth the cost." Heeding Qian Chuanzi's earnest counsel, Wu Qian waved him off confidently, asserting, "Do not worry. We fully support his decision." Stunned by their apparent fearlessness, Qian Chuanzi wondered if they truly had no regard for their lives. Meanwhile, the extraordinary beings behind Charmed Beauty were seething with anger. If looks could kill, Su Tian would have perished 100 times over. "Brat, I advise you to withdraw immediately. Otherwise, once you leave this venue, you may find yourself without a life to use it." Ignoring the threats, Su Tian urged, "Hurry up. If we are to auction, let us proceed. If not, I shall take it." Charmed Beauty narrowed her eyes, sweetly inquiring, "Young man, you must be new here. Perhaps you are not familiar with the rules of the ancient city. Would you like me to enlighten you? After I finish, you may reconsider your stance." "Begone, vixen," Su Tian retorted defiantly. The crowd erupted in astonishment. What audacity! How could this newcomer dare to speak to Charmed Beauty in such a manner? Charmed Beauty, taken aback, struggled to comprehend how someone could dare to address her so. One of her companions could no longer contain himself, his fury boiling over as he advanced to confront Su Tian. Maintaining his composure, Su Tian regarded him coldly. As the man prepared to unleash his extraordinary aura to teach Su Tian a lesson, the auction's overseer intervened. Exuding an air of authority, he declared, "No one is permitted to act violently here. Anyone who dares to disrupt this order will find themselves unable to leave the ancient city." The mere utterance of these 2 sentences quelled the fury of Charmed Beauty's extraordinary companion. Those familiar with the auction house understood its formidable power. As an establishment that had operated for many years in the ancient city, their strength and status were beyond reproach. "Very well. We shall concede this spell scroll to you today. However, mark my words, you shall pay the price for your insolence in the future." Charmed Beauty's face darkened. Her teeth clenched in anger. With that, she and her entourage departed. Chapter 47. Auctioning the Earth Dragon Crystal. This newcomer is far too bold, insulting Charmed Beauty like that. Indeed. However, he will surely face repercussions. Who has ever fared well against her? Women hold grudges, and this young man will not enjoy peaceful days ahead. Whispers rippled through the crowd of extraordinary beings. Unperturbed by their chatter, Su Tian produced a pouch filled with precisely 203 gold coins. The sight of the bag left the auctioneer and the onlookers awestruck. Where did he acquire such a fortune? Could it be that he hailed from a lineage of island lords, wielding influence? In an instant, Su Tian became the center of attention once more. His actions rapidly elevated his reputation within the auction house. Handsome, wealthy, and courageous, that was the prevailing sentiment regarding Su Tian. After exchanging the gold coins, Su Tian successfully obtained the mid-tier spell scroll. Without hesitation, he activated the floating island core and stored it away. Subsequently, he made his exit from the venue. Heading towards the outskirts of the crowd, Qian Chuanzi hurried after him, quietly cautioning, "Brother, that was incredibly bold. Do you know who Charmed Beauty is? Insulting her like that could lead to trouble once we leave the auction." Su Tian tossed a gold coin casually, responding calmly, "I have no interest in who Charmed Beauty is. What I seek is comprehensive information about the mysterious individuals." Qian Chuanzi paused in surprise, a glint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He regarded Su Tian with newfound respect. As a newcomer who had only spent a single night in the city, to be aware of the existence of mysterious individuals was no small feat. This alone indicated that Su Tian's background was far from ordinary. It was well known that mysterious individuals rarely made their presence known, remaining hidden within the city's confines. Many individuals, despite having spent numerous days in this vicinity, remain oblivious to the existence of the enigmatic figure. This alone indicates that the information regarding the mysterious person is exceedingly clandestine. In a fleeting moment, Qian Chuanzi discerned that the individual before him was undoubtedly extraordinary. It appears that he had previously confronted the charming pet with confidence, unafraid of any retaliation. At this juncture, Qian Chuanzi promptly altered his demeanor. Acknowledging the remarkable nature of the person before him, he resolved to cultivate a favorable relationship. "Brother, let me tell you, the information about the mysterious figure is the most elusive. They seldom make appearances, and therefore, knowledge about them is scant. However, I, Qian Chuanzi, am different. Throughout this journey, I have acquired every bit of information that can be gleaned. You are aware that the extraordinary attribute of the mysterious figure belongs to the realm of the unknown, correct?" "Indeed." Su Tian nodded, silently listening. He paid little heed to the brotherly address, choosing instead to remain aloof. Observing the affirmation from Su Tian, Qian Chuanzi's conviction in the individual's exceptional nature deepened. As a newcomer to the city, his ability to gather such intelligence indicated extraordinary means. Subsequently, Qian Chuanzi adopted a more serious countenance. Inhaling deeply, he stated solemnly, "Brother, the mysterious figure possesses the skill of the void." Previously, they made a single appearance, during which the surrounding space warped rapidly at the moment of their action. On that occasion, two reckless extraordinary beings provoked them, and they ultimately vanished without a trace. However, their battle was witnessed by a single individual whom I happen to know. Hence, I learned that the mysterious figure's ability is indeed the void. Yet, it seems there are limitations on their power. They cannot frequently utilize their skills. Most of the time, they engage in combat wielding extraordinary weapons. Upon hearing this, Su Tian was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated that the mysterious figure's skill was the void, an undeniably formidable ability. If, during a confrontation, they were to shatter a void behind him and launch a surprise attack, it would spell disaster. Nevertheless, if there were level restrictions, the scenario would change. An individual of higher rank could instantaneously make judgments and react. Nonetheless, even in such cases, the mysterious figure's skill remains extraordinarily formidable. Skills of the unknown are inherently powerful. Now, Su Tian had acquired a preliminary understanding of these formidable adversaries. With such knowledge, he would be better prepared when the time came to engage. Qian Chuanzi spoke again with a grin. "Brother, do you wish to explore elsewhere? The treasures on the third floor are the finest here. If you are interested, you might find something to your liking." Su Tian nodded, as he had intended to ascend to the third floor to rendezvous with Qin Shan and the others. Upon reaching the third floor, designated as the climax of the auction, it was already teeming with numerous extraordinary beings. Su Tian understood that most of the attendees were merely spectators, as the items auctioned would be beyond their financial reach. On the third floor, Su Tian spotted the charming pet and her companions. As the saying goes, enemies meet with extra animosity. A seemingly duplicitous man approached, threateningly declaring, "Kid, I advise you to hand over your spell scroll now. Otherwise, once you step outside, there will be no opportunity for regret." Su Tian ignored him, walking past with an air of indifference. This dismissive attitude infuriated the man, who clenched his fists, his murderous intent unmistakably emanating from his gaze. The charming pet approached. Blushing as she said, "Brotherly, this person dares to look down on you. He shows you such disrespect, you cannot let him get away with it." Upon hearing her words, the man's resolve to eliminate Su Tian solidified. Angrily, he responded, "Don't worry, my dear. Once I sever his head, it shall be your gift." "Good." The charming pet giggled shyly, leaning gently against the man. This scene stirred jealousy among those following her. Many resolved to present Su Tian's head as a means to curry favor. Unbeknownst to them, Su Tian remained indifferent and unconcerned. To him, they were merely a troop of buffoons. At present, he possessed 2 spirits of the heavens and had unlocked a domain. Were it not for the city-wide manhunt against him, even a dozen jesters would not warrant his attention. The auction on the 3rd floor had yet to commence, while the crowd had already gathered in anticipation. Meanwhile, Qin Shan and the others had arrived, hastily making their way to join him. "Tian, the majority on the 1st floor are newcomers, much like us, who are not well informed. What is the situation on your end?" Su Tian turned to Qian Xuanzi, instructing, "These are my friends. You are responsible for briefing them on the circumstances." "Understood." Qian Xuanzi nodded and approached Qin Shan and the others to clarify their uncertainties. As time passed, with the commencement of the auction on the 3rd floor, individuals from the lower 2 floors surged upward. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the auction stage. A man clad in archaic attire ascended the stage and proclaimed, "Welcome, everyone, to this auction. We will employ 2 methods for bidding: gold coins and item exchanges. Each item will be appraised by our specialists. Today, we have 3 items for auction. The first is the Earth Dragon Crystal." As the auctioneer's voice resonated, a woman in a qipao gracefully approached the stage, holding a golden crystal. This was the first item of the day, the Earth Dragon Crystal. The auctioneer introduced it. This crystal, which grows exclusively within the dragon clan, has absorbed considerable dragon essence over millennia. For members of the dragon clan, it enhances cultivation and strengthens abilities. For ordinary individuals, it can be used to forge weapons, transforming them into extraordinary arms. Weapons forged from the Earth Dragon Crystal possess unique characteristics. The starting bid is 500 gold coins. How exorbitant! Goodness, what a remarkable item. Alas, we cannot afford it. 500 gold coins? Who can afford that? I wonder if that newcomer can manage it. At this moment, those who had previously been on the 2nd floor turned their attention to Su Tian once more. For them, he seemed to be the only one capable of purchasing such an item, as he had previously paid 203 gold coins without batting an eye. At this juncture, Su Tian felt a stirring within him. The Earth Dragon Crystal evoked a sense of connection. Having merged with the dragon spirit, he possessed half of the dragon clan's traits. Now, facing the Earth Dragon Crystal, the dragon essence within him surged. He was tempted, yet the steep price left him contemplative. He had only about 300 gold coins remaining, having nearly exhausted his previous gains. To acquire this Earth Dragon Crystal, he would need to exchange extraordinary fruits. However, those fruits held remarkable properties, capable of significantly enhancing extraordinary powers. Thus, he found himself caught in a dilemma. Is there a bid? If not, we shall withdraw this item and proceed to the next. The auctioneer's voice pierced through Su Tian's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and spoke. "Wait. I am willing to exchange extraordinary fruits." Again him. He must be incredibly wealthy. 500 gold coins. How many extraordinary fruits can he offer? What wealth? I have decided to align myself with him. Amidst the crowd, Su Tian became the focal point once more. Meanwhile, the charming pet, upon hearing Su Tian's offer, narrowed her eyes, realizing he was indeed a prized catch. Soon, he would be leaving, but it was imperative not to swiftly drain him of his vitality. At the very least, he needed to extract everything of value from him before his demise. Pet Charm had firmly resolved this in her heart, turning to address the followers behind her. The host glanced at Su Tian, offering a gentle smile. "Esteemed guest, kindly take the extraordinary fruit and accompany our professionals to the backstage for an evaluation." Su Tian nodded and followed a female attendant to the rear. In the backstage area, an elderly man with graying hair, clad in a white robe, sat awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them, a faint smile graced his lips. Su Tian presented an extraordinary fruit, placing it before him. The moment the fruit made its appearance, the air became suffused with a rich aura of extraordinary elements. The old man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise, his previously languid demeanor vanishing in an instant. Chapter 48. The auction concludes, undercurrents stirring. The flower-imbued grass, upon consumption, can enhance physical constitution and improve meridians, brimming with vibrant life force. After a thorough examination, the elderly man offered his assessment. Su Tian spoke up. "This extraordinary fruit has matured over a millennium, developing a degree of sentience. I am confident its worth far exceeds the initial offer." Indeed, the old man set down the flower-imbued grass, contemplating for a moment before stating solemnly, "This extraordinary fruit is the finest I have encountered in recent times. One can only imagine the formidable being tasked with its protection. How about this? I shall offer you 2,000 gold coins. What do you say?" Su Tian frowned slightly and shook his head, responding, "That is insufficient. The value of this extraordinary fruit is far greater. Though I may lack expertise, it does not equate to naivety. The elderly man, somewhat helpless, had been in this profession for many years. Typically, when he made an offer, most would not dare to negotiate. They understood that should they counteroffer, he would simply refuse to engage further. In the past, he might have easily dismissed them without a second thought, but now he found himself reluctantly increasing his bid. After a moment's silence, he said, "Very well, I will offer you 2,500 gold coins. This flower-imbued grass is worth no more than that. I shall not profit from you. Consider it my highest bid." Su Tian, recognizing this to be the utmost offer, nodded and accepted the 2,500 gold coins. With the estimation complete, Su Tian returned to the auction floor. The host cheerfully inquired, "Esteemed guest, now that the evaluation is concluded, do you wish to continue bidding?" "I shall buy it," Su Tian declared, promptly producing 500 gold coins. "What is happening? How many extraordinary fruits are there that one is fetching a price of 500 gold coins? Are you foolish?" "It's likely due to the high quality of the fruit." His manner of paying was quite impressive. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Not only them, but Qin Shan, Qin Chuanzi, and the like were equally taken aback. Amidst the onlookers' astonished gazes, Su Tian acquired the Earth Dragon Crystal. The host was elated. Since the ancient city had opened, the third level had yet to see a transaction completed. This was not for lack of interest, but rather because the patrons could not afford such exorbitant prices. Now, with someone having purchased his first item, he was immensely pleased. Unable to contain his excitement, the host exclaimed, "Congratulations to our esteemed guest for acquiring the Earth Dragon Crystal. The next item will certainly satisfy everyone." The second auction item was the sacred water from the dragon spring atop the Tianshan Mountains. This sacred water harbors immense light energy, capable of cleansing meridians, and has a chance of awakening light powers. The starting bid was set at 500 gold coins. As the host's voice trailed off, the atmosphere in the room dampened. The sacred water held little appeal for them, as they had already awakened extraordinary powers, making it improbable to awaken a second. However, those who possessed extraordinary abilities might have a chance to awaken the light power. Light power is divine, possessing a suppressive effect over all dark entities. On the floating islands, a lord imbued with light power would wield significant authority over monsters who are inherently dark. Thus, light energy can subdue all forms of darkness. Therefore, an island lord who awakens light power enjoys a distinct advantage. Su Tian felt a renewed sense of desire. Although the dragon spring's sacred water bore no direct benefit for him, it would be invaluable for the angels on his island. Moreover, he had previously promised to replenish the angel statue with some light energy. However, since the two angels had departed, the light energy of the angel statue had been depleted considerably. In that moment, without hesitation, Su Tian produced another 500 gold coins to bid on the item. The host was exuberant. Now, he regarded Su Tian as a veritable treasure. For him, Su Tian had undoubtedly become a major patron of the auction. Among the crowd, some, having witnessed Su Tian's wealth, began to entertain nefarious thoughts. They whispered amongst themselves, plotting to ambush Su Tian upon his exit and seize his possessions. With his keen senses, Su Tian naturally overheard their scheming. He retreated after collecting his items, whispering to Qin Shan, Wuxian, and the others, "I have drawn unwanted attention with these acquisitions. We may find ourselves embroiled in a fierce confrontation upon leaving. You should depart now and return swiftly to the inn. Once there, you will be safe. They cannot act against you within the inn." Qin Shan's expression darkened at his words. "Tian, perhaps we should stay and assist you. We have all entered the extraordinary realm and can help alleviate some of the pressure." "Indeed, Brother Tian," they echoed. "Absolutely not. If a confrontation arises, I will be unable to protect you. Should anything happen to you, you would miss the subsequent extraordinary selection. At this juncture, it would be wise for you to maintain a low profile and heed my advice. Now, quickly return to the inn." But Qin Shan attempted to protest only to be interrupted by Wuxian, who glanced at Su Tian and softly affirmed, "Very well. We will follow your lead. Class leader, let us go. We should not linger here and cause you trouble." "Fine," Qin Shan sighed, reluctantly acquiescing. They began to slowly withdraw from the crowd. Observing this, Qin Chuanzi hurriedly interjected, "Big brother, take me with you. I was just with you and was seen by Pet Charm. I fear she may target me." Su Tian nodded in response. "All right. You should leave quickly while you can." Qin Chuanzi nodded eagerly, hastening to follow Wu Qian and the others who had already departed. Su Tian deemed him somewhat useful. He possessed comprehensive information and insights into the mysterious figures. Such an individual, remaining in his company, could help clarify some uncertainties. Once Wu Qian and the others had left, Su Tian felt no further reservations. If anyone dared to attack him, he would not hesitate to unleash a torrent of violence. On stage, the host's voice rang out once more, "Esteemed guests, we now arrive at the highlight of today's auction. The next item is a genuine dragon egg. This dragon egg has yet to hatch, but once it does, it will become an extraordinary being." As she spoke, a woman clad in a qipao presented a black egg. The host continued, "This is a true dragon egg. The eggshell is adorned with the unique secret patterns of the dragon clan, confirming its authenticity. Su Tian observed. Recognizing the patterns on the eggshell, he had encountered them before when merging with the dragon spirit. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a genuine dragon egg here. The host began. The starting bid for this item is set at 1,000 gold coins. What? 1,000 gold coins? That's rather exorbitant, isn't it? Indeed. However, this dragon egg is exceptionally remarkable. The dragon race is the king of all beasts, and once it matures, its power will be extraordinary. Alas, no one can afford it. Exactly. Who here could possibly bid 1,000 gold coins? After some discussion, a number of individuals unconsciously turned their attention back to Su Tian. Gazing at the dragon egg, Su Tian was resolute. He must acquire it. He boldly declared, I bid 1,000 gold coins. I shall purchase it. Is that so? How much gold does he possess? He had already bid a total of 2,000 gold coins. What on earth is going on? What kind of extraordinary item could warrant such a sum? With Su Tian's declaration, the crowd was rendered utterly speechless. They had witnessed the stark disparity between wealth and poverty. While they struggled for a single gold coin, others were already lavishly spending thousands. Many in attendance felt envy as they watched. Some were stirred to conspire and plot robbery. The faction allied with the charming figure was determined to secure Su Tian. On stage, the host's eyes narrowed into slits, grinning widely. It had been quite some time since he encountered such a generous patron. In rapid succession, Su Tian purchased 3 items. The moment he received the dragon egg, a surge of restlessness coursed through him. The dragon spirit within him resonated with the egg, and he sensed that it was absorbing his power. Su Tian was alarmed. The dragon power within him was being continuously siphoned by this black dragon egg. He swiftly accessed the core of the floating island and hastily tossed it inside. Once the egg entered the core, the connection to his dragon spirit was severed, and the dragon power within him ceased to be absorbed. Su Tian felt a slight relief. He could not allow it to drain him completely, especially with a fierce battle looming ahead. With the auction of 3 items concluded, the host announced the end, and the crowd surged toward the exits. Many began to make their way outside. Some extraordinary beings fixed their gaze intently on Su Tian, eager to observe his movements in preparation to intercept him. Meanwhile, the charming figure quickly descended the stairs to seal off the exit. Su Tian, unhurried, made his way downstairs. Just then, the auction host caught up with him. Young man, you have purchased 3 items in succession. You are considered a distinguished guest. It seems many here harbor ill intentions toward you. Our auction has a secret backdoor. You may exit through there. Su Tian was somewhat astonished that they had a backdoor. The host whispered, follow me. Without hesitation, Su Tian complied. The others, witnessing this, were filled with confusion. What was this young man doing? The auction had concluded, yet he was moving deeper inside. Never mind. We should intercept him at the entrance. With that, a dozen extraordinary beings silently descended the stairs. At that moment, the auction house was rife with undercurrents. Various factions were preparing to rob Su Tian of everything he possessed. This newcomer is ignorant of the need for discretion. Drawing such attention, does he not realize it invites disaster? As seasoned veterans, let us teach him a lesson in humility. Chapter 49, The Great Slaughter. Young man, continue straight through here, and you shall exit the auction house. The host guided Su Tian to the back door of the auction. Su Tian noted that the location was quite concealed, typically devoid of any visitors. Thus, few were aware of the auction's secret exit. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you. The host waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It is but a trifling effort. Now hurry along. Su Tian nodded and, without further delay, stepped out through the back door. Finding himself in a secluded alley, he extended his spirit, beginning to survey the path back. As the towering structure rose, he absorbed the surrounding scenery. He clearly saw the main entrance of the auction house, where dozens of extraordinary beings had gathered. Among them were those aligned with the charming figure, alongside many scattered extraordinary beings eager to hunt him down. Suddenly, a sense of urgency gripped his heart. Through the vision granted by his spirit, he discerned several extraordinary beings approaching this way. They seemed to have discovered the existence of the back door. A cold glint flashed in Su Tian's eyes. Since they have come, let none of them depart. Instead of fleeing, he concealed himself in a shadowy corner, awaiting his prey. Outside the back door, the 4 extraordinary beings who had arrived first whispered among themselves, I just saw the auction host lead that young man away. Others are oblivious to the existence of this back door and are foolishly blocking the front. I suspect he will emerge from here. We shall lie in ambush and deliver a fatal blow. Agreed. The 4 extraordinary beings quietly plotted their scheme. Meanwhile, hidden in the corner, Su Tian overheard their entire conversation. A smile curling on his lips. For individuals think they can hunt me. How naive. Thunderous domain, activate. Su Tian unleashed his domain, and in an instant, a layer of lightning manifested around him. The moment the lightning appeared, the speed of everything in the vicinity slowed considerably. The 4 extraordinary beings sensed something was amiss and attempted to react, but it was too late. The next instant, they witnessed a flash of lightning. and one of their number S had abruptly disappeared. Blood erupted beside them. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, another extraordinary being was slain. The remaining two, consumed by sheer terror, unleashed their full power. Boom. The two forces collided. They roared, channeling all their strength in a desperate attempt to break free from the domain. Yet within this domain, Su Tian's power surged to 200%. Moreover, his speed and perception were significantly heightened. In this state, dispatching the two extraordinary beings was as effortless as slaughtering chickens. Lightning crackled in his hands, brilliant arcs enveloping their forms. Within the thunderous domain, torrents of lightning cascaded down, instantly engulfing them. They barely had time to utter a cry before being consumed and reduced to ashes by the relentless onslaught of lightning. The entire sequence, from the onset of battle to its conclusion, transpired in the blink of an eye. Su Tian's expression remained cold. He had no intention of departing just yet. He resolved to turn the hunt back upon these extraordinary beings. Their ill intentions toward him would inevitably pose a threat, rather than cower in fear. It was far wiser to eliminate these potential hazards now. Though he could not eradicate them all at once, he would slay as many as he could. Moreover, by dealing with them now, he would ease the path for Wuxian and the others. As his thoughts whirled, Su Tian advanced stealthily, transforming into a specter as he drew closer. Meanwhile, those waiting at the main entrance sensed something was amiss. So much time had passed, yet Su Tian had yet to emerge. Could he have fled through another exit? Or perhaps he had chosen to remain inside? A multitude of doubts surged within them. The charming figure also sensed the anomaly. He turned to his followers and whispered, "Spread out and encircle the auction house. No matter where Su Tian attempts to leave, the moment he is spotted, eliminate him." Understood. With that, over 20 extraordinary beings from the charming faction stealthily dispersed, encircling the auction house. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Tian's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. For him, this was nothing short of a serendipitous opportunity. Should they cluster together, the act of assassination would be rendered remarkably effortless. However, given their separation, the resolution became significantly more manageable. Su Tian's palm radiated with brilliant lightning as he gradually gathered his strength. In the perception of the spirits of heaven and earth, a transcendent being was soon to appear before him. A smile graced Su Tian's face, and in the next moment, his form surged forward. Upon encountering the transcendent, the lightning in his palm erupted instantaneously. In an instant, a cacophony of thunderous light engulfed the individual before him. The transcendent had not anticipated such an occurrence. Thus, before he could react, he vanished amidst the tempest of lightning. After dispatching him, Su Tian transformed into a harbinger of doom, relentlessly harvesting the scattered transcendent beings. Meanwhile, on the other side, the transcendent who had been waiting at the gate for an extended period decided to explore elsewhere. The auction house spanned several hundred square meters, and the proximity among the transcendent was not considerable. Therefore, Su Tian had to ensure that he eliminated his adversaries in an instant. He activated the thunder domain. Along with the thunder patterns, his speed and power reached an apex. Under such circumstances, any transcendent would be swiftly dealt with. Moreover, they were utterly unprepared for Su Tian to initiate a reverse hunt against them. Consequently, they let their guard down. In this current situation, Su Tian had scarcely missed a target. The transcendent he encountered were almost universally dispatched in the blink of an eye. In a flash, he had slain over 20 transcendent beings. He mused that had it not been for the significant depletion of his power, he could likely have hunted them all down within a single day. Nonetheless, Su Tian was not greedy. After eliminating the 20-odd transcendent, he transformed into a streak of lightning and fled towards the inn. After a considerable time had passed, the pet charm, unable to locate anyone, resolved not to wait any longer. Given the protracted absence of any leads, the likelihood of them having departed was high. He issued a command, summoning the others to return. With the sound of his command, his faction returned with a sense of regret. A burly man lamented, "This lad runs far too swiftly, without even a glimpse. He has simply vanished. Had I encountered him, I would have torn him to shreds." Upon hearing this, the pet charm smiled shyly. "Brother, you are the strongest. The next time we meet that rascal, you must deal with him." The burly man, softened by the pet charm's words, grinned foolishly. "No problem. I will definitely bring you his head." This was her way with her followers. Under her beauty, they all willingly bowed to her will. After a while, the pet charm began to feel uneasy. Over an hour had elapsed since he dispatched his signal, and still, more than a dozen transcendent remained unaccounted for. On the other side, the independently formed hunting team faced a similar conundrum. After regrouping, they suddenly realized that several transcendent were missing from the crowd. Confused, they began to search throughout the auction house. Yet, after a thorough search, they stumbled upon a horrifying revelation. The dispatched transcendent had vanished without a trace. Moreover, faint bloodstains appeared in the vicinity, suggesting they were from several hours prior. With this clue, a terrifying hypothesis took root in their minds. Meanwhile, the pet charm, after failing to locate anyone, also commenced a search of the auction house. Like others, upon discovering the faint bloodstains, they too harbored an ominous premonition. The pet charm could scarcely imagine that over a dozen transcendent from her team had abruptly perished. Furthermore, the perpetrator was purportedly a newcomer. This thought, however, was swiftly quashed. Impossible. No one could possess such strength. She reassured herself repeatedly. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more her anxiety swelled. After yet another exhaustive search, they had spent several hours in vain. During this process, the pet charm encountered another faction. After sharing their perspectives, both sides were profoundly shaken. In an instant, over 20 transcendent had vanished without a trace. Such a method could not possibly be the work of a mere human. The pet charm spoke. There is something strange about this ancient city. Upon our entry, the guards warned us not to go out at night. After observing for several days, it seems there may be some bizarre creatures at play here. I suspect they have fallen victim to an attack from these strange beings. This hypothesis was met with immediate agreement from her companions, as they preferred to believe in the existence of sinister creatures rather than accept that Su Tian was responsible. Thus, on this day, whispers of strange creatures in the ancient city began to circulate widely. Among the weaker transcendent, trepidation took root. By nightfall, the entire ancient city was steeped in panic, with no one daring to step outside. Back at the inn, Su Tian returned and contentedly absorbed the earth dragon crystal, as it held remarkable efficacy in enhancing the dragon's soul within him. Qian Xuanzi entered the living room, sharing the secrets circulating at the heart of the ancient city. Did you know? It is said that strange creatures are roaming the ancient city. Over 20 transcendent have already met their demise today. What? Wuxian and the others were taken aback, having heard the conversation between the seven-colored divine deer and Su Tian upon their arrival. They recalled the deer warning about the ancient city's dangers and the existence of strange creatures. Little did they suspect that these creatures had now begun to kill indiscriminately within the city. Fear gripped Wuxian and her companions as they gazed at the pitch-black night sky outside, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Qinshan cautioned, Tian, while you absorb the earth dragon crystal, let us remain discreet and not venture outside. Understood. The group replied in unison, retreating to their respective rooms for cultivation. Chapter 50. The Revival of the Dragon Soul, transformed into the strange. In the dimly lit room, dragon scales sprouted along Su Tian's spine. The dragon essence contained within the earth dragon crystal activated the dragon spirit he had previously absorbed. Behind him, a colossal black dragon slowly materialized, exuding an ancient aura. Its eyes flickered with overwhelming murderous intent. Under the influence of this aura, layers of crimson blood energy manifested around Su Tian. As this blood energy enveloped him, his gaze turned a deep scarlet. The golden suns in his eyes transformed into blood-red pupils. A low growl reverberated through the room, causing it to tremble slightly. Su Tian sensed an overwhelming murderous intent emanating from the earth dragon crystal. Upon absorption, he found himself imbued with this killing aura. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him: to kill. Under the influence of this murderous energy, he became insatiably bloodthirsty. Realizing the peril, Su Tian promptly retrieved a piece of transcendent fruit from the core of the floating island. It was a clear heart leaf. Its primary function was to stabilize one's mind and prevent confusion. As the clear heart leaf appeared, azure light began to shimmer around Su Tian. With the presence of this light, the murderous intent surrounding him diminished considerably. What a terrifying contagion. Su Tian, now awakened, felt a lingering dread. In that fleeting moment, a chilling thought surged through his mind, the desire to step outside and eliminate everyone beyond the threshold. At that instant, a profound dread gripped his heart. Should he fail to rein in the murderous intent coursing through him, the lives of all those outside would be forfeit. Su Tian cast a glance at the dragon's spirit coiled behind him. This dragon's spirit emanated an aura of terrifying bloodlust, suggesting it was once an ancient ferocious beast. As Su Tian attempted to focus, the dark dragon's spirit began to dissipate. Nonetheless, he could still sense an unsettling agitation within him. What a terrifying influence. Even in such a state, it managed to affect my psyche. Su Tian sighed, hastily consuming the tranquil heart leaf. Moments later, a cascade of blue light enveloped him. Under the influence of this ethereal glow, the turmoil within his heart gradually subsided. With a soft exhale, Su Tian felt a sense of melancholy wash over him. This earth dragon crystal had absorbed a considerable amount of Dragon Clan's malevolent energy over the years. Through millennia of evolution, this energy had morphed into a consciousness, the very murderous intent that had just threatened to overtake him. If he were to be blinded by this bloodlust, he might very well become a mere machine of slaughter. However, despite the perilous absorption process, the benefits reaped were equally monumental. The fusion with the earth dragon crystal had revived the dragon spirit dwelling within him. Moreover, his draconic power underwent a groundbreaking evolution. The black phosphorus enveloping him had become far sturdier, and its explosive potential had multiplied several times over. Elated, Su Tian felt a surge of confidence regarding the extraordinary selection ahead. At this juncture, it seemed that only the enigmatic figure posed any genuine threat to him. The others were utterly unworthy of competing with him. Contemplating this, Su Tian was stirred by news transmitted by Jean Lin, who had been keeping an eye on Tainyo. There, Tainyo knelt on the ground, reporting with great reverence. "My lord, there has been no movement from Baishaosheng today. The most noteworthy event in the city is today's peculiar occurrences. Many in the ancient city have already begun to spread whispers. It is said that there were some extraordinary beings on the side of Cheng Mei who encountered bizarre incidents during the day. In just a few hours, over 20 extraordinary beings have perished." At this point, Tainyo's tone noticeably faltered. Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle. It appeared that after his departure, these individuals had reclassified their deaths as mere bizarre incidents. Upon reflection, this reasoning did seem the most plausible. After all, who would believe that in the span of mere hours, over 20 extraordinary beings had fallen at the hands of a single person? Such a feat, if disseminated, would surely be met with skepticism. Rising, Su Tian chose to disregard Tainyo. He pondered that since these individuals had labeled the events as bizarre, there was no need for him to fear causing a stir. With nightfall upon them, it was indeed the time for the uncanny to emerge. Should he choose to eliminate a few individuals now, the townsfolk would likely attribute their deaths to the mysterious events. As these thoughts crossed his mind, a cold smirk crept upon Su Tian's lips. In his eyes, the moment these individuals harbored ill intentions towards him, they had already signed their own death warrants. He was no benevolent savior, and thus would not spare those who harbored malice against him. Resolute in his decision, Su Tian slowly exited his chamber. The room was now devoid of human presence. Wu Qian and others were engrossed in comprehending the extraordinary powers. Only Qian Chuanzi lingered idly in the hall, bored. Su Tian approached him with a hint of curiosity, inquiring, "Why are you still awake at this hour?" Upon seeing Su Tian emerge, Qian Chuanzi quickly rose, smiling. "Big brother, you're out. I was feeling bored, so I came to take a stroll. By the way, did you hear? A peculiar incident occurred in the city today." Upon hearing this, Su Tian immediately understood what Qian Chuanzi was about to recount. He raised a hand to interrupt. "I am already aware of this matter." Qian Chuanzi was taken aback. He found it puzzling, as the news of the bizarre incident had only circulated in the afternoon. Since Su Tian had returned at noon and remained in his room meditating, how could he have heard of it? Could it be that he possessed some extraordinary means of gathering information? At that moment, Qian Chuanzi began to piece together a vague understanding. Though it was merely speculation, he was confident that he was not far from the truth. The other party must possess remarkable abilities, enabling him to grasp all the latest news from the ancient city while remaining indoors. No wonder he dared to challenge Cheng Mei. It turned out he had nothing to fear. In this instant, Qian Chuanzi's mind cleared. He finally comprehended why Su Tian could disregard Cheng Mei. Judging by this situation, Su Tian's strength was undoubtedly on par with Cheng Mei's, if not superior. Hence, at today's auction, he had the audacity to confront Cheng Mei despite the curious gazes of the crowd. Realizing everything, Qian Chuanzi immediately adopted a different demeanor. With a humble attitude, he respectfully smiled. "Big brother, you truly possess extraordinary insights, knowing even the latest news." Su Tian waved his hand, unwilling to squander time on pleasantries. He sought out Qian Chuanzi to inquire about the extraordinary beings who had been monitoring him. Qian Chuanzi, not daring to withhold information, relayed everything Su Tian wished to know. After a while, Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. Simultaneously, he regarded Qian Chuanzi with approving eyes. One must admit, as an intelligence expert, Qian Chuanzi was well versed in the circumstances of those individuals. Not only had he outlined their residences, but he had also divulged their various quirks. Such insider knowledge could likely only be uncovered by Qian Chuanzi himself. Having gathered the intelligence, Su Tian no longer hesitated. He dismissed Qian Chuanzi and gradually descended into the enveloping darkness of the night. At that moment, he became the very source of the bizarre occurrences in the ancient city. Su Tian moved like a wraith, leaping stealthily through the shadows of the ancient city. Before long, he arrived at the dwelling of Cheng Mei and her companions. It was an inn, though not as lavish as Su Tian's, it could still be deemed moderately respectable. The inn featured separate rooms. With a swift leap, Su Tian effortlessly reached the first-floor window. Peering through the window, he spotted two of Cheng Mei's attendants within the room. At that moment, these two extraordinary beings were vociferously lamenting the events of the auction that morning. "Humph, that kid was merely fortunate, escaping today. If I catch him next time, I shall flay him alive and have him kneel before me, begging for mercy. Indeed, that lad's luck is truly remarkable, surrounded by dozens of extraordinary beings at the auction. Yet he managed to flee. What was he, a rabbit in his past life? So adept at running. Ha! How justified." Inside the room, the two extraordinary beings reveled in their mockery, blissfully unaware that danger had silently descended upon them. Outside the window, Su Tian found their banter somewhat amusing. A smirk curled upon his lips, as the murderous intent radiated from him unabashedly. In the next moment, the two extraordinary beings suddenly felt a chill creeping down their spines, as if something sinister were lurking atop them, sending shivers through their very core. "Who goes there?" The two extraordinary beings quickly regained their composure, turning to scrutinize their surroundings. Su Tian, moving with grace and silence, had stealthily infiltrated the room. He closed the window, his eyes glowing with a blood-red hue. Who are you? The two extraordinary beings, sensing the murderous intent, swiftly turned to face him. It's you, the one who escaped during the day. How dare you come alone tonight? You are truly asking for death. The one who had spoken earlier wore a tone laced with joy, as if already envisioning presenting Su Tian's severed head to Cheng Mei as a trophy. Hold on, Deshang, something feels amiss. In the room, another extraordinary being sensed Su Tian's abnormality. The figure before him had eyes as red as blood, instilling a chilling dread within him. Yet, the one referred to as Deshang remained unfazed. With a rough chuckle, he declared, "What is there to fear? No matter how formidable he may be, he cannot possibly contend with the two of us. Charge. Eliminate her." With her head in hand, one can indulge in the pleasures of the bed. At this moment, the extraordinary being was already intoxicated by the allure of beauty. Observing his demeanor, Su Tian couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. Whoosh! Su Tian gently raised his hand, a blinding red light instantly blossoming at the nape of his neck. In the next moment, the head of the extraordinary individual fell to the ground, crimson blood splattering across the room. This scene rendered the other extraordinary being momentarily paralyzed with shock. After a fleeting moment of terror, he quickly regained his composure. Help! After witnessing Su Tian's terrifying prowess, he understood that this was beyond his capacity to withstand. To dispatch an extraordinary being in an instant. What a terrifying display of strength. Without hesitation, he turned to call for help from outside. But in that very instant, a large hand suddenly gripped his neck. An unprecedented force lifted him off the ground, rendering him unable to escape. Su Tian sneered. Two mere ants dare to utter such nonsense. Please, spare me, I crack. The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Su Tian's right hand tightened its grip, and before the extraordinary being could finish his plea, he drew his last breath. Chapter 51. The eerie turmoil provoked by one. In the frigid room, the metallic scent of blood pervaded the air. Knock, knock, knock. Deshang, what has happened? A hurried voice called from the doorway. Su Tian recognized that the commotion had attracted attention. A wicked smile crept across his face as a dark dragon spirit slowly manifested behind him. The dragon spirit's eyes burned crimson, mirroring Su Tian's current essence. They emanated an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Creak. The door swung open, the extraordinary being outside, unable to contain his curiosity at the silence within, pushed the door wide. But in the next moment, he was left dumbfounded. The sight before him filled his heart with dread. Two familiar extraordinary beings lay motionless on the ground, their warm blood pooling around them. More terrifying, however, was the man standing before him, a figure with a frigid demeanor, exuding a terrifying aura of death, who gazed at him with a wicked allure. Behind him coiled a massive black dragon. This scene rendered the extraordinary being utterly paralyzed with fright. His breath quickened, momentarily causing him to forget to call for help. Su Tian reached out, a dragon claw clenching tightly around the neck of the man before him. With the enhancement of dragon power, his mastery over the draconic strength deepened. The sharp dragon claws gripped the man's neck. In the next moment, he tightened his grasp. The razor-sharp claws effortlessly sliced through flesh, as if crushing a mere tofu. Thud! With a dull thump, another head rolled to the ground. Su Tian's cold laughter echoed, mocking the audacity of such extraordinary beings to come after him. His chilling chuckles reverberated through the room, awakening all within. Who? The clamor of voices erupted in the inn. The extraordinary beings allied with the alluring figure rushed out in haste. In an instant, upon witnessing the scene before them, astonishment gripped them. What was happening? Three extraordinary beings had perished without a sound, and it was all the work of a single individual? Is it you? The alluring figure, alerted by the commotion, dashed out of his chamber. His heart, too, was filled with shock upon seeing the unfolding scene. How did you manage this? How could you have slain my three extraordinary companions so silently? The alluring figure's heart quaked, struggling to contain his astonishment. Su Tian tilted his head, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Is there truly a need to explain so much to a corpse? Such arrogance. You think you alone can contend against all of us? The alluring figure retorted, fury igniting within him. You brat, I shall make you pay dearly. Kill him. Everyone charge. Do not allow him the chance to escape. In an instant, the enraged roars of dozens of extraordinary beings echoed simultaneously. Unperturbed, Su Tian unleashed his thunderous domain. At that moment, his power surged to 200%. The immense black dragon behind him appeared even more terrifying, empowered by the thunderous domain. Onward! Su Tian bellowed, the black dragon launching itself into the fray. Furthermore, the spirit of the earth and sky, Tung Wang, stirred within him. Su Tian gathered lightning in his palm, and two distinct forces erupted simultaneously. In an instant, he stood against a horde of extraordinary beings. In the inn, a multitude of extraordinary forces surged forth, instantly toppling the roof. The deafening roar caused the obsidian night sky to tremble. Ah, help me. At the onset of battle, three of the alluring figure's comrades met their demise. Following that, the remaining extraordinary beings fell like mere chickens before the slaughter. Within mere moments, he effortlessly dispatched the remaining extraordinary beings, leaving only the alluring figure standing. In the blink of an eye, heads rolled, and scalding blood flowed around them. The alluring figure beheld this scene, her shock rendering her speechless. She lifted her gaze to the embodiment of death before her. Su Tian advanced leisurely, stepping over the remnants of the fallen. Approaching the alluring figure, he coldly remarked, "Did you not wish for me to pay a price? Why do you not seem moved to see me now?" At this moment, the alluring figure no longer exuded the dominance she had earlier that morning. Her heart trembled, stammering, "Do not kill me. I was wrong. I will do anything you ask. I can serve you. Please, spare my life." As she spoke, her trembling form began to shed her garments. Su Tian's expression remained indifferent, feeling nauseated by the display. He extended his right hand, forcefully pressing her face against the wall. "Do you think I desire this? To me, you are as filthy as those wretched insects. We are all adults. One must bear the consequences of their words. Please." The alluring figure's plea was cut short as a surge of electricity coursed through her skull. In the next moment, she collapsed amidst the dazzling lightning. Stepping out of the inn, Su Tian felt no attachment to the events that transpired. He raised his palm, 2 bolts of lightning erupting in contrasting colors. Subsequently, the very earth trembled as if struck by divine thunder, engulfed in flames. Su Tian's countenance remained frigid as he slowly made his way toward the next destination. This night, he intended to cleanse all obstacles in his path. In his eyes, any enemy must be eradicated at its inception. Otherwise, by the time it grows, it would be too late. That night, Su Tian became an eerie harbinger, mercilessly reaping the lives of extraordinary beings. Throughout the ancient city, the wails of despair echoed relentlessly. This horrifying slaughter continued until dawn before finally coming to a halt. Having cleansed the blood from his person, Su Tian quietly returned to the inn. Pushing open the door, he found the common room enveloped in tranquility. Everyone had already succumbed to deep slumber. Su Tian treaded lightly, gently returning to his chamber. As time passed within the ancient city, the events of the previous night began to resonate. A palpable wave of panic swept through the ancient city. "Hey, have you heard? Last night, the alluring figure's faction was utterly annihilated. What is happening? Can anyone enlighten me on how dozens of extraordinary beings vanished overnight? Not only on the side of the pet allure, but also within the ancient city, several scattered extraordinary beings have fallen victim to sinister hands. This is simply too bizarre. Isn't it? No, I do not wish to perish. I must leave this place." As the situation in the ancient city escalated, countless extraordinary beings were engulfed in panic. In truth, everyone harbored an immense fear of the mysterious substance. Some timid individuals even chose to withdraw from the ancient city within the day. Following the departure of the first person, many others gradually followed suit. To them, the extraordinary rewards were of little significance, not worth risking their lives for. On that day, over 10 extraordinary beings left the ancient city, causing the population to plummet to just over 80. In an inn within the city, more than 20 extraordinary beings gathered, their expressions grave as they engaged in discussion. This was the residence of Bai Shaosheng. At this moment, he listened to the myriad of rumors circulating below, his brow furrowing with concern. "Boss, this cannot continue. I heard that over 20 extraordinary beings perished overnight. If this keeps up, we may be annihilated by the mysterious force before the selection even begins." "Indeed, boss." As Bai Shaosheng absorbed the words of those below, an involuntary tension gripped his heart. Even he, usually so proud and impervious, felt the weight of anxiety. The disappearance of over 20 extraordinary beings in a single night was nothing short of terrifying. This time, his resolve wavered. Initially, he believed that rallying over 20 extraordinary beings in this city would grant him dominion. However, it now appeared that without resolving the source of the mystery, they could not remain here. After a moment of silence, Bai Shaosheng reluctantly declared, "From this day forth, everyone shall withdraw from the ancient city. We will return when the selection begins." Agreed. Upon hearing this, the crowd showed no hesitation, swiftly gathering their belongings and preparing to depart the ancient city. In the southern part of the ancient city, within a dilapidated temple, a figure addressed a dark-clad individual. "Sir, the mysterious substance that has emerged in the city has already claimed the lives of over 40 extraordinary beings. The pet allure has been completely eradicated, and more than 20 scattered extraordinary beings have also vanished. Now, Bai Shaosheng is preparing to exit the city as well." The dark-clad figure, known in the outside world as the mysterious person, listened to the report with a hint of surprise. The mysterious person felt a profound tremor within. Such strange occurrences transpired in just one night. The enchantress's faction was entirely obliterated, and Bai Shaosheng was also beginning to flee. There indeed exists a great terror within the ancient city. For the time being, we shall leave the city to evade the chaos and return when the selection commences. Understood. After a brief exchange, the mysterious person also decided to exit the city. That day, dozens of extraordinary beings gradually left the ancient city. As the 3 major factions dissolved, some scattered extraordinary beings also resolved to evade the turmoil. Suddenly, the once bustling ancient city fell into an eerie silence. Not a single extraordinary being could be seen on the streets. At that moment, Wu Qian and the others felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts upon hearing such news. Qian Chuanzi, ever perceptive, had received intelligence early on as the situation began to unfold. He now relayed this information. Qin Shan, with a solemn expression, gravely stated, "It seems we truly cannot remain here any longer. Once daylight breaks, we too must leave to avoid the chaos." The events had been far too strange. In that instant, everyone's first thought was to flee and evade the turmoil. Within less than a day, all extraordinary beings had fled the ancient city. Only Su Tian and his group remained, as he had stayed in his room and did not join in the exodus. Watching the encroaching nightfall, Qian Chuanzi felt a shiver of dread. Shall we not leave to avoid the chaos? We can leave a note here, and when Big Brother sees it, he can join us later. Absolutely not. We shall leave together. We cannot abandon Tianer. Qin Shan was the first to stand and refuse. He then turned to Qian Chuanzi and said, "If you are afraid, you may leave first. There is no need to endanger yourself over this." "Very well. Then we shall wait together," Qian Chuanzi decided, seeing the resolute choices of his companions. Chapter 52. The selection of extraordinary beings begins. As night descended, a hazy darkness enveloped the ancient city once more. At this moment, the hearts of those in the room were gripped by an unsettling chill. They were uncertain if it was mere psychological suggestion or if they were truly encountering a mysterious entity. Regardless, their hearts were all in turmoil. Outside, a chilling wind howled, causing the doors and windows of the room to rattle incessantly. What is happening? Could it be that a mysterious being has arrived? Qian Chuanzi asked, his voice trembling with trepidation. Qin Shan, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "Everyone huddle together and remain vigilant." As he spoke, the 5 individuals in the room immediately drew closer. Creak. Just then, Su Tian pushed the door open, fatigue etched upon his face from the previous night's battle. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Qin Shan and the others in the hall. What is going on? Before Su Tian could grasp the situation, Qin Shan and the others, filled with urgency, urged him, "Tianer, we must leave quickly. We can discuss matters outside." Without hesitation, Qin Shan seized the bewildered Su Tian and hurried him downstairs. Wu Qian and the others followed closely behind, hastily exiting the city. After a frantic dash, they finally reached the outskirts of the city. Upon exiting, Su Tian found himself amidst a dense throng of people gathered outside the city. Scanning the crowd, he noticed at least dozens of extraordinary beings present. What is going on? Su Tian questioned, perplexed. Once outside the ancient city, Qin Shan felt a great weight lift from his chest. He exhaled in relief, breathless as he said, "Tianer, you have no idea what transpired last night in the ancient city. In just one night, over 20 extraordinary beings perished at the hands of the mysterious force. Today, upon hearing this news, everyone has fled the city, preparing to return only when the selection begins." At this moment, Qian Chuanzi chimed in. "I heard that the petalure was completely annihilated overnight. Their demise was horrific, consumed by a raging inferno that left no trace." These words sent shockwaves through the group. The fear surrounding the mysterious events in the ancient city intensified. Only Su Tian remained somewhat speechless, realizing that the events of the previous night had spiraled into such a series of consequences. It appeared that all extraordinary beings within the ancient city had fled. Outside the city gates, Su Tian noticed a group of people setting up camp. 2 factions stood out prominently, by Shaoxing's group, whose large numbers had ignited a conspicuous bonfire, and the mysterious person S faction, all clad in black robes and seated ominously on the ground. Qian Chuanzi and the others found a place to settle. "Big Brother, let us stay outside for the next few days. The selection of extraordinary beings begins in one day." Agreed. Su Tian nodded, not voicing any objections, although he knew that no mysterious events actually existed within the ancient city. However, at this moment, everyone had already departed the city. Should they choose to remain within the city limits without encountering any mishaps, it would undoubtedly appear rather peculiar. Moreover, should an inquisitive mind seek to investigate, they would inevitably uncover that in this bizarre incident, all the deceased extraordinary individuals harbored ill intentions towards Su Tian during the auction. Yet, the general consensus was that no one believed a single individual could challenge so many extraordinary beings. Presently, they were merely at the initial stage. Without the commencement of the extraordinary trials, it seemed they were still quite distant from attaining extraordinary status. Thus, those present dared not entertain the notion that a formidable monster had infiltrated their ranks. Furthermore, since the onset of the strange events, each person was preoccupied with their own survival, fearful of becoming the next target. Consequently, their hearts were already consumed by trepidation stemming from the uncanny occurrences. Wu Qian also produced a bottle of water, slowly extending it towards Su Tian. She had exited in haste, bringing only this solitary bottle. "Please have some." Su Tian replied with a calm smile. "Thank you, but I am not thirsty at the moment. You should take it to the class leader and the others." Upon hearing this, Wu Qian couldn't help but roll her eyes before passing the bottle to Qin Shan. Qian Chuan then spoke, pointing towards a direction in the northwest. "Brother, look over there. That is the mysterious individual. I heard that earlier today, someone from Bai Shaoxing attempted to probe him. As a result, he didn't even flinch and effortlessly incapacitated that extraordinary person. According to the onlookers, a black space suddenly materialized behind that extraordinary individual, from which an immense force erupted, causing him to spit blood and collapse. This scene had left Bai Shaoxing in a state of shock. Su Tian raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed this mysterious individual's mastery of spatial powers was indeed formidable, being able to effortlessly take down an extraordinary being without even moving. He surmised that this mysterious figure would be his greatest rival in the upcoming extraordinary selection. All right, everyone, let us retire early. In just one day, the extraordinary selection will commence. With only 20 positions available for rewards, those wishing to claim them must exert themselves diligently. Nods of agreement and determination echoed from Qin Shan and the others, who wasted no time absorbing the extraordinary energy in the air. Su Tian, too, did not linger on thoughts, activating his thunder body to absorb the surrounding lightning elements. With only one day remaining until the extraordinary selection, the specifics of the mysterious individual's strength remained unknown. Thus, he refrained from overestimating himself and sat down to diligently enhance his own abilities. Time passed swiftly as Su Tian and his companions immersed themselves in the absorption of extraordinary powers. Not only they, but the majority of individuals outside the city were also quietly absorbing the dissipating energy in the air. As a day drew to a close, the extraordinary selection in the ancient city officially commenced. With the dawn of the second day, the tokens worn by each participant began to radiate warmth. The extraordinary selection has begun. All contestants are to enter the city for registration. A striking red inscription suddenly emerged on the tokens. At that moment, all extraordinary beings outside the city rose to enter. Bai Shaoxing, brimming with confidence, led the charge, parting the crowd effortlessly. Nearby, a throng of people instinctively cleared a path for her. The mysterious individual opened his eyes, his black robe billowing in the wind. Su Tian trailed behind the crowd, appearing remarkably discreet. Within the ancient city, an expansive arena materialized unexpectedly, stretching several kilometers in size. Upon their arrival, the tokens that marked their identities immediately stood out, floating above to form a magnificent golden list, inscribed with the names and details of all contestants. As matches concluded and progress was made, the golden list would automatically update rankings and information. Esteemed participants, the extraordinary selection officially begins. Shortly, the celestial ranking will randomly assign your opponents. Once the order is established, you will enter the arena in sequence. A figure clad in white, the arena's overseer, announced loudly. Upon seeing him, Su Tian felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. The overseer emanated a power akin to a towering mountain, immensely robust, yet unfathomable. As the celestial ranking updated, the first battle was announced, Wang Yao versus Lu Zhu. A golden light illuminated the sky, revealing the information of the two combatants. The overseer stood in the arena, declaring the rules. In the arena, those who lose their fighting capacity shall be deemed defeated. Falling outside the arena is a loss. Automatic surrender is also a loss. As the words left his lips, two beams of golden light descended, enveloping the two contestants. Subsequently, they were teleported to the competition stage. The overseer glanced at them and bellowed, "Begin!" Bang! In that instant, both extraordinary beings unleashed their powers, elemental forces colliding in the air. One was an earth element extraordinary being, while the other wielded water element powers. By the principles of elemental affinity, the earth element individual should have held the advantage. However, lacking combat experience, he had yet to make contact with his opponent. Su Tian observed with an expression of indifference. To him, these contestants posed no threat. Wuxian, watching the scene unfold, wore a heavy expression. As an earth element extraordinary herself, she believed that the competitor on stage had performed admirably. Yet, despite this, he had still failed to land a single blow on his opponent. Given such circumstances, her chances of victory appeared bleak. She might not even place within the top 20. Noticing her anxiety, Su Tian softly reassured her, "Do not be nervous. There are over 60 extraordinary contestants this time. As long as you can endure through 2 rounds, you should comfortably secure a place in the top 20. This is a valuable opportunity for you to learn. Now is the perfect time to observe your opponent's combat techniques. This will not only aid you in your future battles, but also help you discern your adversary's intentions." Wuxian replied softly, then focused intently on the battle unfolding before her. Su Tian felt that as long as Wuxian performed at her usual level, she still had a chance to reach the top 20. On stage, as the water element extraordinary continued his relentless assault, the earth element extraordinary ultimately succumbed to defeat. After the conclusion of the battle, the overseer announced the victor, and the celestial ranking shifted once more. The victorious extraordinary earned a place in the next round, while the defeated one would be excluded from the extraordinary selection. In the next moment, the celestial ranking selected the next pair of combatants. Su Tian chose not to watch. These participants were inconsequential to him. Instead, he intended to utilize this time to further enhance his strength. The commencement of the extraordinary selection signified that the extraordinary trials were nearing their conclusion. After departing from this place, he anticipated that the difficulty of advancing his extraordinary powers would increase significantly. On the floating island, the abundance of extraordinary energy was lacking. To enhance his abilities there, he would need to rely on constructing the island and consuming extraordinary fruits. It must be said that the pace of growth in the extraordinary world was indeed swift. During this period, he had already risen 2 levels. The disparity between each tier was progressively increasing. Su Tian had advanced 2 levels in a remarkably short time, placing him far ahead of his peers. The sheer gap in power was evident from his ability to eliminate over 20 extraordinary beings single-handedly. Chapter 53, The Grand Battle for Victory. In the sky, golden radiance flickered. The rankings on the celestial ranking continued to fluctuate. As time passed, the battles in the arena had reached their midpoint. In the next moment, the celestial ranking announced its selections, and 2 radiant golden beams of light suddenly descended. Above Su Tian, a golden pillar of light was strikingly directed onto his crown. Match 16, Su Tian versus Zhou Yun. The voice of the administrator echoed, and Su Tian was transported to the arena. Is it my turn already? He remarked, gazing calmly at Zhou Yun before him. Let the battle commence. With the administrator's words, Zhou Yun charged forward. He was an extraordinary individual of the gold element. At that instant, a surge of golden energy erupted from his being. Behind him, a dozen dazzling gold coins slowly materialized. Su Tian smiled gently, and the realm of thunder within him was unleashed in an instant. In a flash, the area within a 10-meter radius was enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Boom. Zhou Yun's form was momentarily restrained by the crackling lightning. Su Tian shifted lightly, transforming into an arc of electricity, and appeared directly behind Zhou Yun. How can this be? Zhou Yun gasped, having unleashed his strongest power in a bid to close the distance. Yet, just as he neared, a veil of lightning erupted around him. To make matters worse, his opponent had seemingly materialized behind him in the blink of an eye. What speed? This is terrifying. Doubts flooded Zhou Yun's mind as he attempted to resist. But in the next heartbeat, a tremendous current surged from behind him. Zhou Yun's body jolted violently, and he fell to the ground like a marionette severed from its strings. Battle concluded. Su Tian is victorious. The administrator's voice announced, and Su Tian was transported back. What just happened? It's over already. A 3-second match? What transpired? I barely saw it end. Below, all the extraordinary beings expressed their bewilderment. The entire encounter from start to finish lasted no more than 10 seconds. Before anyone could fully comprehend the spectacle, the administrator declared the fight over. What a situation. After a brief moment of shock, the faces of many turned grave. Su Tian's brilliance ignited a sense of crisis within them, especially for by Xiaoxing and the mysterious figure, their hearts were weighed down. They had assumed that with the absence of Chengmei, only the 2 of them could contend for the championship. Little did they anticipate the emergence of a formidable competitor among the crowd, seemingly surpassing both of them in strength. Bai Xiaoxing furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Su Tian's visage, as if trying to recall where he had seen him before. The mysterious figure, with a grave expression, whispered to a cloaked individual behind him. As Su Tian returned to his place, Wuxian and the others immediately approached, exclaiming, "Impressive. It seems the championship is yours for the taking. Brother, I didn't expect you to be this strong," ending the battle in an instant. At this moment, Qian Chuanzi was equally taken aback. Although she had suspected Su Tian's prowess might be considerable, she had never imagined it to be to such an extent. A 10-second battle. Such a record was simply terrifying. At this juncture, the first round of decisive battles had concluded, with a total of 32 individuals making it through. On Su Tian's side, both Wu Qian and Qin Shan had also advanced. Wang Ping, Huang Yuan, and Qian Chuanzi faced unfortunate defeats in the first round. Now, Wu Qian and Qin Shan needed only to endure one more round to secure their places among the top 20. However, they understood that surviving another round would not be a simple task, for each of the advancing contestants was a formidable, extraordinary being. The second round of decisive battles officially commenced. With the administrator's declaration, the celestial ranking began to shift once more. In the sky, a golden light materialized. The matchups for the second round gradually appeared. Wu Qian versus Li Ping. Wu Qian was taken aback. She had anticipated that she would be the first to compete in this second round. This left her momentarily at a loss. Noticing her hesitation, Su Tian hurriedly handed her 2 golden fruit jujubes. If you find yourself unable to win, just try to stall for time. With these jujubes to restore your stamina, you can wait until your opponent's strength is exhausted. Su Tian whispered, offering her a gentle reminder. Wu Qian was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure and accepted the jujubes. I understand. As the golden beam descended, Wu Qian was transported to the arena. She had a slight understanding of Li Ping. She was an extraordinary individual of the wood element, adept in offense and wielding wooden vines. Resolute in her strategy, Wu Qian decided to prioritize defense as soon as the battle commenced. Let the fight begin. The administrator bellowed, and Li Ping's actions swiftly followed. A robust wooden vine, akin to a dragon, tore through the air from her palm. Bang! Without hesitation, Wu Qian summoned a wall of earth to defend against the assault. From the very first clash, she felt unprecedented pressure. Her opponent's strength was formidable, shattering her earthen wall in mere moments. Fine. Li Ping launched her relentless assault, skillfully manipulating the vines to attack. Wu Qian, petite in stature, could only continuously wield the earth element to defend herself. Su Tian observed with a satisfied smile. He was confident that Wu Qian was destined to win this battle. Although it appeared that Wu Qian was at a disadvantage, her extraordinary power remained stable within her. In contrast, while Li Ping currently held the upper hand, her extraordinary energy was rapidly depleting. With the extraordinary jujubes to replenish her strength, if Wu Qian chose to stall, Li Ping would inevitably face defeat. Thus, the outcome of this battle was without a doubt. Wu Qian would emerge victorious. True to his prediction, Li Ping's offensive began to wane within a short while. Swinging her vines, she taunted, "Are you a turtle? Do you intend to hide in your shell forever?" Wu Qian, undistracted, paid no heed to her opponent's taunts. After a while, as Li Ping's strength neared exhaustion, Wu Qian quickly consumed one of the golden jujubes to restore her energy. In the next moment, a surge of earth element power erupted from her being. "Earth vortex!" Wu Qian exclaimed, and a swamp materialized beneath Li Ping's feet. "Watch me turn your head into a turtle," she declared fiercely, for as a woman, she held grudges. Previously, she had ignored the insult of being called a turtle. Now she intended to demonstrate who the true turtle was. Bang! Wu Qian unleashed her strength, landing a solid punch on Li Ping's face. Li Ping winced in pain, a bruise appearing at the corner of her right eye. "Ah, I was wrong. Sister, please don't hit my face," she cried out. In the arena, Wu Qian relentlessly swung her fists, striking Li Ping's face until the latter cried out her surrender. Only then did Wu Qian cease her assault. With the battle concluded, Wu Qian snorted as she was transported back to her original spot, while Li Ping was left truly resembling a battered turtle. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It seemed that one should never provoke a woman. How brutal. Su Tian and Qin Shan exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their wry smiles. Upon Wu Qian's return, her face radiated with excitement. "I did it. I've advanced." Su Tian and the others congratulated her, showering her with praise, eager to ensure she remained in high spirits. Meanwhile, the celestial ranking above once again made its selections. Golden rays of light descended upon the crowd. As the golden light settled, the second round of battles also came to a close. Qin Shan and Su Tian both advanced with ease in this round. Although Qin Shan initially faced some difficulty, fortune favored him as his opponent turned out to be Tang Yo. Observing this, Su Tian threatened him with Jin Lin, prompting his opponent to concede outright. Thus, Qin Shan advanced without exerting any effort. Yet, Su Tian effortlessly concluded the match against his opponent within a mere 10 seconds. His performance once again astonished the audience below. Bai Shaoxing and the enigmatic figure felt a weight in their hearts, perceiving him as yet another formidable rival. The second round of combat had concluded. A total of 16 competitors had emerged victorious. The third round of selection commenced. As was customary, Su Tian advanced with ease. However, Wu Qian and Qin Shan found themselves halted at this juncture. Although they did not progress further, both were quite content with their achievements. Having secured positions within the top 15, as time continued to pass, only 5 names remained on the celestial rankings: the enigmatic figure, Bai Shaoxing, Su Tian, Lu Yiming, and Zheng Xiaoping. Each of these individuals was a true standout. The overseer glanced at the celestial rankings and declared loudly, "This battle will adopt a free-for-all format." As the name suggests, a free-for-all entails all 5 competitors entering the arena simultaneously. Within the confines of the competition, any methods may be employed. However, the last individual standing shall be deemed the ultimate victor. The rankings will be determined based on the order of those eliminated. Upon hearing these words, the audience erupted into a clamor. What was happening? They were resorting to a free-for-all. In such a case, individual advantages would be diminished. Indeed, it was evident that everyone would likely band together to eliminate the strongest participant first. The crowd below buzzed with hushed discussions. Upon hearing this announcement, Su Tian couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. The adoption of a free-for-all would undoubtedly complicate his pursuit of victory. If the other 4 decided to unite against him, he would be in dire straits. Particularly concerning was the enigmatic figure, who wielded spatial powers. Suddenly, the atmosphere grew tense. Meanwhile, Bai Shaoxing and the enigmatic figure also recognized the heightened difficulty. They sought alliances, but upon surveying the arena, it appeared their only option was Su Tian. Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaoping, familiar with one another, quickly resolved to form a partnership upon hearing of the free-for-all. Bai Shaoxing and the enigmatic figure, however, were adversaries. Previously, Bai Shaoxing had sent someone to test the waters, and tensions had escalated between the 2 factions. Now, both were intent on recruiting Su Tian. Exchanging glances, Bai Shaoxing and the enigmatic figure discerned each other's intentions. Unbeknownst to Su Tian, they harbored ulterior motives. Observing the 4 individuals on stage, he contemplated whether he should seek an alliance as well. After all, in a free-for-all, an individual would be at a distinct disadvantage. If pairs were to form alliances, the remaining competitor would inevitably be the first to be eliminated. Chapter 54. The Overseer's Intervention, striking awe into the crowd. In the arena, 5 radiant golden beams of light descended, heralding the arrival of the final 5 contenders. Below, countless extraordinary beings stood in rapt attention. In this moment, the collective anxiety of the audience surpassed even the thrill of personal victory. The Overseer cast a glance at the 5 participants and, with an air of indifference, proclaimed, "The decisive battle officially begins." With this declaration, none of the individuals on stage made the first move. Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaoping gradually approached, their intentions unmistakable. Observing this, Bai Shaoxing could no longer remain passive. He extended an invitation. "Brother Su, your prowess is commendable. Let us join forces. After we have dealt with the others, we can engage in a fair competition, shall we?" Before Su Tian could fully consider the proposal, the enigmatic figure interjected, "Su Tian, there are 5 of us in this arena. If we were to ally, the other 3 would pose no threat whatsoever. Bai Shaoxing is nothing more than a fool. Does he truly believe he is worthy of an alliance with you?" The atmosphere on the competition stage grew somber. Both parties were eager to recruit Su Tian into their respective alliances. Su Tian remained silent, contemplating his options. Among the 4 present, aside from the enigmatic figure who posed a significant threat, the other 3 were hardly formidable. He resolved that the first step must be to eliminate the enigmatic figure. Only then would he have the leverage to control the situation. "Bai Shaoxing, let's make our move." After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Tian's voice rang out decisively. He summoned lightning into his palm, a dazzling orb of electric fire rapidly coalescing. Bai Shaoxing momentarily froze, then quickly regained his composure. "Ha! Brother Su, let us go." He unleashed his icy powers, conjuring a magnificent ice bird behind him. Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaoping exchanged glances before charging towards the enigmatic figure. In their view, it was prudent to eliminate one competitor at a time. The higher they ranked, the more substantial the rewards would be. The enigmatic figure was taken aback. Although he had anticipated Su Tian might not ally with him, he had not expected such decisiveness in their ensuing attack. Even worse, Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaoping were also intent on taking him down first. "How dare you, you shameless wretches!" the enigmatic figure shouted, then activated his mysterious powers. The 4 competitors unleashed their extraordinary attacks upon him. They moved in perfect harmony, effectively sealing off the 4 cardinal directions around the enigmatic figure. He employed his void powers, his form suddenly appearing behind Bai Shaoxing. Su Tian, with his keen perception, swiftly detected the opponent's landing point the moment he attempted to escape. With a swift pivot, he hurled his brilliant lightning directly towards the spot where the enigmatic figure had materialized. Boom! The dazzling lightning erupted, unleashing a sound akin to a myriad of birds taking flight into the air, just as the enigmatic figure descended. His extraordinary weapon had not yet been wielded against Bai Shaoxing's back when Su Tian's assault struck. How could this be? The enigmatic figure gasped in shock. His once infallible void attack had been countered. Stumbling, his right hand was numbed by the electric fire, causing his extraordinary weapon to fall heavily to the ground. Bai Shaoxing, alarmed, realized that the enigmatic figure had silently appeared behind him. Without hesitation, he directed his hail of ice toward that location. The enigmatic figure, caught off guard, had no choice but to activate his void powers once more to shift his position. This time, multiple black voids manifested throughout the arena. Su Tian's heart raced. This enigmatic figure was indeed exceptional, capable of manipulating void powers to such an extent. Now, no one could ascertain from which rift the enigmatic figure would emerge. Having learned from the previous encounter, Bai Shaoxing hurriedly conjured an ice shield to protect his rear. He glanced at Su Tian, expressing his gratitude. "Brother Su, thank you. Without your intervention, I would surely have fallen victim to that treacherous wretch." Su Tian waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Our goals align. Thus, mutual assistance is only fitting." Indeed. Bai Shaoxing nodded, his gaze now fixed on the multitude of black void shadows that had materialized, with the enigmatic figure concealed among them. They were uncertain from which rift he would emerge next. Su Tian spoke decisively. "Let us join forces and simultaneously seal off all these void rifts. No matter how strong the enigmatic figure may be, he cannot withstand the combined might of our attacks." Agreed. The others did not hesitate, each unleashing their extraordinary powers in unison. In an instant, hailstones rained down, and flames surged upward. Su Tian's lightning transformed into serpentine bolts, surging toward the voids. In a mere heartbeat, the numerous void rifts were assailed by simultaneous attacks. Su Tian thought to himself, even if the enigmatic figure hid within the void, what of it? As long as they attacked in unison, he would inevitably sustain damage. In the next moment, Su Tian's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed something amiss. At the instant their extraordinary powers penetrated the void, they inexplicably lost all sensation of their extraordinary energies. The void had severed their connection to their powers. Their abilities were rendered ineffective within the void. The group stared in shock. Was this the power of the enigmatic realm? Indeed. It was clear that any force associated with the enigmatic was distinctively formidable. It could completely isolate their extraordinary powers. Yet, despite this, Su Tian did not feel anxious. Knowing that the enigmatic figure could not sustain this state for long, he surmised that the opening of numerous void fissures demanded immense power to support. He speculated that it would not be long before the mysterious individual made their move, with the likelihood that the next target would be none other than himself. After a brief wait, Su Tian indeed sensed a fluctuation of energy nearby. His keen perception allowed him to react instantaneously, unleashing a dazzling array of lightning from his body. In the next moment, the mysterious figure tore through the void, appearing behind him. However, upon emergence, the figure was taken aback, greeted by a tempest of radiant lightning. With a thunderous punch, Su Tian unleashed a golden lightning strike that engulfed the mysterious figure's form. The figure let out a cry as several ribs in their chest shattered from the impact. Su Tian, denying any chance for retaliation, followed up with a rapid succession of blows, rendering the mysterious figure devoid of resistance. Collapsing to the ground, the figure convulsed as lightning coursed through their body. Observing this, the overseer promptly teleported the figure away and announced their defeat. In the arena, once an opponent loses the ability to resist, it signifies failure in the competition. As the overseer would not permit any fatalities here, the scene left the onlookers astounded. In the brief moment that had passed, the other three competitors had barely comprehended the situation before witnessing Su Tian's triumph over the mysterious figure, who had arrived silently, leaving no trace. They speculated that had the mysterious figure attacked them, they would have been utterly defenseless. Lu Yiming's eyes sharpened with caution. He turned to Bai Xiaosheng and warned, Bai Xiaosheng, Su Tian possesses formidable strength. If you continue to ally with him, he will surely emerge victorious. If you abandon him now and join forces with us, we may still have a glimmer of hope. We assure you of a fair competition. Bai Xiaosheng furrowed his brow, fully aware of Su Tian's prowess. He knew that if their alliance persisted, he would undoubtedly be unable to compete with Su Tian. However, he was a man of principle. Had it not been for Su Tian's timely assistance, he might have already been eliminated by the mysterious figure. Despite his arrogance and disdain for others, it did not imply he would forsake his principles. Bai Xiaosheng firmly rejected Lu Yiming's proposition, declaring, there is no need. Since Su Tian and I have formed an alliance, we will not engage in battle until you two are defeated. Su Tian was somewhat surprised, realizing that Bai Xiaosheng was indeed a person of loyalty, choosing to ally with him even in the face of evident disparity in their strengths. The reason Su Tian had opted to eliminate the mysterious figure first was his fear of Bai Xiaosheng betraying him. With the mysterious figure gone, the three remaining competitors posed no threat. Since Bai Xiaosheng valued loyalty, he would grant him the position of second place. Su Tian sprang into action, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged toward Lu Yiming and the others. Attack! Lu Yiming unleashed flames, and both he and Zheng Xiaoping, wielders of fire elements, combined their powers, amplifying the ferocity of the flames. Bai Xiaosheng did not remain a spectator. He conjured an ice bird to carve a path for Su Tian. As Lu Yiming unleashed a wave of fire, a scorching blaze enveloped them. The ice bird collided with the flames, instantly vaporizing into steam. Su Tian activated his dragon scale power, and with a pair of dragon claws, he tore through the fiery curtain. In the next instant, he stood before Lu Yiming. Startled, Lu Yiming raised his hand to resist, but Su Tian seized him with an iron grip. Locking eyes with Lu Yiming, Su Tian's lips curled into a wicked smile. His pupils began to rotate like twin suns, the searing aura overwhelming Lu Yiming's mental fortitude. With a thud, Lu Yiming collapsed, his consciousness shattered. His eyes glazed over, as if in a vegetative state. Witnessing this, Zheng Xiaoping's eyes blazed with fury. He and Lu Yiming were close friends, and seeing Lu Yiming in such a state ignited a tempest of anger within him. Su Tian, I will kill you. Zheng Xiaoping roared, flames erupting from his body, forming a colossal fire giant. In that moment, an aura of terror enveloped him. Bai Xiaosheng, witnessing this, urgently advised, Su Tian, flee. You cannot escape. Zheng Xiaoping bellowed, engulfed in flames, creating a towering figure of fire. His roar reverberated, disturbing the very air around them. Su Tian's gaze remained cold as a massive black dragon gradually emerged behind him. With the dragon's appearance, he conjured two distinct lightning dragons. One, a golden dragon of solar lightning. The other, a violet dragon forged from pure, thunderous energy. In an instant, the three dragons surged forth, the sheer force distorting the surrounding space. The overseer, observing the scene, furrowed his brow slightly. The next moment, he materialized within the arena, unleashing his power, and a golden figure reminiscent of an ancient deity emerged. Upon its manifestation, an overwhelming presence compelled all present to bow their heads. At that moment, only Su Tian managed to maintain a semblance of defiance, barely able to lift his gaze. Chapter 55. The conclusion of the extraordinary trial. The overseer's form floated majestically in the sky, hair billowing as a golden divine figure appeared behind him. With a mere gesture, the divine figure effortlessly deflected Su Tian's three-dragon assault. A tremendous explosion resonated, engulfing the surrounding space in a blinding white light. A fierce wind rampaged across the arena. Su Tian's heart raced as he struggled to look up, witnessing the sheer might of the Overseer, who effortlessly crushed his most formidable attack. With a casual wave, the Overseer dissipated the white light, teleporting Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaoping away. In that moment, only Su Tian and Bai Xiaosheng remained on the stage. The Overseer's impassive voice rang out. Lu Yiming and Zheng Xiaoping have been defeated. The final battle continues. Su Tian's heart was shaken. Was this the strength of the Overseer? To wield such power with such ease was beyond comprehension. What kind of heights did such a being occupy? Meanwhile, Bai Xiaosheng was also left reeling from the recent events, collapsing onto the ground, unable to regain his composure. The Overseer's divine presence had suppressed all extraordinary beings present, rendering them incapable of raising their heads. The sight of Su Tian's 3 dragons had shaken Bai Xiaosheng's once invincible spirit. After witnessing such terrifying power, he no longer believed he had any strength left to contest Su Tian for the top position. Following a brief silence, Bai Xiaosheng finally managed to utter 3 words. I surrender. As the words left his lips, a golden light illuminated the celestial rankings, enveloping Su Tian in its glow and lifting him skyward. With a casual wave, the Overseer teleported Bai Xiaosheng away. He then began to announce the final standings of the extraordinary selection. First place, Su Tian. Second place, Bai Xiaosheng. Third place, Chen Xiaoping. Fourth place, Lu Yiming. Fifth place, the mysterious figure. The celestial rankings displayed the resplendent crystalline characters, rapidly sorting the names of the top 20 extraordinary beings. Below, the spectators beamed with joy. With a sweeping gesture, the Overseer's golden light enveloped Su Tian's head. Please, nominate the champion. The Overseer's voice resonated like a great bell throughout the ancient city. In the sky, order manifested once more. Su Tian marveled, finding himself floating before the celestial rankings. Before him, a multitude of past champions emerged, each a resplendent name that flickered before her eyes. These individuals were the most distinguished of all time. Su Tian unleashed his extraordinary power, and the dazzling lightning etched his glorious past onto the celestial rankings. In that moment, he experienced a wondrous sensation, gazing down. It felt as though he were sovereign over all. With a hum, as Su Tian ceased his movements, a golden name was forever inscribed upon the celestial rankings. This name would henceforth be passed down through the ages, allowing every future champion to behold their illustrious predecessors. A champion's name shall be recorded. The announcement of extraordinary rewards was made by the administrator, and the golden light surrounding Su Tian began to transform. The once brilliant golden radiance gradually morphed into a clear, warm flow that coursed through his body. Su Tian soon realized that under the nurturing of this warm stream, his body was undergoing continuous enhancement. Upon introspecting, he discovered that his blood had turned golden and was boiling with vigor. His organs resonated faintly, birthing a peculiar power within him. His bones and meridians grew robust under the influence of the golden energy, and wisps of golden essence emanated from his mouth and nose. What an overwhelming force! Su Tian was astounded. Nourished by this golden power, not only was his physique being transformed, but he was also on the verge of breaking through to level 10. He was astonished. It had barely been a moment since his last breakthrough, and he was already nearing another. Such speed was truly awe-inspiring. After a while, the golden warm flow gradually ceased. Su Tian felt a pang of regret. Had he persisted a little longer, he might have effortlessly crossed into level 10. Suddenly, a tremendous rumbling echoed from the celestial rankings, followed by a black token descending into his hand. Expansion token, upon use. It allows for the expansion of 8 plots of land on the floating island. What? This is indeed the expansion token. At that moment, gazing at the dark token in his hand, Su Tian was utterly astonished. A typical floating island can only expand once at the onset, with further expansions requiring a breakthrough to level 50 for eligibility. Level 50 island masters are exceedingly rare in this world, each one a formidable sovereign in their own right. Now, possessing the expansion token, if utilized wisely, his floating island could experience a significant upgrade. 8 plots of land would undoubtedly yield abundant resources. On the island, he had no concerns regarding mining efficiency. With the Eternal Iron Pickaxe's spiritual connection, his mining speed was unparalleled. There were several instances where he had exhausted the island's resources. Were it not for the initial phase, where recovery was rapid, his island would have long been depleted. Su Tian had previously contemplated that once the initial phase passed, given the mining speed of the Eternal Iron Pickaxe, the resources on the island would scarcely suffice, leading to a period of depletion. However, it now seemed that Su Tian no longer needed to worry about such matters. As the golden light dimmed, Su Tian's body gradually descended. In the next moment, the golden light from the celestial rankings enveloped Bai Xiaosheng. Su Tian witnessed an extraordinary weapon descending from the celestial rankings. Golden dragon scissors, an extraordinary weapon that, upon use, can conjure 2 dragon-like entities, embodying both yin and yang forces. The second place Bai Xiaosheng received this extraordinary weapon. Judging by its characteristics, it far surpassed other extraordinary weapons. This scene left the other extraordinary participants envious, and even Su Tian felt a twinge of desire. The golden dragon's scissors floated down gently, and Bai Xiaosheng was visibly thrilled. Next, the celestial rankings began to announce the rewards for the third place. Zheng Xiaoping, in third place, received a purple extraordinary fruit, radiating a dense and mysterious aura. Upon its appearance, it even triggered some peculiar phenomena. The golden light on the celestial rankings continued to manifest as rewards were conferred upon the top 20 extraordinary participants. Amidst the distribution of rewards, some wore expressions of joy while others were glum. A mysterious figure, clutching a mysterious skill scroll, wore a countenance of dark foreboding. He had once held the opportunity to claim the top spot, only to be outshone by Su Tian. Logically, even if he could not surpass Su Tian, he should have secured second place. But who could have anticipated that this group would so readily eliminate him? Now, he was left with naught but a mysterious skill scroll. Meanwhile, Wuxian and Qinshan also received their rewards, each acquiring 100 gold coins. Upon receiving the coins, they were filled with excitement, speechless with joy. Unlike Su Tian, the significance of these 100 gold coins could lead to substantial advancements on their floating island. In the initial phase, aside from Su Tian's exceptional case, it would take others years to accumulate such an amount, given the slow mining efficiency of the Eternal Iron Pickaxe and the sluggish smelting speed of the ordinary furnace. With a thunderous roar, the rewards were fully distributed, and the celestial rankings transformed into a beam of golden light, vanishing into the sky. The administrator raised his gaze towards Su Tian, then with a grand gesture, a golden hand slowly materialized in the sky. This golden hand obscured the sun, lifting the entire competition platform skyward. This spectacle left the assembled extraordinary participants utterly speechless. How terrifying! What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Su Tian was struck with awe. Watching the administrator's retreating figure, he exhibited a glimmer of determination. One day, he too would reach such heights, perhaps even surpass him. Su Tian was confident. He firmly believed that his floating island would ascend to even greater heights. As the extraordinary selection drew to a close, the trial gradually approached its conclusion. A notification emanated from the floating island's core, signaling the end of the extraordinary trial. Su Tian returned to his original spot, where Wuxian and the others appeared somewhat disheartened. After their brief encounter, they were to part ways once more. After this farewell, it was uncertain when they would meet again. Had it not been for the initiation of the extraordinary trial, they might have only crossed paths a handful of times in their lifetimes. Wuxian, feeling sentimental, found it difficult to part. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Qinshan, with a serious expression, approached and patted Su Tian on the shoulder. Without Su Tian's assistance, they might not have even qualified to participate in the extraordinary selection. This time, their breakthrough to extraordinary status was entirely due to Su Tian's efforts. Wang Ping and Huang Yuan also came to bid him farewell. Although they did not receive rewards, the mere fact that they had achieved extraordinary status was gratifying enough. On the other side, Qian Chuanzi approached to forge a connection. As the champion of this extraordinary selection, establishing a rapport with him could yield benefits in future encounters. Su Tian regarded them, a peculiar sensation swelling within him. For a fleeting moment, he felt reluctant to depart. Yet, all gatherings must eventually conclude. As time passed, the extraordinary trial officially ended. Some individuals had already activated the floating island's core for transportation. Watching those around him depart, Qinshan waved goodbye to Su Tian, pondering what state his floating island might be in after 2 days. Huang Ping and Huang Yuan also did not linger. After exchanging some parting words, they too activated their transportation. At that moment, only Wuxian remained, unwilling to leave. She glanced at Su Tian, mustering her courage to embrace him. Thank you, Su Tian. If the opportunity arises in the future, I will certainly come looking for you. With a hint of shyness, she spoke these words before activating her transportation. Before departing, he cast a meaningful smile at Su Tian. A warmth enveloped Su Tian's heart as he gazed at the desolate ancient city, and with a sigh, he activated the teleportation. A golden light enveloped him as he left the extraordinary realm. Chapter 56, Cultivating the Medicinal Fields, guarded by the 7-colored divine deer. On the floating island, a golden beam descended, scattering the tumult of the surroundings. Ah, how nostalgic this environment is. Stepping out from the portal, Su Tian inhaled deeply, savoring the fresh air. As he surveyed the familiar landscape, a sense of belonging washed over him. My lord, you have returned. Meanwhile, the holy angel and the extraordinary spirits felt a profound connection at that moment. The instant Su Tian arrived, they hastened towards him with utmost speed. Soon after, the holy angel soared down from the sky. My lord, you are back. The holy angel exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Indeed, Su Tian replied with a gentle smile, ruffling the holy angel's hair. In the meantime, the fire spirit and the earth spirit rushed over, equally exhilarated by his return. My lord, during your absence of 2 days, we safeguarded the floating island well, allowing no monsters to invade. The earth spirit declared, brimming with enthusiasm. Su Tian nodded, reassured by their capable management, knowing that even in his absence, the island could thrive. "My lord, you have grown significantly stronger," remarked the fire spirit, sensing the vibrant aura emanating from Su Tian with astonishment. Having been away for 2 days, he had ascended 2 levels, nearing the 10th tier, a pace that could only be described as astonishing. With a radiant smile, Su Tian responded, "I have brought back many treasures from the extraordinary realm. This time, your powers will receive a substantial enhancement." "Really? That is wonderful. Thank you, my lord," the fire spirit exclaimed with palpable excitement. Su Tian nodded and began to enhance their abilities. He opened the core of the floating island, extracting a vibrant crimson fire fruit. This fruit, one of the celestial medicines he had collected, was infused with a rich essence of fire elements. Upon seeing the fire fruit, the fire spirit's excitement surged. "This fire fruit is a celestial medicine. By absorbing it, you will enhance your understanding of fire elements and augment your fiery powers," Su Tian explained as he handed it over. "Thank you, my lord," the fire spirit said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he accepted the fire fruit. "My lord, I will refine the fire fruit now," he declared eagerly, turning towards the elemental divine tree without hesitation. Su Tian then turned to the holy angel, saying, "Leah, this light flower is also a celestial medicine, rich in the essence of light. Absorbing it will surely enhance your strength significantly." As he spoke, a pure white flower materialized in his palm. The holy angel squinted her eyes in awe. She had never encountered such a potent source of light energy since her inception. With excitement, she accepted the light flower from Su Tian. As soon as the flower touched her, the radiance surrounding the holy angel intensified, enveloping her in a soft, pure white glow. Su Tian marveled at the overwhelming effect of the light transformation. Even before absorption, such a wondrous phenomenon had occurred. After expressing her gratitude, the holy angel also turned to absorb the light flower. Su Tian then faced the earth spirit, a hint of apology on his face as he said, "Xingtu, I'm sorry. As I lacked a celestial medicine for earth elements, I have prepared a transcendent fruit for you. Though its effects may be somewhat diminished, I assure you, this transcendent fruit is of exceptional quality." The earth spirit waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's all right, my lord. I am not picky. I am simply grateful for anything you provide." Su Tian presented a walnut, explaining, "This transcendent fruit contains a rich essence of earth elements. Although its effects are slightly inferior to those of celestial medicine, absorbing it will still significantly enhance your strength." "Thank you, my lord," the earth spirit replied joyfully, envisioning the improvements to his mighty hammer after consuming the walnut. After expressing his gratitude, he too flew towards the elemental divine tree. Watching their departing figures, Su Tian felt confident that once they refined their respective fruits, their powers would undergo remarkable enhancement. In the future, they would become the pillars of strength on the floating island. Arriving at the planting area, Su Tian observed that the crops he had sown 2 days prior had sprouted into wheat. With a little more time, they would be ready for harvest. The planting zone had been meticulously planned from the elemental divine tree, with its fertile soil proving ideal for cultivation. Now, he intended to develop another section to plant the transcendent fruits he had brought back from the extraordinary realm. Gathering farming tools, he noted that since they had established telepathic communication, they could autonomously cultivate the land with remarkable efficiency. However, as the planting area was completed, the current set of tools quickly became obsolete. Determined, Su Tian summoned them once more to till a new patch of land for the transcendent fruits. The long-awaited task brought joy to the farming tools, leading to a 50 increase in tilling speed to gain attention. A message materialized before Su Tian, causing him to pause momentarily before chuckling softly. It seemed he would have to assign them more tasks in the future. Otherwise, idleness would lead to despondency. As he pondered, the farming tools had already finished tilling the land. Indeed, their efficiency was commendable. Su Tian entered the area, turning the soil surrounding him. Then, he opened his storage ring and scattered the transcendent soil he had brought back from the extraordinary realm. Following this, he began to plant the transcendent fruits one by one. In uprooting these fruits, he ensured to bring the roots along, intending to cultivate a new patch of extraordinary medicinal fields upon his return. With diligent effort, he planted the transcendent fruits, and soon the area radiated a rich, extraordinary aura. While these energies were not as potent as those in the extraordinary realm, they were significantly more abundant than those on the floating island. Before long, his extraordinary medicinal fields were completely established. Feeling the arrival of new species, the elemental divine tree sensed a crisis and, in a bid to secure its position, increased its growth rate by 50 while activating elemental powers to enhance the island's elemental attributes. Just as Su Tian completed his work, a notification from the elemental divine tree reached him. Amused, he thought to himself that even the elemental divine tree had taken to competing in this era. As he surveyed the island, the elemental divine tree emanated various elemental powers, which, under the influence of these energies, increased the efficiency of the island's resources once more. Clearly, he would need to foster a sense of competition among them in the future. With a gaze of satisfaction at the flourishing floating island, Su Tian smiled contentedly. After planting the transcendent fruits, he did not immediately depart. These were treasures that could not afford any mistakes. He planned to wait until the extraordinary spirits had absorbed their newfound powers before assigning one of them to guard the medicinal fields. For this land had now become a precious area on the island. Any extraordinary fruit can fetch an astronomical price. Previously, in the realm of the extraordinary, medicinal fields were guarded by the seven-colored divine deer. Without the protection of this majestic creature, no one could access the spatial passageway leading to the medicinal fields. Speaking of the seven-colored divine deer, Su Tian suddenly recalled their agreement. Almost forgot, I need to summon it to the human world. With a focused thought, Su Tian invoked the summoning of a puppet. At his call, the seven-colored divine deer paused in its tracks. In the next moment, it appeared directly before Su Tian. What just happened? The seven-colored divine deer looked bewildered, having been grazing just moments ago, only to find itself in this unfamiliar place. Dear brother, it's me. Su Tian greeted the seven-colored divine deer enthusiastically. Upon hearing the voice, the deer took a moment to process before immediately recognizing the human. Human, it's you. Where's this place? Why does the extraordinary aura feel so weak here? Su Tian replied, Dear brother, this is the human world. What? This is the human world? The seven-colored divine deer exclaimed with delight, turning to observe the surroundings with keen interest. Seeing its curious demeanor, Su Tian continued, Dear brother, I would like to ask for your assistance. What is it? Speak quickly. I still want to run around the area. Su Tian was momentarily at a loss for words. The creature was far too excited. I need you to help look after the medicinal fields, just as you did in the extraordinary realm. The seven-colored divine deer turned to see the newly planted medicinal fields nearby. Surprised, it exclaimed, You emptied my medicinal fields just to plant them here, huh? No problem. This little task is well within my capabilities. With that, the antlers of the seven-colored divine deer shimmered with a spectrum of colors. Soon, a hazy mist enveloped the vicinity of the medicinal fields. This mist served as a barrier. From the outside, no one could discern what lay within, nor could they catch any of its aura. Moreover, this mist was a manifestation of the spatial powers wielded by the seven-colored divine deer. Without its permission, anyone attempting to enter would be ensnared by the mist. If one were to force their way through, it would trigger a spatial collapse, casting the intruder into another realm. All set. I'll guard the medicinal fields, but do remember to share the good things from the human world with me. Of course. You're the expert in that area, dear brother. The seven-colored divine deer pranced away towards the outskirts of the floating island. With the protective presence of the seven-colored divine deer, Su Tian felt a weight lifted from his heart regarding the safety of the medicinal fields. After 2 days apart, significant changes had occurred on the floating island. It felt as if only a day had passed, yet it was like an eternity. Chapter 57. Everyone levels up. The transformation of the mermaid. Upon arriving, Su Tian noticed that the aura of light in this area was not as potent as before. Having birthed 2 angels, the light energy here had diminished greatly. Observing the dim waters of the lake, he retrieved the dragon's spring holy water he had acquired at auction. Approaching the water's edge, he gently poured the holy water in. Rich in luminous power, the moment it was introduced, the nearby spring water radiated a soft white glow. The sacred spring water has been infused with light energy, enhancing the efficiency of angelic birth by 50, unlocking the summoning of ancient bloodlines. What is happening? Summoning of ancient bloodlines. Su Tian was momentarily taken aback, as this was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon. At that moment, the angel statue exhibited signs of imminent birth, surrounded by a dense concentration of light energy. It seemed that before long, a third angel would emerge. Filled with joy, Su Tian realized that he would soon be able to assemble an angelic army. Just envisioning a lineup of angels standing side by side was a splendid sight to behold. Master. At that instant, a sweet voice rang out from behind Su Tian. He turned to see a graceful fairy smiling gently at him. You are Lixian? Su Tian inquired, perplexed. He had not seen this individual before, but her figure indicated she was an angel. Currently, there were only 2 angels on the island, Laya and Lixian. Yes, the holy angel nodded adorably, appearing exceptionally charming. Unlike Laya, who exuded an air of aloofness, Lixian was endearingly sweet. Su Tian was incredulous. He had only been away for 2 days, and Lixian had already matured into a great angel. Master, may I be assigned a task? Everyone else on the island has work, but I have none and spend my days idly. Lixian spoke with a hint of eagerness in her voice. Su Tian was taken aback, then began to ponder seriously. It appeared she was quite keen on having a formal role. However, after much contemplation, he struggled to think of an appropriate task for her. The island operated on a system of self-management, with various items autonomously mined and managed. Laya oversaw the construction of the floating island, essentially distributing tasks. Without a designated role, Lixian might feel undervalued. After much deliberation, Su Tian finally conceived a splendid idea. Ahem, he cleared his throat, solemnly proclaiming, Lixian, I shall appoint you as my steward. Steward? What does that entail, master? Su Tian smiled slightly, explaining with a semblance of seriousness, as a steward. You will be responsible for managing my castle. Your duties will include overseeing everything within the castle daily. In a few days, I will recruit a group of individuals from the world to assist. Your role will be to supervise and manage them, ensuring they keep the castle tidy and take care of my daily needs. Wow, so that means I will get to see you every day? Lai Xian's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed excitedly. Seeing her enthusiasm, Su Tian nodded in satisfaction. Who could refuse such a lovely and gentle angel? The thought of waking up each morning to see such a delightful sight was undeniably pleasing. After contemplating, Su Tian realized he should not neglect her. Since everyone else had received extraordinary fruits to enhance their powers, he needed to arrange something for Lai Xian as well. Otherwise, it might be misconstrued as favoritism. Just in time, he still had a luminous, extraordinary fruit on him. Although its effects were not as potent as Lai Ya's heavenly medicine, it would still significantly enhance her strength upon absorption. Su Tian produced a white fruit. Lai Xian, this white fruit contains a rich essence of light. Take it and absorb it. Your power will surely increase significantly. Wow. Thank you, master. Lai Xian beamed with joy as she eagerly accepted the white fruit from Su Tian. Now that you are my steward, you shall reside in my castle from now on. There are several vacant rooms. Feel free to choose one as your future abode. Okay. Lai Xian nodded eagerly and flew back to the castle, her face radiating happiness. Watching her depart, Su Tian pondered whether he should arrange a maid outfit for her. After all, as a steward, it might be appropriate to have a formal appearance. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. What was he thinking? As an island master, he should prioritize the development of the floating island. This time, he had gathered a bountiful harvest from the extraordinary realm. Not only did he acquire extraordinary fruits to enhance his strength, but he also obtained numerous extraordinary materials to improve his weapons. Approaching the furnace, which was currently melting gold coins, Su Tian collected the results of 2 days' labor, 562 gold coins. In its nascent stage, this figure can indeed be considered exorbitant. He activated the core of the floating island, promptly collecting the coins within. Subsequently, his gaze settled upon the furnace. During this period, the remarkable construction of the floating island was largely attributed to the furnace's significant contributions. Numerous items had been forged through its alchemical prowess. Now, Su Tian sought to enhance a batch of extraordinary weapons. Before proceeding, he resolved to elevate the furnace's level. Upon doing so, he unlocked a plethora of new functionalities, one of which was evolution. This evolution could be achieved by expending coins to upgrade any building on the island. Su Tian accessed the building interface and opted for evolution. Basic furnace, 100 coins, evolving into a medium furnace, increasing smelting speed by 50 and refining success rate by 20. Without hesitation, Su Tian clicked to evolve. After paying the 100 coins, the form of the basic furnace began to transform. The once obsidian furnace now radiated a luminous glow. Soon, its exterior morphed into a shimmering silver-white cauldron, expanding to 5 times its original size. Medium furnace evolution successful. Feeling the affection from its master, smelting speed increased by 20. Refining success rate increased by 20. Excellent. Keep up the good work. There will be ample opportunities for your advancement in the future. The medium furnace, sensing promising prospects, had its smelting speed increased by 20 and refining success rate increased by 20. An additional enhancement. Su Tian was somewhat astonished. After all these days of companionship, he had finally grasped the essence of his golden finger. By employing various forms of encouragement and words of affirmation, he could continually enhance the efficiency of the items on the island. It seemed he should engage in more conversations with these items and provide them with a glimmer of hope. As his thoughts whirled, Su Tian retrieved the extraordinary materials he had acquired in the transcendent world. These materials could be utilized to refine weapons, allowing ordinary weapons to evolve into extraordinary ones, thus bestowing them with extraordinary powers. Without any hesitation, Su Tian selected the purple gold bow for enhancement. This weapon had accompanied him for a considerable time and could be regarded as a foundational contributor to his kingdom. Since entering the floating island, it had remained by his side. Previously, he had not had the opportunity to enhance it, but now with the extraordinary materials in hand, the purple gold bow was the first to come to mind. He held the bow, his fingers tracing over its intricate patterns, feeling the searing power of fire elements coursing through it. Go forth. Let this enhancement be fruitful, and strive for it to attain sentience in the future. Su Tian called out as he placed the purple gold bow into the medium furnace for refining. Thud, thud, thud. The medium furnace began its work, devouring flames as it continuously refined the extraordinary materials. After casting a brief glance, Su Tian slowly departed. Upon returning to the castle, he found Lixin still engaged in absorption. Upon checking, he realized that to evolve his little castle, he would require 1,000 coins. This number left Su Tian feeling somewhat embarrassed. In the transcendent world, he had nearly depleted all his coins. Currently, he possessed only a few hundred coins freshly collected. Elevating the castle was imperative. in the future, once he recruited servants. Such a diminutive castle would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Therefore, it was crucial for him to amass some coins during this period to upgrade the castle. After all, the castle was a symbol of his status. It must be grand and luxurious to befit his demeanor. That day, upon returning, Su Tian hardly took a moment to rest. Only as night fell did he finally pause. Now, the elves and the holy angels were absorbing the extraordinary for their enhancement, while the furnace was busy refining extraordinary weapons. Su Tian sat by the edge of the floating island, quietly admiring the night scenery. Occasionally, monsters would appear, and he would take action to eliminate them. Su Tian, you finally returned. A voice filled with excitement suddenly rang out behind him. Turning around, he saw the mermaid Sha, brimming with enthusiasm. Upon seeing her, Su Tian thoughtfully produced a handful of berries. Sha gleefully accepted them and sat beside him, munching on the berries. Su Tian, ever since you left, I haven't eaten any berries. What happened? Su Tian inquired, puzzled, recalling that the earth spirit had previously gathered all the berries from the island for her. What? After I left, did Zinc Soil not come to bring you berries? No, Sha replied, looking quite aggrieved. You must compensate me for the deficit of the past 2 days. No problem, Su Tian responded verbally, though he was perplexed. Hadn't Zinc been getting along well with Sha? Why hadn't he come to see her? Could there have been some pressing matter at hand? Shaking his head, Su Tian dismissed the thought. Sha, I have brought you some wonderful items from the transcendent world. Absorb them, and you may very well awaken your extraordinary potential. As he spoke, a porcelain jar appeared in his hand. Within this jar lay one of the divine medicines, the spring of water. The spring was peculiar, lacking any roots, seemingly formed from condensed water elements. As he uncorked the vessel, a rich wave of water elemental energy surged forth. Sha was astonished. Su Tian, this item is so precious. Are you truly offering it to me? Take it. As you are now with me, you will not be at a disadvantage. From now on, consider this place your home. I assure you that you will have berries to eat every day, and such an occurrence will not happen again. Sha felt touched, her eyes glistening with tears. Thank you. Su Tian, you are the first outsider, besides my parents, who has treated me so kindly. Su Tian chuckled, quickly, take it. The value of this spring is substantial. Do not waste it. Absorb it now, and I will protect you. Sha nodded, then accepted the porcelain jar from his hands. After receiving it, she gulped it down. The dense power of water elements erupted within her body. She let out a soft moan as a gentle force coursed through her. A faint blue glow flickered around her form. Buzz! A beam of blue light erupted, causing countless fish to surge in the sea. Su Tian was astonished. It was the first time he had witnessed such a miraculous event. He did not expect that Sha, as a mermaid, could invoke such a phenomenon after absorbing the spring. On the surface of the lake, thousands of fish leaped and surged, as if each leap might enable them to ascend to greatness. In the sky, the winds and clouds shifted violently, forming a heavy curtain of clouds. Sha's fishtail began to dissolve, revealing a glow of blue luminescence beneath it. Was she about to undergo a transformation into a human? Su Tian sighed inwardly. The efficacy of this divine medicine was indeed formidable. It could directly facilitate the metamorphosis of a mermaid into a human. It appeared he would no longer need to construct a pond for her. As Su Tian's mind raced, he silently guarded her. Chapter 58, a significant enhancement in combat power, the revived dragon egg. In the pitch-black night sky, a searing flame abruptly tore through the serene darkness. In the heavens, the fire spirit was the first to break through, soaring into the air. Su Tian looked up, witnessing the fire spirit enveloped in swirling flames. It stood proudly against the sky, radiant as a blazing sun. The fire spirit had evolved, now a primordial extraordinary spirit. Under the stimulation of the divine medicine, its fire elemental power surged dramatically. With a light shout, a massive fire lotus blossomed beneath its feet. Standing atop the lotus, its towering form radiated fierce flames. Unaware of its own mortality, I was just lamenting the lack of challengers after my evolution. The fire spirit bellowed, akin to a meteor plummeting towards a certain direction on the floating island. Boom! A burst of flames shot skyward. Before Su Tian's eyes, information regarding the demise of several monsters flickered into view. What terrifying power! Su Tian marveled silently. The fire sprite, having just achieved a breakthrough, displayed an astonishing prowess. Once he stabilizes his strength, his power is bound to experience a significant surge. Truly, he is an extraordinary sprite, possessing an innate advantage when it comes to transcendent abilities. Su Tian murmured softly. In the realm of the extraordinary, despite having consumed numerous extraordinary fruits and celestial medicines, his progress paled in comparison to that of others who advanced so effortlessly. Boom! A tremor reverberated through the ground. The earth sprite, having absorbed the extraordinary fruit, experienced a remarkable leap in strength. His formidable stature was accentuated as his massive hammers grew even larger. With a powerful leap, he descended upon the ground, causing the very earth to fracture and the mountains to tremble. In that instant, Su Tian felt an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Under the weight of this presence, The earth sprite resembled a ferocious beast unleashed. "Master, I shall return shortly." The earth sprite bellowed, propelling himself into the air with tremendous force. His form soared like a meteor, hurtling toward the ground with immense gravitational force. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Su Tian was taken aback as notifications of numerous monsters meeting their demise flashed before him. The earth sprite, merely having absorbed one extraordinary fruit, had evolved to such a formidable state. It was undeniable that extraordinary sprites possessed distinct advantages. Buzz! A beam of white light shot into the heavens, illuminating everything as a celestial figure tore through the void. The divine angel, Leia, had also completed her breakthrough. She unfurled her wings, appearing even more enchanting under the moonlight. Having evolved, she not only became more graceful, but also exuded an even more pronounced air of aloofness. Leia's long hair cascaded down, her ethereal presence spreading across the land beneath the moon's glow. Su Tian's eyes widened in awe as he beheld the divine angel illuminated by the moonlight. So beautiful. Whoosh! The divine angel descended, retracting her wings and gracefully approaching Su Tian. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit dazed. "Master, I heard you appointed Lixin to oversee your daily affairs." "Indeed. Wait, how did you know I made Lixin the steward?" Leia gathered her long hair and spoke softly. "Previously, I bestowed upon you an angelic feather. It can safeguard your life at critical moments. Naturally, I am aware of everything you have experienced." "So, you know every move I make in the extraordinary realm?" "Of course, I am also aware of that." Wuxian, the divine angel replied, a hint of coldness gracing her features. In that moment, Su Tian sensed a subtle aura of menace. "What is happening?" This. Su Tian was bewildered, realizing that the divine angel had a grasp on his every action. Moreover, what was the source of that fleeting aura of hostility? "Master, I believe Lixin is inexperienced. It would be better for me to handle the steward duties," Leia said with a slight smile, her expression taking on a bewitching quality. Su Tian was taken aback. This was hardly a good omen. Leia now seemed even more formidable than the enchanting presence from the extraordinary realm. The divine angel, possessing a devilish figure and a celestial visage, was nearly impossible to resist, especially with her captivating smile. Leia, you need to manage the floating island. So do remember to balance work and rest. I wouldn't want to burden you with trivial matters." "Not a bother," Leia interrupted, stepping forward. Su Tian felt a twinge of helplessness. Was this a contest of jealousy? Yet, Lixin's gentle demeanor indeed suited her to the role of steward. Leia's aloof temperament was far more suitable for the development of the floating island. "Master, rest assured, if you desire gentleness, I can be gentle too." "Su Tian, what is happening?" "I said nothing, yet she knows my thoughts? Could it be?" Stunned, Su Tian gazed at Leia with disbelief. Leia smiled nonchalantly, her expression increasingly enchanting. Without hesitation, Su Tian hastily accessed the core of the floating island and returned the angelic feather. "Leia, I've returned. And here's your angel feather back." He handed it over before she could refuse. "Master, that won't do, if you don't take it. I will worry for your safety. Unless you allow me to be your steward." Su Tian felt a headache coming on. He had already promised Lixin. How could he go back on his word? However, he could offer her the position of deputy steward. After all, they were both stewards. It made little difference. "All right. If that is the case, you shall be my deputy steward." Leia's eyes narrowed with intrigue, just as a beam of white light erupted from the castle. Whoosh! A brilliant light burst forth, showering the area with countless dazzling feathers. Lixin had successfully achieved her breakthrough, enveloped in a radiant cascade of light, appearing particularly divine and imposing. "Master, I have succeeded." Lixin smiled gently, flapping her wings as she flew toward them. Sister, you're here too." Lixin's smile widened upon seeing Leia. "Indeed," Leia replied, but her gaze shifted to Su Tian. With keen perception, Su Tian quickly averted his eyes from Lixin at the moment Leia looked his way. Meanwhile, the two extraordinary sprites who had ventured out for training returned. The fire sprite gracefully descended upon a lotus, while the earth sprite landed heavily, sending shards of stone flying. Seeing the arrival of the earth and fire sprites, Su Tian finally felt a sense of relief. This night, both angels and extraordinary beings had achieved breakthroughs. The combat strength of the floating island had significantly increased. Each of their powers surpassed Su Tian's own. With their presence, the forthcoming trials for the floating island would undoubtedly be a breeze. However, Su Tian's aspirations reached beyond that. Having witnessed the godlike strength of the overseer, he was filled with yearning. "Humans, what are you doing here?" A voice echoed from behind, belonging to the seven-colored divine deer. He had been galloping across the island when the overwhelming phenomena drew his attention. The sight of the seven-colored divine deer left everyone momentarily stunned, except for Leia, who recognized him from the previous angel feather. Su Tian stepped forward to introduce. "This is the seven-colored divine deer, an extraordinary creature I met in the extraordinary realm. He will reside on our island and oversee a medicinal field abundant with extraordinary fruits. Please refrain from entering the medicinal field without his permission, as he has set up a barrier around it." Anyone attempting to trespass will be transported to another realm. Oh. The fire sprite approached amiably, saying, "Brother, if you need anything, you can count on me." The seven-colored divine deer shook his head. "I don't require protection. I am an extraordinary being." Hearing this, the fire sprite contemplated teaching him a lesson, but Su Tian intervened just in time. The seven-colored divine deer turned his attention to the beautiful mermaid, Sha, with curiosity. "Human, what is that mermaid's name?" Su Tian glanced over and replied, "Her name is Sha. She is a mermaid, but after this evolution, she may transform into a human." Is that so? This is my first encounter with a being capable of transforming into a human, the seven-colored divine deer remarked, intrigued as he examined Sha closely. Su Tian paid him no mind, as long as he did not interfere with Sha's absorption of the spring water. "All right, it's getting late. Everyone should return." Su Tian urged the group. The fire sprite and earth sprite nodded in acknowledgement before vanishing into the vast sky. Seeing this, Lixin smiled and said, "Master, it's time for you to rest. I will take care of your daily needs." Su Tian responded with a hesitant acknowledgement. After casting a glance at him, Leia softly said, "Master, I shall first attend to the management of the floating island and return to care for your needs by tomorrow morning." With that, she unfurled her wings and soared into the distance. "Go on," Su Tian beckoned, retreating to the castle. In his chamber, he contemplated the forthcoming development of the floating island. Following the recent enhancements, the strength of all inhabitants had experienced a substantial boost. It was imperative for him to venture into the world to recruit personnel next, and subsequently employ the expansion decree to enlarge the island. With the burgeoning population, future resources would undoubtedly require augmentation. Given the current circumstances of the island, it was clear that it could not sustain the demand. Thus, the forthcoming direction of development must focus on significant expansion, resource acquisition, and island enlargement. He aimed to complete all this before the assessment of the floating island. As he lay on the bed, Su Tian recalled the dragon egg he had obtained in the extraordinary realm. The dragon, being the king of all beasts, possessed a noble lineage and formidable power. Should he successfully hatch the egg, it would bestow a formidable force upon his island. However, the egg was peculiar in that it absorbed the dragon's power from within him. During the crisis in the extraordinary world, he had not the luxury to observe it closely. Now that the situation had stabilized, he was unconcerned about the egg siphoning a portion of his strength. Accessing the core of the floating island, Su Tian retrieved the dragon egg he had acquired at the auction. Its shell was a deep black, adorned with strange dragonic patterns. As he held it in his palm, he felt it absorbing his inner strength. Upon closer inspection, he noticed mysterious runes shimmering on the surface of the egg. These runes were intricate, seemingly unique to the dragon lineage. As the dragon's power flowed into it, the runes began to radiate with brilliance. It appeared that this dragon egg required dragon power to hatch. After transmitting a surge of dragon power, Su Tian sensed a faint pulse of life emanating from within the egg. Though weak, it was steadily gaining strength. Evidently, this dragon egg needed dragon power for sustenance. In a brief span, he found himself somewhat drained from the exertion. The egg's demands were considerable. It required a robust influx of dragon power to nurture its hatching process. Su Tian decided to return it to its resting place, resolving to provide it with a portion of dragon power each night. Given his current state, even if it drained him completely, it might not hatch. Hence, he would proceed with caution in this endeavor. Chapter 59, The Transference to the World, Acquisition of Slaves. On June 15, 193 of the Extraordinary Era, it marked the 15th day since Su Tian arrived on the island and the 3rd day since his return from the extraordinary world. Recently, under his diligent enhancement, not only had the residents of the island seen their powers elevated, but various structures had also undergone upgrades. After absorbing the spring's essence, the mermaid Sha had gained the power of the water element, transforming into a true human. Now, she could live freely on land, perhaps due to their shared nature. The seven-colored deer had developed a fondness for her, spending the days closely by her side. Meanwhile, several structures on the island had also been upgraded. His small castle, after expending 1,000 gold coins, had transformed into a medium-sized castle, expanding its area fivefold. The fishing traps and rods had also received enhancements. The fishing traps served as his sole means of treasure exploration in the ocean, while the fishing rods were crucial, as the island's only source of meat came from the sea. Recently, Su Tian had been consuming seafood at every meal, and the nutritional intake had become rather overwhelming. "Master, are you going to recruit servants from the world today?" A gentle voice resonated behind Su Tian. Lixin was somewhat excited, for Su Tian had promised to arrange a group of individuals to assist in managing the castle upon his return. Indeed, Su Tian replied with a calm nod. "Please fetch the seven-colored deer and inform him that I am preparing to teleport back to the world." "Understood," Lixin exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she unfurled her wings. Shortly thereafter, the seven-colored deer rushed over in a flurry. "Human, are we heading to the human world?" "Yes. The development on the island has stabilized, and it is time to recruit people from the world." He had promised to take the seven-colored deer to the human realm, and thus, he planned to bring him along for the transference. Master, travel safely, Lixing cautioned, silently anticipating Su Tian's return. Su Tian accessed the core of the floating island, selected the teleportation location, and paid 100 gold coins. With a click, he initiated the transfer. In an instant, a blinding white light enveloped them, and both he and the seven-colored deer were whisked away. The next moment, they found themselves standing on a bustling dock known as the gateway to the treasury, a hub for trading with island lords. Due to long-standing dealings with various island masters, this region thrived economically. As Su Tian surveyed his surroundings, the vibrant streets bustled with people. The seven-colored deer, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Human, I want to explore elsewhere. You need not concern yourself with me. Just summon me back at the appointed time." With that, the seven-colored deer proudly bounded into the lively marketplace. Su Tian could only shake his head in bemusement at the audacity of his companion, venturing out so freely on his first visit, seemingly unperturbed by the possibility of being captured for his antlers. After a moment of silent reflection, he continued towards the trading area. In this locale, there existed nefarious organizations dedicated to the trafficking of people. To satisfy the labor demands of island lords, they would capture individuals from various regions for trade. Although Su Tian found such practices abhorrent, he recognized the necessity of emulating them. The prospect of scouring the world for recruits would undoubtedly be exhausting. Thus, purchasing servants here was the most expedient option. As his thoughts swirled, Su Tian's steps led him to the trading ground, specifically designed for island lords. Upon entering, he quickly located the slave market. As he stepped inside, two men clad in black approached him to offer their services. "Esteemed island lord, may I inquire what type of slaves you wish to purchase?" These individuals were seasoned in their dealings, aware that all present were powerful island lords. Thus they maintained a subservient demeanor. Su Tian's gaze swept across the numerous iron cages, each containing captives. His preliminary estimate placed the number of slaves at no less than 1,000. Surrounding the market were at least 100 black-clad figures. Su Tian sighed inwardly, realizing that only those with considerable backing could thrive in such a place. "I will take a look for now. Should I need anything, I will seek you out," Su Tian replied, his tone measured and unruffled. "Certainly, esteemed island lord." The two men, recognizing his intent, did not press further. Su Tian advanced, weaving through the iron cages. He noticed that most of the captives bore whip marks. It appeared that the black-clad individuals were responsible for their torment. Sighing in resignation, Su Tian felt a pang of sorrow for their plight, yet he was powerless to intervene. Near one cage, a small girl suddenly reached out, grasping at his pant leg. "Big brother, can you save my sister? She's dying." The girl clung tightly to his leg, her voice choked with desperation. Su Tian was momentarily taken aback. The little girl, appearing to be around 12 years of age, was covered in dirt, her voice weak and feeble, as if she had not eaten in several days. He lowered himself and followed the girl's pleading gaze. Behind her lay a woman with disheveled hair, her body marred by numerous old wounds. It was evident that she was on the verge of death. "Big brother, please save my sister." The little girl pleaded again, suppressing her tears, her voice frail. Seeing this heart-wrenching scene, Su Tian hastily retrieved a golden jujube from the core of the floating island. This jujube, infused with rich life force, was the most suitable remedy. With determination, he forcefully pried open the iron cage that bound them. He then gently lifted the woman and placed the jujube into her mouth, assisting her in swallowing it. In an instant, the woman, who had been on the brink of death, began to regain vitality. The hidden injuries from the whippings on her body gradually started to heal. Before long, she was able to speak normally. Upon witnessing this transformation, the little girl burst into tears of joy. "Sister," the revived girl, somewhat astonished, comforted the little girl who had thrown herself into her embrace. "Respected island master, by unilaterally destroying the cage, you must purchase these two slaves." Two men in black garments approached from a distance, stating their claim. Su Tian's expression turned icy as he replied coldly, "I want these two." "How much?" Upon hearing this, the black-clad men revealed smiles. "Respected island master, our slaves are all priced the same, 1 gold coin each." Furrowing his brow, Su Tian tossed 2 gold coins, signaling for them to leave promptly. The two men in black, elated with their newfound wealth, retreated with smiling faces. "Where are you from? Hurry back. Do not let them capture you again." Su Tian, gazing at the two heart-wrenching girls, abandoned the idea of bringing them back to the floating island. "Thank you." The revived girl expressed her gratitude, tinged with sadness. "We have no home," the little girl replied, her voice filled with sorrow. Raising an eyebrow, Su Tian inquired, "Would you be willing to come live on the floating island with me? While I cannot promise you anything, I assure you that on the floating island, you will not need to worry about food or danger. Of course, this is contingent upon you contributing to the island." Upon hearing this, the two girls nodded excitedly. "We are willing. Thank you, big brother, for taking us in." Observing the two girls, who were physically weak due to prolonged malnutrition and hidden injuries, Su Tian sighed and took out 2 more golden jujubes. "Here, eat these." They contain potent life force and will help restore your hidden injuries. Hesitant, the girls replied, "No. Big brother, these must be precious. We cannot accept them." Understanding their reluctance, Su Tian directly fed the jujubes to them. Reluctantly, the two girls swallowed the fruit. Under the nourishing effects of the golden jujubes, their hidden injuries dissipated swiftly, and their frail bodies regained strength. This extraordinary fruit proved to be immensely beneficial for ordinary individuals like them. Su Tian inquired, "What are your names?" "I am Lin Qin, and my sister is Lin Jun." The little girl responded gratefully, "Very well, Lin Qin, Lin Jun. After I select a few more individuals, I will take you back to the floating island." "Yes, master." The two girls understood that Su Tian had purchased them, and thus referred to him as their master. "Let us go." He assisted the two girls, leading them further inside. Lin Jun embraced Lin Qin as they followed closely behind Su Tian. Filled with gratitude, they admired his figure. Having encountered many island masters who came to buy slaves, they realized that few were as kind-hearted as Su Tian. Most island masters treated slaves like livestock, refusing to expend extraordinary resources to heal their hidden injuries, instead forcing them to labor endlessly upon their return to the island. "Sister, I feel no pain anymore," Lin Qin whispered to Lin Jun, who nodded in agreement. Filled with gratitude, "Master is truly kind. The golden jujubes he fed us must be very precious. We must serve him well in return for his life-saving grace." Determined to repay Su Tian for his kindness, the two girls resolved to honor him. As Su Tian walked ahead, he overheard their conversation with perfect clarity. Though their voices were soft, his extraordinary senses allowed him to hear them distinctly. Chapter 60. Harvesting the Madness of Great Deeds. In the slave market, Su Tian navigated through the throng with Lin Qin and Lin Jun, his gaze sweeping the surroundings in search of suitable candidates. Suddenly, he came to a halt, detecting an extraordinary aura. With a serious expression, Su Tian murmured to himself, realizing that a faint, extraordinary presence lingered in this place. Expanding his perception to the maximum, he began to search for the source of this elusive power. Finally, he pinpointed its origin. His gaze sharpened as he approached a particular iron cage. Upon reaching it, he scrutinized the individual within. A tall man with disheveled hair and a face smeared with dust stood before him. Upon noticing Su Tian, the man displayed a cold indifference. Completely disregarding him, Su Tian crouched down and asked, "What is your name?" Leaning against the cage, the man replied disdainfully, "What I'm called is none of your concern. Big brother, don't be afraid. Master means no harm. He wants to save you." Lin Qin gently interjected from behind Su Tian. "Oh, what can he use to save me?" The man's tone remained cold, and had it not been for the little girl behind Su Tian, he would not have bothered to respond at all. Intrigued, Su Tian observed the man closely, sensing that he had once engaged with extraordinary powers. It seemed that he had achieved some measure of success in the past, which contributed to his arrogance. However, something must have transpired that led to his current predicament. Su Tian remarked with a smile, "You bear hidden injuries. Of course, these brutes whip us daily. Naturally, I have wounds," the man retorted, his demeanor filled with apathy. However, Su Tian continued, "While you bear whip marks, they are not your most grievous injuries. Your internal organs have sustained damage from extraordinary forces, preventing you from wielding your powers. Here's the deal. If I heal you, will you come with me?" Casting a glance at the man, Su Tian spoke confidently, "I can assure you of your recovery." The man's gaze faltered, clearly moved by Su Tian's words. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Do you truly have the ability to heal my wounds?" "Absolutely. If I fail to heal you, I will pay a gold coin to redeem you, and you may go wherever you wish. I'll not hinder you. But if I do heal you, you must accompany me to the island. What say you?" Taking a deep breath, the man's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. "Very well. If you truly heal me, I will go with you." Su Tian smiled slightly, then retrieved 2 golden jujubes from the core of the floating island. Though the man bore wounds that penetrated his very organs, the vitality contained within merely 2 golden jujubes was sufficient for a complete restoration. This was the extraordinary fruit. Upon witnessing Su Tian produce the golden jujubes, the man's breath quickened noticeably. "Take them. Once you swallow these 2 golden jujubes, they will suffice for your body's recovery. Are you truly willing to bestow this upon me?" The man's voice trembled, revealing both excitement and anticipation. "Big brother, I have always said that my master is not a villain. Previously, it was he who provided us with this fruit, and our internal injuries were healed." The man, momentarily bewildered, had not anticipated that Su Tian would offer such extraordinary fruit to an ordinary person. He had assumed that Su Tian was drawn to his extraordinary nature, which motivated his willingness to assist. To his astonishment, he realized that before this moment, Su Tian had shared the extraordinary fruit with common folk. After a brief hesitation, the man inquired, "You are aware of the effects of the extraordinary fruit, correct?" "Of course. Were I ignorant of its properties, I would not have brought it to you." A sharp intake of breath escaped the man. It was clear that the individual before him was extraordinary indeed. The generosity of gifting the extraordinary fruit was remarkable. Since his imprisonment, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, none of whom regarded them as anything but tools to be exploited. Yet Su Tian was not only gentle in his demeanor, but also considerate towards his own. Casting a glance at Su Tian, the man swallowed the 2 golden jujubes. In an instant, a robust warmth surged within his stomach, coursing through his body. Soon, he sensed that the agonizing pain in his organs had dissipated. The dark wounds that had eroded him for years were gradually mending. Within moments, the vibrant life force had restored his body. Observing the healed state of his organs, the man trembled with exhilaration. I have recovered. I have truly regained my health. Thank you, Master, for your generous gift of the extraordinary fruit. My name is Zhao Hao. Previously, I was known as the Madman, and from this moment forth, my life belongs to you. Su Tian smiled serenely and remarked, Zhao Hao, your previous involvement with the extraordinary must have been significant. How did you find yourself in such a dire circumstance? At this, a flicker of anger crossed Zhao Hao's eyes. It is entirely my fault for being blind in my youth. When I turned 18, I acquired an initial floating island. To pass the island's assessment, I toiled day and night. Finally, on the 22nd day, I reached level 5 and unlocked extraordinary powers. I believed my fortune had arrived. Yet, this illusion was shattered by one man. In my euphoria of breaking through, I was approached by a former brother who sought my assistance. He claimed to have discovered a relic and requested my help in its development. Naturally, filled with confidence from my newfound powers, I agreed. However, the relic was a place suffused with sinister energies, home to a millennium-old evil spirit. Its strength was formidable. Even with our combined efforts, we could scarcely withstand its might. Realizing we could not prevail, we were forced to retreat, yet he betrayed me, leaving me to face the evil spirit alone while he plundered the extraordinary fruit for himself. The evil spirit's attacks were ferocious, and under normal circumstances, I would have succumbed. Hence, I had no choice but to detonate my extraordinary powers to severely injure it. In the end, I succeeded in wounding the millennium-old evil spirit, but my body bore the scars of that encounter. Upon returning to the island, my organs were grievously harmed by the extraordinary powers. In such a state, I could no longer endure the subsequent assessments of the floating island. My failure led to my return to the world, where I was captured by these wretched scoundrels and sold as mere merchandise. Su Tian listened, feeling a wave of sympathy for Zhao Hao. It was not difficult to imagine that he must have been formidable in his prime. Achieving extraordinary status in just over 20 days was no small feat even now. Absent the extraordinary trials, few could attain such heights. Very well, I comprehend your past. Rest assured, as the floating island evolves, you will have ample opportunities to engage with the extraordinary. Indeed. Now, let us proceed. I shall select additional slaves before returning to the island. Wait, what is it? Su Tian asked, puzzled by Zhao Hao's sudden interruption. Was he having second thoughts? Master, I recognize your benevolence and exceptional abilities. Since that is the case, why not aim for something grander? Zhao Hao whispered, his voice imbued with a commanding presence. Oh, what do you propose? Su Tian retorted. I wish to eliminate these scoundrels. United, you and I can easily overpower these ordinary folk. Once vanquished, not only will their wealth be yours, but the slaves here will also belong to you. You are a good person, and they will undoubtedly follow you. This is a surefire method for profit. Zhao Hao articulated his plan with clarity, revealing that it was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. Su Tian paused, a hint of amusement crossing his face. You are indeed deserving of the title Madman for daring to contemplate such reckless actions. Master, you possess a kind heart and cannot bear to see them suffer at the hands of these wretches. Zhao Hao's words struck a chord, making it difficult for Su Tian to decline. In the background, Lin Qin and Lin Jun, having overheard the conversation, felt a surge of hope. They had endured torment from these scoundrels, and the prospect of liberation was enticing. Su Tian hesitated. The black-clad individuals who had orchestrated such a grand operation were undoubtedly backed by formidable forces. To eliminate them would mean opposing that power. Yet, with Zhao Hao's insistence and the encouragement from the two women, he felt compelled to relent. After a moment of contemplation, Su Tian finally resolved, very well. Since you all feel this way, I have no reason to refuse. I shall deal with those scoundrels. You will unlock the cages and ensure their safety. Remember, you must protect Lin Qin and Lin Jun at all costs. I have promised them that they will not suffer harm again. Can you manage that? Zhao Hao was momentarily taken aback. While he sensed Su Tian's strength, he had not anticipated that he was capable of confronting 100 foes. The calmness with which Su Tian spoke of resolving the entire matter was striking. It was as if he were discussing something trivial. Zhao Hao blinked, then nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Master, I will ensure their safety. In the background, Lin Qin and Lin Jun felt warmth blossom in their hearts. In such a moment, Su Tian's first thought had been for their well-being. He had previously vowed to protect them from harm. Though their hearts were stirred, they understood that it was merely a promise offered by the other. Little did they expect that this man was genuinely safeguarding their well-being. In that moment, a warm current flowed through Lin Qin and Lin Jun's hearts. Their gazes towards Su Tian were filled with gratitude, glistening with tears, and tinged with excitement. An array of emotions surged within them. After briefing everyone on the situation, Su Tian began to prepare for an extensive operation. Previously, in the extraordinary realm, he had already acquired the ability to slay various extraordinary beings. Now, faced with these ordinary individuals, he felt an even greater sense of ease. The power of the extraordinary ultimately transcended their capabilities. The chasm between the extraordinary and the mundane could not be bridged by mere numbers. The disparity between the two was akin to one soaring in the heavens while the other languished underground. Chapter 61, Population Surge, New Challenges. With a gentle yet forceful grip, Su Tian pried open the cage imprisoning Zhao Hao. Following the plan, Zhao Hao set off to rescue the other enslaved individuals. Meanwhile, Su Tian released 2 spirits of heaven and earth to ensure that none could escape during the forthcoming slaughter. Upon seeing him approach, the black-clad individuals assumed he had selected the slaves and was ready to make payment. Esteemed island master, you, before their words could fully escape their lips, Su Tian's sword, transformed from lightning, swiftly severed their heads. The sudden turn of events caught the other black-clad figures off guard. Kill, Su Tian commanded with a low growl. Unleashing the full force of his thunderous might, the realm of thunder opened, and countless bolts of lightning cascaded down, enveloping the crowd in a tempestuous sea of thunder. Run. He is an extraordinary being. A cry of despair erupted as the black-clad individuals were jolted into awareness. They comprehended that they were no match for Su Tian. In the next moment, all the black-clad figures scrambled to flee. Quickly, seek the master, one of them shouted, hoping to call upon the powerful forces behind them for aid. However, Su Tian's murderous intent surfaced, leaving him no opportunity for escape. He had anticipated this, determined not to allow a single fish to slip through the net and alert anyone. With a mere thought, the 2 spirits of heaven and earth pierced through the bodies of the black-clad individuals. Before an extraordinary being, these ordinary souls possessed no capacity for resistance. Wails of anguish reverberated. A profound scream marked the end of the turmoil. In the presence of Su Tian, the black-clad figures had no chance to flee. On Zhao Hao's side, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him, lost in a daze. It felt as if he were in a different world. Though Su Tian appeared to be quite young, perhaps not long past adulthood, the abilities he displayed were incongruous with his age. Meanwhile, Su Tian, in perfect synergy with the 2 spirits of heaven and earth, executed the slaughter of the black-clad individuals with flawless precision. Yet, in the next moment, his brow furrowed slightly. For within his perception, a black-clad figure had silently evaded his awareness and departed the scene. His brow lifted slightly. If a fish had escaped, then the events occurring here would inevitably be disclosed to the powerful forces behind that individual. He could not linger here. Su Tian focused his thoughts, instructing the 2 spirits of heaven and earth to gather the wealth from this place. Then he turned his attention towards the slave quarters. At that moment, over 1,000 liberated slaves stood closely together. Su Tian glanced at them and declared, "Today, I grant you your freedom. If any of you wish to accompany me, I can assure you that you will not want for food or clothing. If you prefer to remain, I shall not compel you. Now, no one can constrain your liberty. I am willing to follow you." Zhao Hao stepped forward, the first to voice his desire. Soon after, Lin Qin and Lin Jun echoed his sentiments. Following this, a chorus of voices arose from the crowd, expressing their willingness. Su Tian's eradication of the black-clad figures had restored their freedom. Under the leadership of the first individual, more were inclined to align themselves with his cause and serve him. Su Tian commenced the ritual, solemnly stating, "In that case, those willing to accompany me shall forge a contract with me. Those who do not wish to stay should take this opportunity to depart. Otherwise, when others arrive, you will find it impossible to leave." With that, a lotus blossom emerged from the core of Su Tian's floating island. A brilliant red lotus floated in the air. Zhao Hao was the first to immerse himself within it, and the fiery lotus radiated light, marking a symbol upon his forehead. This was the emblem of his contract with Su Tian. Possessing this mark would ensure that the floating island welcomed him. With the first contract established, more slaves began to forge their agreements. Within a brief minute, over 1,000 slaves had bound themselves to him. Naturally, some wished to depart. To this, Su Tian remained indifferent, for these individuals had been abducted through various illicit means by the black-clad figures. Should some wish to return, Su Tian would not obstruct them. Suddenly, 2 spirits of heaven and earth returned, laden with a substantial amount of gold coins. In this market, the black figures had amassed over 2,000 gold coins. With a casual wave, Su Tian stored the coins within the core of the floating island. He then opened a teleportation passage, leading this group back to the floating island. A flash of white light erupted, and the 1,000 slaves vanished abruptly. Upon returning to the floating island, Leia had long awaited their arrival. As the overseer of the floating island, Su Tian had instructed her before his departure. The slaves brought back would be assigned by her. With a burst of white light, Su Tian's figure gradually materialized, accompanied by the 1,000 slaves. Leia was taken aback at the sight. Her eyes widened in surprise for the first time. Su Tian offered a wry smile, saying, "We shall discuss this matter later. For now, please assign them their work and resting quarters." Leia nodded, unfurling her wings. She floated in the air, beginning to select suitable slaves and arrange their tasks. Su Tian glanced over and designated Lin Xin and Lin Jun to work within the castle. He was particularly considerate of these two. Subsequently, he summoned Zhao Hao back to the castle for further discussions. Within the castle, Leia was exceedingly attentive to the newly arrived individuals. She guided them through the castle, introducing them to their work roles. Zhao Hao looked at Su Tian in astonishment. He had not anticipated that his master wielded such immense power, even commanding noble beings like elves to serve him. Su Tian waved his hand, beginning to earnestly assign tasks. The sudden surge in population on the island posed considerable pressure on him. With so many mouths to feed and clothe, it constituted a significant expenditure. However, Su Tian had no intention of harboring idlers. He addressed Zhao Hao, stating, "Among this group, there are 736 able-bodied men and 362 women. I have decided that you shall lead these able-bodied men. I have arranged a barracks for you in the west. You will lead them to reside in the barracks. Train them during the day to enhance their combat prowess as much as possible. In the afternoons, you will take them to fortify the walls." "Understood." Zhao Hao nodded, his face brimming with determination. "Good. I entrust this group to your training. Later, I will provide you with the necessary weapons and armor. Additionally, as everyone bears hidden injuries and my extraordinary fruits are limited, I have decided to prepare a batch of extraordinary fruits to be mixed into water. You will distribute this water to each individual to aid in their recovery. While it may not restore them entirely, the life force contained within will significantly aid their healing. I believe that after consuming this water and resting for a while, their injuries will be fully healed." Zhao Hao nodded, realizing that following Su Tian was indeed a judicious choice. He considered each individual with utmost thoughtfulness, contemplating their needs and extending them the respect they deserved, qualities that eluded other island lords. After deliberating on several details, Zhao Hao commenced the management of the military. Meanwhile, Su Tian produced another 20 golden jujubes, which he subsequently dissolved in water, thereby diluting their life force. Shortly thereafter, this water was distributed into the hands of each slave. Upon consuming this extraordinary liquid, their injuries healed significantly. That day, the floating island was engulfed in a flurry of activity. Both Su Tian and Leia meticulously organized their respective domains, ensuring that everyone was assigned a suitable role. However, on the first night, Su Tian encountered a formidable dilemma: mealtime. Faced with over 1,000 mouths to feed, he found himself in a quandary. The rice in the cultivation area had yet to mature, leaving them without a staple food source. That evening, Su Tian could only gather berries and seafood from the island. Upon returning to the cultivation area, he realized that relying on berries and seafood was not a sustainable solution. A staple food was imperative, and he needed to resolve this issue that very night. He assessed the situation and noted that it would take another 2 or 3 days for the crops to mature. He had to expedite this process. Opening the core of the floating island, Su Tian spent 500 gold coins to transform the soil into spiritual fields. Spiritual fields, plants' growth increased by 20, and their nutritional content enhanced by 10. With the catalysis of the spiritual fields, Su Tian significantly shortened the growth cycle of the crops. The spiritual fields sensed their master's intent and became attuned, enhancing plant growth by 20 and nutritional content by 10. Almost instantaneously upon the evolution of the spiritual fields, they established a connection. Su Tian rejoiced. This was indeed a fortuitous moment for the spiritual fields to awaken. Now it appeared that the crops could grow overnight. Yet, he would soon face more challenges. The surge in population on the island would inevitably lead to a myriad of issues. He had to address these matters promptly. The most fundamental aspects of human existence are sustenance and clothing. With the food situation being resolved, Su Tian now needed to tackle the issue of clothing. The individuals on the island were clad in flimsy garments. Su Tian had to rectify this pressing concern. For the men, he could provide armor, but for the women, he needed to prepare additional clothing. After contemplating, he realized that trading was his only viable option. He accessed the trading interface and swiftly navigated to the clothing section. His gaze swept across the offerings until it landed on suitable attire. Silk garb, warm in winter and cool in summer. The fabric is soft and resistant to dirt. The price of silk was quite reasonable, allowing him to purchase 10 pieces for a single gold coin. For over 1,000 individuals, he would only require 100 gold coins to resolve the matter. Without hesitation, Su Tian clicked to purchase. A brilliant white light erupted from the core of the floating island, and soon over 1,000 pieces of silk garments materialized. Su Tian examined the silk garments. Their texture was indeed exquisite. They felt soft to the touch and imparted a refreshing coolness when worn. He then set about distributing the silk garments among the populace. With their new attire, everyone was elated, especially the women. They eagerly wished to don their new clothes and embark on a fresh start. However, another issue soon arose: bathing. With both men and women present, it was awkward for anyone to jump into the sea for a wash. Su Tian pondered this predicament and began formulating regulations. Henceforth, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Hao would lead the men to a designated area for bathing. For 1 hour thereafter, the men could bathe in that specific area. After 6 o'clock, the mermaid Sasha would escort the women to another designated area for their baths. Now that everyone had received silk garments, Su Tian adhered to the principle of prioritizing the ladies and allowed Sasha to take the women first. After a flurry of activity, Su Tian had temporarily resolved the pressing issues at hand. Previously, as a solitary individual, his development had been relatively straightforward. However, with the increase in population, numerous complications arose. Nevertheless, Su Tian understood that these were challenges that every island lord would inevitably encounter. Unlike many who disregarded their slaves as mere entities, Su Tian was committed to establishing regulations to govern all. Only by living within these confines could harmony and prosperity flourish, much like in his previous world, where everyone was bound by the rule of law. That night, Su Tian pondered extensively. Chapter 62, The Black Shark Speculation, An Unseen Terror. On Demon Island, Black Shark sat in the main hall, his expression dark and foreboding. Behind him, a throng of individuals clad in black dared not even breathe. For how many years had it been since anyone dared to disturb the ground beneath him? Black Shark's tone was ice-cold, laced with a hint of derision. You over 100 men could not even overcome a single extraordinary being, and yet you failed to acquire any useful intelligence. What purpose do you serve? Master, spare us. It is not that we are incapable. It is simply that the individual is too formidable. His lightning is terrifying, reducing everything in its wake to ashes. Furthermore, his two spirits are equally powerful, leaving us no room for resistance, stammered the black-clad man who had returned in flight. Each recollection of that encounter sent shivers down his spine. Black Shark's expression darkened further, furrowing his brow. A lightning elemental extraordinary accompanied by two spirits was indeed a terrifying configuration. Having established Demon Island for over 20 years, he had never acquired even a single spirit. Yet, his opponent possessed two. If what they said was true, then this individual must possess exceptional capabilities, likely a formidable entity who had cultivated for decades. Black Shark inquired coldly. How old did that person appear? The trembling black-clad man replied. He looked quite young, perhaps just over 19. What? Black Shark was astonished. At the age of 19. Possessing the power to slay hundreds, and with two spirits at his command, such an individual could not possibly be as youthful as he seemed. Unless, of course, he had already entered the realm of longevity. In this world, the hierarchy is divided into 10 stages, with each decade representing a phase. The first stage is the extraordinary, marking the initial step for ordinary people to commune with extraordinary powers. Beyond the extraordinary, the stages progress to essence refinement, transformation, human immortal, earth immortal, celestial transformation, longevity, freedom, demigod, and divine level. The further one progresses in cultivation, the more arduous the journey becomes. Legend has it that several millennia ago, the earliest individuals to enter the floating island world had already achieved divine level, paving the way for true immortality. This realm harbors genuine millennia-old behemoths, who have cultivated for innumerable years, enhancing their strength through the floating islands. If, as the black-clad man stated, they were robbed by a youth, Black Shark would not dare to retaliate. An extraordinary being, who had also nurtured two extraordinary spirits, was undoubtedly a hidden giant who had lain low for a millennium. Preliminary estimations would suggest he had already reached the realm of longevity. Upon reaching this stage, a person's cells undergo a complete transformation, enabling not only rebirth but also longevity in harmony with the heavens. The realm of longevity allows one to communicate autonomously with the powers of nature, providing an unending source of vitality for their cells. Black Shark sighed. If this truly was a being of longevity who had seized their territory, he not only found himself unable to exact revenge, but was also compelled to silently endure this bitter loss. Having resided on the floating island for 2 decades, he had diligently practiced for so long, yet had only ascended to the late stage of the 19th level, the Danyuan realm. Others in the life-nourishing realm could easily obliterate him with a mere slap, let alone contemplate retaliation. Sighing, the Black Shark could only shake his head in resignation, swallowing this silent grievance. Although the loss of several thousand gold coins filled him with indignation, the realization that his adversary was of the life-nourishing realm quickly diminished much of his fury. Master, shall we eliminate that individual? A chilling voice emerged from behind Black Shark. Do you lack common sense? The other party is in the life-nourishing realm. What do you intend to combat them with? He scolded, venting his frustration on this useless group that failed to think critically. Upon hearing his words, everyone present lowered their heads in silence, fearful of incurring Black Shark's wrath. After tossing the fleeing individual back into the sea, Black Shark's ire gradually subsided. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Su Tian, the powerful force he had angered the previous day had quietly accepted this bitter defeat. Rising early, he began inspecting the new recruits led by Zhao Hao on the island. Today marked their first day of arrival. Following Zhao Hao's instructions, Su Tian prepared a set of armor, a sword, and a spear for each recruit. Subsequently, Zhao Hao organized them into teams of 12, selecting a team leader for each to assist in future tasks. Zhao Hao then delivered a speech, informing them that Su Tian was the paramount authority on the island. After an effective session of indoctrination, they commenced their morning training. Su Tian stood at the back, thoroughly pleased with Zhao Hao's training methods. His foresight and well-honed skills made him an excellent leader, and Su Tian felt confident in trusting the army to him. Now, he had to begin planning the work for various regions. Laya approached him to elaborate on her plans. She had divided the women she brought back into 4 distinct sectors: the agricultural zone, the fisheries zone, the kitchen zone, and the logistics zone. The majority of women were allocated to the agricultural and fisheries zones to enhance production efficiency and food yield. Excellent. Under Laya's meticulous planning, these individuals were reasonably assigned to suitable positions. In a matter of days, once they had acclimated, the island's development would officially be on the right track. Laya cautioned Su Tian that with the rapid population growth, the resources required on the island were increasing exponentially. Not only would more housing need to be constructed, but additional resource extraction would also be essential to support the burgeoning population. Su Tian nodded, having contemplated these matters the previous night. The increasing population indeed consumed more resources than ever before. The most effective strategy now was to expand the island to acquire more resources. Su Tian pondered that it was time to utilize the expansion order he had obtained in the floating island world. However, he needed to be adequately prepared before initiating the expansion, as this endeavor would be unlike any previous attempts. The expansion order could directly open up 8 territories for expansion, each spanning several kilometers. Moreover, within these areas, numerous monstrous dangers lurked. This would be a significant battle, requiring Su Tian to mobilize extraordinary spirits and all angels. If conditions permitted, he could also have Zhao Hao lead the trained troops into action. After all, a well-trained army needed appropriate warfare for honing their skills. Resolute, Su Tian decided to focus on vigorously developing the island's enterprises for the next few days. Once everything stabilized, he would contemplate the expansion further. The resources stored in their warehouse were sufficient for a period of development. Thus, the immediate priority was to properly settle the newly arrived residents. Laya informed him that she had already designated some areas for constructing residences. Now, they awaited Su Tian's initiation. Without hesitation, Su Tian followed Laya to the designated construction zone. Opening the floating island's core and the building page, he erected numerous small residences. With a substantial expenditure of gold coins, several hundred new homes emerged on the floating island. The women, upon seeing the new houses, were filled with immense joy. Their enthusiasm for work significantly increased, leading to a notable rise in efficiency. Su Tian contemplated the need to establish a system whereby contributions would yield points that could be exchanged for desired items, including extraordinary goods. Everything was possible. Naturally, the more valuable the items, the greater the points required. With such prospects in sight, instances of laziness and reduced effort would be unlikely. Laya agreed that this idea was feasible, though it remained a mere blueprint for now. To implement it effectively, a series of planning and refinements would be necessary, which they would gradually develop. Upon reaching the agricultural zone, Su Tian observed that, following last night's evolution, it had transformed into a spiritual field, with rice ears already bearing abundant grains. He noticed a group of women actively engaged in harvesting. Their enthusiasm was high, and their efficiency commendable, evidence of their yearning for a better life. After observing for a while, Su Tian identified a flaw, with Laya overseeing the entire island. It was impossible for her to monitor every specific area. Without her guidance, the women, after completing their harvest, floundered like headless flies, lacking direction. As Su Tian approached, the women in the spiritual field all bowed in greeting. Master. Surprised for a moment, Su Tian quickly embraced this newfound reverence. Among the women, he scanned the crowd and selected one who appeared to possess a strong sense of initiative to lead the agricultural zone. Her name was Han, and with a lineage of farmers, she had considerable expertise in agricultural management. Su Tian appointed her as the leader, entrusting her with the oversight of the agricultural zone. The evolved spiritual field had a rapid growth cycle, yielding a harvest nearly every week. After each harvest, Han would need to collect seeds from the warehouse, while the magically enhanced farming tools would handle the plowing and tilling. Su Tian provided her with ample guidance to ensure she could swiftly assume control of the agricultural zone. After some time, Han, under Su Tian's mentorship, adeptly coordinated all aspects, from harvesting to planting, finally arranging for the crops to be transported to the kitchen. After supervising for a while, Su Tian was satisfied that Han was competent for the role, prompting him to quietly depart for other areas. Recognizing that if the agricultural zone had such shortcomings, similar issues were likely present in the other regions. Su Tian contemplated this as he made his way to the kitchen zone. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and mealtime was approaching. After a long day of labor, it was crucial that no errors occurred at this juncture. Before long, Su Tian arrived at the kitchen zone. Even before stepping inside, he caught a whiff of enticing aromas wafting through the air. Since arriving on the island, he had rarely experienced such domestic warmth. Now, enveloped in the delicious scents, he found himself momentarily entranced. Master. Just then, a woman from the kitchen zone encountered him, respectfully greeting him. Su Tian nodded and entered the kitchen zone. Inside, he beheld numerous women displaying their culinary prowess. Their adeptness at cooking and handling ingredients suggested that many had previously been professional chefs. Chapter 63, Expansion of Territory. The initial battle against the half-dragon. A wisp of white smoke spiraled upwards, transforming into delicate strands that ascended into the sky. The fragrant aroma of vegetables wafted from the kitchen, tantalizing the senses. Su Tian inhaled deeply, immersing himself in the warmth of this earthly existence. Observing the bustling kitchen, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Though busy, it was a paragon of cleanliness and order, with individuals eagerly stepping forward to tackle challenges. It appeared they were fully capable of managing their tasks without the need for supervision. After watching for a while, Su Tian recognized their exceptional abilities. Ultimately, he sought out the woman who had been diligently resolving issues in the kitchen, promoting her to the esteemed position of kitchen overseer, thus granting her an official title. The woman's cheeks flushed with excitement at her new role. Enthusiastically, she assured him, "Master, do not worry. I will manage the kitchen well." Indeed, Su Tian nodded, then proceeded towards the logistics area. There was no need for him to concern himself with the fishing sector. Fishing rods and traps would autonomously capture deep-sea creatures. The individuals there merely needed to transport the caught specimens to the kitchen. Crossing a lengthy corridor, Su Tian arrived at the logistics area, which was responsible for handling various mundane tasks associated with daily life. Here, he fortuitously encountered Leia, who placed great importance on the logistics sector. Su Tian approached her, outlining his intentions and the potential challenges that might arise. Leia listened attentively, nodding slightly. "I understand, Master. I will address these matters gradually." "Very well." Su Tian comprehended that such issues necessitated a period of adjustment. Once this phase concluded, and everyone became familiar with their roles, a sense of stability would be achieved. Upon returning to the castle, Su Tian pushed open the door to find two maids waiting at the entrance. "Greetings, Master," they exclaimed warmly upon seeing him. Su Tian smiled faintly. Within the castle, he had arranged for 16 maids, all of whom were exceptionally beautiful young women, as he believed that a pleasing sight each morning was of utmost importance. Recently, he had been contemplating providing them with maid uniforms, but unfortunately, the local marketplace did not offer such garments. Otherwise, he might have already procured 16 sets. Perhaps he would seek a tailor for custom designs once this period passed. As Su Tian's thoughts wandered, he gradually made his way to his room. Inside, he retrieved the dragon egg from the core of the floating island. At this moment, the egg had reached the hatching stage, thanks to his nurturing over the past days. Su Tian could sense the vibrant life force emanating from within the shell, and occasionally, the dragon egg would involuntarily sway. It seemed it would not be long before it broke free. He transmitted additional draconic energy to the egg. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Su Tian called, putting the dragon egg away as he spoke. The door swung open, and Lixin burst in, her face alight with excitement. "Master, it's time for a meal." Indeed, Su Tian glanced at the time. It was indeed time to eat. Here, there was no need to gather in a designated dining area, as meals would be prepared and delivered directly. Upon entering the sitting room, Su Tian was greeted by a multitude of gentle maids, instantly igniting his appetite. Come, let us dine together," he beckoned, inviting them to sit and share the meal. Under Lixin's guidance, they all took their places at the table. Here, Lixin kindly instructed each of them, allowing them to become familiar with one another throughout the day. "Here, Master, have some more lobster." "Yes, Master, this tuna is delicious. You should have more." "Master, try this special dessert I made just for you." Seated amidst the gathering, Su Tian hardly needed to lift his chopsticks, as numerous individuals eagerly fed him. The warmth of their enthusiasm was undeniable. With his mouth agape, he reveled in this regal treatment. The maids surrounded him, attentively catering to his every need. Lin Jun approached with a plate of fruit, delicately pinching a piece between her slender fingers before gently offering it to Su Tian. Previously, in the slave market, Su Tian had not realized she was a breathtaking beauty. It was only after she had washed up yesterday that he beheld her sealed allure. Lin Jun possessed a striking figure, long legs, flawless skin, and a delicate, pure visage that was utterly captivating. Moreover, she seemed to exude a natural, subtle fragrance. Su Tian inhaled deeply, nearly overwhelmed by the aroma. "So fragrant." "No, I mean it tastes wonderful." Su Tian quickly corrected himself, realizing he had almost let slip his thoughts. Under the attentive care of the maids, Su Tian enjoyed his lunch with great delight. In the days that followed, he resolved various issues on the island and returned to relish their attention. On June 20th, 193 of the Extraordinary Era, it marked the 4th day since Su Tian had brought them back. During these 4 days, they had fully adjusted and understood their responsibilities. Zhao Hao demonstrated exceptional leadership, achieving remarkable training results in just 4 days. Surrounding the floating island, Zhao Hao had erected towering walls within this time frame. Su Tian had no concerns regarding the barracks. Furthermore, other areas of the island had also found their rhythm through this period of adaptation. Now, the floating island stood adorned with numerous houses, bustling with life. Su Tian felt that life had become significantly more interesting. With the increase in population, not only did he enjoy a kingly treatment, but he also no longer felt a sense of solitude. Each night, a maid would come to share bedtime stories with him. However, this arrangement was soon discovered by Peng Lai, who assertively claimed the duty of storytelling. Su Tian dared not resist and could only accept this fate with resignation. In 10 days, Su Tian would officially undergo the floating island assessment. He summoned 2 extraordinary elves and 2 celestial angels to discuss matters regarding territorial expansion. The group had no objections, and Su Tian prepared to commence the expansion today. He had also informed Zhao Hao in advance. After 4 days of training, it was time to evaluate their progress. A judicious amount of combat was the best method to enhance their combat prowess. With the expansion decree in hand, its dark surface radiated an air of mysterious power. Su Tian activated the order. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Instantly, 8 immense areas appeared around the periphery of the floating island. The newly emerged territories adjoined the floating island, forming part of it. A glance revealed that the floating island was now enveloped by territories shrouded in mist. Hiss! 8 unknown regions. Su Tian gazed at the information materializing before him. Somewhat astonished, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. After a brief contemplation, Su Tian chose the nearest area to commence his occupation. Behind him, the 2 extraordinary elves and 2 celestial angels stood ready, while Zhao Hao led the trained soldiers, poised for attack. Advance! A command echoed, and the resounding army began to march forward. Su Tian positioned himself at the forefront, his gaze resolute. In the first unknown region, he led the extraordinary elves to initiate the exploration. Due to the mist, the army proceeded cautiously. With the 2 extraordinary elves by his side, Su Tian steadily advanced, dissipating the mist along their path. Before them lay a vast plain, surrounded by lush greenery, towering trees, and a carpet of verdant grass. After traveling 5 kilometers, Su Tian finally sensed danger ahead. As the mist cleared, a tribal village emerged before their eyes. Su Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this unknown region harbored its own civilization. In this tribal village, the population has burgeoned to over 1,000 inhabitants. The denizens are half-dragon beings. As the onlookers observed, the half-dragons within the tribe quickly detected their presence. Intruders! A voice echoed, instantly plunging the entire tribe into a state of combat readiness. Such rapid mobilization for battle. Su Tian mused, witnessing the village's transformation into a warlike posture within a mere minute. Who are you? A half-dragon clad in golden armor stepped forward, his authority evident from the deference shown to him by the others. We intend to take control of this region. Will you submit to my command? Su Tian declared boldly, revealing his intentions without reservation. Kill! The golden-armored half-dragon wasted no time, launching an immediate assault upon grasping Su Tian's purpose. Seeking death, are you? The fire sprite taunted, flames erupting from his form. The tips of his spear blossomed into a multitude of crimson lotuses. Meanwhile, the earth sprite swung a mighty hammer, propelling it through the air towards the golden half-dragon. With a resounding crash, the golden half-dragon countered with a powerful punch, his massive claws colliding with the hammer. The sound reverberated, and soon the 2 were locked in fierce combat. Behind Su Tian, Zhao Hao, witnessing the outbreak of battle, promptly led the troops forward. At that moment, 2 angels unfurled their wings to provide support. Slay them! The half-dragons, towering at 5 to 6 meters each, possessed formidable strength. Su Tian understood that this would be a challenging battle. He advanced, unleashing 2 surges of violent lightning energy from within. Lightning palm. 2 brilliant orbs of electricity crackled to life in his hands. With a powerful strike, he plunged into the midst of the half-dragons, unleashing his lightning domain. Behind him, a golden sun began to materialize. Rise, golden dragon! Su Tian commanded, summoning 2 spirits of the world that pierced through the air into the throng. Charge! Eliminate these half-dragons! Zhao Hao rallied the troops behind him, and thus erupted a tremendous battle. Under their relentless assault, over 100 half-dragons fell. The fire sprite fought furiously, his power amplified tenfold by the blooming crimson lotus at his feet. The earth sprite maintained relentless pressure on the golden half-dragon, preventing him from aiding his kin. Will you not surrender? Su Tian bellowed, transforming into a bolt of lightning that surged through the crowd. Never! The half-dragons retorted defiantly. We, the proud half-dragons, will never bow. Even in death. Then your clan shall be annihilated. Su Tian brandished a lightning sword that shimmered with electric brilliance as he charged at them. Chapter 64. The true dragon's spirit manifested, the half-dragons submit. On the boundless plains, the half-dragon tribe was engulfed in a bloody conflict. Su Tian led his forces against the half-dragons, their blood staining the earth. Casualties were sustained on both sides. The half-dragons were valiant warriors, incredibly strong. Zhao Hao's newly trained army appeared somewhat ineffectual against them. Fortunately, divine angels stood ready at the rear to heal the wounded. Lai Xin employed healing spells to mend the injured soldiers, while Laya flitted her wings and joined Su Tian in the fray. Suddenly, A group of half-dragons charged at Su Tian from behind. Their crimson eyes glowed, and their claws tore through the air. In that moment, a chill ran down Su Tian's spine, igniting a sense of impending danger. Without hesitation, he unleashed his dragon spirit power, enveloping himself in black armor to withstand their assault. Originally, he had intended to conserve his dragon power to nurture the dragon egg, but it seemed that was no longer feasible. Get away! Su Tian roared, his upper garments bursting apart to reveal glimmering black scales. He deflected the assaults of the half-dragons. With a powerful punch, he sent them sprawling several meters away. With a low growl, Su Tian unleashed his dragon power. In an instant, a colossal black ancient dragon materialized behind him. A terrifying aura of murderous intent enveloped the plains, momentarily stunning those present. Laya turned back, shaken by the overwhelming presence of lethal intent. Meanwhile, the golden half-dragon, engaged in combat with the earth sprite, fell into a stupor upon seeing the black dragon. After a brief moment of shock, the golden half-dragon knelt and proclaimed, "It is the true dragon manifested. I am Gilga, the half-dragon, paying homage to the true dragon spirit." The golden half-dragon knelt in earnest reverence, prompting all the other half-dragons present to cease hostilities and kneel, introducing themselves in submission. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Moments ago they were locked in a fierce battle, and now they were in a state of surrender. Su Tian, utterly bewildered, watched as countless half-dragons bowed before him, leaving him at a loss for words. What is happening here? After a brief silence, the golden half-dragon rose, excitement radiating from him as he approached Su Tian. "Are you of the bloodline of the true dragon spirit?" Su Tian was momentarily speechless. What bloodline of the true dragon spirit? He was utterly confused. Yet, he understood that these beings were intimidated by the imposing black dragon behind him. With a thought, Su Tian allowed the black dragon to coil around him. "Is this what you mean?" Upon witnessing this, the golden half-dragon became even more convinced of his hypothesis. He knelt once more, his voice trembling with excitement. "Indeed, you truly are of the true dragon bloodline. I am Gilga, a half-dragon, paying homage to the true dragon bloodline." At the back, all the half-dragons followed Gilga in reverence. Su Tian, still bewildered, slowly replied, "Rise." "Yes." Gilga stood, looking at him with profound respect. "Ahem. What does this mean?" Su Tian coughed, somewhat disgruntled. "Dragon Master, you possess the true dragon spirit. Henceforth, we shall all serve you," Gilga proclaimed with utmost sincerity. "Oh, so, you are willing to serve me?" "Indeed," Gilga answered without hesitation. After a moment of silence, Su Tian couldn't help but chuckle. He never anticipated that this fierce battle would conclude in such a manner. However, since conflict could be avoided, he was more than pleased. The half-dragons were indeed fierce warriors, and his army would have struggled against them. Now, not only was warfare averted, but the half-dragons had also submitted to him. Su Tian silently lamented that he should have harnessed his dragon power sooner, thereby averting the conflict entirely. Now that the half-dragons had pledged their allegiance, he had effectively depleted his own strength in the recent skirmish. Sighing, Su Tian inquired whether they would be willing to relocate to the floating island. Gilga replied that they had lived in this place for over a century, establishing their own tribe, and considered it their home. However, should Su Tian command them to migrate, they would comply without hesitation. After contemplating, Su Tian found merit in their reasoning. The area was vast, rich in resources, and the soil fertile, indeed a prime location for development. The half-dragons had already established their civilization. "Very well. This is your home. You shall remain here. However, from now on, it will be part of the floating island, and you will be residents of my island. Should you require assistance, you may seek help within the island. Certainly, in the face of future dangers, you must stand with us to confront the looming crises. Can you accomplish this?" "Indeed." Gilgamesh dutifully adheres to the Dragon Lord's command. "Henceforth, we shall serve the inhabitants of the floating island and the Dragon Lord." A battle concluded with the spirit of the dark dragon, Su Tian. Moreover, they have acquired a formidable force. The half-dragons are valiant and possess immense strength. Had it not been for the true dragon spirit, they would have fought to the death rather than surrender. "Cease the hostilities," Su Tian bellowed. At that moment, you felt as if caught in a dream, struggling to accept the reality. Is this truly the conclusion? Zhao Hao paused briefly before speaking. "Squad leader, assemble the formation. The entire army shall retreat." Boom, boom, boom. In the next instant, they could not afford to linger in shock. Following Zhao Hao's command, everyone swiftly regrouped and returned to their ranks. Su Tian cast a glance at them, instructing Zhao Hao to lead them back to recuperate. The two divine angels exchanged glances before turning to tend to their wounds. Su Tian remained with the two extraordinary elves, preparing to deliberate on specific matters. Meanwhile, Gilgamesh organized the battlefield and, after accounting for casualties, brought Su Tian back to the tribe. Within the tribe, Su Tian beheld the civilization of the half-dragons. Their culture was still in a primitive state, predominantly relying on stone tools and wood. "Gilgamesh, since you have pledged your allegiance to me, you must henceforth respect the customs of the island. The The island is now divided into two zones, the inner zone and the outer zone. The outer zone comprises the recently expanded territories. From now on, this area will be under the jurisdiction of you half-dragons. We shall spare no effort in assisting you to thrive. Given the relatively primitive nature of your civilization, there may be some initial difficulties in adapting. However, I am confident that with time, you will fully acclimate to your new way of life. Yes, Gilgamesh was overjoyed, as the chieftain of the tribe. She naturally wished for its continual advancement. With Su Tian's promise to lead their development, they were more than willing to comply. Subsequently, Su Tian instructed them to begin resource extraction from their surroundings. This place is rich in resources and serves as a crucial strategic location. Gilgamesh did not refuse. Having chosen to serve Su Tian, they would naturally heed his directives. After extensive discussions, Su Tian made numerous arrangements for their tribe. Their primary tasks now consisted of two: resource extraction and vigorous development of the tribe. Su Tian provided them with various plans for tribal construction, and he would send personnel to assist in their progress. As the conversation drew to a close, night fell. Su Tian glanced at the sky, preparing to take his leave. Before departing, he hesitated momentarily. Then, he extended his palm, a wave of draconic power slowly coursing from his hand into Gilgamesh's body. She sensed that if draconic power could aid in reviving dragon eggs, it would undoubtedly be beneficial for her half-dragon kin as well. Sure enough, upon the infusion of draconic power into her being, Gilgamesh's body trembled violently. She felt the draconic energy surging within her. This power enhanced her bloodline, gradually transforming her half-dragon traits into those of the dragon race. A low growl escaped her lips as the strength within her surged significantly. Most notably, the two dragon horns atop her head lengthened considerably. This was the power of the dragon race. Gilgamesh rejoiced. Su Tian believed that since they would serve him in the future, he ought to provide them with some motivation. Only then could they be spurred to strive for greatness. With motivation, they would be able to develop more effectively. Work diligently. If you perform well in the future, I shall reward you with draconic power. Thank you, Dragon Lord. Gilgamesh exclaimed with unrestrained elation. Very well. The hour grows late. I must take my leave. Tomorrow, I will send individuals to assist you in construction. Yes. Gilgamesh responded respectfully, bidding farewell to Su Tian. After Su Tian departed, all the half-dragons eagerly gathered to discuss the future development of the tribe. They eagerly shared the news of Su Tian's promise to bestow draconic power. What? The Dragon Lord will reward us with draconic power? Does this mean we have hope of transforming into true dragons? Upon hearing this news, the half-dragons erupted in excitement. Their tribe had revered the dragon race for generations. To them, a true dragon surpassed all else. The bloodline of the dragons is noble. They, as half-dragons, are destined to serve the true dragons. This was the creed of their tribe. Now, upon hearing that they might have the opportunity to become true dragons, their spirits soared even higher. Rest assured, chieftain, we shall diligently heed the Dragon Lord's command and expedite our construction. Excellent. Upon returning to the castle, Su Tian felt a bit fatigued. They had endured a fierce battle that day, and he had been preoccupied with planning for the development of the half-dragons. Only now did he find a moment to rest. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Jun knocked on the door, entering to attend to Su Tian. Lai Xian had gone to treat the injured, so the duty of service fell to her today. Lin Jun extended her delicate, pale hand to alleviate Su Tian's weariness. Master, I heard today's battle was quite intense. You weren't injured, were you? No. Su Tian replied confidently. That's good to hear. Lin Jun breathed a sigh of relief, a content smile gracing her face. She sat beside Su Tian, gently resting his head on her lap and massaging him. Su Tian felt a surge of excitement. Her legs were so fair. Lying there revitalized him instantly. With Lin Jun's tender touch, Su Tian soon succumbed to drowsiness. That night, with her leg as his pillow, he fell into a deep, sweet slumber. Lin Jun smiled gently, soothing him as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 65. Expanding the second zone, subduing the minotaurs. Morning light. The warm rays of sunlight illuminated the room, a gentle breeze wafting in, tousling Lin Jun's hair. Su Tian awoke, fully rejuvenated after a night of rest. All the energy he had expended yesterday was restored. Suddenly, Su Tian turned to meet Lin Jun's gaze. Master, good morning. Lin Jun smiled warmly, greeting him tenderly. Did you really spend the whole night with my head on your lap? Su Tian queried, staring at the red mark on her pristine thigh in astonishment. Yes. Lin Jun nodded shyly, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Why didn't you wake me? I saw you were too fatigued. So I wanted to alleviate some of your burdens. Lin Jun spoke gently, her voice laced with shyness. Su Tian paused, feeling a tumult of emotions within. A breeze swept by, carrying Lin Jun's fragrant scent, stirring something deep within him. For reasons unknown, Su Tian found himself instinctively cupping her face with his hand. He slowly leaned in, almost touching her face. Lin Jun's breath quickened, the flush on her face intensifying. As Su Tian sensed her nervousness, he abruptly halted his advance. At that moment, his face was less than a centimeter from hers. No, what am I thinking? Su Tian pulled away awkwardly, hastily exiting the room. With a click, the door closed behind him, enveloping the room in a profound silence. Lin Jun gazed at the doorway, a flicker of disappointment crossing her features. She lowered her head, allowing the gentle breeze to tousle her hair. In that fleeting moment, her heart had been aflame with excitement, joy, and anticipation. Yet, Su Tian had hesitated just as they were on the brink. Outside, Su Tian felt a twinge of anxiety. He had nearly sealed his first kiss just then. However, at the critical moment, he faltered. Wandering aimlessly outside, Su Tian found himself regretting not having seized that moment to claim his first kiss. Alas, Su Tian let out a deep sigh, shaking his head in resignation. Discarding the distractions in his mind, he resolved to first visit the half-dragon tribe, a new addition that piqued his interest. Upon arriving at the half-dragon settlement, Su Tian was taken aback by the scene before him. What is happening? Did I take a wrong turn? Rubbing his eyes to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he was profoundly astonished. At this moment, the half-dragon tribe had undergone a remarkable transformation. Thanks to the tireless efforts of Gilga and the others the previous night, the half-dragons had worked relentlessly to unearth a plethora of resources. Among these were many rare ores. These precious materials could be forged into weapons or utilized through specialized methods to construct unique edifices. Dragon Lord, you have arrived. Just as Su Tian was lost in thought, a resonant voice echoed from ahead. Recognizing the voice, he realized it belonged to Gilga. Su Tian gaped in astonishment and asked, "Is this the bounty you have mined?" "Indeed," Gilga replied enthusiastically. Upon hearing the dragon's rewards yesterday, everyone eagerly joined the extraction efforts. As you know, we half-dragons possess innate strength. Thus mining these resources was a trivial task. As Su Tian moved closer and surveyed the area, he solemnly remarked, "Impressive. Your efficiency is indeed remarkable. In just one night, you have managed to extract such a wealth of resources. From this day forth, your tribe should not be confined to this singular location. This area spans several miles. You should expand your territory by 5 to 6 miles. Furthermore, you must construct a warehouse within your tribe to store these extracted resources. We will return periodically to collect them. Moreover, starting today, you must begin building walls. In a few days, a horde of monsters will descend upon you. With the protection of walls, your territory will be safeguarded to the greatest extent possible." "Yes, Dragon Lord." Gilga listened intently, meticulously noting down every word Su Tian uttered. Su Tian had charted a comprehensive development path for their tribe, addressing both their livelihoods and combat readiness. From this point on, it was up to them to actualize this vision. Su Tian was confident that, with the half-dragon's efficiency, this place would soon be transformed. Observing the enthusiastic work ethic of the tribe, Su Tian felt compelled to bestow upon them some rewards. Gilga summoned all the half-dragons. Standing above them, Su Tian waved his hand, channeling a surge of ancient dragon power into the crowd. In an instant, all the half-dragons felt a shift in their bloodline. "Thank you for your generosity, Dragon Lord," they chorused, kneeling in gratitude. Su Tian proclaimed loudly, "From now on, as long as you work diligently, greater dragon power will be bestowed upon you. I have laid out a developmental roadmap for your tribe. From this moment onward, you must accelerate your construction efforts and aim to complete the path I have envisioned within a few days." Yes, the half-dragons, invigorated by the dragon power, exhibited an even greater zeal for their work. Su Tian glanced at them before turning to depart. Today, they needed to expand into a second area. With only 9 days remaining until the floating island assessment, he had to complete the expansion of 8 territories beforehand. Leaving the half-dragon territory, Su Tian headed straight for the island. Upon reaching the elemental divine tree, he sought out the earth and fire spirits. These two were essential for the island's expansion efforts. Subsequently, he found 2 angels within the barracks. Upon learning of the impending territorial expansion, Zhao Hao immediately sounded the horn to muster the troops. Su Tian hesitated. Although their army had incurred no fatalities in the previous battle, many had sustained injuries. With the assistance of the 2 divine angels, they had only just begun to recover. Su Tian wished for them to rest, but Zhao Hao insisted on taking them into battle. "Master, every strong warrior is forged in the crucible of battle. Training them requires some bloodshed, and more practical experience will yield the greatest insights." The urgency felt by the majority after the last battle was palpable. "I witnessed their efforts. I believe they are unafraid of combat," Zhao Hao declared, and the troops behind him echoed in resounding agreement. "Unafraid of battle. Unafraid of battle." Seeing their morale soar, Su Tian could only nod in acquiescence, feeling increasingly satisfied with Zhao Hao's leadership. With him training the army, the island's combat capabilities were secure. "Forward," Su Tian commanded, and the grand army commenced its march towards the second area. As before, he led the way with the 2 extraordinary spirits. Upon entering the second region, the surrounding fog began to dissipate gradually. After advancing 3 kilometers, they encountered a tribe. This tribe was expansive, and its level of civilization appeared to surpass that of the half-dragons significantly. They had constructed numerous houses and various edifices, indicating a well-established civilization. Su Tian and his companions approached cautiously, refraining from immediate aggression. He believed in resolving matters peacefully if possible. Who are you? A minotaur. Noticing them from within the tribe, inquired. This was a minotaur tribe, and all its members bore the form of minotaurs. Su Tian smiled slightly, signaling his lack of hostility. Greetings. I wish to speak with your leader, may I? He asked amiably. The minotaur hesitated for a moment before summoning others to locate their chief. Shortly thereafter, over 100 minotaurs gathered around their leader. The chief, clad in shining silver armor, emerged, his horns more regal than those of the others, adorned with a lustrous sheen. The chief addressed them. Who are you? What business do you have with us? Greetings, chief, Su Tian replied. I am the master of this island, and I have come to inquire if you would be willing to submit to us. The minotaur chief appeared puzzled. This has always been a land without a master. When did a master arise? Previously a land without a master, but it is now my domain. Preposterous. If you think you can come here to seize our territory? How laughable. Leave at once, or we shall slay you. The minotaur chief bellowed. The fire spirit furrowed his brow. It was the first time he had been so openly scorned. How dare you insult us? Watch as I turn your head into soup. The fire spirit roared, flames surging within him, forming a towering inferno. At the back, Zhao Hao and the others quickly realized that negotiations had failed. Since talks had broken down, there was no need for courtesy. Advance. With that command, the mighty army surged forward. Old bull, your end is nigh. The fire spirit, enveloped in flames, emanated a dangerous aura. He brandished his spear, a vibrant red lotus materializing behind him. Burn it all. Capture the king first. Once that old bull is dead, they will naturally submit, Su Tian advised. The fire spirit nodded, resolutely charging toward the minotaur chief. Protect the chief. Several minotaurs rushed forward, shields raised to block the attack. However, these warriors were no match for the half-dragons. Their strength, defense, and speed paled in comparison. The fire spirit swung his spear, its tip glowing with a faint red light. In an instant, he transformed into a fiery comet, crashing through the ranks of minotaurs. The overwhelming force shattered their shields effortlessly. Crack! Under the onslaught of flames, one shield melted into molten iron. Old bull, meet your doom. The fire spirit raised his spear once more, sweeping through everything in his path. Wait, we surrender. At the critical moment, the minotaur chieftain suddenly knelt down in surrender, aware that his tribe could not withstand their onslaught. He sensibly chose to capitulate. Su Tian was somewhat taken aback. Was that all it took for them to concede? He had anticipated a more resolute stance akin to that of the half-dragons, believing that a bloody battle would be required to compel their submission. To his surprise, upon witnessing the power of the fire elementals, the minotaurs swiftly lost their nerve. Behind him, the morale-boosted army stood in a state of stunned silence. What was happening? Was the battle over so soon? After a brief moment of bewilderment, Su Tian spoke. Upon your surrender, you must accept the contract mark. The minotaurs had capitulated too quickly for Su Tian's comfort. He harbored doubts about their loyalty. If they were to flee when faced with monsters, it would disrupt his plans. The chieftain hesitated upon hearing of the contract. Just then, the fire elemental glared fiercely, the tip of its spear threateningly directed at his throat. We accept. Realizing they had no alternative, they were compelled to comply. Without hesitation, Su Tian initiated the binding contract. In an instant, a fiery red lotus appeared upon their foreheads. With the contract inscribed, Su Tian felt assured that they would not betray him. What is your name? Su Tian inquired, gazing at the minotaur chieftain. Master, I am called Kata. Kata, does your tribe possess the ability to forge weapons independently? Su Tian observed that the minotaurs before him were all wielding shields and iron swords. Kata nodded in affirmation. Yes, master. We will mine the surrounding resources and forge them into the weapons and structures we require. Impressive. The civilization of the minotaurs was advancing more rapidly than that of the half-dragons. They not only mined resources, but also crafted a variety of items for their needs. Excellent. Since you have pledged allegiance to me, you shall now be required to provide resources on a regular basis. You are now part of my island. Thus, I will need to outline your developmental trajectory and process. This territory will continue to be governed by the minotaurs, and we shall assist you in your growth. You must extract sufficient resources for tribute, and you will need to construct walls around your territory. Once this land expands, you will face monster incursions. With the protection of walls, these creatures will be unable to ravage your domain. You can man the ramparts and craft long-range bows to eliminate the monsters. Your combat capabilities are currently lacking, so you must produce more weapons for defense. Yes, master. Though our strength is not formidable, we are indeed adept at weapon forging. Our tribe possesses extraordinary weapons. Please, master, have a look. Su Tian, intrigued, replied, Oh, present them to me. Yes. Kata turned and gestured for the minotaurs behind him to retrieve the items. Moments later, a fiery red sword appeared before the assembly. An extraordinary weapon. Su Tian's pupils dilated in astonishment as he sensed the remarkable aura emanating from the sword. Upon grasping the blade, he immediately felt the potent energy of fire elements coursing through it. Remarkable. Su Tian inhaled sharply, awed that these minotaurs could forge such extraordinary weaponry. Kata, Was this weapon crafted by your tribe? Indeed, master. This weapon possesses immense power and is crafted from the crimson ore we mined. Crimson ore? Su Tian furrowed his brow, eager to discover the nature of this, or that could forge extraordinary weapons. Master, please follow me. Kata extended his arm to guide the way. Su Tian instructed the holy angels to lead the troops back, while he accompanied two extraordinary elementals into the tribe. Upon arriving at a campsite, Kata produced a chunk of blood-red ore. Master, this is the crimson ore. The moment he beheld the ore, Su Tian was struck with awe. His eyes gleamed as he marveled at the stone in Kata's hand. This was no mere crimson ore, it was elemental ore of fire. Legends spoke of elemental ores flourishing on certain floating islands, imbued with rich elemental power. Not only could they aid in the cultivation of elemental strength, but they could also be forged into extraordinary weapons. What a revelation! This region was home to elemental ores. Su Tian's joy was palpable as he struggled to contain his excitement. Kata, how much elemental ore do you have here? Plenty. If you walk 1 kilometer ahead, you will find a mountain range teeming with such ores. Wonderful. From now on, your tribe will specialize in collecting this elemental ore. After extraction, use 2/3 to forge weapons and store the remaining third in your warehouse. The extraordinary weapons you create can be distributed among your tribe. I hope you can produce a significant number of these weapons in the coming days. Kata hesitated. Our tribe consists of 620 residents. The difficulty of mining the elemental ore is considerable. We can only extract around 500 pieces a day. The forging process is also quite complex. Thus, we can produce at most a little over 100 extraordinary weapons daily. Just over 100? Su Tian frowned slightly, realizing that his army would be ill-equipped with extraordinary weapons when the floating island trial approached unless they prioritized equipping his forces first. Kata, what is your tribe's defense capability? Every member of our tribe possesses a weapon. While our combat prowess may be lacking, wielding these extraordinary weapons significantly enhances our fighting strength. Kata, begin forging extraordinary weapons starting today. We will require over 700 of them. I will compensate you with some crossbows in return. Su Tian recalled that there was a combat zone at the center of the island. Previously, he had not considered expansion and had placed those crossbows in the combat area. However, now that expansion was on the agenda, the crossbows could no longer serve their purpose there. Positioning these crossbows with the minotaurs would not only bolster their combat capabilities, but also safeguard their territory. Once upgraded, these crossbows would not only enhance their power, but also significantly increase their firing rate, capable of launching 128 iron arrows simultaneously within a second. Kata was moved, responding with excitement. Thank you, master. We will endeavor to mine the ore and forge weapons. The minotaurs, it turned out, relied heavily on ranged weaponry. With the crossbows, they could minimize casualties. After much deliberation, Su Tian successfully established a solid agreement with the minotaurs. Within a day, he stationed over 50 crossbows and more than 20 arrow towers in their territory. After testing their power, Kata was left in awe. The crossbows could pierce through solid rock. They were deeply intrigued and sought to understand the construction of the crossbows to create similar weapons. However, Su Tian could offer no assistance, for these weapons could only be built from special blueprints, their designs intricate and enigmatic. However, appearances can be deceiving, concealing the true profundity beneath. Kata felt a twinge of disappointment, particularly drawn to the crossbows, yet found himself unable to forge them with fervor. Su Tian expressed that should they acquire their unique blueprints in the future, he would certainly entrust them for research. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope reignited within Kata. In the ensuing day, the minotaurs busied themselves with the extraction of elemental ores, subsequently forging them into weapons of extraordinary caliber. Given the large population of the minotaur tribe, their construction progressed at an impressive pace. Within a single day, they not only unearthed a substantial quantity of elemental ores, but also crafted remarkable weaponry. Furthermore, the surrounding walls began to take shape. Su Tian observed that the floating island was divided into two distinct zones, the inner region and the outer region. The inner area was now encircled by towering walls, while the outer region spread outward, representing the territory of the tribes. Su Tian understood that each subsequent area would undeniably host its own tribe. By subjugating them all, he would command 8 tribes to bolster his outer region's military strength. In due course, each tribe would erect formidable walls to repel monsters, creating a veritable fortress of an island. Under such circumstances, common monsters would find it impossible to breach their defenses. Su Tian felt buoyed by the prospect, recognizing that the combat prowess on his island had surged ahead of others by a considerable margin. While others were still engaged in their initial expansion, he had already embarked upon the development of the second region. His floating island was advancing far beyond the competition. Next, he aimed to complete the expansion of the remaining 6 areas, laying the groundwork to establish impregnable walls, thus forming a bastion of an island. Upon arriving on the island, Su Tian sought out Leia to devise a development plan for the floating island. In recent days, they had successfully assimilated 2 tribes, resulting in a notable increase in the island's population. Su Tian felt it was time to implement some changes. Each tribe possessed its own distinct culture, Although their ways had shifted slightly due to Su Tian's arrival, the core of their civilizations remained unchanged. Take the half-dragons, for instance. Their aspiration was to become true dragons, and their faith was steadfastly anchored in the belief of the true dragon. Conversely, while the Minotaurs may not possess overwhelming strength, their prowess in construction and civilization was indeed remarkable, centered around the art of forging. Thus, Su Tian resolved to establish a place that would cater to the needs of all tribes. He decided to implement a point system for intertribal exchanges. Points would function similarly to gold, serving as a medium for the circulation of goods. Residents of the island, along with tribe members, would be able to earn points through various means, the most common being labor, which would yield fixed points. The more they worked, the more points they would accumulate. Once all areas were fully developed, Su Tian could set up point exchange shops within each tribe. These establishments would house everything they desired, allowing them to expend points to acquire their needs. This system would foster mutual exchanges among the tribes. Leia expressed her satisfaction with this decision. However, despite having a direction, the implementation posed significant challenges, involving numerous engineering complexities. For instance, accurately recording the points held by each individual was paramount. Additionally, the diverse needs of each tribe and the island's inhabitants added layers of complexity. Establishing point exchange shops would undoubtedly be a monumental undertaking, requiring substantial foundational resources to support its execution. The engineering demands were far from trivial. Su Tian nodded in agreement, recognizing the enormity of the endeavor. Nevertheless, once this system was operational, the island would achieve complete autonomy. This approach was inspired by the ancient dynasties of his previous world, leveraging collective needs to spur development. With this framework in place, the entire island would resemble a nation akin to a dynasty. Su Tian could then devote himself solely to cultivation, while everything else on the island progressed autonomously. After a night of discussion, the two decided to implement this system following the completion of assessments on the floating island. At this stage, the island faced two paths: initial development and consolidation. Development pertained to the tribes, while consolidation involved preparations for the forthcoming establishment of point exchange shops. Chapter 67. The Emergence of the Black Dragon and the Interception of Random Transactions. As night fell, a dazzling starry sky hung over the floating island. Su Tian stepped outside for some fresh air, beholding the harmonious scene of the island's inhabitants. In the evening, groups of young women gathered to admire the celestial display, their laughter ringing out in joyous harmony. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the floating island, Zhao Hao and his troops scattered to hunt down monsters. After days of training, their combat prowess had significantly improved, and they no longer demonstrated fear in battle. Finding a sturdy tree in a nearby grove, Su Tian settled down. He activated the core of the floating island and retrieved a dragon egg that was on the verge of hatching. In recent days, due to the half-dragon's influence, he had scarcely nurtured the egg. This night, he resolved to bestow it with ample dragon energy to facilitate its emergence. As he cupped the egg in his palms, tendrils of dragon energy enveloped it. With a crack, the sound of the shell fracturing echoed as the dragon energy nourished the egg. In mere moments, the obsidian shell shattered, revealing a jet-black dragon. It radiated shimmering golden light. The instant it was born, it let out a thunderous roar that rent the heavens, awakening the half-dragons in the vicinity. The true dragon had descended. All the half-dragons in the tribe heard the resounding dragon's roar that echoed through the skies. Su Tian gazed at the black dragon before him, feeling an inexplicable bond. Perhaps it was due to the dragon energy he had provided. As soon as the black dragon emerged, Su Tian's own black dragon spirit stirred restlessly within him. Master. The black dragon slowly opened its eyes and spoke upon seeing Su Tian. Su Tian was momentarily taken aback. Such was the nature of the king of beasts. It possessed intelligence from the moment of its birth. Overjoyed, Su Tian gently stroked the dragon's head. The black dragon bore two small horns atop its head, embodying the essence of the king among spirit beasts. Little one, from now on, you shall be called Hamo. Su Tian decided, inspired by its inky blackness. Thank you, master. The newly named black dragon expressed its delight, darting playfully through the trees. At that moment, a radiant white light began to emanate from within the forest. Su Tian sensed the anomaly and promptly summoned the black dragon to accompany him. Without hesitation, the dragon fell into step beside him as they approached the source of the luminous glow. In the heart of the woods, a void in space suddenly tore open, spilling forth radiant white light. Random Transaction, an ancient and mysterious trading organization that randomly materializes at any location, employing a system of spontaneous trade. Seeing the prompt appear before him, Su Tian was filled with excitement. The nature of random transactions was that there were no fixed locations. They could emerge anywhere in the world. The items within were all ancient artifacts imbued with formidable power. In the past, an island lord had once exchanged a mere berry for an elf due to sheer luck. The rules of this exchange were not dictated by the quality of goods, but rather operated on a blind box system. The random trading site was filled with countless ancient items, each shimmering with ethereal white light. The trader only requires to pay a price to randomly receive one item from the collection. The cost is irrelevant, as any contribution yields a return. Moreover, the acquired items are entirely random, devoid of any discernible patterns. As thoughts raced through his mind, Su Tian could no longer contain his curiosity and decided to make an attempt. He retrieved a berry and cast it into the void. Instantly, a shimmering white light flickered in the air, and a luminous orb was ejected towards him. Su Tian extended his right hand to catch it, and, with a gentle squeeze, the white radiance dissipated, revealing an ancient shield in his grasp. Earth Shield, an ancient extraordinary weapon. It possesses indomitable defensive capabilities, able to withstand all attacks from beings below the earth immortal level. To his astonishment, it was indeed an extraordinary weapon with such remarkable effects. Su Tian was taken aback by the information before him. This Earth Shield could resist all assaults from entities beneath the Earth Immortal tier, rendering it virtually invincible in the initial stages. His heart ignited with excitement. After stowing the Earth Shield, he hurriedly tossed in a second berry for another transaction. The random trading could be conducted 3 times. Once these 3 opportunities were exhausted, the trader would vanish, only to reappear in another location. Should he choose not to trade, he would remain for 24 hours before refreshing. Upon tossing the second berry, a surge of white light emerged once more, and another orb was released from the void. Su Tian caught it again and crushed it. Advancement Pill, an ancient medicinal elixir. It harnesses the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Consuming it can greatly enhance the power of a spirit beast, promoting it to a mid-tier spirit beast. What extraordinary effects! Su Tian marveled at the advancement pill in his hand. By consuming this pill, a low-tier spirit beast could leap directly to a mid-tier spirit beast. This elixir was tailor-made for his black dragon. Casting a glance at the black dragon, Su Tian promptly fed it the advancement pill. The moment it was ingested, the black dragon emanated a terrifying aura. Subsequently, its size began to swell. What once measured over a meter swiftly grew to several tens of meters. Its 4 claws elongated, radiating sharpness. With a roar, the black dragon unleashed a thunderous dragon cry, breaking through the skies and tearing apart the clouds. Its colossal form appeared against the backdrop of the heavens, causing all the island's inhabitants to tremble in awe. The half-dragon beings, witnessing the black dragon in the sky, were rendered speechless with shock. The manifestation of a true dragon heralded a fortuitous omen. The half-dragon tribe was filled with exhilaration, their hearts racing as they gazed at the black dragon above, unable to quell their excitement. Meanwhile, Su Tian was equally astounded by the transformation of the black dragon. After evolving into a mid-tier spirit beast, the black dragon exuded an overwhelming presence, seemingly capable of shredding anything in its path. Once the black dragon had upgraded, it began to soar through the skies, relishing its newfound freedom as a true dragon. Su Tian took another glance before once more immersing himself in the random trading. This was his final opportunity. Though filled with reluctance, he had no choice. He tossed in another berry, and white light radiated from the void, culminating in the release of yet another orb. With the 3 opportunities for trading now exhausted, the space around them began to collapse. Su Tian sighed, feeling helpless. If only he could keep the random trading here. Feeling the island master's wish, the forest has attuned itself, sealing this space to intercept the random trading. A thunderous roar erupted. A blinding white light suddenly appeared, halting the impending collapse of the void. The forest has attuned itself, successfully intercepting the random trading, allowing for 3 transactions daily henceforth. After a brief moment of astonishment, Su Tian quickly regained his composure. Incredible! The forest had directly intercepted the random trading. He was astounded, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of this operation. It was indeed extraordinary. To think that the random trading, which followed no patterns, could be so directly controlled. Henceforth, this would be his private possession. The overwhelming excitement surged within him. The forest had proven to be remarkably beneficial. Observing the lush greenery surrounding him, Su Tian couldn't help but express his admiration. Feeling the master's praise, the forest compelled the random trading to open 4 times daily. Su Tian exclaimed, "This is truly remarkable." Upon witnessing this turn of events, he entered a mode of effusive praise. After showering the forest with compliments, it did not exhibit any further changes. Yet Su Tian felt no disappointment. Rather, he was elated. The surprises the forest had bestowed upon him were already monumental. Not only had it successfully intercepted the random trading, but it also allowed for 4 uses each day. If this news were to spread, it would surely incite envy among other island masters. After savoring his elation for a moment, Su Tian exerted force, crushing the 3rd item in his hand. Barbarian Totem, the emblem of the barbarian tribe. Using it can summon countless barbarians, with a usage limit of 10 times. Su Tian's understanding of the barbarian totem was somewhat limited. He only knew that the barbarians were an ancient clan, renowned for their ferocity and savagery. It was said that wherever they roamed, nothing was left unscathed. In ancient times, they bore a fearsome reputation that struck terror into the hearts of many. Though he was not deeply versed in their lore, Su Tian sensed the extraordinary nature of the barbarian totem. After all, The barbarians, known for their ruthless might, possessed incredibly formidable powers. The ability of the totem to summon barbarians seemed to bridge the ancient past with the present. Su Tian felt a surge of excitement and carefully stored it away. This artifact should only be used in critical moments, for each invocation would summon forth a tide of bloodshed and carnage. Such a relic must be wielded with caution. Gazing at the sky, Su Tian's spirits soared. The night's haul had been immensely fruitful. Not only had he successfully intercepted the random trading, but he had also acquired 3 invaluable treasures. A smile graced his face as he sought out several individuals to secure the area. The implications of the random trading were profound. If word got out, it would undoubtedly attract covetous eyes and perilous pursuits from all sides. Thus, it was imperative that knowledge of this matter be kept to an absolute minimum. Su Tian found 4 individuals, gravely instructing them to ensure that the events here remained concealed from the outside world. He designated this place as a forbidden zone, accessible only to a select few. Subsequently, he returned to the castle beneath the luminous moonlight. Upon his return, Su Tian noticed Lin Jun coughing softly, signaling her to come over for a massage. Once in his room, Su Tian absent-mindedly remarked, "I'm feeling a bit fatigued today, so I hope you don't mind." With that, he instinctively reclined onto her lap. Lin Jun was momentarily taken aback, then offered a charming smile. She shyly replied, "Rest assured, master." With that, her delicate hands began to gently knead his weary body. Where her hands glided, Su Tian's fatigue melted away. Lin Jun smiled softly, her touch gentle as she worked on him. With his head resting on her soft lap, he soon succumbed to the soothing embrace of sleep. Chapter 68. The 10 consecutive draws of random trading. In the morning, Su Tian was jolted awake by a thunderous dragon roar. The sound pierced the heavens like a sword, resonating throughout the entire island. Su Tian sprang to his feet and glanced at Lin Jun, who appeared momentarily dazed. He quickly dashed out of the castle. In the sky above, a colossal black dragon was engaged in a fierce battle with a fiery red phoenix. The phoenix's wings blazed like autumn leaves, illuminating the entire sky with its radiant flames. What on earth was happening? Su Tian emerged, inquiring of the fire sprite above. The fire sprite, somewhat anxious, replied, "Master. This morning, a fiery phoenix appeared from nowhere. Upon arriving on the island, it began wreaking havoc." "What?" Su Tian furrowed his brow, astonished by the sudden onset of battle. A fire phoenix had unexpectedly manifested on the floating island and commenced its assault around us. "Rally forth. Let us engage this black ink creature." Su Tian bellowed, his entire being enveloped in thunderous energy, transforming into a streak of lightning that surged towards the phoenix. The fire sprite, witnessing this, did not hesitate. Its inner flames erupted with fervor. Behind it, a colossal lotus blossom materialized. "Attack!" In the skies, sensing the murderous intent, the fire phoenix attempted to retreat. However, Hayamo roared, unleashing dragon flames that instantly obstructed its escape. "You shall not evade." The black dragon unleashed its true fire, its eyes ablaze with crimson fury. At that moment, Su Tian, having arrived for reinforcements, unleashed palm thunder, conjuring 2 orbs of differently colored lightning between his hands as an assault. With a single strike, the phoenix lost numerous fiery feathers from its wings. On another front, the fire sprite, armed with a spear, charged forth. A fiery red lotus blossomed at the spear's tip. In an instant, the phoenix sustained another grievous blow. The combined might of the 4 warriors erupted in the air, warping the very fabric of space to the point of slight rupture. Boom! The fire phoenix, now utterly spent, could no longer flee. Under the assault of the trio, it was grievously injured, tumbling to the ground like a blazing meteor. Crash! The crimson phoenix crashed down, creating a deep crater in the earth. Surrounding the pit lay a charred expanse, scorched by the phoenix's fiery plumage. The black dragon gathered its dragon breath, preparing to eliminate the intruder in one fell swoop. Just then, Su Tian intervened. "Wait, let us inquire first." Descending, Su Tian manifested a radiant thunder sword in his hand. "Speak. Why did you attack us?" The fire phoenix, incapacitated and unable to retaliate, let out a weak cry. "I sensed extraordinary power here and sought to claim this place for my cultivation. I never anticipated meeting my demise here." The phoenix regretted its decision, having assumed this was the black dragon's territory, believing it could easily conquer such a recently ascended foe. Little did it know there were others on this island. Upon hearing this, Su Tian frowned slightly. "You dared to covet my territory. I shall grant you an opportunity. Reside upon my island. You may cultivate here, but you must also contribute to its welfare. If you agree, I shall spare your life. If not, by noon, you shall be served as roasted phoenix." Su Tian's ultimatum left the fire phoenix speechless. Faced with the prospect of survival, it had no choice but to comply. "Very well, I shall join you." The phoenix nodded in agreement. "Then let us formalize our pact." Su Tian extended his right palm, gently placing it upon the phoenix's forehead. In that instant, a lotus-shaped emblem appeared upon its brow. With the contract sealed, the threat of rebellion from the phoenix was mitigated. The phoenix spread its wings, slowly ascending from the crater, appearing disheveled and feathered like a drenched bird. Since you have taken residence on my island, I must tend to your wounds. Su Tian summoned a celestial angel for healing. Subsequently, he turned towards the forest, preparing for another round of 4 consecutive draws. The black dragon, having seen the trouble resolved, soared once more into the heavens. Along the way, a half-dragon knelt piously on the ground, awaiting the black dragon's arrival. The black dragon merely glanced at him, dismissing his presence. Upon reaching the forest, after a night of contemplation, the random trading could commence anew. Su Tian beamed with joy. His previous 3 opportunities yielded remarkable rewards. He wondered if today would bring similar fortune. Rubbing his hands together, he tossed the first berry into the fray. This mechanism aimed to garner the maximum yield with minimal sacrifice. As the berry landed, a dazzling white light erupted. Su Tian, well practiced, swiftly reached out to seize it. Squeezing tightly, Thousand Mechanism Umbrella, an extraordinary artifact, capable of both offense and defense. In attack mode, it can emit hundreds of sword lights. In defense mode, it can withstand attacks from beings below the celestial realm. What a splendid treasure! Su Tian exclaimed, gazing at the umbrella-shaped artifact with exhilaration. The Thousand Mechanism Umbrella represented 2 forms of extraordinary utility, offensive and defensive. It was akin to acquiring 2 extraordinary weapons. With his spirits lifted, he stored it within the floating core. He proceeded to the second draw, following the same familiar pattern. As the white light materialized, he again grasped it firmly. Wind Thunder Wings, an advanced skill scroll. Upon learning, wings of wind and thunder shall sprout from one's back, allowing for incredible speed, soaring through the clouds. Hiss! Truly, this advanced skill scroll is phenomenal. The effects are simply extraordinary. Su Tian marveled at the ancient scroll that had appeared in his hand, his heart racing. Without hesitation, he activated it. A blinding bolt of lightning flickered, causing Su Tian's body to convulse momentarily. He felt a massive surge of electricity coursing through him, flowing from his heart to his limbs, ultimately converging at his back. Ah! Su Tian cried out as 2 violet wings materialized behind him. In an instant, his garment was torn asunder by the emergence of the wings. Wind Thunder Wings. 2 wings, each over a meter in length, gradually unfurled from his back. With a gentle flap, he conjured a tremendous gale that swept through the forest. Swish, swish. As the wings flapped, faint electric currents danced upon them. Su Tian, astonished, attempted to maneuver his wings. As he flapped, purple electricity flowed through the feathers. It felt wondrous. It was his first experience with wings. Yet it seemed as though they were innately his, as natural as his own hands, ready for his command. With a powerful stroke, he transformed into a bolt of lightning. Soaring towards the sky, whoosh, a vast current of wind surged forth. Su Tian soared amidst the clouds. In that moment, he truly understood the unrestrained joy of freedom. In the sky, he could fly unimpeded. Surrounding him, beyond the endless expanse of white clouds, only the invisible gusts of wind remained. Soon, he spotted Heimo's figure amidst the mist. Heimo, taken aback upon seeing Su Tian, exclaimed, "Master, what is this?" With a slight smile, Su Tian responded, "Let us race to see who is faster." With that, he unleashed the full potential of his wind thunder wings, transforming into a flickering arc of lightning that sped away into the distance. The black dragon paused for a second, then immediately reacted. With a roar, it pursued him. And thus, the pair, one human, one dragon, soared joyously through the clouds. Below, onlookers felt a tremor in their hearts. When they looked upwards, all they could see was a massive shadow racing through the white mist, accompanied by flickering arcs of purple lightning. Wherever they passed, they created a resounding sonic boom, echoing across the sky. What bliss! Su Tian exclaimed, reveling in the joy of flight. With the wind thunder wings, not only could he soar, but his speed had significantly increased. This random trading truly was a treasure trove. Every item was a priceless gem beyond measure. Such a high-grade skill scroll would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price outside. However, the hope of achieving such a price is often a mere illusion, as treasures of this nature are rarely brought forth for auction. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Su Tian found himself once again amidst the forest. In this moment, buoyed by a sense of elation, he decided against using berries any longer. After a brief hesitation, he cast a golden jujube into the fray. "Having taken so much from you, it's only fitting I offer something in return," Su Tian declared, oblivious to the changes occurring in the random trading system before him. At the instant the golden jujube was cast, a glimmer of golden light flashed from the random trade interface. Random trade has become sentient. Daily trading opportunities are now limitless. And a 10 consecutive draw feedback mode has been activated. Each 10 consecutive draw grants an additional free opportunity. The more precious the item invested, the more valuable the items received in return. What is happening? The sudden notification left Su Tian momentarily flustered. It can become sentient? Wasn't he compelled to remain here? At that moment, a sense of bewilderment washed over him. After a brief period of shock, excitement surged within Su Tian as he reflected on the implications. He realized he had struck gold. With unlimited trading opportunities, he could engage in exchanges without restraint. Moreover, the activation of the 10 consecutive draw mode was nothing short of exhilarating. A free opportunity added on top of it all. He felt as though he had hit the jackpot. As for the stipulation that more valuable items yield more precious returns, Su Tian considered it inconsequential. After all, he had merely invested a golden jujube, and yet it had awakened the system. This indicated that the random trade was remarkably accommodating. Filled with joy, Su Tian picked up the golden orb that had just materialized on the ground. Indeed, after becoming sentient, the orb of random trade had transformed into a golden hue. Gently squeezing it, the item within instantly revealed its form. Binding Celestial Lock, a subdivine grade artifact, a remnant weapon from an ancient war, capable of binding any being below the subdivine level. Gasp! A subdivine item. Su Tian inhaled sharply as he beheld the binding Celestial Lock. What does it mean to be subdivine? It signifies the pinnacle of existence within this world. In truth, only a scant few individuals from millennia ago could claim to have truly attained subdivine status. These individuals were hailed as eternally ageless, their lifespans rivaling that of the heavens. Their prowess was terrifying, capable of annihilating worlds with a mere gesture. Furthermore, this binding celestial lock could bind anyone beneath the subdivine level, even in its flawed state. It is not difficult to fathom that in its prime, it could potentially bind even divine beings. Such an item is indeed a true treasure. Su Tian's heart raced with excitement. In exchange for a single golden jujube, he had received such a magnificent gift. Clearly, his previous assumptions needed reevaluation. He could no longer afford to underestimate this system. It demanded earnest regard. Henceforth, Su Tian resolved to bring forth any valuable items for the purpose of drawing. Only with investment could there be returns. Chapter 69, The Dragon's Altar. A fortuitous lottery. Let us embark on 10 soul-stirring draws. Su Tian gazed at the random trade interface, murmuring to himself. Typically, one would expect at least one grand prize among 10 draws. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he eagerly cast 10 golden jujubes into the system. Under his watchful gaze, the random trade erupted in a blaze of golden light. Subsequently, 10 golden orbs burst forth in an instant. Su Tian's eyes sparkled as he caught them one by one, gathering a substantial handful. Ha ha ha, I've struck it rich. Su Tian chuckled foolishly as he cracked open the first orb. Puppet Shadow, an ancient talisman. Upon use, it summons a puppet shadow, possessing half the strength of its host. Indistinguishable from the real thing below the realm of carefree transcendence. Not bad. Another fine item. Su Tian beamed with satisfaction as he stowed it away. He proceeded to crack open the second orb. However, at the moment the second item appeared, he was taken aback. Puppet Shadow, an ancient talisman. Upon use, it summons a puppet shadow, possessing half the strength of its host, indistinguishable from the real thing below the realm of carefree transcendence. What in the world? What is happening? Su Tian stared at the second puppet shadow in disbelief. He never anticipated encountering such a scenario. He then numbly opened the third orb. Puppet Shadow. Su Tian continued to crack open 9 orbs in succession, each revealing a puppet shadow. Now, Su Tian was no longer composed. This 10 consecutive draw was rigged. Why was it all the same? Surely the 10th one couldn't also be a puppet shadow. With an anxious heart, he approached the 10th orb. Blueprint of the Dragon-S Altar. An ancient schematic for a special structure. Upon use, it allows for the construction of a Dragon-S altar, which can enhance dragon souls and emanate draconic power. Phew. Holding the special blueprint in his hands, Su Tian let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the last one was not another puppet shadow. The dragon's altar. Su Tian mused over the blueprint in his grasp. This altar could enhance dragon souls, making it perfect for bolstering the strength of Hymo. Moreover, the altar could also radiate draconic power. If constructed within the half-dragon tribe, it would yield double benefits. This would also spare him the trouble of constantly transporting draconic energy. Resolute, Su Tian decided the dragon's altar would be built within the territory of the half-dragons. Subsequently, he regarded the random trade interface with a peculiar expression. This 10 consecutive draw was quite the disappointment. Perhaps it was time to try a single draw instead. Su Tian invested his last jujube, depleting his stock completely. Since returning from the extraordinary realm, the consumption of golden jujubes had been staggering. The black jujube tree had yet to mature, so after this expenditure, he would not have any replenishment in the near term. As thoughts swirled, the random trade once again produced a golden orb. Without hesitation, Su Tian cracked it open. Puppet Shadow. Damn it, how is it another one of these? Su Tian's expression darkened completely upon seeing the 10th puppet shadow. What is going on? Is his luck simply abysmal, or has he outgrown this system? At this moment, Su Tian began to ponder. Could it be that after the random trade became sentient, it no longer valued these items? Su Tian regarded the random trade with a quizzical gaze. Previously, he had dismissed it lightly, but now it seemed he must treat it with utmost seriousness. Otherwise, every time he drew, he might end up with the same item. After a grimace, Su Tian decided against lingering any longer. The random trade had proven difficult to deceive. It seemed to overlook ordinary items, and without any valuable treasures, he feared he might not acquire anything worthwhile. Thus, he resolved to temper his expectations and wait until he had something of value to trade. Exiting the small grove, he instructed the guards, signaling them to maintain strict vigilance and prevent any unauthorized entry. The others nodded in agreement, taking the matter seriously. After concluding his instructions, Su Tian unfurled his wind and thunder wings and soared towards the half-dragon tribe. Along the way, he encountered Haimo amidst the clouds. Su Tian descended with Haimo into the half-dragon tribe. With the arrival of man and dragon, the entire half-dragon tribe erupted into a flurry of excitement. The Dragon Lord and the true dragon have arrived. Upon seeing them, Gilga immediately shouted with exhilaration. In an instant, all the half-dragons set aside their tasks, flocking to pay their respects. They gazed at Haimo with eyes aglow, revering him as if he were a deity. At that moment, Su Tian sensed that their reverence for Haimo surpassed their regard for him. However, he paid it no mind, for they revered the true dragon. While he possessed the soul of a true dragon, he was not a true member of the dragon lineage. Haimo, as the true dragon, was far more exalted than he, both in name and bloodline. Cough, cough. Su Tian cleared his throat, gently announcing, I have come here today for two matters. Firstly, I shall construct a dragon altar here, which serves two primary purposes. One is to nurture the dragon souls, and the other is to unleash the dragon's aura for your cultivation. With the dragon altar, your training will yield extraordinary results with minimal effort. Secondly, from this moment forth, Haimo shall reside within the dragon altar. The altar is specifically designed to nurture his dragon soul, and he will become your overseer. Henceforth, the half-dragon tribe shall be managed by him. Is that true? Upon hearing this, all the half-dragons were filled with exhilaration. Gilga felt a surge of emotions and excitedly proclaimed, We shall heed the true dragon's words from now on. In that instant, every half-dragon solemnly echoed this sentiment. It was their honor to have Haimo dwell among them. They had long revered the true dragon, and now that their belief had manifested, how could they not be thrilled? Haimo said little, for Su Tian had made all the arrangements. He merely needed to comply. Subsequently, Su Tian sought out a location of exceptional geomantic significance to erect the dragon altar. Utilizing a special blueprint, a grand altar spanning 10 acres gradually materialized. Surrounding this ethereal projection, a gentle flow of light began to shimmer. Before long, the dragon altar was successfully established. Encircling the altar were 4 immense dragon-shaped edifices, each radiating an ancient elemental aura. Upon his arrival, Haimo immediately sensed the dragon soul within him quiver slightly. Not only he, but Su Tian also felt this sensation. Within him, the black dragon's true spirit roared. Suppressing his inner tumult, Su Tian declared, with the impending battle, you must swiftly forge defenses and enhance your strength. With the dragon altar, your cultivation must be expedited. Yes, the crowd responded with enthusiasm and reverence. Su Tian nodded, unfurling his wings of wind and thunder, and soared towards the Minotaur tribe. The matters concerning the half-dragons had been resolved. Now, Su Tian needed to retrieve the first batch of extraordinary weapons forged by the Minotaurs. According to estimates, they should have completed the initial batch by now. In no time, Su Tian arrived at the Minotaur tribe, with the wind and thunder wings. Even a distance of 100 kilometers could be traversed in 10 minutes. Upon landing, he observed that the Minotaurs had divided into 3 groups. One was mining elemental ores. Another was forging extraordinary weapons, and the third was constructing defensive perimeters. It must be said that the Minotaurs' planning was indeed superior to that of the half-dragons. Their arrangements were methodical and rationally distributed. Each Minotaur had a designated role, except for Kata. As the chief of the Minotaurs, Kata had no assigned task, instead engrossed in studying crossbows. Upon Su Tian's arrival, Kata immediately set aside his research and approached with readiness. Master, what commands do you have? Kata said respectfully. Su Tian glanced at him and replied casually, Has the first batch of extraordinary weapons been forged? Indeed, Kata responded. After a full day of crafting, the first batch consisted of 112 pieces. These extraordinary weapons were currently stored in the warehouse, ready for deployment at any moment. Su Tian felt quite pleased with the Minotaurs. Their civilization was remarkably advanced. They had effectively utilized local resources to develop their tribe splendidly. Accompanied by Kata, Su Tian quickly arrived at the warehouse, where he beheld the first batch of extraordinary weapons. Each weapon was a fire sword, forged from fire elemental ores. Every single one emanated a vibrant fire elemental force. Su Tian casually picked one up and instantly felt a surge of robust fire elemental energy. With a swift movement, a brilliant crimson flame erupted into the air. Excellent, Su Tian praised, then opened the core of the floating island, storing the entire batch of extraordinary weapons within. In recognition of the Minotaur's outstanding performance, Su Tian decided to reward them. He produced a puppet shadow and handed it to Kata. This is a puppet shadow, which, when activated, can replicate an individual who resembles you entirely. The puppet possesses half of your strength and your complete essence, making it indistinguishable to the average person. Controlling the puppet is straightforward. Merely a thought will allow you to manipulate it remotely. If utilized wisely, this puppet can prove immensely beneficial. As Su Tian explained, he handed over the talisman. Kata, with a serious expression, exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you for your generous gift, Master. We shall strive even harder to serve you." Deeply moved, Kata was astonished by the puppet shadow. As he attempted to activate it, the moment the talisman vanished from his grasp, a shadow materialized beneath his feet. The shadow gradually rose and transformed into an identical replica of Kata. Witnessing this scene, not only was Kata astonished, but Su Tian too was taken aback. Although he understood the function of the puppet shadow, witnessing it in action for the first time was still awe-inspiring. The puppet shadow was astonishingly lifelike. Had it not been for the mark he had placed on Kata, he might have struggled to discern which was the real person. Kata, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "With this, I essentially possess a substitute. Moreover, I can command the entire tribe while reclining at home." Elated, Kata was already experimenting with controlling the puppet shadow. Upon hearing his words, Su Tian fell into contemplation. This puppet shadow was indeed useful. Not only could it serve as a safeguard against assassination, but it could also be dispatched to oversee tasks. It seems prudent to gather additional puppet shadows. In that moment, Su Tian's earlier frustrations dissipated entirely. He no longer fretted over the 10 consecutive draws. For even if they were similar, these ancient artifacts held great value. Each one was a priceless treasure. Determined, Su Tian resolved that such puppet shadows must be bestowed upon the celestial angels and extraordinary elves, each receiving one. Although the puppet shadow could only replicate half of their strength, that half was already formidable. At that time, the combat power on the island would increase significantly. Su Tian turned and took flight with his wind and thunder wings, returning to the island. Chapter 70, Planning for the Future. At the center of the island, Su Tian soared through the sky, spotting Leia's figure from a distance. He landed gracefully. Leia appeared somewhat surprised. "Master, when did you obtain wings?" "Just now." Su Tian replied with a slight smile. He then produced the puppet shadow and, getting straight to the point, said, "Leia, this talisman can manifest a puppet of yourself. The puppet possesses half of your strength and your full essence, making it indistinguishable to ordinary people. With the puppet shadow, not only will your combat prowess increase, but you will also gain a powerful ally. Controlling the puppet is simple, just a thought will guide its actions." Leia was taken aback. This was her first encounter with such an ancient talisman. With a sense of curiosity, she quietly activated the puppet shadow. Soon, a shadow emerged beneath her feet. The shadow gradually took shape, revealing her likeness. In the next moment, Leia found herself locking eyes with the puppet shadow. At that moment, even she found it challenging to discern which was the authentic figure. Su Tian chuckled, saying, "With this, your task of managing the floating island will become even more effortless. Just a thought, and you can oversee everything on the island." Upon hearing this, Leia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Indeed," she exclaimed, then directed the puppet to venture forth. After a brief practice session, she quickly became adept at controlling the puppet shadow. Observing her progress, Su Tian decided not to linger and prepared to seek out others. He unfurled his wind and thunder wings, ready to depart. Just as he was about to leave, Leia caught up with him. Su Tian turned, looking at her with curiosity. "What is it? Is there something else?" "No." Leia smiled gently and said, "Now that we possess the shadow of the puppet, it seems I ought to accompany my master more often." Su Tian was taken aback, unable to comprehend her meaning. However, the next moment, Leia demonstrated her intent through action. She followed Su Tian closely, indicating that wherever he went, she would follow, even during sleep. Su Tian was somewhat astonished. After all, in his eyes, Leia was a cold and aloof goddess, an angel who could kill without a flicker of her eyes. How had she transformed into such a docile girl in his presence? Lost in thought, the two soon arrived beneath the elemental divine tree. At that moment, the fire sprite and earth sprite were engrossed in comprehending the elemental forces. Upon sensing Su Tian's presence, both opened their eyes in unison. "Master," they exclaimed, rising to their feet. Their gazes fixed in astonishment upon the twin wings of wind and thunder behind Su Tian. "This is," Su Tian smiled lightly and explained, "the wings I refined just this morning, truly deserving of the title master. To acquire such an item," the fire sprite exclaimed, astonished as it sensed the dual elemental powers attached to the wings. "Blazing wilds, starry earth, this is the shadow of the puppet." Su Tian produced a talisman, elucidating its purpose to everyone. After some time, having grasped the utility of the shadow of the puppet, the two sprites did not hesitate to utilize the talisman. Subsequently, under the gaze of all, another fire sprite and earth sprite gradually materialized. After a moment of contemplation, and confirming that the puppet before them was of the same essence as themselves, the fire sprite was utterly elated. "This is fantastic. With this puppet, my progress in comprehending fire elements will double." Su Tian was perplexed. The shadow of the puppet can be used in such a manner? The fire sprite rejoiced, explaining that their comprehension of elemental forces was initially slow, but with the enhancement of the shadow of the puppet, it was akin to having an additional person assisting in their understanding. This effectively doubled their comprehension speed. Hearing this, the Earth sprite, now fully aware, also became enthusiastic. Indeed, this is certainly the case. The Fire sprite's excitement was palpable as it discussed comprehension methods with the Earth sprite. Su Tian was astonished. This seemingly trivial shadow of the puppet had unveiled such a multitude of benefits. Upon sensing the new spirits taking residence, the elemental divine tree's fire element and earth element powers increased by 50, enhancing fire and earth comprehension by 20%. Just as Su Tian was contemplating this, a notification popped up before him. Remarkable. The shadow of the puppet is even undetectable by the elemental divine tree. Su Tian mused, acknowledging the formidable nature of the shadow of the puppet. Then, the elemental divine tree began to sway, emanating an intense aura of fire and earth elements. In an instant, both powers enveloped the fire sprite and earth sprite. Not only that, at that moment, they could feel their comprehension accelerating dramatically. Starry Earth, quickly sit down and comprehend the power. The fire sprite urged, summoning its shadow of the puppet to jointly delve into the essence of fire. Observing this scene, Su Tian quietly took his leave, recognizing the need for their focus. Master, where did all these wondrous items come from? Laya couldn't help but inquire. Gazing at the mysterious and extraordinary shadow of the puppet, Su Tian, having no intention of concealing the truth from her, replied, I acquired this from the random trading. The random trading is an ancient void brimming with marvelous items. As long as one offers something, this void reciprocates with goods. Initially, the principle of random trading relied on luck. However, it has now gained sentience and has little regard for ordinary items. Su Tian shared his concerns, and upon hearing this, Laya's eyes sparkled with excitement. Master, so you're saying we have a logistical supply station? With the random trading, won't we be able to amass an endless supply of items in the future? Just look at the shadow of the puppet. Although numerous, its effects are incredibly useful. Ideally, every individual should possess one. However, for others to obtain it, they would need to purchase it using points. We had previously discussed establishing a points store, hadn't we? Now, with these, don't they perfectly fulfill our needs? If the points store develops well, it could become the driving force behind the entire island's progress. You see, the development of a world revolves around the formation of a trading system. With a points-based system in place, numerous scenarios would unfold on the island. Honest individuals would earn points through the most ordinary means to acquire what they need, typically referred to as the labor class. Meanwhile, some astute individuals would emerge, forming their own factions through various means, akin to groups or companies in the old world. They would seek to acquire points through diverse methods, classified as the capitalist class. Of course, beyond these two groups, a third category would arise, akin to Su Tian himself. They govern their own territories, requiring no labor, merely collecting taxes to earn points. Thus, once the point system is established, the island will enter a phase of rapid development. Laya was elated. Through random trading, they could swiftly accumulate items for the point store. The store initially needed to cater to essential goods, divided into categories such as clothing, food, housing, transportation, and cultivation. In the early stages, there was no need for excessive complexity. Meeting these basic categories would suffice. As the island's resources rapidly developed and accumulated, they could gradually fulfill the diverse needs of the people. Su Tian nodded silently, acknowledging Laya's thoughtful considerations. This plan had previously seemed distant, but now, with the advent of random trading, they could implement it in the near future. Soon, the civilizations among the island's tribes would flourish rapidly. Su Tian resolved that once the other 6 regions were expanded, they could implement this point system. Today is the 23rd. There are 7 days left until the floating island assessment, and 6 regions remain to be expanded. During this time, Su Tian must act swiftly. Furthermore, if possible, it would be best to finish a few days in advance, allowing the newly conquered tribes time to prepare. As for the point store and random trading, Su Tian believed it would be best to leave it in Laya's capable hands. He had a detailed plan for that. After giving her instructions, he prepared to expand into the 3rd domain. Before doing so, they needed to visit the forest. Upon arriving in the small forest, Su Tian introduced Laya to the security situation, explaining that there were 10 individuals guarding from 5 different positions. He appointed Laya as the new overseer of this area. Then, the two entered the forest and approached the random trading. As Laya gazed at this void, her eyes slightly narrowed. As a divine angel, she could sense a soul substance emanating from this void. Su Tian understood this was likely related to its newfound sentience. After discussing their approach, they unanimously decided to begin by accumulating a batch of extraordinary items using some commonplace goods, regardless of the items traded. As long as they were of greater value than what they offered, it would be a profit. As for those divine and demigod weapons, they would reserve them for personal use. Such treasures held immense value and should not be exposed lightly. Should word of them spread, they would be met with catastrophic consequences. Such items would surely attract the attention of other island lords, eager to seize them. Thus, regardless of the circumstances, such items must be shrouded in secrecy. Leia, the helmsman of the island, is entrusted with these matters, which gives Su Tian great reassurance. As for the future, He intends to gradually cultivate Zhao Hao into a leader of the island. When the time comes for warfare, the command of the troops will be entrusted to him. Su Tian contemplates that it is time to allocate some resources to Zhao Hao. As the general of the island, if his strength is insufficient, he will undoubtedly struggle to command respect. Currently, each tribe possesses its own lord. They are scattered across the island, akin to subordinate nations. The combat prowess of the floating island primarily relies on these individuals. As humans, they have the opportunity to enter the realm of the extraordinary and become true powerhouses. Although the extraordinary aura on the island is sparse, with the continuous development and enhancement of the island, the realms they will eventually traverse will become increasingly profound. Therefore, each of them will have the opportunity to step into the extraordinary in the future. Thus, during this period, Su Tian needs to open up resources to Zhao Hao, allowing his strength to elevate. Chapter 71. Expansion of the Third Region. The training ground, situated in the southern part of the inner island, has been designated as a military training area due to its average resources. At this moment, Zhao Hao is training the troops. Increase your sword speed, stabilize your horse stance, and don't lose your balance. Engage your waist and coordinate your body. Zhao Hao weaves through the crowd, offering guidance to each individual. After observing for a while, Su Tian recognizes Zhao Hao's genuine expertise in this area. Under his instruction, several individuals have noticeably enhanced their movements and strength. Old Zhao, come here for a moment. Su Tian beckons, speaking up. Upon hearing the call, Zhao Hao swiftly turns and approaches him. Master, what are your commands? Su Tian smiles gently, commending him. Excellent. Under your leadership these past few days, they have made significant progress. Your praise is undeserved, Master. It is merely my duty. Zhao Hao responds with a humble grin. Without beating around the bush, Su Tian addresses him directly. Old Zhao, you were once an extraordinary being, and you must have aspirations regarding the extraordinary realm. Now, as the leader of the troops, I have decided to allocate some resources to you, enabling your strength to advance further. Zhao Hao's expression shifts to one of astonishment, coupled with excitement. Master, this is far too precious. He stammers, feeling a bit bashful. Su Tian chuckles lightly. What is there to feel embarrassed about? I have previously promised that on my island, anything is possible. Now that you are the commander of the army, the vital responsibility of guarding the floating island will rest upon your shoulders. Thus, cultivating you now is a matter of foresight. Moreover, as the general of the island, your actions in battle will represent the entire floating island. Hence, enhancing your strength is essential. Shortly, we shall conquer a new area, and tonight, I will provide you with a few extraordinary fruits to bolster your power. Master, the extraordinary fruits are exceedingly valuable. I cannot accept such a gift. Zhao Hao exclaims, overwhelmed. He is acutely aware of the worth of the extraordinary fruits, having once sustained grievous injuries in pursuit of one, leading to his current state. Su Tian's mention of several extraordinary fruits leaves him feeling unworthy of such generosity. Enough. I have made my decision. There is no need for further reluctance. If you truly feel uncomfortable accepting this, then let your actions serve as repayment. The guardianship of the island will be entrusted to you, so do not let me down. Su Tian states earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I will not betray your trust. Zhao Hao replies solemnly. Good. Now distribute this batch of weapons. Su Tian declares, lightly tapping his hand, causing over 100 extraordinary weapons to materialize instantaneously. In awe of the vibrant extraordinary weapons, Zhao Hao is momentarily speechless. These are extraordinary weapons. And so many? Staring at the towering pile of extraordinary weapons, he struggles to articulate his thoughts. This is the first batch of extraordinary weapons. Henceforth, a new batch will arrive daily. Before the floating island assessment, each of you will receive an extraordinary weapon. Zhao Hao gasps in astonishment, his heart overwhelmed. The speed of development on Su Tian's island is truly remarkable. As someone with experience, Zhao Hao understands the hardships of initial development. In the early stages, the production efficiency of tools is woefully inadequate. To progress, relentless effort is required. Moreover, nightly, they must endure relentless monster invasions. Under such conditions, development during the initial phase is typically slow. However, since arriving on the island, Zhao Hao feels as if he has entered a new world. Over the past few days, he has gained some understanding of certain areas on the island. This floating island is quite peculiar, with mining and production efficiency remarkably high. The extraction of eternal iron in a single day equates to what he previously achieved in an entire year. Additionally, the growth rate of the crops is astonishing, yielding harvests weekly. Yet, what astounds him even more is the distribution of combat power on the island. This island boasts 2 extraordinary spirits. Zhao Hao knows well the rarity of extraordinary spirits. Among 1,000 island lords, perhaps only one is fortunate enough to acquire an extraordinary spirit. Yet, on Su Tian's side, there are 2 extraordinary spirits at his command. Not only that, but there are also 2 divine angels. Zhao Hao is not overly familiar with divine angels, but after witnessing their prowess, he can sense their exceptional nature. During the attack on the half-dragon clan, the divine angels descended upon the battlefield like avenging deities, utterly unmatched. Their combat abilities are remarkable, but their regenerative capabilities are equally astonishing. Many severely injured individuals were fully healed overnight under their care. Such divine angels likely hold a status comparable to that of extraordinary spirits. Furthermore, in recent days, he has also spotted a massive black dragon soaring through the skies. Undoubtedly, this black dragon is also a resident of the island. Otherwise, had it appeared in the island's vicinity, Su Tian would have surely led a hunt against it long ago. Gazing upon this mythical floating island, Zhao Hao feels he has aligned himself with the right person. Su Tian is formidable yet kind-hearted. Unlike other island lords, he does not look down upon them as mere slaves. Rather, he treats them with utmost care. Reflecting on this, Zhao Hao cannot help but feel a tinge of emotion. In an era dominated by self-interest, finding such a noble individual is truly rare. Su Tian, bewildered, wonders what has transpired. Just moments ago, everything was well. And now Zhao Hao seems unexpectedly sentimental. Observing the steely man before him with reddened eyes, Su Tian is utterly taken aback. He has not shed tears over betrayal by friends, nor has he wept at being treated as a slave. Yet now, he displays a hint of sentimentality. Su Tian's heart races. Is it merely a batch of extraordinary weapons that has elicited such a strong reaction? Zhao Hao composes himself, stating resolutely, "Master, rest assured. I will not betray your expectations. The island will endure," he vows, pledging to protect the floating island with every last drop of his blood. Su Tian can only smile wryly, patting his shoulder. "Old Zhao, I understand." Zhao Hao nods, and then calls forth the others to distribute the extraordinary weapons. Addressing the assembled crowd, he raises his voice. "Brothers, our master has shown his faith in us by providing extraordinary weapons. I trust you all recognize the immense value of these extraordinary weapons. It is an honor for us that our master is willing to bestow them upon us. As soldiers of the island, we must never take this honor lightly. Henceforth, we must train diligently and repay our master with our actions." "Yes," the crowd responds in unison, their voices resounding with fervor. "Very well. This is the first batch of extraordinary weapons, and each day, another batch will arrive. According to the hierarchy, each squad leader will first come forward to claim a weapon, with the remaining weapons distributed evenly among the groups. There is no need for anyone to be anxious. In just a few days, everyone will be allocated extraordinary weapons." Indeed, as the words fell, a group of squad leaders eagerly stepped forward. Their expressions radiated excitement as they grasped the flaming sword on the ground, instantly feeling a surge of vibrant power. The essence of fire flowed from their palms into their very beings, significantly enhancing their strength and invigorating their spirits. One of them swung the weapon, and a brilliant scarlet light immediately illuminated the air. This scene left the onlookers astounded. After the allocation of the extraordinary weapons, Zhao Hao led them forth to assault the third region. This time, Su Tian did not summon the extraordinary spirits or the divine angels. They would venture together, as the fire and earth spirits were currently engrossed in comprehending elemental powers. The two divine angels also had their own duties to attend to. As for this expedition, Su Tian felt a sense of assurance. Having undergone 2 expansions of territory, he had gained some understanding of these tribes. As long as they dealt with the tribal chief, everything else would fall into place. Even if they encountered a tribe like the half-dragons, who would rather die than yield, they were unperturbed. For now, they possessed over 100 extraordinary weapons. With these weapons, their power would be greatly amplified. Thus, even without calling upon others, Su Tian was confident in their ability to succeed in the conquest. He hoped this time would not mirror the last, where the battle ended before it began. "Indeed, I only just acquired my extraordinary weapon and am eager to test it out. You foolish ones. If we could conquer without fighting, wouldn't that be even better? It would save us the trouble of rebuilding later." At the rear of the army, some who had received extraordinary weapons whispered among themselves, driven by a thirst for battle. Zhao Hao, striding ahead, called out sharply, "Silence." With their movements synchronized, they soon arrived at the third area. This time, Su Tian and Zhao Hao led the army directly into the mist. After 2 expansions, they had grown unafraid of the mist. As soon as they set foot in this place, the surrounding fog swiftly dissipated. Zhao Hao, wielding the flaming sword, cautiously advanced ahead. After traversing 5 kilometers, the mist finally revealed a tribal settlement. The army pressed forward, and the tribe, hidden in the fog, gradually unveiled its true form. It was a civilization akin to that of the bull-headed tribe, showcasing a high level of advancement. Su Tian cast his gaze and was surprised to see several windmills turning. Moreover, there were fertile fields planted with crops ahead. Curiosity piqued, Su Tian wondered what kind of beings could create such wonders. As they entered, Su Tian soon encountered the tribe's inhabitants, giant apes, indigenous beings endowed with remarkable speed and high intelligence. Su Tian understood, no wonder the civilization here was so advanced. It turned out these beings were the ancestors of humanity, the apes. However, these apes were different. They were towering, each standing about 2 meters tall. Externally, they were robust, each one a sovereign of the jungle. Chapter 72, Subjugating the Giant Apes. "Apes, summon your leader." Su Tian bellowed, instantly capturing the attention of all the apes. Realizing they were under invasion, the apes froze for a moment before displaying hostility. With fierce screeches and roars, a group of apes armed themselves, bracing for battle. Witnessing this, Su Tian furrowed his brow slightly. He raised his hand, and the followers behind him immediately lifted their weapons, ready to strike. With a swift motion, Zhao Hao swung his sword, and the fiery blade sliced through the air, landing before the apes. Startled, the apes recoiled. Zhao Hao declared, "My master has commanded that you bring forth your leader to speak. If he does not appear, I shall raise your tribe." With a menacing advance, Zhao Hao stepped forward. The crowd behind him followed suit, their orderly march sending tremors through the front line of apes. At that moment, one ape stepped forward to speak. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" Su Tian regarded him coldly, offering no reply. Zhao Hao glanced over and coldly stated, "My master has commanded that you bring forth your leader. 20 seconds have passed. If he does not come forth, I will obliterate your tribe." Zhao Hao's forceful words caused the ape to frown slightly. After hesitating, he hurriedly dashed back. Su Tian understood that a show of strength was imperative. Once their leader emerged, negotiations would proceed smoothly. If they agreed to submit, a bloodbath could be avoided. If they refused, Su Tian would swiftly seize their leader with overwhelming force. A few breaths later, a golden giant ape slowly approached from the front. He surveyed the crowd, and then spoke in a resonant voice. "Who are you? What do you seek here?" Seeing the leader had emerged, Su Tian wasted no time and spoke plainly. "This region has been expanded by us. From now on, I demand your submission." "What? This is impossible. This land is unclaimed. We have lived here for centuries without ever hearing of others existing. Though I do not know where you come from. Submission is absolutely out of the question." The golden giant ape growled in anger, firmly rejecting Su Tian's words. Having been the leader of this land for decades, he would never simply relinquish it. Then let there be war. Seeing the refusal, Su Tian hesitated no longer and launched an attack. In an instant, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, closing in on the foe. Behind him, Zhao Hao led their advance. The apes were momentarily bewildered, clearly unprepared for Su Tian's decisive combat approach. Boom! Su Tian appeared before the golden giant ape and delivered a powerful punch, sending him flying several meters away. This scene left the surrounding apes in stunned silence. Before they could process their shock, Zhao Hao and the others were already upon them. Su Tian unleashed a murderous intent, a terrifying aura enveloping the crowd. At that moment, they felt as if they had plunged into a freezing abyss, trembling in fear. "I shall grant you one more opportunity. If you do not comply, a bloodbath shall ensue." The forceful assault stunned all the apes. At this moment, the apes knew long if the golden giant ape truly refused to submit, it would immediately express its stance. After a brief moment of silence, the golden giant ape suddenly knelt down, bowing its head to the ground. "I am willing to submit." As a leader and an astute individual, it recognized that there was no alternative. To resist would surely lead to death. Moreover, it understood that the other members of the tribe would not support it in a fight to the bitter end. Thus, rather than resist, it was wiser to yield. With the golden giant ape's declaration, the other apes also knelt down in submission. Upon witnessing this, Su Tian revealed a smile. "Excellent. You are all wise individuals. Trust me. Submitting to me is the most prudent choice you will ever make in your lives. Now, gather everyone to finalize the contract." Su Tian instructed the golden giant ape. Yes. The golden giant ape did not resist. It called out to the other apes scattered around, who promptly converged towards this location. Once everyone had arrived, Su Tian grasped a clearer understanding of the tribe's demographics. There were over 500 individuals, a modest number, yet their development was remarkably swift. A lotus flower manifested in Su Tian's palm, radiating a golden light, which then appeared as a small lotus on each individual's forehead. With the contract established, Su Tian felt no fear of rebellion from them. "You may disperse now," Su Tian declared, and then he departed with the golden giant ape. On Zhao Hao's side, upon witnessing the ape's submission, he decided to return with the remaining individuals. Some expressed their sentiments. "The island master's strength is truly formidable. Each time we refrain from engaging, the battle concludes. Such invincibility can be rather lonely. Indeed, I wish I could have tried the weapon I just acquired." Meanwhile, Su Tian led the golden giant ape to the periphery to assess the situation. "What is your name?" Su Tian inquired. "Wukong," replied the golden giant ape. "Wukong? Who bestowed that name upon you?" Su Tian asked, somewhat astonished that the creature bore the name Wukong. "My parents named me," the golden giant ape answered casually. Su Tian was internally astonished. Was this merely a coincidence? Disregarding his doubts, Su Tian proceeded to the matter at hand. "How long has your tribe been developing here? And what is its current state?" Wukong contemplated for a moment before responding. "Our tribe has been living here for over 300 years. Presently, we are settled and thriving." Su Tian nodded, indeed noticing that the ape tribe had made significant progress. There were windmills, rice fields, and various primitive tools. However, the most glaring deficiency was their lack of combat capability. After some thought, Su Tian pondered whether he should teach them the art of weapon forging. These apes possessed high intelligence and could easily learn with a bit of guidance. With weapons, their combat strength would naturally improve. Wukong, your tribe is indeed progressing well. However, there exists a critical flaw among you, an absence of combat power. Your previous lifestyle here has been one of peaceful coexistence. Thus you have neglected the importance of battle. Nevertheless, now and in the future, your tribe cannot escape the necessity of war. To enhance your combat capabilities, I will send individuals to instruct you in fighting techniques and weapon crafting. You are all wise. You should comprehend the benefits of this. We understand. Wukong nodded in response. From the recent battle, they had deeply grasped the pain of weakness. Without strength, they could only be at the mercy of others. Now that they had submitted to Su Tian, there could be no turning back. Su Tian enlisted a few minotaurs and half-dragons to instruct them. The minotaurs were well-versed in weapon forging and were eager to share their techniques. The half-dragons, on the other hand, were tasked with teaching them combat skills. Currently, the half-dragons possessed the highest combat strength among the tribes. Su Tian could only inflict casualties upon attacking the half-dragon tribe, underscoring their might. The ape tribe welcomed the others from different tribes. Wukong gathered the youngest members of the tribe to learn. Aside from their lack of combat power, the apes were otherwise commendable. Once these matters were resolved, Su Tian returned to the inner island. Upon his return, he headed directly to the medicinal field. He had previously promised to provide Zhao Hao with a few extraordinary fruits to enhance his power after the battle. Surrounding the medicinal field was a veil of white mist, shielding this area from the void. Su Tian glanced around before summoning the seven-colored divine deer back. Since their last journey to the human realm, the seven-colored divine deer had not returned. He had attempted to summon it several times, but it had consistently declined. For reasons unknown, the seven-colored divine deer could refuse summons. However, should Su Tian forcefully summon it, the deer would have no choice but to comply. At that time, it was unnecessary on the island. So Su Tian did not pursue it. But now, he needed the seven-colored divine deer to access the medicinal field. Therefore, he was determined to bring it back today. Summon. Su Tian began to call, channeling his power into the void. As before, the deer again rejected the summon. With resolve, Su Tian concentrated his strength and forcibly summoned it. A flash of light illuminated the surroundings, and a seven-colored divine deer, adorned in swimwear, appeared before Su Tian. What is the meaning of this? I was just starting a beach party, and you summon me back? Are you deliberately looking for trouble? The seven-colored divine deer exclaimed, clearly displeased. Clad in swimwear with sunglasses perched atop its head, it looked quite comical. What are you wearing? Su Tian asked, momentarily taken aback. In just a few days apart, the seven-colored divine deer had seemingly embraced a lavish lifestyle. Humph, you wouldn't understand. This is called fashion. The divine deer huffed, lifting its antlers with pride. Su Tian chose not to engage in banter and directly stated his purpose. I need you to open the medicinal field so I can gather 2 extraordinary fruits. Is this the trivial matter that disrupts my beach party? Truly outrageous. The seven-colored divine deer grumbled, reluctantly activating the surrounding defenses. In the medicinal field, after several days of nurturing, these extraordinary fruits had firmly taken root. Upon stepping into this realm, Su Tian was enveloped by the rich aura of the extraordinary. Not only that, but various extraordinary fruits radiated brilliant light. As he surveyed the scene, he beheld a spectrum of colors shimmering. Approaching the largest extraordinary fruit tree, he found that it had already produced some small fruits. Su Tian was quite pleased with this jujube tree, as it not only yielded excellent results, but also produced a significant quantity. It could bear hundreds of golden jujubes at once. After a thorough inspection, he harvested 2 fire-type extraordinary fruits, as Zhao Hao was a fire-type extraordinary ability user. Hence, these 2 fire-infused fruits would prove immensely beneficial for him. Thank you, dear. Su Tian expressed his gratitude before slowly exiting the medicinal field. The seven-colored divine deer unleashed a radiant 7-colored light, concealing the medicinal field once more. Well, I have completed the task for you. Now, send me back. Without my beach party, I cannot find joy. Upon hearing this, Su Tian was momentarily speechless. He never anticipated that a 7-colored divine deer would flourish so well in the human realm. It had even initiated a beach party. With a resigned sigh, Su Tian activated the teleportation for him. The resplendent 7-colored deer let out an excited cry and was subsequently enveloped by a golden light, vanishing from sight. Su Tian paid him no mind. Since he was enamored with the human world, it was best to allow him to indulge a while longer. Upon arriving at the military camp, Su Tian sought out Zhao Hao's quarters. At that moment, Zhao Hao was immersed in silent cultivation. Although the extraordinary aura on the island was not particularly potent, it was better than nothing, and under such circumstances, he could still make considerable progress. Upon noticing Su Tian's arrival, Zhao Hao hastily broke free from his meditative state. Master, Su Tian nodded slightly and inquired, how far are you from breaking through to the 6th level? After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Hao replied, at this rate, I should be able to break through to the 6th level in about half a year. Su Tian shook his head upon hearing this. No, that pace is far too slow. You should absorb these 2 extraordinary fruits. It would be best if you could break through to the 7th level. As he spoke, a fiery red maple leaf and a brilliantly red fruit appeared in his hand. Zhao Hao inhaled sharply, his eyes gleaming with excitement. These 2 extraordinary fruits exuded a rich essence of fire elemental power. Absorbing both would undoubtedly suffice for a breakthrough to the 7th level, and he might even have a chance to push towards the 8th level. However, Zhao Hao hesitated. These extraordinary fruits were exceedingly precious. If auctioned, they would fetch a staggering price. Su Tian had directly gifted him these 2 extraordinary fruits. Noticing Zhao Hao's lingering hesitation, Su Tian urged him, "Hurry and absorb them. I have already made my expectations clear this morning. If you truly wish to repay my kindness, then guard this island diligently." Yes. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao dismissed his reluctance. He nodded vigorously before simultaneously consuming the 2 extraordinary fruits. The moment they entered his stomach, a wave of searing fiery energy surged throughout his body. Zhao Hao let out a roar as flames engulfed him. Su Tian took a step back, slightly furrowing his brow. Zhao Hao was acting rather rashly. By absorbing 2 extraordinary fruits at once, the overwhelming fire elemental power coursed through his body chaotically. The nature of fire was already volatile, and with Zhao Hao now ablaze, he was likely experiencing considerable discomfort. With a tremendous roar, Zhao Hao unleashed a pillar of fire that pierced the heavens. In an instant, a colossal fire column erupted through the rooftop, illuminating the entire night sky. Outside the military camp, a gathering of curious onlookers emerged, sensing the commotion. What is happening? Look, that fire column seems to be emanating from the boss's area. What is going on? Let us go take a look. Those around the camp whispered among themselves, while some brave souls cautiously approached. Su Tian called out, "Everyone, stay back. Zhao Hao is currently breaking through. His situation is somewhat unstable. If you come too close, you might get caught in the crossfire." Upon hearing this, those who had intended to inch closer quickly abandoned the idea. They stood at a distance, silently absorbing the ferocious energy. The sheer magnitude of the power Zhao Hao was consuming was the cause of such a terrifying phenomenon. As time passed, Zhao Hao consumed a significant portion of the extraordinary power. His level soared, propelling him directly into the late stages of the 7th level. With only a step to the 8th level remaining, one could not deny the formidable effects of the extraordinary fruits. As the flames gradually extinguished, Zhao Hao revealed his original form, his face alight with excitement as he exclaimed, "Master, I have broken through." Su Tian glanced at him and then reminded, "Ahem. Old Zhao, perhaps you should first return and put on some pants." The intense flames during his breakthrough had incinerated all of his clothing. Now, with the flames abated, Zhao Hao stood completely bare before the crowd. A chill breeze swept by, and he felt a sudden draft below. Realizing the reason for his discomfort, he froze momentarily before dashing back to find a pair of pants. After a brief interval, a somewhat embarrassed Zhao Hao reappeared, now clothed. The mortifying moment of exposure had been witnessed by others, causing his cheeks to flush with heat. Su Tian paid the incident little mind. With Zhao Hao's level having advanced, he could now confidently entrust the defense against monster invasions to him. "Rest assured, master, I shall not disappoint," Zhao Hao declared confidently, his newfound strength at the 7th level marking him as a formidable force in the initial stages. Recalling his prowess at the 5th level, where he could vanquish all challengers, one could only imagine how much more formidable he had become now. Observing Zhao Hao's confidence, Su Tian chose not to elaborate further. Having settled matters here, he began to wander about the island. Since the celestial demon sword and the purple gold bow had established a connection, he had not seen them for quite some time. The awakened extraordinary weapons had evolved into sword spirits. They had once approached Su Tian, expressing their intention to challenge the Demon King. However, as days passed without a word, concern began to creep into Su Tian's mind. Just as he pondered this, a sudden glimmer caught his eye. A myriad of fireflies illuminated the surroundings with their green glow. Su Tian was taken aback. He found himself amidst a forest, where the ethereal glow of the fireflies rendered the scene even more enchanting. What is happening? Fireflies have appeared this morning. Su Tian was astonished, having been on this island for over 20 days. This was the first time he had encountered such a swarm of fireflies. At that moment, a firefly king, twice the size of the others, materialized in the palm of his hand. Firefly King, an extraordinary being, sensing the rich, extraordinary aura here, the Firefly King has chosen to take residence. Su Tian was shocked. Was this being making a request of him? After a brief pause, he nodded slightly. Seemingly sensing his intention, the Firefly King expressed its delight, ascending into the air and radiating even more brilliant light. To demonstrate its sincerity, the Firefly King emits life energy. With the nourishment of this life energy, the growth rate of the flora in this area is enhanced by 10. Su Tian mused, surprised that the Firefly King could promote plant growth. If so, placing them in the medicinal fields could indeed foster the growth of extraordinary plants. Coupled with the abundant, extraordinary aura in that area, the Firefly King would undoubtedly be amenable to this arrangement. Su Tian spoke, utilizing extraordinary power to facilitate communication. Moments later, the Firefly King, understanding his intent, descended gracefully onto Su Tian's palm. The Firefly King is delighted and agrees to your request. A gentle smile graced Su Tian's lips as he gazed toward the distant sky, preparing to summon the seven-colored deer back once more. Through the art of puppet summoning, Su Tian concentrated, channeling spatial power to call the seven-colored deer back to him. Meanwhile, the deer, reveling in the festivities on the beach, fiercely resisted. At such a crucial moment in the celebration, the seven-colored deer was loath to leave. However, bound by a contract, spatial energy enveloped him, and he was drawn into Su Tian's presence. What's the meaning of this? My beach party is at a critical juncture. Can't you handle anything? The seven-colored deer complained, grumbling. Su Tian offered an apologetic smile, chuckling lightly. My apologies, dear deer. I truly have a matter to trouble you with. Please, return to the medicinal fields. I wish to establish their residence there. The seven-colored deer glanced at the flurry of fireflies, astonished. Where did all these come from? And that firefly leader seems to be an extraordinary creature. Su Tian refrained from elaborating, merely urging him to expedite the opening of the medicinal fields. The seven-colored divine deer expressed some grievances, remarking, I have been subjected to your whims twice already. If you disturb my beach party once more after this is resolved, I shall seal off your medicinal field. Indeed, indeed, Su Tian dared not retort and readily concurred. Before long, a myriad of shimmering fireflies migrated into the medicinal field. Upon entering this realm, the swarm was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of the extraordinary. The firefly pill exhibited utmost sincerity. The Firefly King expressed gratitude and led the swarm to disperse the essence of life. In this location nourished by the essence of life, the growth rate of plants is enhanced by 20. Splendid! Su Tian exclaimed with joy, with the presence of this swarm of fireflies. A new batch of extraordinary fruits will soon ripen. Meanwhile, the seven-colored divine deer regarded the Firefly King with a peculiar gaze. This creature was indeed capable of emanating the essence of life. Familiar with the essence of life, he recalled an encounter in the extraordinary realm with a colossal avian creature that had once aided him. The seven-colored divine deer remembered that this avian being also radiated the essence of life, rejuvenating all that it touched. It soared through the skies, trailed by countless birds. The breathtaking scene from their first meeting remained etched in the deer's memory. A magnificent golden giant bird, followed by a vibrant array of avian companions. The seven-colored divine deer pondered, might the Firefly King evolve into something akin to that in the future?